Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 49, The Intervention. Chapter 49, The Intervention. I received the Cannonbolt transformation 2 days ago. Today, I received Wildvine. Wasn't that a bit too fast? And I'd really, carefully, clicked at 4 arms. Was this because of the experiment I did with the watch? Thankfully, nothing majorly bad had happened. Although new transformations during emergency times might cause problems, I think I can handle it. Even if that Simpson guy managed to flee. I took care of the cameras in the station and the hallway using Upgrade, but this time I edited the video rather than deleting it all. After all, many people had seen me and Jessica in the building, so if the report and CCTV went against one another, it'd be more suspicious. Instead, I just replaced Wildvine with the frame of my human body and had that fight out with Simpson. Of course, I also edited my face just a little so that I wouldn't be easily recognized. Nobody saw me in Wildvine form other than Trish, so this was a good enough plan. We were in the police station now, which smelled like burnt coffee and desperation, a combination that made my nose wrinkle as I held the door open for the Walker sisters. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting harsh shadows across Trish's pale face as she clutched her purse like a lifeline. "This is bullshit," Trish muttered, her voice tight with barely controlled frustration. "I'm not some damsel who needs to be stashed away while you two play superhero." Jessica's jaw clenched, that telltale sign that she was about to say something she'd probably regret. I caught her eye and shook my head slightly. The last thing we needed was a full-blown sister argument in the middle of the NYPD's lobby. "Trish, please," Jessica said, her tone softer than I expected. "This guy's enhanced. Military trained. He threw me through a wall like I was made of paper. Even Ben was having trouble. And I'm supposed to feel better sitting here, waiting to hear if my sister's been turned into paste." Trish's laugh was bitter, nothing like her usual radio personality charm. "At least if I'm with you, I can." "What? Get taken hostage?" Jessica's control slipped for just a second. "Give him exactly what he wants." "No. You're staying here where there's a dozen cops between you and him." By then we'd walked near the desk sergeant, where a heavy-set man who looked like he'd seen too much of New York's weird side, cleared his throat. "Ma'am, we've got a secure room in the back. Officer Chin will stay with you until this is resolved." Trish's shoulders sagged in defeat, but her eyes blazed with something I recognized. The same look Gwen got when she felt useless before she'd received the charms and the book, when the world moved around her instead of with her. It was the curse of being normal in an abnormal world. "Fine," she said, the word sharp as broken glass. "But when this is over, we're having a long talk about treating me like I'm made of tissue paper." Jessica winced but nodded. As Officer Chin led Trish away, I caught a glimpse of her face in profile. Fear, yes, but also resolute. The kind that either made someone stronger or broke them entirely. "She'll be okay," I said once we were back on the street. The afternoon sun did nothing to warm the chill that had settled between us. "Will she?" Jessica's voice was raw. "She hates her Patsy era, you know. There's a lot of family drama there that you're better not knowing, Ben. It's all so gross and just generally traumatic. And that childhood nightmare just came back through some roided-up guy on military drugs. That's not something you just bounce back from." I wanted to argue, to point out that people survived worse every day in our world. But I'd seen enough to know that physical survival and mental survival were two very different beasts. Instead, I pulled out my phone, cycling through the tracker I'd installed on his body. While I put up an embarrassing fight as Wildvine, I did manage to put on the tracker I made earlier using gray matter. "His apartment's about 12 blocks north," I said, showing her the screen. "He's not very bright, I think. When I installed the tracker on his clothes, I thought he'd lose it halfway, but it's still on him. Guy's not exactly covering his tracks. Probably doesn't think he needs to." Jessica cracked her knuckles, the sound like small gunshots in the busy street. "In his mind, he's the hero of this story." We moved through the city quickly, Jessica on foot while I kept pace beside her. I could have transformed and been there in seconds, but something told me she needed this. The walk and the slow build-up. The chance to prepare herself for whatever came next. The building was exactly what I expected, a pre-war walk-up that had seen better decades, the kind of place where people went to disappear or die slowly. The front door hung off its hinges, and the stairwell reeked of piss and broken dreams. "Third floor," I said, checking my phone again. "Apartment 3B. We climbed in silence, Jessica's footsteps heavy with intent while I moved like a ghost. All these alien transformations were teaching me stuff. When we reached the door, Jessica raised her fist to knock it down, but I caught her wrist. "Wait," I whispered, ear pressed against the wood. "He's in there. Talking to someone." Jessica leaned in, and we both heard it. Simpson's voice was low and reverent, like a priest at prayer. "Should have worn the blue dress, Patsy. You always looked best in blue. Matched your eyes. Not like that trash they put you in now. Those people, they don't understand. They don't see what I see." We exchanged glances. There was no one else in there. He was talking to himself. Or to something, maybe. Jessica stepped back, ready to kick the door in, but I held up a hand. "Hold up. New plan. New plan." Jessica's eyebrows shot up. "Since when do we do plans? I thought we just punch things until they stop moving." "That's your plan. Mine's different." I raised the Omnitrix, scrolling through options with practiced ease. "You're gonna fight him." "I'm gonna what?" Jessica's voice cracked slightly. "In case you missed it, he kicked my ass back at the station. And that was with you helping. That was before." The Omnitrix face popped up, showing a familiar gray figure. "This is after. Time for that training we talked about." We talked about it. Talked. As in theoretical discussion over Chinese food. Jessica's hands flailed in exasperation. "You can't seriously expect me to." "I seriously do." I gently pressed down on the watch face, feeling the familiar tingle of transformation. My body compressed, bones reshaping, brain expanding to fill a cranium that could house an intellect that dwarfed most supercomputers. When the green light faded, gray matter stood on Jessica's shoulder, pulling out a tiny earpiece from my pockets. "Put this in your ear," I said, my voice high-pitched but carrying an authority that came from absolute certainty. "Trust me." Jessica stared at the tiny alien on her shoulder like I'd grown a second head. Which, given some of my transformations, wasn't outside the realm of possibility. But she took the earpiece, fitting it carefully. "This is insane," she muttered. "This is training." Normally, forearms might be a better instructor in martial arts and fighting choreography, but Jessica needed help with her superpowers, not just when to throw a punch and when to dodge. I think gray matter was a better option for that. I scampered down her arm and onto a nearby pipe, positioning myself with clear sight lines to the door. "Now, when you go in there, don't lead with a haymaker." That's what he's expecting. What you're going to do is... The door exploded outward before I could finish. Simpson stood in the doorway, eyes wild, pupils dilated from whatever cocktail he'd swallowed. Behind him, I caught a glimpse of the apartment's interior and immediately wished I hadn't. No fucking way. Every wall was covered in Patsy Walker memorabilia. Posters, magazine covers, and screenshots printed from social media. But it was the mannequins that made my alien skin crawl. Dozens of them, all dressed in replica Patsy outfits, positioned around the apartment like an audience. In the center, a dinner table is set for two, with one seat occupied by a mannequin wearing a blue dress. "Jessica Jones," Simpson growled, his muscles visibly twitching under his skin. "Where is she? Where's my Patsy?" "Safe from you, psycho." Jessica's stance shifted, and I could see her processing my earlier words. "Not a haymaker. Something else." "Jessica," I said through the earpiece, calm and clinical. "He's favoring his left side. Maybe an old injury, probably Afghanistan. When he charges, and he will charge, step into it. Use his momentum." Simpson lunged exactly as predicted. But instead of meeting force with force, Jessica pivoted, grabbed his extended arm, and used his own momentum to send him crashing into the wall. The plaster cracked under the impact. "Good," I continued. "But don't stop to admire. He seems to have enhanced recovery. Press the advantage." Jessica moved before Simpson could fully turn, driving her knee into his lower back right where I indicated. The ex-soldier howled, more in rage than pain, and spun with a backhand that would have taken her head off if she hadn't already been moving. "Your flight," I said quickly. "You think of it as jumping really hard, but it's not. It's localized gravitational manipulation. You can change direction midair. Try it." "Are you insane?" Jessica hissed, barely dodging another wild swing. "I'm not a damn drone." "Yeah, well, pretend you are," I said. "Jessica, your body isn't leaping, it's floating with force. Think of yourself like a magnet repelling off the earth for a second, and you're steering the field. Or better, imagine you're a swimmer underwater. The air's just your ocean now." She grunted, clearly not convinced. "Physics doesn't lie, Jessie. As doesn't psychology. Patterns emerge in minds, and they tell a story. Those patterns suggest that during perilous times, the body pushes itself to tap into its higher abilities. This was good training. Look, your center of gravity shifts when you jump, but your powers let you push off an invisible floor. It's not about the momentum from what I understand. It's about where you want to go. So pick a spot in the air and pull yourself toward it. Another punch grazed her arm. I shouted, he's overextending again. Now. Simpson's haymaker missed by inches as Jessica pushed off, but instead of a simple jump backward, she focused on the sensation of flight like how I guided her. The shift was subtle but immediate. Instead of arcing back, she shouted and somehow changed direction midair, coming down behind Simpson with her elbow aimed at the base of his skull. The hit connected solidly. Simpson staggered, and for the first time, looked genuinely surprised. Impossible, he slurred, red-tinged spittle flying from his lips. You're just another weak. Weak. Jessica's laugh was dark. Buddy, you have no idea what I am. She came at him again, but this time with purpose. Each movement flowed into the next, guided by my rapid-fire analysis. Duck under the wild swing, strike the nerve cluster in his armpit. Use his temporary paralysis to grab his throat, then shift her flight to add angular momentum to the throw. Simpson hit the mannequin table with a crash that sent plastic limbs flying. He tried to rise, but Jessica was already there, one hand on his throat, the other cocked back. Here's the thing about your pills, she said, and I could hear the smile in her voice. They make you strong, sure. But they also make you predictable. All rage, no strategy. Jessica, I cautioned. His pupils are dilating further. He's about to. Simpson's hand shot to his pocket, pulling out another red pill. Or trying to. Jessica's fist connected with his jaw before he could swallow it, the impact sending teeth and pills scattering across the floor. The fight went out of him like air from a punctured balloon. Without the chemicals, he was just a broken man in a room full of plastic women, bleeding and crying for someone who'd never loved him back. Please, he wheezed through broken teeth. Just wanted to protect her. Yeah, well. Jessica stood, wiping blood from her knuckles. Maybe next time try flowers and therapy instead of stalking and assault. Sirens wailed in the distance, getting closer. I scampered back up to Jessica's shoulder, tiny hands gripping her jacket. I already called them, I said, my voice carrying a pride that had nothing to do with my own accomplishments. Gave them the whole rundown. They'll have inhibitor cuffs for enhanced individuals. That was awesome, Jessica. She turned to look at me, and something soft passed over her features. That was. I actually. Kicked his ass. I grinned, an expression that looked slightly terrifying on my alien features. Yeah, you did. All I did was remind you how strong you really are. The transformation ended in a flash of green, leaving me human-sized again. Without thinking, I scooped Jessica up in my arms, her surprised laugh warming something in my chest. My hero, I said, watching her grumble. You're such an, she replied, but she didn't pull away. We waited for the police after that, Jessica leaning against me as we chatted about dinner tonight while Simpson whimpered among his broken dolls. When the cops finally arrived, they found a scene that would make the papers. The disturbing shrine, the enhanced veteran brought low, and the rising hero, Jewel, who'd stopped him before he could hurt anyone else. But I wasn't thinking about headlines. I was thinking about Gwen, sick and alone in the rust bucket, probably cursing my name with every fevered breath. I felt quite guilty suddenly. Hey, Jessica said, feeling me tense. What's wrong? I need to get back, I admitted. Gwen. I left her sick. Just ran off without explaining. Jessica studied my face, and I saw understanding dawn in her eyes. Go, she said simply. I've got this. Trish needs me anyway. We made our way back to the station, where Trish waited with Officer Chen. The reunion was cute, full of tears, recriminations, and fierce hugs that probably left bruises. But underneath it all, I saw something interesting. The way Trish looked at Jessica, like she was seeing her for the first time. Not just as a sister or protector, but as someone with power she'd never have. The distance between them, measured not in feet but in capability. It was the same look the magic-less Gwen sometimes got when I transformed. That mixture of awe and inadequacy that no amount of reassurance could fully erase. Until she got magic, of course. I should go, I said quietly, not wanting to intrude on their moment. Jessica caught my hand before I could leave. Thank you, she said simply. For teaching you how to fly. Yeah, you're welcome, always knew you could. I squeezed her hand once before letting go. Take care of each other. She pulled me into a kiss, and apologized for not getting to give me a proper reward this time around. No idea what you mean, I said with an innocent look. As I walked away, already reaching for the Omnitrix, I heard Trish's voice, small and uncertain. I wish I could have helped. I wish I wasn't so human. Jessica's voice was gentle. Trish, you're the strongest person I know. Powers don't change that. They'd be fine, even with the growing jealousy. I didn't bother to hear the rest. I was already XLR8, racing through the city toward Yellowstone. The city faded behind me, replaced by open road and the promise of extraordinary. Chapter 50, The Reckoning and the Road. Chapter 50, The Reckoning and the Road. The world blurred past in streaks of green and brown as I moved XLR8's wheels. I wasn't pushing my limits, I'd learned my lesson last time when making my way to New York. While it was super fast and I managed to save Jessica in time, my lungs had nearly collapsed. Pine needles exploded in my wake, creating a rooster tail of forest debris that probably scared the hell out of some poor squirrels. My legs burned from the cross-country sprint, muscles screaming even through the alien physiology. The Yellowstone campsite materialized ahead, and I skidded to a halt in a shower of dirt and gravel. The transformation ended in a flash of green, leaving me bent over, hands on knees, gasping for air. Even with my enhanced body from the Blitzwolfer incident, that kind of sustained speed took its toll. Ben. I looked up to find Jean Grey watching me from beside a half-packed SUV. The other X-Men were scattered around, loading gear and generally looking ready to hit the road. Kurt waved from his perch on the vehicle's roof, still sporting a bandage around his fuzzy blue head. "Hey," I managed between breaths. "Thought you guys left yesterday." Jean's expression softened, and she set down the box she'd been carrying. "We were going to, but..." She glanced away, looking a little embarrassed. "It didn't feel right, leaving without saying goodbye properly. Your fault, you just vanished yesterday morning." That surprised me a little. After our philosophical throwdown about mutant separatism, I'd expected her to want distance. Instead, here she was, delaying her whole team because basic courtesy mattered to her. "That's really nice of you," I said, straightening up. My breathing had mostly returned to normal, though my legs still felt like jelly. "Sorry about the dramatic exit. Friend needed help in New York." "Really? Must have been something serious for you to run out like that." Jean's tone was carefully neutral, but I caught the curiosity underneath. "Yeah. She had a stalker situation that got ugly." I left out the other details and ran a hand through my damp, sweaty hair. "Some guy on super drugs. Not fun." Jean's eyes widened slightly. "Is she okay?" "She is now. Kicked his ass, actually." I just provided color commentary. The pride in my voice was impossible to hide. Jessica had been incredible once she had some proper guidance. "I'm glad." Jean smiled, and it reached her eyes this time. "And Ben, about what you said the other night, about the school, about separation." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "You've given me a lot to think about. As I said before, I promise I'll discuss it with the professor when we get back. That's all I can ask for." I meant it too. Charles Xavier was stubborn as hell, but Jean had influence. If anyone could make him see reason, it was his star pupil. Maybe. She stepped forward, surprising me with a quick hug. "Take care of yourself, Ben Tennyson. Try not to dive into any more planet-eating monsters." "No promises," I said, returning the embrace briefly. She smelled like vanilla shampoo and ozone from Bobby's ice powers. "You guys drive safe. And Jean. Thanks for waiting." She pulled back, that soft smile still in place. "Thank you for making us think." I watched them pile into their vehicles, Kurt teleporting into the backseat with a theatrical BAMF that made Jubilee shriek and smack his shoulder. As they pulled away, Kitty leaned out the window to wave, and even Bobby gave me a respectful nod. Once they were gone, I turned toward the rust bucket. My stomach twisted into knots that had nothing to do with the cross-country run. Grandpa Max's RV sat there like a fortress of judgment, and somewhere inside was a very pissed-off Gwen. Time to face the music. The door creaked open under my hand, and I stepped into air so cold I half expected to see my breath. No Grandpa Max at the wheel. Just Gwen, sitting at the dinette table with a book open in front of her. She didn't look up when I entered. "Well, look who's back." Her voice could have frozen hellfire. Her words were precisely articulated, like she was afraid if she relaxed even slightly, she'd start screaming. I closed the door quietly behind me. "Hey, Gwen. How was Jessica?" She turned a page with deliberate calm. "Did you have fun playing hero while I was here, sick and wondering if you were ever coming back?" The accusation was crazy. I could see it now, written in the rigid line of her shoulders and the white-knuckled grip on her book. She must be feeling used. Discarded. Like what happened between us in the forest was just another notch on my belt before I ran off to the next prey. "Can I sit down?" I asked quietly. "It's a free country." I slid into the bench across from her, close enough to talk but far enough to give her space. Up close, I could see the remnants of her fever, the slightly hollow cheeks, shadows under her eyes. But more than that, I could see the hurt she was trying so hard to hide. "I'm sorry," I said. "For which part?" Her green eyes finally met mine, sharp as broken glass. For running off without explaining. For leaving me here sick. Or for making me feel like an idiot for thinking that night meant something. Her words struck a nerve, making me wince. But I'd learned something from all these alien forms. Sometimes you had to take the hits to get through. All of it, I admitted. But mostly for making you think you don't matter to me. She laughed, bitter and short. Right. Because nothing says you matter like disappearing to another state the morning after we. Jessica was being mind-controlled. The words came out flat, matter of fact. A man named Kilgrave. He had the power to make people do whatever he said, and he had her. Gwen's mockery died instantly. Her eyes widened, the book forgotten. Mind control. Complete override. He could have made her do anything. Kill herself. Kill others. Worse. I stared at my hands, remembering the terror in Jessica's eyes when I found her. She managed to send an SOS before he completely took over. 5 seconds, Gwen. I don't know how XLR8 went so fast, but I did. But if it was even 5 minutes longer instead. Well, when I arrived, Jessica was being controlled to take off her jacket. You can guess what would have happened next. I didn't have time to explain because I had a feeling that if I delayed, something unforgivable might happen to her. The silence stretched between us. I could practically hear Gwen's brilliant mind processing, connecting dots, understanding the situation with an clarity that came from being a girl in a dangerous world. Oh God, she whispered. Ben, I didn't know. I thought. You thought I was being a typical guy. Love M and leave M. I managed a weak smile. Can't say I blame you. My track record isn't exactly stellar. No, She pressed her palms against her eyes. I was being childish. Jealous. You saved someone from something horrible and I'm here throwing a tantrum because my feelings were hurt. Your feelings matter too, I said firmly. I should have taken a few more seconds. Explained. Something. Instead, I just ran off like. No need to explain, she interrupted. You ran off like someone who puts saving lives above everything else. Which is exactly who you are. She stood abruptly, circling the table to stand in front of me. Before I could react, she grabbed my face and pulled me down into a kiss. It was different from our first, less desperate, more certain. An apology and a promise rolled into one. When we broke apart, she kept her hands on my cheeks. I'm sorry for being a brat. I pulled her into my lap, looking into her eyes. I'm sorry for being an idiot. We're a pair, aren't we? She smiled, and it was like the sun coming out. The jealous witch and the stupid heroic. I prefer dashing hero, actually. She pinched my cheek, but she was laughing. Don't push it, Benjamin. The door burst open, making us jump apart like guilty teenagers. Which, technically, we were. Ben. Good, you're back. Grandpa Max climbed in, arms full of grocery bags. We need to hit the road. Just got word from. He paused, looking between us. We'd separated, but maybe not fast enough. His eyes narrowed slightly, that plumber instinct for details kicking in. But whatever he saw or suspected, he kept it to himself as he shrugged. From who, Grandpa? I asked, grateful for the distraction. Instead of answering directly, he moved to the driver's seat and hit a hidden switch. A panel in the wall slid open, revealing a monitor I'd never seen before. The screen flickered to life, displaying what looked like a military-grade tracking interface. Encrypted plumber transmission came in while I was shopping. His voice had shifted into full mission mode. High priority alert about a massive energy signature detected near the Texas-Mexico border. Gwen moved closer, her academic curiosity overriding any lingering awkwardness. What kind of energy? The kind that hasn't been seen in 500 years. The plumbers have been searching for it for ages. Max pulled up a new screen, showing what looked like satellite imagery overlaid with energy readings. It matches the signature of the Mask of Apuk. I felt my eyes shine from recognition. The ultimate weapon. We were heading straight into one of the most dangerous episodes of the original series. A god's episode. Apuk, Gwen murmured. The Mayan god of death. Not just death, Max corrected grimly. Decay. Disaster. The absolute end of things. Legend says his mask is the key needed to activate this destructive weapon. Let me guess, I said, though I already knew the answer. The Sword of Ekchuaj? Max's head whipped around so fast I thought he might give himself whiplash. How did you know that? I read about it online. You know, myths and stuff have always interested me. I like the Nordic and Egyptian myths the most. God of Thunder Thor, God of Moon Khonshu, and stuff. And people love posting about doomsday weapons. He shrugged, looks like these things are getting popular among common people too. Ah, the age of the internet. Anyways, the sword of Ekchuage, he continued, turning back to the monitor, and his expression grew serious, turns this summer vacation a lot more serious than it has been so far. Yes, even more than the Hulk situation. We're dealing with gods and mythologies here. No way. This sword was crafted by the Mayan god of war, he added. Legend says a single swing can level cities, that it grants its wielder dominion over life and death itself. It's known to be the most powerful and destructive weapon ever created. Sounds like something we definitely don't want in the wrong hands, Gwen said. Which is why we're going to find it first. I stood, already mentally cataloging which aliens would be most useful. When do we leave? Now, Max said, already starting the engine. The energy signature won't last long. Someone else is looking for it, and they've got a head start. As the rust bucket rumbled to life, I caught Gwen's hand. She squeezed back, showing that there wasn't any further drama remaining between us. Texas, here we come, I muttered. You've been to Texas before? Gwen asked. Nope. First time for everything. I grinned, trying to project confidence I didn't entirely feel. How bad could it be? Gwen rolled her eyes. You just jinxed us. She was probably right. But as the rust bucket pulled onto the highway, heading south toward whatever nightmare waited in Texas, I couldn't help but feel excited. Ancient Mayan artifacts, world-ending weapons, the forever nights, and some Mayan gods. Just another Tuesday in the life of Ben Tennyson. I couldn't complain. Goal for tomorrow, Monday, is top 5. Because we easily made it into the top 5 last Monday. As usual, if we touch this, I'll post 2 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 51, Purple Lightning and Ancient Hungers. Chapter 51, Purple Lightning and Ancient Hungers. Note, we keep meeting them goals. Here's 2 chapters, enjoy. The Texas sun beat down on the rust bucket like a hammer on an anvil, turning the RV into a rolling oven despite the AC running full blast. We'd been driving for 6 hours straight, following energy signatures that Grandpa tracked on his plumber equipment. Every mile took us deeper into nowhere, endless stretches of scrubland and the occasional dead armadillo. Huh, there's something weird, Max said suddenly, pointing to a turnoff I would have missed entirely. A weathered wooden sign read, Maplewood Farm, 2 miles, in faded paint. A separate but similar energy reading suddenly spiked there. This might be related to the sword. A farm. Gwen looked up from the book she'd been studying, some dense tome about Mesoamerican mythology she'd downloaded to her tablet. I'm not sure, Grandpa. Why would Mayan artifacts be on a Texas farm? You'd be surprised what ends up where, Max said, turning onto the dirt road. I once found Atlantean technology in a Saskatchewan Tim Hortons. The road was more suggestion than actual path, all ruts and rocks that made the rust bucket bounce like a boat in a storm. Through the windows, I could see the landscape changing. The scrubland gave way to actual vegetation, cornfields that looked surprisingly healthy for this time of year. Is it just me, I said, or is this place way too green for the middle of summer in Texas? Gwen frowned, pressing her face to the window. You're right. It's like someone's pumping growth hormones into the soil. As we crested a small hill, the farmhouse came into view. It was one of those picture-perfect places that belonged on a postcard, white clapboard siding, wraparound porch, even a tire swing hanging from a massive oak tree. But something felt off. Maybe it was the way the shadows fell at weird angles or how the windows seemed to watch us approach. Ben, Gwen said quietly, look at the field markers. I followed her gaze and felt my skin prickle. What I'd first taken for fence posts were actually stone pillars carved with symbols that definitely didn't come from any Texas Home Depot. Mayan glyphs covered every surface, so detailed they seemed to writhe in the afternoon heat. Okay, that's not normal, I muttered. Max pulled up in front of the house, dust swirling around the RV. Before we could even unbuckle, the front door opened and a woman stepped out. Holy hell. She looked like she'd stepped out of a country music video, sun-kissed skin, curves in all the right places, and a smile that could melt steel. She wore a blue overall with a pink t-shirt that clung in ways that definitely weren't accidental, and when she waved, everything moved in slow motion. Image here. Well, hello there. Her voice had that southern honey drawl that made simple words sound like invitations. Y'all lost or something? I was out of the RV before my brain caught up with my body. Not lost, just exploring. I'm Ben. Ben, she repeated like she was tasting the name. Ain't you just the sweetest thing? And so tall too. Her eyes did a slow sweep from my feet to my face, lingering on the way my shirt stretched across my chest. We don't get many visitors out here. Can't imagine why, I said, flashing my best smile. A beautiful woman like you. I'd think men would be lining up at your door. She laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Oh, you are a charmer, aren't you?" A sharp elbow to my ribs reminded me I wasn't alone. Gwen stood beside me, her expression sweet as arsenic. "Hi, I'm Gwen. Ignore my stupid cousin." "And you are?" "Joan Maplewood," the woman said, though her eyes never left me. "This is my farm. Been in the family for generations." "It's incredible," I said, gesturing to the fields. "Everything's so green." "You must have one hell of a green thumb." "Oh, I've got all sorts of talents," Joan purred. Then, as if remembering herself, she added, "Y'all must be tired from the road. Why don't you stay for dinner? Maybe even the night? Gets awful lonely out here, and my boy Todd would love the company." Grandpa Max was also off the RV by then as he approached us. "That's very kind," Max started, but I cut him off. "Of course, Miss Maplewood. If you need me to stay, I'd spend a year here." Joan giggled and touched my arm. "Aren't you just the sweetest? And please, call me Joan." Gwen's hand found mine and squeezed hard. I glanced down to find her smiling at Joan, but her nails were digging crescents into my palm. "We'd love to stay," Gwen said, her voice dripping false sweetness. "Right, cousin. Why's she so mad?" "I'm just playing around." Before I could reply, a boy appeared in the doorway behind Joan. Maybe 10 years old, with sandy hair and eyes too serious for his age. He looked at us like we were his last hope for something. "Todd, honey, we've got guests," Joan said without turning around. "Go set extra plates." "Mom, I need to tell them about Todd." Her voice cracked like a whip, all honey gone. "Plates. Now." The boy flinched but obeyed, disappearing back into the house. Joan's smile returned instantly, but I'd seen the steel underneath. It was difficult to trick my eyes lately. "Kids," she said with a nervous laugh. "Always making up stories. Why don't y'all come in? I've got sweet tea cooling in the fridge." Grandpa, Gwen, and I exchanged glances. They hadn't missed the weird vibe from her either. While I did flirt with her, I wasn't foolish. She was trying a bit too hard to keep us the night, wasn't she? As we followed her inside, I noticed more things that didn't fit. The porch pillars had the same Mayan carvings as the field markers. The wind chimes weren't made of metal but what looked like polished bone. And was that a ceremonial obsidian knife being used as a doorstop? The inside of the house was a war between Norman Rockwell and Indiana Jones. Quilts and family photos shared space with stone artifacts that belonged in museums. The air smelled like apple pie and something else, something old and dusty and patient. "Make yourselves comfortable," Joan said, gesturing to a living room that looked like it hadn't changed since the 1950s. "I'll get that tea." The moment she was gone, Gwen rounded on me. "Really? I'd spend a year here? Could you be any more obvious?" "What?" "I was being friendly." "Friendly?" Her voice pitched up. "You were practically drooling." "I was not." "Oh, Mom's company didn't leave." Todd appeared at the bottom of the stairs, looking at us with those two old eyes. "Good. Maybe now someone will listen." Max knelt at Todd's level, all grandfather warmth. "Listen to what, son?" Todd glanced toward the kitchen, then beckoned us closer. "You gotta help us, old man. Something's wrong here. The purple lightning, the weird sounds at night, and..." He swallowed hard. "The Walking Dead guy." My blood chilled. Walking Dead guy. In the fields. Late at night. He's looking for something, digging holes everywhere. Mom says I'm dreaming, but I'm not. His voice cracked with desperation. She won't let me call anyone, won't let me leave the farm. Says we have to guard the legacy, whatever that means. Gwen and I exchanged glances. Her magical senses must have been screaming because she looked ready to bolt. "Todd, honey." Joan's voice drifted from the kitchen. "You bothering our guests?" "No, Mom." He gave us one last pleading look before scampering away. "Kid seems scared," I said quietly. "Kid seems smart," Gwen corrected. "This whole place reeks of magic. Old magic. And something else." She shivered despite the heat. "Something hungry." Joan returned with a tray of glasses, ice cubes clinking like tiny bells. "Here we go. Nothing beats sweet tea on a hot day." She handed me a glass, fingers brushing mine longer than necessary. "So what brings y'all to my little corner of nowhere?" "Research," Max said smoothly. "I'm writing a book about unusual geological formations in Texas. Your field markers caught my eye." "Oh, those old things." Joan waved dismissively, but her eyes sharpened. "Been here forever. My great-great-grandfather found them buried on the property. Family tradition says we're supposed to protect them, though Lord knows from what. Fascinating, Gwen said, and I could see her mind racing. Do you know what the symbols mean? Haven't a clue, sugar. Just know we're not supposed to move them. Or dig too deep near the old barn. She said it casually, but there was weight behind the words. A warning. As the afternoon wore on, Joan kept finding excuses to touch me, a hand on my arm when she laughed, fingers in my hair when she noticed some dust. Each time, Gwen's jaw clenched a little tighter. I was caught between enjoying the attention of a curvy older woman and worrying Gwen might actually explode. Dinner was a little tense. Todd kept trying to catch our eyes, mouthing words when his mother wasn't looking. Joan regaled us with stories about the farm, each one carefully edited to sound normal. But I caught the gaps, the mentions of family members who went away or areas of the property that were off-limits for safety. You know, I said, pushing my luck, those field markers remind me of something. Mayan, maybe. Joan's fork paused halfway to her mouth. You know about such things. He reads superhero forums, Gwen said dryly. Apparently they're very educational. I kicked her under the table. She kicked back harder. How interesting, Joan said slowly. And what do these forums say about Mayan markers? Usually that they're marking something important. Burial sites. Treasure. That sort of thing. Or prisons, Gwen added quietly. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Joan set down her fork with deliberate care. My family has been on this land for 6 generations, she said, steel creeping back into her voice. We know every rock, every tree, every secret it holds. And we protect them. That's our job. Our burden. Her eyes bored into mine. Some things are better left buried, Ben. Better left forgotten. Todd made a small sound, quickly stifled. Joan's head whipped toward him. Bed. Now. But Mom. Now, Todd. He fled upstairs, feet thundering on old wood. Joan's smile returned, but it didn't reach her eyes anymore. Kids, she said again. Always so dramatic. Now, who wants pie? Later, she showed us to our rooms, Max in one, Gwen and I sharing another, since you're cousins and all. The moment the door closed, Gwen whirled on me, climbing on top of me. What the dash? I pulled her by the waist, grinning. Can't hold yourself back for even a minute. She punched my arm. No, let me go. I'm here to whisper, she whispered. She knows exactly what's buried here, she hissed. And she's terrified of it. Yeah, I got that from the whole, better left buried, speech. I sat on one of the twin beds, springs creaking ominously. Question is, what is it? And what's this Walking Dead guy Todd mentioned? A soft knock interrupted us. The door cracked open, and Todd's face appeared. You guys awake? Come in, Gwen said gently. He slipped inside, closing the door carefully behind him. In his hands was an old leather journal, its pages yellow with age. This was my great-great-great-grandfather's, he whispered. Mom doesn't know I found it. It tells what's really buried here. He opened the journal, revealing pages covered in cramped handwriting and detailed drawings. My Spanish was rusty, but I could make out enough. Mentions of a fragment, a piece of something larger. And repeated references to the sleeper below. What's the sleeper below? Gwen asked. Todd's face went pale. The dead guy. Only he's not dead. Not really. The journal says he's been sleeping under the farm for hundreds of years, waiting for something. And now. He swallowed hard. Now he's waking up. Thunder rumbled overhead, which was weird because the sky had been clear all day. Through the window, I saw a flash of purple lightning arc between the field markers. It's starting, Todd whispered. Just like last night. The purple lightning comes first. Then the sounds. Then. He clutched the journal tighter. Then he walks. Another flash of purple lightning, closer this time. In its brief illumination, I saw something that made my blood freeze. A figure standing in the cornfield. Tall, gaunt, wrapped in what looked like ancient bandages. And it was moving toward the house. Okay, I said, already reaching for the Omnitrix. I think we just found our Walking Dead guy. Gwen grabbed my wrist before I could transform. Wait. We need information first. Todd, what else does the journal say? What's buried here exactly? The boy flipped through pages with shaking hands. A piece of something called the Corazón de Muerte. The heart of death. It says it's part of a key, but a key to what? The lights went out. In the darkness, we heard Joan scream. Chapter 52, Threads of Ancient Power. Chapter 52, Threads of Ancient Power. The scream cut through the darkness like a knife through butter, and I was moving before my brain caught up. Stay here. Gwen shouted at Todd, already rushing for the door. The kid clutched his journal tighter, eyes wide with terror. But my mom. We'll help her, I promised, walking out the door. Lock the door behind us. My hand pressed down on the Omnitrix, the familiar green glow washing over me as my body ignited into living flame. The hallway was pitch black except for the orange glow emanating from my body. Shadows danced wildly on the walls as we thundered down the stairs, Gwen right behind me. Another scream echoed from the kitchen, this time mixed with the sound of breaking dishes. We burst through the doorway to find chaos. Joan was backed against the counter, a cast iron skillet raised like a weapon. But what she was swinging at made my flames flicker in surprise. A rat. But not just any rat. This thing was the size of a German shepherd, its fur matted with some kind of purple ooze that pulsed with its own sick light. Its eyes glowed the same violet color, and when it opened its mouth, I saw way too many teeth for any normal rodent. What in the hell? Joan's voice broke as she saw me, her eyes going even wider. The skillet slipped from her fingers, clattering on the floor. The rat thing lunged at her, and I moved on instinct. A stream of fire erupted from my palm, engulfing the creature mid-leap. It shrieked, a sound no rat had the right to make, and hit the ground as a smoldering pile of ash and purple goo. Joan's eyes rolled back, and she crumpled. Gwen barely caught her before she hit the floor. Nice catch, I said, then winced at how casual that sounded. Is she all right? Fainted, Gwen confirmed, checking Joan's pulse. Can't blame her. First the zombie in her field, now this. Footsteps thundered down the stairs, and Grandpa Max appeared with a flashlight and what looked like a plumber weapon. He took in the scene, unconscious woman, alien rat corpse, me on fire, with the calm of someone who'd seen way worse. Looks like a corrodium mutation, he asked, kneeling beside the remains. What? Gwen looked up sharply. Corrodium, where have I heard that before? It took me a long moment to recall that it was the name of the purple alien mineral that the mummy alien used to corrupt cows, back in the cartoon. Ah, so that's why the Walking Dead outside had those weird tendrils floating around it. It's a mummy. This is the mummy episode. It was strange. We were headed to the Ultimate Weapon episode in Texas, and from there to Mexico. But somehow, we encountered a different episode on the way. Were these two connected in this world? Grandpa, Gwen, I said, knowing I wasn't supposed to know alien species names, so I had to propose a hypothesis. That purple stuff on the rat, doesn't it remind you of something? Like that alien werewolf from Arizona. Purple lightning. Max's eyes narrowed as he examined the residue. This is corrodium, Ben, so usually the answer would be no. But this time, you're right. Same energy signature, different application. He looked between us. Where's the source? Outside, Gwen said. We saw someone, something, in the cornfield. Looked like a mummy from an old horror movie. It's still out there, I added. We need to go, Max said, already moving. I'll secure Joan and Todd. You two track that thing before it gets too far. We rushed outside into the air thick with horror, tension, and the smell of burnt corn. Purple lightning continued to arc between the field markers, casting everything in a surreal strobe effect. In the distance, I could see a trail of destruction through the crops. A path of withered stalks and disturbed earth. This way, I said, following the trail. My flames cast dancing shadows that made everything look alive and hungry. Gwen walked close to me. Maybe change into something else. We're in the field, you might cause a fire. Gwen said, a little creeped out by this horror-themed adventure. I laughed, if I transform into something else, you'll lose the light source and be even more scared. Don't worry, I can control all flames as heat blast, no chance of a fire spreading. I'm not scared. We found it about 100 yards from the house, standing over a freshly dug hole. The figure was exactly what Todd had described. Wrapped in ancient bandages that seemed to move independently, like each strip had its own intelligence. But I saw what the others couldn't. This wasn't just some mummy. This was Thepkuffen, a xenocyte species alien from the Anner star system. The same species as Snarrow, one of the aliens I'd get from the Omnitrix eventually. Except this one looked wrong and corrupted. The bandages were stained with that same purple energy, and beneath them, I could glimpse something that wasn't quite solid. It sensed us and turned. Where its face should have been was just more bandages, but somehow it still managed to convey surprise. Then it bolted, moving with an unnatural grace through the corn. Oh no you don't. I started after it, but the thing was fast. Really fast. Ben, wait. Gwen called. We need a plan. She was right. I skidded to a stop, looking back at her. Any ideas? Let's check what it was digging for first, she suggested. Maybe that'll tell us what it wants. Smart girl. We approached the hole cautiously. It was about 6 feet deep, carved through soil and bedrock with surgical precision. At the bottom, traces of purple crystal glowed faintly. Corrodium, I muttered, then caught myself. I mean, that purple stuff. This must be what Grandpa was talking about. Gwen gave me a look that said she'd noticed my slip, but before she could comment, Grandpa's voice crackled from the communicator he'd given us. Kids, I'm picking up some interesting readings. That creature isn't just digging randomly. It's following a very specific energy pattern. Looking for more purple crystals. I guessed. Partially. But my scanners are picking up something else. Something that matches the Mayan energy signature we've been tracking. Kind of. His voice grew serious. I think our friend is searching for artifacts. Gwen, Ben, I need you to track it down while I triangulate the source. Be careful, if it's collecting both corrodium and Mayan relics, it's planning something big. On it, Grandpa, Gwen said. I pressed down on the Omnitrix symbol on my chest and reverted to my human form. I was already cycling through new options next. Heat Blast was good, but for tracking, I needed something with better senses. Going Blitzwolfer, I announced, slamming down on the watch face. The transformation washed over me in a wave of sensation. My spine elongated, vertebrae popping and stretching as I grew to nearly 10 feet tall. Thick silver fur sprouted across my body as my face pushed forward into a snout filled with fangs. My hands became claws, my legs restructured into something built for both speed and power. The Omnitrix symbol settled on my chest like a badge of honor. When it was done, I threw my head back and howled. The sound echoed across the Texas plains, primal and challenging. Show off, Gwen muttered, and I shrugged. The howl wasn't intentional. More like instinct, I said, dropping to all fours, nose to the ground. The scent hit me immediately. It was decay and wind, ancient dust and alien biology. But underneath it all was something else. Fear. The Xenocyte was afraid. This way, I growled, the words coming out rough through my transformed throat. We ran through the night, me leading with Gwen close behind. Her charms glowed softly, providing just enough light to navigate by. The trail led us deeper into the farm, past the cultivated fields and into an area that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. Old equipment rusted under the stars. A barn that was more collapsed than structure loomed ahead. And there, silhouetted against the purple lightning, was our target. The Xenocyte stood over another hole, but this time it wasn't alone. 3 more of those mutated rats circled the excavation, their purple eyes scanning for threats. When they saw us, they chittered in unison. A sound that made my fur stand on end. Ben, Gwen whispered, look at the hole. I did, and my enhanced vision picked up details human eyes would miss. This wasn't just a random dig like the previous hole. The Xenocyte had carved symbols into the earth. Mayan glyphs mixed with Egyptian ones that seemed to pulse with their own power. The mummy turned to face us, and I saw confusion in its body language. It must be perplexed to see me in Blitzwolfer form. It tilted its head, bandages rustling, trying to figure out what a Loboan was doing on Earth. Then it attacked. The rats came first, purple energy crackling around them as they charged. I met them with claws and fangs, my Blitzwolfer form making short work of the corrupted rodents. But they were just a distraction. The Xenocyte's bandages shot out like tentacles, wrapping around my limbs. I tried to tear through them, but they just parted around my claws, reforming instantly. More bandages came, and soon I was wrapped up like the world's angriest Christmas present. Ben. Gwen's hands glowed with magical energy as she tried to help, but the Xenocyte was already moving toward her. I noticed something terrifying. Purple energy was seeping from its bandages, reaching for Gwen like hungry fingers. It wasn't trying to capture her, trying to change her. To make her like those rats. No. I roared, straining against my bonds. But the bandages held firm. Gwen's charms flared to life, creating a barrier between her and the corruption. The purple energy hit her shield and dissipated, but the Xenocyte kept pressing forward. Can't, hold it. Gwen gasped, sweat beading on her forehead. Rage flooded through me. Nobody touched my Gwen. I hit the Omnitrix symbol on my chest, forcibly ending the transformation. The bandages, designed to hold a 10-foot werewolf, suddenly had nothing to grip as I shrank back to human size. I dropped free, already slamming my hand down for another change. Physical damage seemed useless against it, so I just had to burn it to a crisp. Going hot. The familiar heat of transformation washed over me. Heat Blast reformed just as the Xenocyte reached Gwen's failing barrier. This time, I didn't hold back. Fire erupted from every part of my body, turning the immediate area into an inferno. The Xenocyte reeled back, its bandages catching fire. But instead of retreating, it pressed forward, bandages peeling away and regenerating in an endless cycle. Even your attacks don't work. Gwen shouted over the roar of flames. It just keeps healing. She was right. This thing could probably take anything I threw at it, except for one thing. I extended one hand and used the other to make a circle on my outstretched palm. Then I shot flames through the circle, concentrating them into a single line, focusing them into a white-hot stream that hit the xenocyte center mass. This time, it couldn't regenerate fast enough. The bandages turned to ash faster than they could reform. The creature let out a sound that was part scream, part static, as its form began to collapse. The core. Gwen pointed. There's something inside it. She was right. As the bandages burned away, I saw a purple crystal embedded where its heart should be. Corrodium, corrupted and weaponized. I poured on more heat, and the crystal cracked, then shattered. The xenocyte let out a deathly screech and collapsed into a pile of smoking bandages and purple residue. It was dead. I was beginning to kill people lately, be it human or alien, but I didn't really feel any remorse. Rather, I wasn't done. Moving quickly, I grabbed one of the intact bandage strips that had fallen away earlier when cut off by Blitzwolfer. It was still twitching, trying to return to its host. "What are you doing?" Gwen asked. "Science experiment," I said, pressing the bandage against the Omnitrix. Nothing happened. I held my breath, not sure if it would work with the creature dead. Then the device chirped, and yellow light scanned the organic material. The Omnitrix beeped affirmatively, and I felt the familiar sensation of new DNA being catalogued. Unlike last time, this was instant. The silhouette of a mummy appeared. Snare O. Score 1 for Ben Tennyson. Did you just? Gwen stared at me. Did you just add that thing to your watch? EW. What? I grinned sheepishly. Could come in handy later. She shook her head. Smelly dweeb now has a smelly corpse transformation, how fitting. Come on, let's see what it was digging for. We approached the hole carefully. Unlike the others, this one had something at the bottom. A stone tablet covered in Mayan glyphs, glowing faintly with its own inner light. That's it, I breathed. That's what Grandpa was looking for. Gwen climbed down carefully, using her telekinesis to lift the tablet without touching it directly. As soon as it was free from the earth, the purple lightning stopped. The sudden silence was almost oppressive. Ben. Gwen. Grandpa's voice came from behind us. He was running toward us, scanner in hand, a huge grin on his face. You found it. Found what, exactly? Gwen asked, floating the tablet between us. Grandpa's scanner went crazy as he waved it over the artifact. A piece of the puzzle. This tablet, it's not just a relic. It's a key, or part of one. His expression grew serious. And according to these readings, someone's been activating similar artifacts all across the Southwest. What do you mean? I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew. I've been monitoring plumber channels. In the last 48 hours, we've had reports of incidents from here to the Mexican border. Mummies in Arizona, electromagnetic anomalies in New Mexico, and get this, living stone statues in Colorado. All heading south. Gwen asked quietly. Toward Mexico. Toward the Mask of Apuk, Grandpa confirmed. But here's the troubling part. My equipment is picking up a massive energy buildup at the border. Whatever's happening, it's not just about finding the mask. Someone's preparing to use it. Gwen's face went pale. The convergence of 5 realms. We both turned to stare at her. I've been reading Hex's spellbook, she explained. There's a whole section on Mayan death magic. The convergence is a ritual that requires 5 anchor points of power spread across a massive area. If someone's awakening these sites in a specific pattern, they're creating a ritual circle hundreds of miles wide, Grandpa finished. But for what? I thought about the xenocyte, about how it had been corrupted with corrodium. About how it was searching for this specific artifact rather than just the corrodium, like in the original. This wasn't the episode one remembered from the show. This was something bigger and more coordinated. The sword, I said suddenly. The energy signature you detected. The sword of Ekchuaj. What if someone already has it? What if they're using these artifacts to power it up? Grandpa's scanner beeped urgently. He looked at the screen, and his face went grim. Probably not. Instead, I think they're activating these artifacts to restore any damage that the sword might have experienced in the last 5,000 years of non-use. We need to move quickly. According to this, 3 additional sites have gone active. Whoever's behind this is accelerating their timeline. We need to reach Texas. But who? Gwen asked. Who would even know about all this? I had my suspicions, but I kept them to myself. In the show, it had been the Forever Knights seeking the sword. But maybe this was different. Or maybe more people than just the Knights were involved. As we headed back to the house to check on Joan and Todd, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into something much bigger than any of us realized. The Xenocide hadn't been working alone. It had been part of a plan, a piece on a chessboard we couldn't even see yet. Marvel was bigger than Ben 10, and powerful entities like Dormammu roamed right outside the dark sky. Who could tell for sure which entity all these rituals pointed to? Author's note, this is a somewhat long arc compared to the arcs so far, which have been 3 to 4 chapters, since this will have much more original content than the cartoon episode itself. I have a feeling you guys will like it. We've made the goal. Top 5 right now. Goal for tomorrow is top 3. As usual, we meet the goal and you get 2 chapters. Start voting. Chapter 53, Farmhouse Shenanigans. Chapter 53, Farmhouse Shenanigans. The farmhouse had changed for the better, like the shadows had retreated back to their corners. Joan Maplewood lay unconscious on her bed, and she looked smaller and more fragile than the bombshell who'd greeted us earlier. Her chest rose and fell steadily, but her face was pale, lips parted slightly as if caught mid-scream. She's stable, Grandpa Max said, checking her pulse with practiced care. Just a bit shock. The human mind doesn't handle alien encounters well, especially the violent kind. Todd hovered in the doorway, clutching that old journal like a lifeline. His eyes darted between his unconscious mother and us, the strangers who'd brought chaos into his ordered world. Poor kid looked like he wanted to run but had nowhere to go. Is Mom gonna be okay? His voice cracked on the last word. Gwen knelt beside him, all gentle reassurance. She'll be fine, Todd. Just need some time to process what happened. I watched from the corner, still trying to shake off the adrenaline from the fight. The Xenocide's DNA hummed in the Omnitrix, a new tool in my arsenal that I'd probably never use. Who wanted to turn into a mummy? Though the bandage manipulation could come in handy. Joan stirred, a soft moan escaping her lips. Her eyelids fluttered, then snapped open. For a moment she just stared at the ceiling, probably trying to figure out if the giant rat and fire monster had been a nightmare. Then she saw us and scrambled backward, hitting the headboard with a thud that made everyone wince. Easy, Grandpa said, hands raised peacefully. You're safe. The creature is gone. Creature? Her voice was hoarse, eyes wild. Ah, that thing, that wasn't natural. What the hell was that? Max shifted into interrogation mode so smoothly I almost missed it. He took out the stone tablet, and his grandfatherly warmth dimmed just enough to add weight to his words. That's what we need to find out, Mrs. Maplewood. And we need your help. Do you recognize this tablet? I don't know anything. The protest came too fast, too defensive. Really? Max's tone stayed conversational, but I heard the steel underneath. Because that thing didn't randomly choose your farm. It was looking for something specific. Something buried on your property. Joan's eyes darted to Todd, then back to Max. I told you, we just protect the markers. Family tradition. A tradition that nearly got you killed tonight. Max let that sink in before continuing. What if that creature had gone after Todd instead? What if it attacks your neighbor's children next? Low blow, using the kid card. But effective. Joan's face crumpled, tears threatening to spill. You don't understand, she whispered. We swore an oath. 6 generations of Maplewoods have kept the secret. Secrets have a way of getting people killed, Max pressed. Especially when they involve alien artifacts and ancient curses. How many more families need to suffer because? Grandpa. I stepped forward, catching his eye. Maybe we should give her some space. This is a lot to process. I'll talk to her. He studied me for a long moment. I could see the gears turning in his head, probably wondering what angle I was playing. Finally, he nodded. You're right. Come on, Gwen. Let's check the perimeter, make sure there aren't any more surprises. He gestured to Todd. You too, son. Show us where you've seen the purple lightning before. Gwen shot me a look that promised questions later, but she followed Max out. Todd cast one last worried glance at his mother before trailing after them. The door clicked shut, leaving Joan and me alone. She pulled the blanket up to her chin, suddenly very aware that she was in bed with a strange young man in her room. The fear was still there, but underneath it, I caught something else. Curiosity, maybe. Or something more primal that recognized a protector when she saw one. That fire thing, she said quietly. That was you, wasn't it? No point in lying. She saw Gwen standing beside Heat Blast. Yeah. That was me. You're one of those superheroes. Like on the news. Something like that. I moved closer, sitting on the edge of the bed. Not threatening, just present. I help people. And right now, you need help. She laughed, but it came out broken. Help. My family's kept this secret for over a century. Now monsters are digging up my fields and my son's traumatized. How exactly can you help with that? By stopping whatever's coming next. I let my voice drop, adding weight to the words. Because this? Tonight. Trust me, that was just the beginning. Someone's collecting artifacts across the Southwest. Building to something big. Something that could hurt a lot of people. Her eyes searched mine, looking for the lie. When she didn't find one, her shoulders sagged. You really are a superhero, aren't you? There was wonder in her voice now, mixed with something else. You people are quite strong, and dangerous, too. You superhumans. That fight in Harlem, that was so scary. Did you see that? I nodded. I was there. Didn't you hear that 0 people died despite the intense chaos? Not to take all the credit, but my group is the main reason behind that. Ah, I see. Her hand emerged from under the blanket, fingers trembling as they found mine. Will you really take care of this monster? So that it can't hurt Todd? The touch was electric. It stopped me from saying, no worries, that mummy's already dead, the other monsters are in Mexico. This close, I could smell her soap, something floral mixed with the earthy scent of the farm. Her eyes were the deepest brown, flecked with gold that caught the lamplight. Even disheveled and scared, she was stunning. I'll do everything I can, I promised, squeezing her hand gently. But I need to know what we're dealing with. What was really buried here, Joan? She bit her lip, clearly wrestling with generations of programming. I shifted closer, close enough that our thighs touched through the blanket. Her breath hitched. It's okay, I murmured, pulling her into a hug. You're safe now. Feel free to talk, no monster will hurt you. She stiffened for a moment, then melted against me. Her face pressed into my chest, and I felt her tears soak through my shirt. We stayed like that for a while, her crying out the fear and stress while I held her. When she finally pulled back, her eyes were red but clearer. You must think I'm pathetic. Crying on a stranger. I think you're brave. I tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, letting my fingers linger. Gwen would kill me if she saw me play this game. Not everyone could handle what you saw tonight. She leaned into the touch, eyes fluttering closed. I've been so scared lately. Todd's stories aren't just stories. I knew that, I'd seen the silhouette of that dead man too. The neighbors also have. So I was scared of it. When I saw you all get out of that RV, I thought maybe you could help. You people didn't look dangerous, just a grandfather and his grandchildren. That's why I asked you to stay. I didn't want Todd to tell you those stories because it might scare y'all to leave. Sorry. No need to say sorry. But are you sure you asked us to stay just because you were scared? A blush crept up her neck. That, and other reasons. Oh. I raised an eyebrow. What other reasons? She ducked her head, suddenly shy. Well, look at you, Ben. Tall, handsome, those muscles. She trailed off, blushing a little. Do I sound like a desperate housewife? I don't hear your husband complaining. The words slipped out before I could stop them. Real smooth, Tennyson. Way to kill the mood. Bring up her probably dead husband when flirting your way into answers. But instead of pulling away, she laughed. She definitely calmed down a lot. Richard? He's in Houston. Has been for 3 months. Some big contract that's more important than his family. The bitterness in her voice could have curdled milk. He calls once a week, if I'm lucky. That's rough. I really thought her husband was dead. That's marriage. She looked up at me through her lashes. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like. To be with someone who actually sees me, you know. Someone, strong, young, who wants me. The air between us crackled. This was dangerous territory. This woman was clearly sexually frustrated, but at the same time, this might just be her ploy to get out of answering the questions. The smart play was to back off, keep things professional. But when had I ever made the smart play? Plus, I trusted my machine gun to get all the answers since she was dancing around the subject. I took a good look at her curvy body, the way her white nightgown clung to her breasts, her large hips. Trust me, I said, voice rougher than intended, my hand running down her thighs. Anyone who doesn't see you is blind. Her lips parted, tongue darting out to wet them. You're too young to be saying things like that, no. I'm old enough. My hand found her waist, thumb brushing the strip of skin where her shirt had ridden up as she whimpered. Old enough to know what I want. And what's that? Instead of answering, I leaned in. Our lips met, soft at first, testing. She made a small sound in the back of her throat and pressed closer, hands fisting in my shirt. The kiss deepened, years of loneliness and fear pouring out of her into desperate passion. She nipped at my lower lip, and I growled, pulling her fully against me. One last time, I said, you sure you want to continue? The question remained unanswered for a moment. I could see the war in her eyes, propriety versus desire, loyalty versus need. Then she bit her lips, decision made. Yes. God help me, yes. I kissed her again, harder this time. My hands explored the curves I'd admired earlier, finding them even more delicious than imagined. She arched against me, making sounds that went straight to my core. But I gotta answer Grandpa once we're out, so let's talk while we get busy. The artifact, I murmured against her neck, not quite lost to the moment. Tell me about it. She laughed breathlessly. Now. You want to talk about that now? Multitasking. I found that spot behind her ear that made her shiver. I'm very good at it. Oh God, it's a piece of something bigger. Her words came in gasps as I worked my way down her throat. Great-grandpa's journal called it a fragment of the Corazon de Muerte. Heart of death. I pulled back to look at her. That sounds ominous. 5 pieces, she continued, eyes glazed but focused. Scattered across the southwest. Together they form a key, but to what, the journal never said. I rewarded her with another kiss, deeper this time. She melted into it, inhibitions crumbling. When we broke apart, we were both breathing hard. Someone's collecting them, I said. The mummy thing was looking for your piece. Then they can have it. Her hands slid under my shirt, nails scraping lightly. I don't care anymore. I just want. What do you want, Joan? She pulled me down until our foreheads touched. I want to forget. Just for tonight. Make me forget everything except this. Who was I to deny a lady? I pressed her back against the pillows, taking my time. I kissed her nape, squeezed her breasts, and my knees pushed against her crotch. Every action drove her higher while keeping enough presence of mind to gather information. It was a delicate balance, but like I'd told her, I was good at multitasking. The other families, I asked between kisses, biting the side of her breast. The ones guarding the other pieces. Do you know them? Some. She gasped as I found a particularly sensitive spot. The Hendersons in New Mexico. The Chens in Arizona. But we lost touch years ago. Why? My hands mapped territories that would make Herman weep with envy. Because. She lost the thread as I moved my tongue in a particularly hungry manner. God, don't stop. Tell me why. Because people started dying. The words tumbled out in a rush. 20 years ago. One by one, the Guardian families were targeted. Accidents, they said. But we knew better. Now we were getting somewhere. I rewarded her honesty with focused attention that had her clutching the sheets. Who was targeting them? Don't know. Don't care. Just, please. I laughed but obliged, taking off my clothes. For a while, there were no more questions. Just soft moans and desperate whispers in the darkness as the hungry married woman got what she wanted. 40 minutes later, we emerged from the bedroom looking presentable if slightly rumpled. Joan had fixed her hair and changed into a fresh shirt, but the glow in her cheeks told its own story. Grandpa, Gwen, and Todd were waiting in the living room. Max's expression was carefully neutral, but I caught the knowing look in his eyes. But thankfully, Gwen seemed oblivious. Joan's feeling better, I announced. She's agreed to tell us what she knows. Phew, finally. Guess she just needed a young man to talk to, Gwen muttered, just loud enough for me to hear. I'm really glad she was occupied with calming down the kid and so didn't notice anything. Joan took a deep breath and launched into her story. When she spoke, her voice was heavy with the weight of generations. Her eyes were fixed not on any of us, but on the stone tablet Gwen now held carefully, wrapped in a protective cloth. The Guardian families, the artifacts, the deaths from 20 years ago. She talked about all of it clearly and concisely, matching what she'd told me earlier. No deception, no holding back. My family has called it the burden for over a century, she began, her voice a reedy whisper. But its real name, the one from my great-great-grandfather's journal, it's a fragment of the Corazon de Muerte. The heart of death. That's ominous. She looked at Todd, a flicker of fear and love warring in her eyes. He wrote that it wasn't a curse, but a sacred trust. A piece of a key, shattered into 5 parts so that no single person could ever turn it. It also brought us benefits. Notice our crops. They're so green and glowing, all thanks to that tablet. She hugged herself, a shiver running through her despite the room's warmth. But a trust becomes a curse when people start dying for it. 20 years ago, it started. The other Guardian families, the ones who held the other pieces. The Hendersons in New Mexico, the Chens in Arizona, we used to talk. Share stories, warnings. Then the calls stopped. We'd hear about accidents on the news. A fire. A car crash. But we knew. That must have been scary, Grandpa said. Yeah, it was. Her gaze met mine, and I saw the raw terror she'd lived with her whole life. My father became a ghost in his own home. He taught me to fear strangers, to never speak of the farm's secret, to trust no one. He said the silence would protect us. That our burden was to be borne alone. She let out a humorless laugh. But you guys saw what happened. The silence didn't stop the nightmares, did it? It just left us alone when the monsters finally came knocking. We've taken care of the mummy already, I decided to be honest with her. It's the other ones that remain. The ones that took the artifacts from the other locations. Joan's expression firmed, the fear receding to reveal a core of steel. I see. You guys have one fragment at least. If someone is taking these sites like you said, they must be after something evil. Find them before it's too late. Please. Let my family's watch finally be over, so my son can just be a boy. Max nodded slowly. You're doing the right thing, Mrs. Maplewood. We'll ensure that we find the others and use the tablet to help people, not harm them. We already know the destination of these monsters. We'll put a stop to them. Yes, just take it away, Joan said simply. And stop whatever's coming. Max took the artifact from Gwen with the reverence it deserved, carefully placing it in a containment unit from the RV. We will. You have my word. Our break didn't last long. We'd stopped near evening, and it was midnight now. But we couldn't waste any more time. As we prepared to leave, Joan pulled me aside. Be careful out there, Benjamin, she said softly. Whatever killed those families 20 years ago is probably still out there. I can handle it, I said, giving her fat ass one last squeeze. She smiled, sad but genuine. I believe you. You made me want to spend the entire night with you, you know. Pity your family was right out the door. She glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then pressed a quick kiss to my cheek. Thank you for being a delicious meal. The rust bucket's engine rumbled to life as we climbed aboard. Through the back window, I watched Joan and Todd standing in their driveway, waving goodbye. She caught my eye and winked, a secret shared between us. We'd probably never meet again. But that 1 hour in her room would remain as one of the fun things of this summer vacation. I'd remember her. As Texas beckoned ahead, I thought about what was coming. The sword of Ectuage was out there, waiting. And we were racing against unknown enemies to find it first. Chapter 54, An Unlikely Alliance. Chapter 54, An Unlikely Alliance. The Texas sun hammered down on the rust bucket like it had a personal vendetta against air conditioning. We'd been driving for hours through nothing but scrubland and the occasional roadkill, following energy signatures that led us to the middle of absolutely nowhere. Well, not quite nowhere. Through the heat shimmer rising off the asphalt, I could make out a cluster of buildings that was like a small town trying not to die. Beyond that, maybe 2 miles out, sat a government facility that looked about as welcoming as a maximum security prison. Although it definitely wasn't a prison. Even with all its concrete blocks and razor wire, with watchtowers that definitely weren't just for show. That's our target, Grandpa Max said, pulling into what passed for the town's main drag. According to the energy readings, the mask is in that facility. I leaned forward between the seats, studying the place. Even from here, I could see guards patrolling the perimeter. So what's the plan? Transform into something big and smash our way in. In broad daylight. Max shook his head. That's suicide, Ben. Too many eyes, not enough cover. We wait for nightfall. Gwen looked up from her spellbook. That gives us what, 6 hours? Time enough to grab some food and maybe gather some intel, Max said, parking the RV in front of a diner that had probably been around since the Eisenhower administration. The sign read, The Dusty Spoon, in faded red letters, with half the neon tubes burnt out. The inside was exactly what you'd expect from a place called the Dusty Spoon. Cracked vinyl booths that had seen better decades, a lazy ceiling fan that just pushed the hot air around, and the mingled smells of stale coffee and bacon grease. A bored-looking waitress glanced up as we entered, then went back to reading her magazine. We slid into a booth near the window, the vinyl making that distinctive squeak stick sound. The music was decent, at least. I was halfway through scanning the menu where everything was either fried, double fried, or fried with a side of fried, when movement in the corner caught my eye. Something really interesting. A young woman sat alone in the furthest booth, hunched over what looked like half a cow's worth of steak and eggs. She was trying hard to be invisible. Jeans, oversized hoodie despite the heat, baseball cap pulled low. But there was something about the way she moved, the glimpse of platinum blonde hair escaping the cap, tinted with pink. My eyelids twitched. Guys, I said quietly, not taking my eyes off her. Corner booth. Don't all look at once. Gwen glanced over first, casual-like. Her fork clattered against her water glass. Is that little girl? Charmcaster, Grandpa finished, his hand already moving toward his concealed weapon. The moment her name left his lips, violet eyes snapped up to meet mine. For a split second, we just stared at each other. Then her face went through about 6 different expressions: shock, annoyance, exhaustion, and finally settling on, "Oh, for fuck's sake." She threw some bills on the table and bolted, shoving past the startled waitress hard enough to send her magazine flying. Here we go again, I sighed, already reaching for the Omnitrix. The transformation hit me not long after I was out the door. My spine elongated, limbs stretching into something built for pure speed. The world slowed to a crawl as my perception accelerated. The waitress was still turning to see what happened, her mouth forming a perfect O of surprise. Grandpa and Gwen were just starting to stand. I blurred through the street, leaving a sonic boom that probably shattered every glass in the place. Sorry about that. Charmcaster was fast for a human, already halfway down the block. But against XLR8, she might as well have been standing still. I zipped around the block, taking the long way just because I could, and materialized right in her path as she ducked into an alley. The transformation ended in a flash of green, leaving me leaning casually against the brick wall like I'd been there all along. What the F dash? She flinched back and skidded to a halt, nearly face-planting into my chest. No teleporting today? I asked, trying to piss her off with my cockiness. Up close, I could see the bags under her eyes, the way her clothes hung loose like she'd been living rough. This wasn't the composed villainess from our previous encounter. This was someone running on fumes. Can't you people just leave me alone for 5 minutes? She clicked her tongue in frustration, looking more tired than threatening. I'm trying to eat one decent meal without some hero ruining it. Footsteps behind me announced Grandpa and Gwen's arrival. Max already had his plumber-grade blaster out, keeping it low but ready. His voice could have frozen helium. Girl, be honest. Are you connected to the recent magical disturbances? The Xenocite? The Corrodium? Charmcaster's face scrunched in genuine confusion. The what now? Look, old man, I don't know what monster of the week crisis you're dealing with, but I'm here on personal business. Which is? Gwen demanded, her charms already glowing with barely contained power. For a moment, Charmcaster looked like she might fight, annoyed seeing Gwen act so tough with her uncle's charms. Then her shoulders sagged. The same thing you're after, probably. The energy signatures. I've been tracking them for weeks. She hesitated, then added quietly, I need to find the Mask of Apuk. It's supposed to lead to the Mayan god of death's avatar. I have questions only a death god can answer. That was all Max needed to hear. The blaster came up, aimed right at her head. So you are after the weapon. Whoa, hold on. I stepped between them, hands raised. Let's not jump to conclusions here. Ben, get out of the way, Gwen snapped. She's a villain. She tried to kill us. Nah, she didn't. Last time I checked, she was fighting Hex with us. Plus she didn't even try to fight us today. Calm down, guys. She also just admitted she's desperate, I countered, drawing on memories from my past life. In the show, Charmcaster's whole deal was trying to resurrect her father. People do crazy things when they're desperate. Right, Hope. Using her real name was a calculated risk. Perhaps it was a little stupid of me to defend her like this just based on my canon knowledge because I knew she wasn't quite the innocent damsel, but, being who I am, I had the leisure to take some risks. Her eyes went wide, genuine shock replacing the exhaustion. How do you? Don't be so surprised, I just heard your unconscious uncle mutter your name the last time. I kept my tone gentle and non-threatening. This situation was quite serious, and I didn't want to meddle with it, but since she was after the mask, I had a feeling we wouldn't be able to stop her from going after it. In that case. Look, we're all after the same thing here. Maybe instead of pointing weapons at each other, we could try something crazy. Like working together. Absolutely not, Grandpa said immediately. No way, Gwen added. Charmcaster laughed, but it was bitter. See. Your family has more sense than you do, hero boy. But yes, I'm not after the weapon. Trust me or not. I just want to see the Death God's avatar. It doesn't matter if you're telling the truth or not. We can always defeat you if you act up. What matters is that my family doesn't know magic like you do, I pointed out. We're about to go up against some serious mystical threats. Gwen isn't weak, but it wouldn't hurt to have another sorceress on our side. I can handle it, Gwen protested, but Charmcaster was already smirking. Really, little witch? You think just because you got lucky with Uncle's charms you're some sorceress, she burst out laughing. Tell me, what's the proper incantation to sever a fifth circle kinetic ward? Gwen opened her mouth, then closed it. How about countering a temporal loop without causing a paradox? Or the 7 binding names of Sidorak? More silence. That's what I thought. Charmcaster's smirk widened. You've got raw power and some neat toys, but you're playing with forces you don't understand. One wrong move and you'll turn yourself inside out. Literally. I could see Gwen's face flushing with anger and embarrassment. Although it was a good way to convince them, I was a little annoyed that she was attacking my Gwen. I had to defuse before someone started throwing fireballs. Okay, point made, but listen. Don't mistake my kindness as a ticket to insult my cousin, you understand. She's only been learning magic for a bare few weeks, of course she doesn't know as much as you. But she can give you a beating, trust me, she's a Tennyson. So don't be so smug toward her. I said, looking into her eyes seriously. Her smile vanished at it. Gwen, on the other hand, looked quite surprised seeing me defend her, as a smile crept up her lips. That's right. What he said, she agreed. Here's what I'm thinking, I continued. Let's form a temporary alliance just until we secure the mask. Grandpa said the mask shows us the map. We'll all see it. Then, after that, we'll keep the mask, and you can do whatever you want. Come along with us or leave, up to you. No double crosses, no backstabbing. Deal. It was probably wishful thinking, but I had hope for her. At the very least, I'd try once to help her. If she betrayed us, then. Charmcaster studied me with those unsettling violet eyes. I think you're very stupid, Ben Tennyson. But I like that. I agree. I'll take that as a compliment. Ben, this is insane, Gwen hissed. We can't trust her. We don't have to trust her, I said. We just have to have the same goal for the next few hours. Besides, I glanced at Charmcaster, she knows we outnumber her. And I'm pretty sure she's too tired to fight all of us anyway. That got a rueful chuckle. You're not wrong. I've been living on gas station coffee and whatever I can steal for 2 weeks. My magical reserves are. She waggled her hand. Not great. Grandpa Max still had his weapon raised, but I could see him thinking. Calculating odds, weighing options. Finally, slowly, he lowered the blaster. One wrong move, he warned. One hint of betrayal, and I won't hesitate. Understood, old man, Charmcaster said, and there was something almost respectful in the way she called him. For what it's worth, I have no interest in whatever world-ending scheme is brewing. I just want some answers. Fine, Gwen said through gritted teeth. But I'm watching you. I'd expect nothing less, little witch. And just like that, our dysfunctional little team had a new member. This was either going to be brilliant or catastrophically stupid. Knowing my luck, probably both. Chapter 55, Obstacles to the Mask. Chapter 55, Obstacles to the Mask. Night fell over Texas like a thick blanket, bringing blessed relief from the oppressive heat. We'd spent the afternoon in tense preparation, going over building schematics that Grandpa had somehow acquired. Charmcaster had proven surprisingly helpful, pointing out likely magical defenses that his plumber intel had missed. Now we sat in the RV, parked just outside the facility's sensor range. The place looked even more forbidding in the dark, lit up like a prison yard. The artifact is here, Max said, pointing to a spot deep in the building's basement. Vault 7. Reinforced steel, biometric locks, the works. I hope we can do this quickly and cleanly, guys. Ben, got any good ideas? I got news that S.H.I.E.L.D. is interested in this too, and plans to send agents to check it out. In the cartoon, this episode was one of the weirder ones. Because Grandpa Max grew unusually grumpy, insulting the kids, not trusting them with anything, and just generally an ass. The kids hated him for it. In this world, he was the same good old grandpa, just a tad bit serious since indeed this job wasn't a light one. And he didn't look down on his grandchildren, proven by how he allowed Charmcaster in based on my suggestion, and now even asking for my ideas. What's S.H.I.E.L.D.? Charmcaster asked. She'd changed into something more practical, black leather that made her look like she'd stepped out of an action movie. I was about to explain but Gwen shot me a look and explained herself. It's a secret government facility that deals with threats that endanger Earth, and apparently supernatural stuff falls under their radar too. Whoa, she'd rather explain by herself rather than letting me talk to a girl. That's crazy, I noted with a shake of my head. Huh, that's not good. Northwest wonder this place is so heavily guarded. I think this place might have those laser security systems and stuff from movies, Charmcaster added. I think I know what to do, Grandpa, I said while studying the blueprints, running through my options. Ghost Freak would be perfect for this. Phase through walls, possess guards, easy infiltration. But something held me back. We'd just dealt with a xenocyte, a corrupted alien from the Anner system, and that werewolf was also from the same place. In the original timeline, Z-Scare, Ghost Freak, who escaped the Omnitrix, led those two along with the Frankenstein alien to attack Earth. But since no Ghost Freak incident had happened with me, I don't think ZS Scare is stuck in the Omnitrix. Regardless, I could never be too careful. If I'm just assuming stuff and Ghost Freak in this world also has a will of its own, what if using him now, with all this magical energy in the air, gave Ghost Freak the opening he needed to escape? No. Too risky. I've got a better way, I noted with a smile. No ghosts. Just an upgrade. Close your eyes. I clicked down on the watch. The transformation was always a bit weird with upgrade. Instead of changing shape, I became shape. My body liquefied into living circuitry, black and green biomechanical fluid that moved like mercury with a mind. That's disgusting. But a little cute, too. I heard Charmcaster mutter as I flowed toward a ventilation grate. Be water, my friend, I corrected her. The world changed as I entered the building systems. Everything became data streams and electrical currents, a digital highway I could navigate by thought. I found the security hub and merged with it, becoming one with the facility's electronic nervous system. Cameras started showing looped footage. Motion sensors went selectively blind. Electronic locks cycled open in a specific pattern that would guide my team right where they needed to go. Welcome mats out, I said through the comms, my voice distorted by the electronic interface. Try not to track mud on the floor. I watched through a dozen cameras as they entered through a maintenance door I'd conveniently unlocked. Grandpa moved like the seasoned professional he was, all smooth efficiency. Gwen kept her charms ready, eyes darting to Charmcaster every few seconds. And Charmcaster, she moved like smoke, barely seeming to touch the ground. They made good time through the sterile white corridors. I kept clearing their path, making sure no patrols came their way. It was almost too easy. From my vantage point within the security hub, I had eyes everywhere. The team moved through the first corridor and I guided them. Okay team, my voice crackled through their comms, distorted by the electronic interface. Security hub shows a large staging area just ahead. Looks clear, but my sensors are picking up some weird energy dampeners. Be ready for anything. I watched on 3 different monitors as Grandpa Max took the lead, rounding the corner into a cavernous, metallic chamber. It looked like a central nexus where several hallways met. And it was anything but clear. I only noticed them when they walked into the hallway. The CCTVs behind them weren't working. Must be some EMP they were carrying. Standing in the center, arrayed in a perfect battle formation, were the original villains of this episode. The Forever Knights. So was I thinking too much? I thought I'd meet some magician. The one in the lead was clearly the boss. It must be the guy named Enoch. His face was hidden behind a stern, gold-colored mask, topped by a chainmail hood and a small, gray-blue pointed crown that seemed almost ridiculous on top of all that armor. A deep burgundy surcoat, emblazoned with their cult-like symbol, was cinched at the waist by a heavy gray belt. He and his 6 cronies looked like they'd just stepped out of a very angry, very well-funded Renaissance fair. They looked ridiculous. I had a feeling I wouldn't have to interfere for them to be taken out. His voice, muffled and metallic, echoed through the chamber's acoustics. So, the rabble arrives. First the sorceress, then the plumber filth, he muttered to himself, clicking his tongue. Max Tennyson, it has been a while. This is a sacred quest, an endeavor to purify the world of alien influence. You are unworthy to even witness it. Max didn't even bother with a witty comeback. He just calmly tapped a buckle on his belt. With a low hum, a sleek, black suit materialized over his clothes. It wasn't bulky armor, but a form-fitting composite material with subtle, glowing green lines tracing its contours. It was the uniform of a man who meant business. He drew his plumber blaster, its advanced design contrasting to the knight's own advanced swords and halberds. My turn to be unimpressed, Enoch, Max said, his voice flat and professional. Still playing dress-up, I see. That was the only warning they got. The 6 knights charged, their high-tech halberds crackling with energy. From my all-seeing view, the fight was a beautiful, chaotic play. Max was a blur of motion. He didn't meet their brute force head-on, he was too smart for that. He sidestepped a clumsy swing from one knight, his blaster firing a precise shot that shorted out the man's weapon with a fizzle. He used a sweeping leg kick to take another knight off his feet, followed by a non-lethal stun blast to the chest that made the guy's armor seize up. His movements were economical and brutal but efficient, a lifetime of experience condensed into this fight. Gwen and Charmcaster instinctively formed the back line. Gwen threw up a shimmering telekinetic shield, absorbing a volley of energy blasts that would have turned them to ash. From behind the safety of the barrier, Charmcaster unleashed a torrent of crackling purple bolts that slammed into the knight's armor, sending sparks flying and forcing them back. I saw Gwen levitate a charging knight, leaving him dangling helplessly in the air, and Charmcaster, without missing a beat, ensnared him with spectral tendrils and slammed him into 2 of his comrades like a bowling ball. Nice combo, you two. I sent through the comms. Didn't think you had it in you to work together without trying to hex each other. While the girls handled the grunts, Enoch charged Max, his own energy sword blazing to life. The duel was a clash of ideologies. Enoch was quite powerful, his swings telegraphed and full of resentment toward Grandpa. Max was a dance of calculated dodges and precise counterattacks. He used his blaster to parry the energy sword, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. He wasn't trying to win through strength, but through strategy. "Grandpa, 2 on your left flank," I called out, watching a feed from a camera behind him. "Their armor is weaker at the joints." The information was all he needed. Max feinted left, drawing Enoch into an overextended lunge. In that split second, Max holstered his blaster, grabbed Enoch's sword arm, and used a complex joint lock maneuver that twisted the knight's limb at an unnatural angle, forcing him to drop his sword with a loud clang. Simultaneously, Gwen and Charmcaster finished their part. Gwen ripped a section of metal paneling from the wall with a grunt of effort and sent it spinning like a deadly frisbee, knocking the last 2 knights off their feet. Charmcaster sealed the deal, whispering a quick incantation that caused their armor's power sources to overload. The lights in their suits flickered and died, leaving them immobilized inside their own high-tech coffins. Silence descended on the chamber, broken only by the groans of the defeated knights. Max released Enoch, who crumpled to the floor, his grand quest ending in a pile of useless armor. Max's suit retracted back into his belt buckle with a soft hiss. He gave Gwen and Charmcaster a rare, approving nod. "Not bad," he said dryly. "For amateurs." Charmcaster scoffed, but I could see a small, proud smile touch Gwen's lips. She was happy to get Grandpa's approval for once, since it was usually me who stole all of it. They stepped over the littered forms of the Forever Knights, proceeding down the now clear corridor that led toward the vault. "Okay," my voice said in their ears. That was impressive. "The vault door is just ahead. Let's finish this." The fight was a setback of a few minutes, but it was easy enough. A little too easy, honestly. As if the universe had more things in plan. Should have known better than to think that. They'd just reached the vault door when every alarm in my electronic consciousness started screaming. A door I hadn't even known existed slid open at the far end of the hallway. Not on any blueprint, not connected to any system I could access. Like it had just materialized out of nowhere. A woman stepped through. No, that was like calling the sun a light bulb. This was presence incarnate, beauty weaponized into something that made reality itself take notice. Raven hair flowed like liquid midnight down her back. Her dress was elegant simplicity, black silk that suggested rather than revealed. She moved with the casual grace of an apex predator who'd never met anything higher on the food chain. The temperature dropped 20 degrees. The lights dimmed like they were bowing. And then the psychic pressure hit. Even through the electronic interface, I felt it. Age. Hunger. Power so vast it was like staring into an ocean made of darkness. My connection to the building systems flickered as my consciousness tried to process what I was sensing. A name surfaced from memories I'd almost forgotten. Comics read in another life. Marvel deep lore that most people never touched. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Selene Gallio. The Black Queen. Well, the woman said, slowly looking up at one of the CCTVs, at me. Her voice was like aged wine poured over broken glass. "It seems my private acquisition has attracted some pests. What in the hell is an immortal soul vampire mutant doing in Texas?" She smiled, and it was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. Like a cat who'd found some particularly entertaining mice. Just in time, Grandpa's group reached the place before I could warn them about the danger. He paused, as did she. To my surprise, she frowned. "Magister Tennyson," she asked, focusing on Grandpa with eyes that had seen empires rise and fall. "Did the plumber send you to stop me?" I'm disappointed. I expected better security for my property. And, she knows Grandpa. What the fuck? Image here. Chapter 56, Old Ghosts and New Gambits. Chapter 56, Old Ghosts and New Gambits. The hallway temperature plummeted like someone had opened a door to deep space. My electronic consciousness, spread throughout the building systems, recoiled from the sheer wrongness of Selene Gallio's presence. Even through cameras and data streams, she radiated power that made my circuits want to short out in self-defense. Through a dozen different angles, I watched Grandpa Max's face cycle through emotions I'd never seen on him before. Shock, resignation, and something that looked almost like guilt. "Why are you quiet, Maximus Tennyson?" Selene purred, and the way she said his name made it sound like she was tasting wine. "You've aged." But I'd recognize that look of grim determination anywhere. Her lips curved in a smile that belonged on a shark. "The years have not been as kind to you as they have to me." "It has been a while, yes." I was having a difficult time processing this. Selene tilted her head, studying him like a particularly interesting insect. And Verdona, tell me, does the chaotic Anodite still enjoy her earthly experiments? Wait. Hold up. Verdona. I was surprised. This ancient soul vampire mutant knew Grandma Verdona. Then again, I guess it makes sense. An energy-sucking mutant sorceress, and a sorceress who was living energy manifest. My family appears to have a more extensive history in this world than I realized. My mind raced even as I started flowing through the building's infrastructure toward the vault. The electronic pathways became my highways, and data streams my rivers. I had maybe 2 minutes before this confrontation exploded into something none of us could handle. I had a plan to execute before that. That's none of your concern, Celine, I watched Max say, his voice harder than I'd ever heard it. His hand hovered near his weapon, though we both knew it would be about as effective as throwing cotton balls at a tank. Oh, but it is. She took a step forward, and the light dimmed further. You see, when one's keeper disappears without proper notice, it leaves certain obligations unfulfilled. Keeper. What the hell did that mean? I didn't have time to watch the drama anymore. I had to leave the CCTV. So I did, and made my way into the vault. I slipped through a microscopic gap in the vault's seal, reforming inside. It was very slim, but thankfully upgrade wasn't limited by things like that. Outside the vault, things were escalating. I didn't catch the entire conversation, but the bits I heard were enough. Things were escalating. I had to be quick. You dare threaten him? Grandpa, stay behind us. Gwen's voice cracked like a whip, her charms already glowing. Beside her, Charmcaster looked scared. No, she was scared. This was the Black Priestess Celine, which mage didn't know about her. They all knew this mythical entity could go against gods. And yet, Charmcaster didn't back off. Her hand sparkled with purple energy as she got ready to face the entity. For her father. Gwen, don't, Max started, but it was too late. The two young sorceresses struck in perfect sync. Gwen's telekinetic blast could have punched through steel. Charmcaster's arcane bolts had taken down creatures twice their size. Together, they'd have been devastating against most enemies. Celine just raised one hand. The attack stopped. Not blocked or deflected. They unraveled like cheap sweaters, dissolving into harmless sparkles of light that drifted to the floor like snow. Quaint, Celine said, sounding genuinely bored. She eyed Charmcaster. You're Spellbinder's daughter, correct? Do you not know who I am? Disrespectful child. I didn't have the luxury to hear more than that. I looked at the artifact resting in front of me. The mask of Apuk sat on its pedestal like it owned the place. Green and purple light pulsed from within, casting 6 shadows on the walls. The thing practically reeked of death magic even to my electronic senses. I picked it up, staring down at it. Then I brought it to my face. As I merged with it, something else hit me. Information. A map, burning itself into my consciousness. A massive Mayan pyramid hidden deep in the Mexican jungle, coordinates so precise I could probably find it blindfolded. The Omnitrix flashed. Perfect. Now for the fun part. I couldn't destroy the mask, that would tip our hand too early. This wasn't simply a map, but also the key. But sabotage. That was an art form. I dove into its internal structure, finding the energy converters that channeled its power. It was a magical artifact, but magic itself followed patterns. Messing with it wasn't as straightforward as messing with some computer, but I could still do some stuff to it. One line of code, that's all it took. A simple feedback loop that would make the mask drain any power source for hours before stabilizing. Good luck finding the Death God artifact now, lady. I detached from the mask, put it back in its spot, and flowed back toward the CCTV. I didn't remain there for long. Sorry guys, I fell asleep. I poured out of the CCTV with all the drama I could muster. Whoa, what's going on? Eyes turned to me. The two sorceress girls looked at me from their position on the floor with hope, while Grandpa looked worried. Celine raised an eyebrow. Ben. Stand down. Max's voice cut through the air like a blade. This is not your fight. I tapped the Omnitrix symbol on my chest, returning to human, and then quickly tapped it on my wrist again. The transformation to Blitzwolfer was as dramatic as always, and I was suddenly 10 feet of muscle and fur and barely contained violence. I hoped that being a werewolf meant I could go against a vampire, even if she were an energy vampire. Stay away from them. A deep predatory growl rumbled from my chest as I moved in front of them. Although all this was part of my plan, my beastly instincts screamed to attack Celine, to protect my pack from this ancient threat. Ben. Don't be hasty, she's too powerful. Max shouted in warning. I froze, caught between wolf instincts and human reason. Celine's eyes found mine, and her smile widened. Interesting, she mused, gaze locking onto the Omnitrix symbol. Has science evolved so far as to allow this level of transformation? I should invest some time in science. I'll have a talk with the White Queen about this later. Then her attention shifted to Gwen, who was slowly getting up from the floor. It was subtle, but something in Celine's expression changed. Not hunger or amusement, but genuine academic interest. Like she'd found a rare butterfly she wanted to pin it to a board. Both of your grandchildren are impressive, Magister. The way she emphasized his title made it sound like an insult. One more than the other. I had a feeling she found Gwen more impressive than me, but that didn't surprise me. My power came from a watch. Gwen was powerful because of the spark in her blood. Gwen shivered under that gaze, and I stepped between them, glaring down at Celine. Celine turned toward the vault like we'd already bored her. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an artifact to collect. Celine, wait. Max's voice had changed, gotten softer. Why does a mutant sorceress need a weapon that can destroy cities? She paused, looking back over her shoulder. You don't need to know. I have my reasons. Her eyes narrowed. Do I need to tell you everything? I thought we were close enough to share some secrets. The temperature dropped another 5 degrees. That was a long time ago, Max. At least for you, it was. Her smile could have frozen hell. You're an old man now. She placed one hand on the vault door. The metal didn't melt or explode, it just ceased to exist, dissolving into shadow like it had never been there at all. She retrieved the mask with casual grace, gave it a cursory glance, then turned back to us. Do give Verdona my regards when you see her next, she said. Tell her I'll make sure she pays my debt the next time I find her. A portal of pure darkness opened behind her. She stepped through without looking back, and reality snapped back into place like a rubber band. The lights brightened, the temperature normalized, and we were left standing in an empty hallway with a gaping hole where a vault door used to be. Nobody spoke for a long moment. So, I said, reverting to human form. That went well. The walk back to the rust bucket must be the quietest walk in human history. Even Charmcaster, who usually had a quip for everything, followed in stunned silence. The defeat hung over us like a funeral shroud. A few minutes later, Grandpa's knuckles were white on the RV's steering wheel as we pulled away from the facility. No alarms had gone off. Celine probably fried their entire system just by existing near it. We'd failed. The bad guy got the MacGuffin. Roll credits. Except. So what now? Gwen finally asked, slumped in her seat. She has the mask. We lost. Grandpa and Charmcaster didn't reply. I let them stew for another few seconds because it was fun. Then I let the grin spread across my face. Lost. Who said we lost? Every head in the RV swiveled toward me. Even Grandpa glanced in the rearview mirror. I tapped the Omnitrix, and it projected a faint holographic image into the air. A perfect 3D rendering of a massive Mayan pyramid, complete with GPS coordinates. She has the mask, sure, I said, trying not to sound too smug and failing completely. But I have the map. It's in Mexico. Since we're near the border, it shouldn't take us long. Although I'm not entirely sure how I acquired this hologram feature. I was trying to memorize it at first. Gwen's jaw dropped. You got the location. Better than that. I leaned back, hands behind my head. I also sabotaged the mask. Introduced a nasty little feedback loop into its power converters. She tries to use it in the next, 12 hours. It'll drain whatever energy source she feeds it. Could be a whole day before she figures out the problem. The mood shift was instantaneous. Grandpa's grim expression cracked into the biggest smile I'd seen from him all summer. Haha, that's my grandson. He laughed, reaching back to clap my shoulder hard enough to bruise. Thinking 3 steps ahead. I'm proud of you, Ben. Warmth bloomed in my chest. Getting Grandpa Max's approval hit different when you knew what a badass he really was. Charmcaster stared at me like I'd grown a second head. You tricked the Black Priestess. Crazy. There was something new in her violet eyes. Not just surprise, but respect. Like she was seeing me for the first time as more than just muscle with a fancy watch. He's always been clever, Gwen said, and the pride in her voice made me want to do something for her right there. Just usually hides it under all that showing off. Hey, showing off is an important part of my charm. What charm? Gwen shot back, but she was grinning. So what are we waiting for? Charmcaster leaned forward, energy crackling around her fingers. We know where to go, we have a head start. Let's meet the Death God and get that stupid sword before tall, dark, and terrifying figures out her new toy is broken. Yeah. Gwen was practically bouncing in her seat. We can totally beat her there. I was already calculating travel times, transformation options, and potential ambush points. This was perfect. We'd gone from catastrophic defeat to having the ultimate tactical advantage. Celine might be an Omega-level threat, but she'd made the classic villain mistake. She'd underestimated the kid with the watch. "Hold on," Grandpa said, and just like that, the celebration screeched to a halt. His expression had gone serious again, that plumber look that meant business. "We're not going alone." He pulled out a device I'd never seen before, sleek, black, covered in symbols that hurt to look at directly. A plumber communicator, but not any normal model. "Grandpa?" Gwen asked. "Celine Gallio is out of our league," he said simply. "I've faced some nasty customers in my time, but she's different. Older. More dangerous. If we're going to stop her, we need backup." He started dialing, and I caught a glimpse of the contact list. Names I recognized from plumber files, from news reports, from a dozen different sources. Heavy hitters. The kind of people you called when the world was ending. "Who are you calling?" Charmcaster asked, but Max was already speaking into the device. "This is Magister Tennyson. Authorization code Gamma 77. His voice had gone full military. "I need to speak to the Magistrata." "Yes, it's urgent. Tell her the Black Queen is active." The RV rumbled on through the Texas night while Grandpa made his calls. Each one was short, cryptic, but I caught enough to know he was mobilizing something big. This wasn't just about stopping one ancient mutant anymore. This was about something larger. The mask, the sword, Celine's interest in them, it all added up to something I didn't quite understand yet. But I would. Because that's what I did. I solved problems, saved the day, and sometimes seduced some girls on the way. Even if sometimes the problems were immortal soul vampires who apparently knew my alien grandmother. My life was so weird. "Ben," Gwen whispered, scooting closer while Grandpa was distracted. "Look at you, working smart, not just hard. My presence must be having an effect on you." "Definitely it was all your influence," I said, but her praise made me warm all over. I know, her green eyes were playful, but seriousness returned. "But she's really strong. You didn't see how easily she took us down, she just waved her hands, and we were useless." "She's a 1,000-year-old sorceress," Charmcaster said from the side. "It's natural she's so strong. Next time be more careful." Before I could respond, Grandpa hung up and turned to face us. His expression was serious, but his smile said there was hope. "Change of plans," he said. "We're making a stop in San Antonio. There's someone we need to pick up." "Who?" I asked. He smiled, but it was all teeth. "Mostly some plumber backup for any possible forever nights that might reach the place. But for Celine, an old friend." "Who, Grandpa? Tell us the names." Gwen insisted. I don't think you guys know her," he replied with a shrug. "People call her the Ancient One." Chapter 57, The Sanctum of the Serpent. Chapter 57, The Sanctum of the Serpent. The rust bucket tore down the highway toward San Antonio, its headlights cutting through the Texas darkness. Inside, one could practically taste the tension. Grandpa gripped the wheel like he was trying to strangle it, while Gwen kept fidgeting with her charm necklace. Charmcaster couldn't sit still, pacing back and forth in the cramped space like a caged animal. Me. I just stared out the window, trying to wrap my head around what Grandpa had just dropped on us. The Ancient One. The freaking Ancient One. If my jaw could unhinge like a snake's, it would have hit the floor. The Sorcerer Supreme of Earth was apparently just another name in Grandpa's contacts, sandwiched between Phil's Plumbing and Pizza Hut. "Okay, time out," Charmcaster finally said, her voice pitched high with barely controlled shock and excitement. "You're telling me you have the Ancient One on speed dial? The Sorcerer Supreme? The woman who makes my uncle look like a party magician? Would you sit down already, young lady?" Grandpa grumbled, though I could tell he was more amused than annoyed. "You're gonna wear a hole in my floor. And yes, we've worked together before." "How?" Gwen leaned forward, her inner nerd taking over. "I mean, from what Charmcaster was whispering earlier, isn't she like, super ancient? Centuries old?" "She is," Grandpa confirmed, taking an exit ramp. "But the plumbers have been around for a while too. We crossed paths back in 76. Interdimensional squid things trying to eat Tibet. Messy business." I couldn't help myself. "So what, you guys are pen pals now?" "Dear Ancient One, hope you're well. The grandkids say hi. P.S. Ben found an alien watch. That actually got a chuckle out of him. She's got a plumber badge, believe it or not." "No way." I nearly choked on air. The Sorcerer Supreme is a space cop. Honorary member. Makes sense when you think about it. SHIELD handles Earth stuff, we handle the universe. She protects Earth from mystical threats across the universe. Our jobs overlap more than you'd think. Charmcaster looked like Christmas had come early. This is insane. My uncle used to whisper her name like it might summon her. She's basically a living legend. Even legends can bleed, Grandpa said, his voice going dark. And we're gonna need every bit of her help against Selene. The conversation slowed down as we rolled into downtown San Antonio. The Riverwalk sparkled with lights and late-night tourists, completely oblivious to the cosmic drama about to unfold. Grandpa pulled up next to an old Spanish mission, its weathered stones practically glowing in the moonlight. "This is it," he announced, fishing something out of his pocket. It looked like a tuning fork made from some kind of alien metal. "What's that supposed to be?" I asked. "Harmonic resonator. Opens doors that aren't supposed to exist." He struck the device, and it made a sound that wasn't really a sound. More like someone was pressing on my eardrums from the inside. The air in front of the wall started shimmering, rippling like water. Then the solid stone just melted away. In its place hung a golden portal, sparks of energy dancing around its edges. "Holy crap," Gwen blinked. "Yeah," I agreed. "That's some serious Harry Potter shit right there." "Language," Grandpa said on autopilot, already stepping through. I hesitated for half a second before following. Walking through felt like passing under a warm waterfall that somehow didn't get you wet. The Omnitrix tingled on my wrist, responding to whatever energy we'd just passed through. And then we were inside, and my brain kind of short-circuited. The San Antonio sanctum was nothing like I'd imagined. For starters, it was alive. The space was impossibly huge, way bigger than any building had a right to be. Staircases twisted and curved in ways that hurt to look at, occasionally rearranging themselves with creaky groans. Books floated in lazy orbits around pillars of pure light, their pages fluttering despite the lack of wind. But the real showstopper was the massive model hanging in the center, not our solar system, but alien star clusters I recognized from researching the stars as gray matter. Planets and moons danced around each other, chiming softly whenever they aligned just right. The whole place smelled like old books mixed with ozone and something spicy I couldn't identify. Magic, probably. Raw, concentrated magic. "This is..." Gwen trailed off, her charms glowing brighter in response to all the ambient energy. "One of many sanctum sanctorums," Charmcaster supplied, slipping back into know-it-all mode. "I don't think it's one of the main ones, though. They're like mystical shield generators for Earth." "Since when are you the tour guide?" I asked. She smirked. "Some of us actually read Tennyson. You should try it sometime." "Children," a calm voice interrupted. "The artifacts get nervous when people argue." We all spun around. There, sitting at a simple wooden table by the window, was a woman sipping tea as if this were just another Tuesday. She was bald, wearing plain yellow robes that somehow looked more expensive than any designer outfit. Her face was hard to describe. Ageless. She could have been 30 or 3,000. This was her. The Ancient One. Earth's magical bouncer. And as I remembered her from the movies, she was drinking tea like we'd dropped by for a chat. "Old friend Maximus," she said, setting down her cup. "You only call when the world's ending. Should I be concerned?" Grandpa nodded slowly. "I'm afraid so. We have a situation." "You always do." She waved at the cushions around her table. "Sit. Tell me, what has the great Max Tennyson so worried he'd cash in a favor this old?" We arranged ourselves around the low table. I noticed Charmcaster kept her eyes down, practically radiating respect. That was new. Well, she looked scared too. The Ancient One might scold her for being a dark mage. Grandpa laid it all out, the tablet, the mummy, Joan's farm, the Forever Nights, and finally Selene. He explained how I'd sabotaged the mask and gotten the location. Through it all, the Ancient One just sipped her tea, face giving away nothing. When he finished, she set down her cup with a soft clink that somehow sounded final. "May I?" She held out a hand toward Gwen. Gwen carefully unwrapped the stone tablet and passed it over like she was handling a bomb. The Ancient One traced the symbols with one finger, and they lit up gold under her touch. "You've all been very brave," she said finally. "And incredibly foolish. Not exactly the pep talk I was hoping for." "What do you mean?" Gwen asked. The Ancient One set the tablet down gently. "You think you're racing to stop someone from getting a weapon? You're wrong. But the Sword of Ectuage," Charmcaster started, "is a weapon of destruction, sure, but it isn't that dangerous in this current era," the Ancient One cut her off. "The real danger is what it unlocks." My stomach dropped. "Which would be?" Her eyes met mine, ancient and knowing. "What do you think a death god would seal beneath a pyramid, Ben Tennyson? Other than the sword?" I swallowed hard. "Something really dead. If only." She waved her hand over the tablet, and the symbols lifted into the air, rearranging themselves into a 3D image of something that made my skin crawl. It looked like someone had tried to draw pure nightmare fuel and succeeded. That creature is Apuk's first avatar. A cosmic parasite that feeds on souls. The first sorcerers barely managed to seal it away. It doesn't just destroy, it unmakes things. Erases them from reality itself. It was a bulky creature, larger than Hulk. It had a toothless mouth and wore a mask covering the upper half of his face. A blue Mayan-style outfit with yellow lining draped his body. He was crimson-eyed and barefoot with sharp nails, and had a long tongue and leafy decorations on his sleeves. I recalled it clearly. This was Apuk himself in the Ben 10 cartoon, but in this amalgamated world, he was being called Apuk's avatar. Like how Moon Knight was Concha's avatar. And Celine wants this thing. Gwen's voice came out small. If I have to guess based on the tablet, she believes she can control it, the Ancient One replied. She wants to make it her pet. The room went dead silent. Even the floating books seemed to pause. Great, I muttered. So we've upgraded from, stop the bad guy from getting a sword, to also prevent the immortal vampire from adopting a reality-eating monster. My summer vacation rocks. Crude but accurate, the Ancient One said with the tiniest smile. Charmcaster leaned forward eagerly. Hello, my name is Hope. It's an honor to meet you. But you'll help us stop her, right? You're coming with us. Look at her fangirling. The Ancient One stared at her for a short moment, her expression unreadable, which made Charmcaster fidget. Then stood in one smooth motion. I have little choice. If Celine succeeds, the results would be unfortunate. If she fails and the creature escapes, equally so. What do you mean by unfortunate? I asked, though I probably didn't want to know. Human extinction. Possibly planetary destruction. Oh good. Just another Tuesday then. Nobody laughed. Tough crowd. The Ancient One moved to the center of the room, her robes somehow billowing despite the lack of wind. Before we go, a small demonstration. Gwendolyn, Hope. Show me your strongest shield. Gwen and Charmcaster exchanged looks before standing. Gwen's charms flared as she created a shimmering pink barrier. Charmcaster's hands danced through complex patterns, weaving a shield of glowing runes. The Ancient One studied both for about 2 seconds. Then she reached out and tapped Gwen's shield with one finger. It shattered like cheap glass. She touched Charmcaster's next, and it unraveled like a badly knitted sweater. Hey! Gwen protested. Power without understanding is just noise, sweet girl, the Ancient One said gently. And complexity without foundation is a house built on sand. She made a simple gesture, and a golden shield materialized around her. It was perfect, elegant, powerful, and humming with controlled energy. Even Charmcaster looked properly humbled. I'm not trying to embarrass you, the Ancient One explained. But you need to understand what we're facing. Celine is beyond either of you. Even working together. So what do we do? Gwen asked, deflated. We get creative. The Ancient One reached into her robes and pulled out 2 items. First was a jagged black crystal that seemed to eat light. The second was a small scroll with a wax seal. This, she handed the crystal to Charmcaster, is a fragment of Moctezuma's Midnight Stone. It won't harm Celine much, but it can disrupt her life-draining abilities for a short time. Use it wisely. Charmcaster took it as if it were made of solid gold. Sure thing, but... Sorry, if you, the Sorcerer Supreme, are coming with us, do we really need to prepare all this? I'm flattered you think so highly of me, but please don't underestimate Celine. She was once considered for the position of Sorcerer Supreme as well, the Ancient One said simply. She is not weak. I cannot guarantee victory. Well, that was terrifying. And I knew from the movies that she could die, it wasn't baseless words. She turned to Gwen next, breaking the seal on the scroll. But instead of handing it over, she pressed 2 fingers to Gwen's forehead. Gwen gasped, her eyes flashing gold. What did you just? The tablet's glyphs aren't just a map, Gwendolyn. They're part of a binding ritual that can be reversed. I've given you the knowledge to reinforce the seals instead of breaking them. You'll have one chance, at the pyramid's heart. I raised my hand like a kid in class. What about me? Don't I get any cool magic stuff? The Ancient One gave me a look that could have peeled paint. You have the most powerful device in the known universe on your wrist, and you're asking for party tricks. Don't be so greedy. Although she said that, her smile was amused. I mean, when you put it that way. The Omnitrix represents balance, Benjamin, she said, softer now. I wasn't too surprised that she knew about it. Perhaps you should consider that balance extends beyond physical forms. Each of your transformations carries its own wisdom. Your existence. I wanted to visit you the first day you received the watch as it became difficult to track the timeline since that moment, but I held back because I knew you'd come to me one day. I hope we'll come out of this alive. That shut me up pretty effectively. Though I still felt a little left out of the magic item distribution. Grandpa had been on his communicator this whole time, talking in that clipped military style. Backups en route, he announced. Small team, but all veterans. They'll handle any Forever Knights or other distractions. The Ancient One nodded approvingly. Then we should go. She spun her hand in a circle, opening another golden portal. This one showed dense jungle under a starlit sky. Somewhere in Mexico. This will take us directly to the pyramid. Grandpa went first, then Charmcaster, then Gwen. Before I could follow, the Ancient One caught my shoulder. Ben Tennyson, she said quietly. You carry more than just the Omnitrix. My blood turned to ice. I don't know what you mean. I'm the Sorcerer Supreme. I see things others miss, and something tells me you already know that. Her eyes were kind but piercing. Is it one of your aliens? I'm aware you have universal scale transformations. Is it one of them that gives you this strange aura, this strange knowledge of other possibilities? Regardless, your secret is safe with me. As long as you don't stray from the path too much. Goddamit. At least she doesn't seem to know my secrets thoroughly. Before I could process that bombshell properly, she gently pushed me through the portal. Chapter 58, 58, The Pyramid at the End of the World. Chapter 58, The Pyramid at the End of the World. I stumbled out into thick, humid air that hit me like a wet blanket. The portal snapped shut behind us with a sound like tearing paper. We stood at the edge of a jungle so dense it looked solid, trees stretching up like black pillars. The stars above were incredibly bright, undimmed by city lights. She knows. The Ancient One knows I have knowledge of other possibilities, as in, the future, the Marvel multiverse. She thought it was one of my alien's abilities, but the fact was that she knew. The thought kept bouncing around my skull. Part of me was terrified. Part of me was weirdly relieved. At least someone knew the truth. The night sky suddenly lit up with engine glow. 3 sleek black ships descended through the canopy, their engines barely making a whisper. Plumber ships. Besides those blatant Omnitrix symbols on them, I recognized the design from Grandpa's old photos. To be fair, it's more accurate to call the symbol on Omnitrix the plumber symbol instead. I suppose Azimuth chose the symbol to show that this device was meant to protect, not destroy. As they touched down, Gwen moved closer to me. You okay? You look like you swallowed a bug. Just processing some things, I said, which wasn't really a lie. We're about to fight a soul-sucking vampire for a key to an ancient soul-eating monster. With space cops and the magical CEO of Earth. This is definitely not how I pictured my summer going. She squeezed my hand, and I felt some of the tension ease. Hey, I'll protect you, just hide behind me like a good boy. Hola, Mexico. Someone's being bold, I said, squeezing back. Gwen, don't try to punch higher than your weight. If things get dangerous, leave it to me, I'll fight her. The plumber ships hovered down the sky and touched down like ghosts, their black holes barely rustling the jungle leaves. I watched as the ramps slid out without a sound. When Grandpa called for backup, he didn't mess around. The Ancient One stood next to me, looking completely unbothered by the humidity that was already turning my shirt into a wet rag. Having her here felt like carrying a loaded rocket launcher, if rocket launchers drank tea and dropped cryptic wisdom. Interesting, she mused. Much sleeker than the flying dumpster your grandfather used to pilot. He once crashed into my meditation garden in what looked like a metal potato with thrusters. That definitely sounds like Grandpa, I said, trying not to picture young Max in some janky space jalopy. The operatives filed out. About 15 total, decked out in tactical gear that made SWAT teams look like mall cops. They moved like water, flowing into formation without a word. The diversity hit me immediately. Sure, most were human, but a blue-skinned alien who looked like Fast Track who was checking his gear, a tigress woman hefting what looked like a minigun, and leading them all, a fisherman in a water suit that probably cost more than a house. Commander Patelade, Grandpa called out, clasping the fish alien's webbed hand. Thanks for the quick response. Wouldn't miss it for the world, Max, Patelade replied, his voice slightly garbled through the suit's speaker. Those teeth looked like they could bite through a car door. Though maybe next time pick somewhere with a beach. My scales are chafing. Wasn't exactly my choice, Grandpa said. What's our situation? The commander's expression went all business. Perimeters all secure. 3 ships watching the approaches. We're picking up multiple energy signatures converging on this location. Some match Forever Knight tech, others are. He glanced at the Ancient One. Weird. Magical, she supplied helpfully. Celine's presence creates reality distortions. Your equipment would read it as quantum fluctuations. Right. Magic quantum whatever. Patelladay shrugged. Point is, this place is about to get crowded. Right on cue, every sensor started screaming. Patelladay checked his wrist display, his fish eyes narrowing to slits. Contact. Northeast. Multiple hostiles incoming fast. The tree lane exploded with armored figures. The Forever Knights, because of course they were. Enoch led the charge, his gold mask catching the moonlight, armor still dented from our last dance. This sacred quest will not be defiled by alien scum, he bellowed, waving his energy sword like he was conducting an orchestra. The sword belongs to humanity. Grandpa just looked tired, like Enoch was a telemarketer who wouldn't take no for an answer. Patelladay, he said calmly. They're all yours. Keep them busy and away from the pyramid. The fish commander grinned, showing way too many teeth. Been wanting to test the new stun cannons. Boys and girls, let's play. Energy weapons lit up the night as the plumbers moved to intercept. The last thing I saw before we headed deeper was the tigress woman picking up 2 knights and using them as clubs to hit a third. Come, the Ancient One said, already gliding into the jungle. Time grows short. The deeper we went, the wronger everything felt. The temperature dropped despite the tropical heat, and I swear I could hear whispers that weren't quite there. Trees contorted into unsettling shapes, their bark black and oozing, and vines hung like gallows ropes, twitching as if affected by an unseen force. Death magic, Charmcaster whispered, gripping her obsidian shard like a lifeline. It's saturating everything. Gwen nodded, looking green around the gills. It's like the air itself is dying. I couldn't feel magic the way they could, but even I knew something was seriously wrong. The Omnitrix kept pulsing, reacting to God knows what. Everything tasted like pennies and static. Stay together, the Ancient One warned. Reality grows thin near places like this. Trust nothing you see. Oh good, Gwen muttered. Because this wasn't creepy enough already. Now we get hallucinations too. Where's your sense of adventure? You were so bold earlier, I asked, but my joke fell flat seeing her tremble. We walked for what felt like forever but was probably 20 minutes. Then the jungle just stopped. Like someone had taken a cookie cutter to the forest, leaving a perfect circle of nothing. And there it was. The pyramid erupted from the earth like a bad dream made of stone, a massive ziggurat of black volcanic rock that seemed to eat light. Purple and green energy swirled above its peak in a vortex that made my eyes water. Every block was carved with symbols that looked like the tablet's glyphs, if the tablet's glyphs were screaming. No way, I stared at it. That's a prison, the Ancient One finished quietly. 7 sorcerers died building it. Their souls still guard what lies within. Although I have a feeling they've recently been absorbed. Grandpa swept his scanner over the structure. Energy readings are insane. Whatever's in there, it knows we're here. There, Charmcaster pointed. The entrance. She was right. A massive gateway covered in do not enter warnings in about 50 languages stood at the base. Or what was left of it, the large stone doors had been blown apart, scattered in chunks across the ground. Dark magic hung in the air like smoke from a grease fire. Shit. You messing with the mask didn't buy us much time, Ben. She beat us here, Gwen said, her hand glowing as she read the energy. But something's wrong. The magic is torn and shredded. There was a fight. A big one. The Ancient One's face went grim. Then we have no time to waste. If Celine has already faced the Guardians. We approached carefully. Up close, the pyramid was worse. The stone didn't just look black, it was like staring into a hole in reality. The shattered doors showed carvings of people dying in ways that would make horror movies look like Disney films. So, I said, trying to break the tension, anyone else thinking maybe we should have gone to Disneyland instead? Cricket sounds. Even the jungle was a tough crowd. We stepped inside, and the temperature crashed. The interior was a maze designed by someone who hated physics, hallways that curved up into darkness, stairs that went in directions that shouldn't exist. The walls showed that monster from the magical hologram consuming entire worlds, souls streaming into its mouth like rivers. That's the Avatar? I asked, immediately wishing I hadn't looked. One of its gentler moments, the Ancient One said. Before the seal. Celine's path was easy to follow, scorched walls, melted stone, and what might have been guardians once, now just piles of crystal dust. The air reeked of ozone and something else. Something that had been dead for a very, very long time. Girl put up a fight, Grandpa noted, examining a section of wall that looked like someone had taken a blowtorch to butter. The pyramid's defenses were formidable, the Ancient One explained. Clearly not formidable enough. We descended, following the destruction. The passages widened, ceilings stretching up into darkness. My breath came out in clouds now, the cold biting through my clothes. Then we reached the heart of the pyramid. A cathedral of nightmares carved from solid rock. Pillars shaped like twisted, screaming faces held up a ceiling I couldn't even see. Sick green light pulsed from ahead, painting everything in shades of wrong. In the center sat a sarcophagus that belonged in a museum, if museums collected things that radiated pure evil. Jade and obsidian formed patterns that hurt to follow. The lid had been blasted open, split like an eggshell. And chained to it by black-red magic was that. The avatar stood 12 feet tall and nearly just as wide, wearing ancient Mayan robes that had seen better days. Blue fabric with yellow trim hung over a form that couldn't decide if it was solid or liquid. No teeth in that mouth, just a black void with a tongue that moved like it had its own brain. Red eyes burned above a ceremonial mask, and bandages wrapped its limbs, leaking something dark and viscous. Just looking at it made reality hiccup. And standing over her prize, dress torn and blood on her lips but definitely winning, was Celine Gallio. The mask of Aput glowed in her grip, pulsing with sick triumph. Fuck, we're late to the party. Celine spun at my voice, and her victorious expression curdled like milk when she noticed who stood beside me. Are you fucking kidding me? The Ancient One stepped forward, radiating that special kind of calm that meant someone was about to get their ass kicked. Language, Lady Celine, there are children around. This ends now. Release the avatar and surrender the mask. Celine's laugh could have stripped paint. Watch what you say, Yao. Little girl playing dress-up in her master's robes. You walk into my moment of victory and make demands. If your master were alive, he'd have bowed and begged for mercy. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees, and the Ancient One's voice went from calm to cosmic. You mistake my master. Just because he was respectful to you does not mean he wouldn't have stopped you if you crossed the line. Now, I inherited his will. I am the shield. I am the line that will not be crossed. Stand down. Last chance. Damn. Celine's eyes blazed with the fury of someone who'd been alive way too long. She raised the mask, and reality started bending around her like taffy. Behind her, the chained avatar let out a sound that made my skeleton want to leave without me. The Ancient One's hands came up, golden mandalas spinning to life around her arms. Grandpa's weapon hummed. Gwen and Charmcaster lit up with their respective magics. And me. I slapped the Omnitrix, scrolling through options like my life depended on it. Which it probably did. Celine's beautiful face twisted into something ugly. I can't bother myself with this any longer. Fine. You'll burn with this worthless crowd. The chamber exploded into chaos as two forces of nature prepared to throw down, with the fate of everything hanging in the balance. For a moment, I wondered if I even mattered in this fight. Chapter 59, A God's Fury, A Hero's Heart. Chapter 59, A God's Fury, A Hero's Heart. Note, we met the goal. Lucky we did because this chapter ends in kind of a cliff. But now the next chapter has been posted too. Enjoy. I still wasn't sure which alien to go when the Ancient One's voice echoed through the temple. I will engage Celine. Keep the avatar occupied. Celine's ritual is in progress. It is wounded, but its power is still immense. Max, you know what to do. Grandpa nodded, already reaching for something in his belt. In the meantime, Ben, the sword is the key to all of this. Secure it. The sword sat on a pedestal near a sarcophagus, high above many stairs, maybe 50 feet away. With XLR8 speed, I could grab it before anyone blinked. The choice was simple. Green light washed over me as my body elongated, muscles restructuring for pure velocity. The world slowed to a crawl as my perception accelerated. Celine and the Ancient One were already moving, their hands weaving patterns that hurt to track even in slow motion. Apuk's avatar remained on its knees like a mountain of decay, those red eyes burning holes in reality. I pushed off and felt the stone floor crack under the force. 50 feet. At my top speed, that was nothing. I'd be there in. The avatar moved. Not too fast, not by my standards. But it didn't need to be fast. It just needed to be. A wave of pure wrongness erupted from its form, a shockwave of necrotic energy that turned the air itself into poison. The stone floor aged 1,000 years in seconds, crumbling to dust. I tried to dodge, but the wave wasn't just physical. It was conceptual. The idea of decay given form. My armor started smoking, the biometal corroding at the edges. Shit. A tendril of shadow, thick as a tree trunk and moving like it had a mind of its own, whipped out from the creature's robes. It caught me across the chest. Pain exploded through me as I went flying, skidding across the chamber floor. The Omnitrix sparked, fighting off whatever corruption had touched me. I could taste copper and ash and feel my enhanced metabolism working overtime to purge the toxins. Even under a ritual, the avatar was programmed to follow its task. It'd do anything to protect the sword. Okay, I wheezed, reverting to human form. Direct approach is a no-go. The transformation ended in a flash of green, and I was already cycling through options. If speed wouldn't work, let's try strength. 4 arms burst into existence in all my muscle and anger. I flexed all 4 biceps, feeling the raw power coursing through me. This form had gone toe-to-toe with the Hulk. Surely it could handle one decrepit death god's servant. I charged, the floor shaking under my weight. The avatar turned those burning eyes on me, and for a second, I swear it looked bored. My first punch could have demolished a building. It landed with a wet thud against the creature's midsection, and it felt like punching a mountain made of tar and bone. The force just disappeared. Absorbed into that impossible form like I'd thrown a pebble into the ocean. The avatar's arm moved with deceptive slowness. A casual backhand, like swatting a fly. It hit like a freight train made of nightmares. I went airborne again, this time backwards into one of those screaming face pillars. Ancient stone cracked under the impact, dust raining down. Every one of my 4 arms ached, and I could feel something warm trickling down my face. Blood. Great. Servant of the death god. Charmcaster's voice cut through the chaos. She stood with her hands raised, purple energy crackling between her fingers. Hear me. I am Hope, daughter of Spellbinder. I do not seek conflict. I seek an audience with your true master. Apuk, can you hear me? The avatar didn't even acknowledge her. It swatted her magical bolts aside like they were soap bubbles, its attention still fixed on me. Or maybe on the sword behind it. Hard to tell with a creature that had no real face. Ugh. Tennyson. I'll help you fight it. It's using magic to absorb your punches, I'll help you disrupt the magic, you start beating it down, Charmcasted laid out the plan. As I followed suit, the real fight behind us grew more dangerous. The world exploded into impossible geometries as the Ancient One and Selene clashed. It was a sight that hurt to see. Gwen pressed herself against a pillar, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. This wasn't just a fight, it was 2 realities trying to occupy the same space. The Ancient One's hands moved in precise patterns, golden mandalas spinning into existence around her. They were a work of art, fractals within fractals, mathematical perfection given form. Selene responded with raw power. Where the Ancient One was precision and control, she was chaos. Dark energy poured from her like water from a broken dam, eating away at the very fabric of space. You think your parlor tricks impress me, child? Selene's tone was full of arrogance. I was practicing magic when your ancestors were learning to make fire. The Ancient One didn't respond with words and her expression remained somber. She clapped her hands together, and suddenly the world began to fold. The chamber stretched like taffy, walls becoming corridors that led nowhere and everywhere. Selene found herself trapped in an infinite hallway, every door opening to another identical passage. The mirror dimension, Gwen observed, for she too was pulled into it. She'd read about it in Hex's book, but seeing it in person was something else entirely. Selene snarled, her beautiful face twisting with annoyance. Hiding behind borrowed dimensions. How disappointingly predictable. She pressed her palm against the fractured reality, and Gwen watched in horror as the mirror dimension began to rot. The mathematical perfection corrupted, equations breaking down into chaos. With a sound like breaking glass, they snapped back into the real world. If you insist on making a mess, Selene said, adjusting her torn dress, then let's make it properly. Grandpa Max moved beside Gwen, his hand on her shoulder. Stay back, pumpkin. This is about to get ugly. He pulled something from his belt, a grenade that looked like it was made of crystallized light. Mana Disruption Grenade. Plumber Special. Things like this endanger you in particular, Gwen, so watch how it works in case something like this is used against you in the future. This should give the Ancient One an opening. He threw it with practiced ease. The device detonated in a burst of silver light, and for a moment, all the magical energy in the room went haywire. Selene's next attack fizzled, the Ancient One's shields flickered, and even the avatar paused in its relentless advance. Now. Gwen didn't need to be told twice. She channeled everything she had through her charms, pink energy flowing out to reinforce one of the Ancient One's wards. It wasn't much, but in a fight between titans, even a feather could tip the scales. Selene's eyes found her. Annoying little gnat, the immortal hissed. Her hand came up, and Gwen saw death approaching. Even with her magic suppressed, her mutant powers were not. And Selene possessed many such powers. It wasn't a blast of energy or a bolt of lightning. It was worse. A focused lance of black flame that looked like pure entropy, the concept of unmaking given form. It would hit her and she would simply cease. No explosion, no drama. Just gone. Time slowed. The Ancient One was locked in a binding spell, unable to break away. Ben was still struggling with the avatar. Charmcaster was too far. But Grandpa Max wasn't. No. Celine's shout mixed with Gwen's scream as Max threw himself into the path of the attack. The immortal tried to pull back, to weaken the blow, but entropy wasn't something you could take back once released. The dark energy hit him. There was no grand explosion. No dramatic death scene. Max Tennyson, the man who'd faced down alien invasions and taught his grandchildren to be heroes, simply crumpled. His plumber suit flickered once, twice, then dimmed. He hit the floor with a soft thud that somehow echoed louder than all the magical explosions. "Grandpa." Gwen's voice came out small, broken. She dropped to her knees beside him, hands shaking as she reached for his still form. "And no, Grandpa, please." Nothing. No breath, no heartbeat, no warmth. Something inside her snapped. The shock and grief hit first, a tidal wave of loss that threatened to drown her. Then came the rage. Pure, incandescent fury at the woman who'd taken one of the most important people in her world. And underneath it all, something else stirred. Something that had always been there, sleeping in her blood, waiting. Gwen Tennyson screamed. Pink light erupted from her like a star going nova. Her hair whipped around her face, no longer obeying gravity. Her eyes blazed with the light of distant nebulae. Her skin began to crack, just like the stone floor beneath her that crackled in a spider web pattern around her. Raw, purple-pink mana poured out in waves. She wasn't thinking anymore. Wasn't planning or calculating or being clever. She was just power, grief, and rage given form. The charms around her neck brightened like never before, unable to contain what she'd become. To be fair, she didn't need them anymore. She was embracing herself, her skin beginning to shed. She was an anodite now. Beings of pure energy, pure magic, pure emotion, and pure destruction when angry. Gwen was anger manifest. And, she wanted Celine Gallio dead. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Just when I managed to defeat the weakened avatar with Charmcaster's help, I saw Grandpa's sacrifice. Before I could process it, he jumped in front of Gwen, but the situation following it made my mind reel further. I watched from the floor as my cousin transformed into something straight out of my nightmares. Not because she was scary, though she absolutely was, but because I knew what this meant. I'd seen the show. I knew what happened when anodites lost control. They lost their humanity. Permanently. Emotions, love, as well as her body itself. Gwen won't be Gwen anymore if her skin fully sheds. The pink energy emanating from her was already starting to have an effect. The stone was crystallizing, matter converting to energy at the molecular level. If she kept this up, she wouldn't just destroy Celine. She'd take out the pyramid, probably half of Mexico, and there wouldn't be a Gwen left afterwards. Just an energy being that remembered being human once. I had to stop her. Not just to save everyone else, but to save her. There was also the chance that Celine, as an immortal, would somehow survive this regardless. My hand found the Omnitrix symbol, returning to human, and my fingers frantically scrolled through options. XLR8. I needed XLR8. Grab her and Max, get them out of here. Let the Ancient One handle Celine while I get my family to safety. I slammed down on the watch face. The transformation felt different immediately. Instead of shrinking into XLR8's sleek form, I grew taller. My body became smooth, almost rubbery, with a black and white pattern that reminded me of an old TV. A single green eye opened where my face should be, and I could feel antennae sprouting from my head. Long, whip-like, crackling with potential. Conductoid plugs formed on my fingers and tail. This wasn't XLR8. This was something new. Something that felt like it was made of pure electrical potential. Knowledge flooded my brain as the Omnitrix's database provided context. Suddenly, looking at the raging storm of mana that was my cousin, I understood why the watch had given me this form. This was a conductoid, and for some reason, I felt alive in this body. No way. Could it be? Yes. Feedback. Without hesitation, I lunged toward her. Image here. Chapter 60, Divine Intervention. Chapter 60, Divine Intervention. The mana storm raged around Gwen like a pink hurricane. Chunks of stone lifted into the air and disintegrated into streams of pure energy. The temperature had dropped to near absolute zero in some spots, while others burned hotter than the sun. Reality was having a bad day, and my cousin was the cause. I didn't let myself think about what I was about to do. Benjamin, stay away. It's too dangerous. Even as the Ancient One shouted at me to stop, I didn't listen. Thinking would mean acknowledging how insanely dangerous this was. Instead, I just moved, my new form surprisingly agile despite its lanky build. I reached Gwen just as another wave of power pulsed out. I'm here, Gwen. My voice buzzed with electricity, and my earplugs found her shoulders where I jammed them in. The sensation was indescribable. Raw mana, the fundamental force that anidites were made of, flooded into me. It should have killed me instantly. Should have overloaded every blood vessel, fried every synapse. But I wasn't human. I was feedback. Feedback wasn't just built to absorb energy, he was built to absorb any energy. To take it, process it, amplify it, and redirect it. My body lit up like a Christmas tree, making me scream. There was no pain, however, just excitement. Black and white patterns now traced with veins of gold and pink. My single eye blazed brighter than ever as impossible amounts of power coursed through me. I could feel everything, every electron in the air, every photon bouncing off the walls, the bioelectric fields of everyone in the room. But it wasn't enough. Gwen was fighting back against my absorption. Gwen. I shouted, don't resist. I watched her growl with her eyes white. For a moment, I wondered if she could even hear me. Then the resistance began to fade, and her glow dimmed as I drained her anodite form flickering like a TV with bad reception. The pink energy swirled through my antennae, cycling through my body, being converted and contained. The cracks in her skin vanished, and she let out a soft gasp, eyes rolling back as the transformation reversed. I caught her as she fell, fully human again. Carefully, gently, I laid her next to Grandpa Max. She was breathing. Alive. Human. Grandpa wasn't. I gently placed a hand on his chest. Then, I let a trickle of electricity enter his heart. I had no hope. I didn't know what I was doing. Yet. Grandpa gasped. I swallowed as many pairs of eyes observed me. Grandpa's heart pumped, and he shot awake, although his eyes closed again. But he was breathing now. He'd be all right. Sleep tight, you two, I whispered, standing up. Then I turned to face Celine. The immortal sorceress had paused in her battle with the Ancient One, watching my display with something between shock, relief, and calculation. I'm glad you saved Max. What manner of creature are you? You're the one who attacked him, you have no right to say that, I said, rolling my shoulders as a grin began to form on my lips despite the situation. And the name's feedback, lady. I couldn't stop the grin. It was an odd sensation because I felt my personality get amplified by the electricity. I felt cocky, energetic, ready to throw down. And let me tell you, I'm positively buzzing to destroy you. She sneered at the pun. Another child with a fancy toy. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're Max's grandson. You think absorbing one little girl's tantrum makes you my equal? Only one way to find out. All the mana I'd absorbed had turned into electricity, ready to be used. I kicked the ground, shooting the ground with electricity from my fingers as I blitzed towards Celine. She raised her hand, dark magic coalescing into a spear of pure destruction. The same kind of entropy that had taken down Grandpa concentrated into a killing blow. She hurled it at me with contemptuous ease. I raised one hand, plugs extended. The entropy hit my conductors and stopped. The dark magic sparked and crackled as it was drawn into my form, converted from destruction to pure electrical potential. My eyes twitched as I processed what I'd just absorbed. Ooh, that tickles. I laughed electrically, antennae twitching with excess energy. Got anything with more kick? Celine's perfect composure cracked. Impossible. You can't just. Can't. I interrupted, raising both hands as electricity danced between my plugs. I can do anything, lady. I'm a walking impossibility. Now, let me show you what your own power looks like with a feedback twist. I fired. The blast was everything she'd thrown at me and more. Dark magic converted to pure electrical force, amplified by the mana I'd absorbed from Gwen, shaped by alien biology into something that bypassed conventional defenses. A massive cannon blast of emerald and pink lightning that lit up the chamber like a second sun. Celine barely got a shield up in time. Even so, the impact sent her flying backward into a pillar. Ancient stone cracked under the impact, and for the first time since we'd met her, the immortal sorceress looked genuinely shocked. You dare? Oh, I do. I was already moving, electricity crackling around me in wild arcs. I dare all day long and twice on Sundays. Today is Sunday, lady. You're up for a shock. The Ancient One took advantage of the distraction, golden chains manifesting around Celine's limbs. The immortal shattered them with a gesture, but it cost her precious seconds. Seconds I used to close the distance. What followed was the weirdest fight of my life. And considering I'd punched 2 gamma-radiated monsters in Harlem, that was saying something. Celine would attack with spells that had probably toppled kingdoms across human history. I'd absorb them, convert them, fire them back with interest. She'd dodge, counter with something new, and the cycle would repeat. Every exchange left the chamber more damaged, reality wearing thin from the abuse. If not for whatever magic reinforced this place, half the forest might have been destroyed by now. Thankfully, the Ancient One proceeded to help Gwen, Grandpa, and Charmcaster after seeing me handle my own. What species are you? You're not just absorbing magic, Celine realized, ducking under an arc of electricity. You're absorbing the conceptual energy behind it. This is incredible and fascinating. Aren't I full of surprises? I shot back, using my tail to redirect one of her attacks into the ceiling. Want to see my impression of a Tesla coil? Charmcaster took Gwen and Grandpa outside. The Ancient One joined the assault with me, weaving spells that complemented my electrical attacks. Where I was chaos and adaptation, she was precision and experience. Together, we were actually pushing Celine back. The pyramid groaned around us. Cracks spread through the ancient stone, widening with each magical impact. Dust rained from above as the structure protested the abuse. The seal. Charmcaster shouted from outside the pyramid, her voice carried in through magic. The pyramid's collapse will break the binding completely. As if in response to her words, the avatar let out a sound that wasn't quite a roar. More like reality itself screaming. The chains holding it were starting to fray, weakened by the magical combat tearing the chamber apart. This was bad. We were winning against Celine, but if the avatar got free. A flicker of terrible understanding crossed Celine's blood-streaked face. She looked from the struggling avatar to me, who the Ancient One was now shielding. She saw the frantic energy we were expending not to destroy, but to contain. You fight so hard to preserve this prison, she hissed, a bloody, triumphant smirk spreading across her lips. How tragic it would be if it all came crashing down. Her power, which had been a focused lance, exploded outward into an uncontrolled storm. She stopped holding back. The shadows around her boiled, the air screamed, and she began to draw on the life force of the jungle outside, blackened veins of corruption spreading from the pyramid's base. The entire structure groaned, stone beginning to crack and splinter under the sheer, oppressive weight of her magic. I was wondering why this fight felt so easy. Unlike what she said, she was going easy on me. Not because I was Max Tennyson's grandson, but because she too didn't want to destroy the pyramid. At least, not until right now. Ben Tennyson, you wanted a fight. Let's see if your little toy can handle this. Celine Gallio. One of the 10 immortal externals. For reference, En-Sabah Nur, aka Apocalypse, was one of these 10. Apocalypse was an Avengers-level threat, and Celine wasn't quite inferior to him in any sector. She was far too dangerous. But I didn't have a choice. I had to fight her. Matching her was the only way to prevent that wave of death from washing over everything. The mana I'd absorbed from Gwen, the chaotic magic I'd siphoned from Celine, it all surged to the surface. My single green eye blazed with the light of a dying star. You want it? My voice crackled, full of ecstatic, electric fury. You got it. The energy erupted from me. A torrent of emerald and pink lightning, perhaps a star's worth of raw mana converted into pure, crackling potential. Electricity so intense it became lightning. The two forces met in the center of the chamber. It wasn't a sound, no, it was the frequency of reality giving way. A silent, concussive wave of pure power that blew the chamber apart. The pyramid didn't just crumble, it unraveled. The ceiling collapsed, ancient stone turning to dust under the strain. I let out a stupid whistle. Even half a mile out of this pyramid must be getting turned to ashes right now. This is crazy. My arms shot forward to meet the brunt of the blast, my conductive plugs glowing white-hot as they absorbed what they could. My two whip-like antennae shot upward, intercepting and redirecting falling debris with lightning, while my tail braced against the floor to keep me from being blown away. In the split second before total collapse, I saw a golden shimmer envelop the Ancient One. I got worried for a moment when my electric senses couldn't find the bioelectric aura of Gwen, Max, and Charmcaster outside. But the Ancient One must have pulled into the safety of the mirror dimension. Then, Celine and my energy clashed as if it were the end of the world. All I could see was blue clashing with purple, nothing else, as the world became a humming buzz for who knew how long. I had no idea how long that clash went for. It could have been minutes or even hours, I could never tell. But it finally ended. Celine didn't have endless energy, after all, and even if she did, she didn't want to destroy the entirety of Mexico. I didn't have much energy on my own, but I could absorb and redirect anything she threw, so when she stopped, I had to stop too. Dust and smoke were everywhere. When it began to settle, it revealed a crater where the pyramid's heart had once been. Only the pedestal holding the sword of Ekchuage remained unharmed. The sky was visible above us, framed by very few remaining jagged ruins. Celine stood opposite me, her dress in tatters, bleeding from a dozen minor wounds, but her eyes burned with an immortal's fury. A massive clearing surrounded us. The dense forest we'd come through was visible only far in the distance, the tree limbs appearing black. I panted, but the grin on my face didn't budge. Celine was glaring at me, panting too, blood trickling down her lips. I knew it now. I could understand why Ben Tennyson from the cartoon loved this stupid alien so much. Feedback was stupidly overpowered. You are one tough nut to crack, she huffed, Tennyson. Now it was just Celine and me, standing in the heart of a destroyed tomb. No, we weren't alone. The Avatar, its chains finally shattered by the blast, was slowly, painfully pushing itself to its feet. The Ancient One reappeared in a shower of golden sparks, her face grim. By her side on the ground, I noticed Gwen and Grandpa reappeared too, with Charmcaster standing over them in a protective stance. They didn't look at me or Celine. Their attention was solely on the rising horror. Benjamin, take care of her, the Sorcerer Supreme commanded, her voice cutting through the clearing. I will handle this creature. There were no more words. No more strategy. Just two forces of nature preparing to annihilate each other. Celine kicked off the ground, a blur of shadow and rage. Celine had super strength, so no, this energy clash wasn't the end of her. The fight hadn't ended yet. I launched myself forward, a comet of lightning and righteous anger. The jungle around us was destined to become our arena, and millions of trees and the poor tribes living here were about to witness a battle of gods. Although I doubt they'd remain to tell the tales. That's when everything stopped. A beam of pure, white gold light lanced down from above, piercing through the open sky in a bright radiance. The radiance that filled the chamber was neither harsh nor blinding. It was warm, comforting, like sunlight on a perfect spring morning. Everyone froze as if all of this were a pointless endeavor. Celine, the Ancient One, me in my feedback form, and even the Avatar seemed to pause. No, the Avatar began to tremble in what seemed like fear. We all looked up as a figure descended within the pillar of light. She was beauty and power given form. Iridescent feathers that shifted through every color imaginable adorned her arms and hair. Her skin seemed to glow with an inner light, and her dress was woven from what appeared to be solidified sunbeams. Gold jewelry, which probably predated human civilization, adorned her wrists and neck. However, it was her presence that really resonated. This wasn't just some powerful being. This was divinity. Real, actual, no kidding godhood. She landed silently despite the chaos around her, bare feet touching the crater with impossible grace. Without acknowledging any of us, she walked straight to the pedestal where the sword of Ekchuaj waited. That's. The Ancient One muttered. Yes. That's Kukulkan, Celine finished, and for the first time, I heard actual reverence in her voice. The Mayan chief god. I'm going by my Aztec name this season, the goddess said casually, lifting the sword and resting it on her shoulder like it weighed nothing. Which, for her, it probably didn't. Quetzalcoatl sounds so much more dramatic, don't you think? She turned then, ancient eyes sweeping over our ragtag group. Mortals, mutants, mages, and whatever alien I currently was. Her gaze lingered on each of us, seeming to see straight through to our souls. When she spoke again, her voice carried the weight of millennia. It wasn't a challenge or a threat. Just genuine curiosity mixed with what sounded like disappointment. I can't believe I had to come down for this. She sighed, adjusting the sword on her shoulder. What are you mortals fighting for, anyway? This old thing. Really? The question hung in the air like a physical thing. After all the chaos, all the fighting, all the near-death experiences, we were faced with something none of us had expected. A god who wanted to know why we were making such a fuss in her backyard. I looked around at our group. Celine, frozen mid-spell. The Ancient One, hands still glowing with golden light. Charmcaster, hope brightening her face as she stared at an actual deity. Grandpa Max and Gwen, unconscious but breathing. And me, a walking electrical outlet in black and white, still crackling with stolen power. Right. What were we fighting for? I was protecting the temple, Lady Goddess, I shouted over everyone's shock, all 10 fingers, 2 earplugs, and 1 tail pointing at Celine. It's this which you tried to destroy it. Ask that Avatar over there, he can testify. The pyramid groaned again, more dust falling from the ceiling. The Avatar's chains creaked ominously. And Quetzalcoatl stared at me with an amused glint in her eyes, like she had all the time in the world. Which, being an immortal goddess, she probably did. Image here. We're top 4 right now. At this rate, there will be a week soon when we already top 3 in day 1 Redheart. Yes, the goal is top 3 of course. Usually it takes us 2 days to touch top 3, but I'm hoping we'd manage it faster this time. Meaning tomorrow. If we're top 3 by tomorrow, I'll post 2 chapters like today. Start voting them stones. Chapter 61, The Ancient Game. Chapter 61, The Ancient Game. Note, crazy, we met the goal easy. We're also very close to hashtag 2ND rank, might already be second even, the competition is very close. Regardless, the goal is rank 2. If tomorrow we stand at rank 2 at this time, 24 hours later, I'll once again post 2 chapters. Enjoy. My accusation echoed in the sudden silence, hanging in the dust-filled air between 2 forces of nature and a literal god. Celine's lips curled into a sneer. The Ancient One's expression remained unreadable. But Quetzalcoatl, a slow, deeply amused smile spread across her face, her ancient eyes sparkling with a light that had seen galaxies born. She gestured with the hand not holding the sword of Ectuage, encompassing the massive crater and the shattered ruins that had once been a pyramid. Protecting the temple, lightning bug. Her voice was warm, laced with the kind of condescending wit only a god could pull off. A fine job you've all done of it. And as for your witness. She glanced at the roaring avatar, which was still straining against its divine chains. His testimony tends to be a bit, one note. Amid the adrenaline, I'd forgotten to note something. It was only then, as she spoke directly to me with the playful tone, that my brain finally rebooted. As I stood there in my feedback form, crackling with stolen power, I processed what I was truly seeing. Quetzalcoatl. The actual, honest-to-God's Aztec chief deity. And she was a woman. Not just any woman, either. I realized why she looked so familiar. That flowing blonde hair adorned with iridescent feathers, the athletic build that spoke of divine strength, and even the way she casually held a world-ending sword like it was a baseball bat. No way. She looks exactly like her incarnation from Fate/Grand Order. What the hell? I'd spent way too many hours playing that gacha game in my past life. Spent way too much money, too, chasing that damn SSR version of her. And now here she was, standing in the ruins of a Mayan pyramid, lightly mocking me after I'd tried to tattle on an immortal vampire. Life really is stranger than fiction. Celine started to speak, a venomous retort on her lips. The Ancient One prepared a more formal, respectful explanation. Quetzalcoatl raised a single finger, and they were both silenced, not by force, but by an overwhelming sense of cosmic futility. Hush now. Both of you, she said, her amusement fading into a weary wisdom. I don't need your stories, your justifications, or your blame. I've been watching this unfold since the first artifact was disturbed. And so, I trust this good boy here. She turned her gaze back to me, and it felt like being weighed and measured by the universe itself. You all fought bravely. You fought for survival, for protection, for power, and for family. Her eyes met mine when she said the last word, and I knew she'd seen everything. Grandpa's sacrifice, Gwen's transformation, my desperate intervention. I just didn't expect Celine to be involved in this. She turned to the immortal witch, and the temperature in the area dropped sharply. When she spoke again, her voice carried the weight of disappointed eternity. What you were trying was foolish and stupid, Celine Gallio. Did you think the gods would sit still while you tried to take these things with the intention of destroying worlds? Quetzalcoatl shook her head slowly. You are old. You were there to see the fall of Lemuria and Atlantis. Why do you still make such bad choices? Celine's perfect features twisted into a scowl, but she said nothing. What could you say when a god called you out on your bullshit? The Ancient One stepped forward, golden mandalas still spinning faintly around her hands. Lady Quetzalcoatl, if I may ask, why now? Why intervene personally when you've let similar conflicts play out before? Ah, the current Sorcerer Supreme. Quetzalcoatl's expression softened slightly. Always so serious, you mystic guardians. To answer your question, this isn't just about stopping one ambitious vampire. This is about something much older. Much larger. How so? You should be aware of it already. To some extent, she began to pace, and I noticed how the cracked stone seemed to heal itself wherever her bare feet touched. This pyramid, this prison, this entire complex, it's not unique. It's one of many nexus points in a network that spans the Americas. Similar sites exist across the world, each maintained by different pantheons. Together, they form a web that keeps certain energies in check. The Avatar. Charmcaster asked, understanding dawning on her face. Among other things. Quetzalcoatl nodded. That creature is genuinely dangerous, a fragment of death itself given form. In the wrong hands, it could unmake entire civilizations. Celine's ambition to control it was real, and the threat catastrophic. But. She paused, and her next words made my electrical form buzz with tension. But it's never enough to make a god step in. The reason I'm here is that this certain scenario, this specific conflict with these specific players, is part of a pattern that predates human memory. You see, you were fighting for survival, for family, for balance. All noble goals. But you were also, unknowingly, participating in something far older. I couldn't help myself. Are you saying this was all some kind of game? Not a game, she corrected, her voice gentle but firm. A struggle. A philosophical conflict that has shaped the destiny of worlds since consciousness first looked up at the stars and wondered why. She gestured broadly, and suddenly the air shimmered with images. Ancient cities rising and falling. Civilizations blooming and withering. And through it all, two forces in eternal opposition. For millennia, the gods of death, my friend Mictlantecuhtli among them, who you may call Apuk, and the gods of life and creation have engaged in this struggle. The core question is simple. Are sentient beings inherently corruptible, or can they transcend their base natures? That's. I started, then stopped. Because what do you say to that? Heavy. Cosmic. Unfair. Quetzalcoatl smiled sadly. All true. But also necessary. Each cycle, each test, involves genuine threats with real consequences. If death wins, civilizations fall. If life wins, they evolve. The stakes are always real. The Ancient One spoke up, her voice carefully neutral. Ah, this is what you were talking about. I understand now. Yes, the Sorcerer Supreme has always been aware of this arrangement. We try to minimize the damage, to protect the innocent caught in the crossfire. And sometimes you succeed, Quetzalcoatl acknowledged. Sometimes you don't. Atlantis and Lemuria learned that the hard way. All eyes turned to Selene, who had been uncharacteristically quiet. When she finally spoke, her voice dripped with bitter experience. I knew I was being influenced and pushed. Prodded by fate's invisible hand. Her chin lifted defiantly. But I embraced it willingly. Power is power, regardless of the source. My centuries have taught me one truth: death always wins eventually. So I thought I'd finally conquer it by enslaving the avatar of one of the more prominent death gods. To truly overcome the inevitable. Quetzalcoatl's expression hardened. Indeed, inevitability is a lie we tell ourselves when we're too afraid to fight for something better. Then she turned to me, and I felt the full weight of divine attention. It was like being X-rayed by the sun. But you, Benjamin Tennyson. You represent something unprecedented. A wild card in a game that has remained unchanged for eons. The Omnitrix, I said, already knowing where this was going. Indeed. I don't know much about it, but it was Galvan's first thinker, Azimuth. Who built that device, correct? At my nod, she continued. Odin was telling me about that frog the last time we sat down for a drink. It takes quite a fascinating mind to have Odin, the Allfather, enchanted. From what I'm told, Azimuth built that thing to foster understanding between species. A noble goal. But in doing so, he inadvertently created something that defies fundamental rules. She began listing on her fingers. A mortal who can become non-mortal at will. A single consciousness that can experience multiple evolutionary paths. Someone who can absorb the energy of an anodite, redirect a vampire's magic, and stand here crackling with stolen power while having a philosophical discussion with a goddess. When you put it like that, I sound pretty awesome, I couldn't help but quip. You sound like an anomaly, she corrected, but there was warmth in her voice. The genuine danger here wasn't just Selene's ambition. If she had succeeded in controlling the Avatar and taken the sword, it would have given Death a catastrophic advantage. The balance would have tipped for millennia. The stakes were, and remain, genuinely apocalyptic. Yet, you, who were wielding a device arguably stronger than the sword of Ekchuage, fought to stop her. Therefore, the game this time was special. She moved then, gliding over to where Grandpa Max lay. Without ceremony, she placed one hand on his chest. Golden light flowed from her fingers, sinking into his still form. You already saved his life with that electric shock, she explained, glancing at me. I'm simply speeding up the recovery process. He should also feel about a decade younger when he wakes. Consider it an investment in you, Benjamin. Max's breathing deepened, color returning to his face. Beside him, Gwen stirred slightly, as if sensing the divine energy. I usually wouldn't interfere so directly, Quetzalcoatl continued. Death's touch leaves marks that even gods must respect. But you've changed the rules. Fair's fair. She turned to Selene next, and now her expression was pure judgment. And you? You failed. You knew the rules of engagement, old witch. Yet you were arrogant enough to try making death your champion. With a gesture almost too fast to follow, she traced a golden sigil in the air. It blazed like a miniature sun before shooting forward and burning itself onto Selene's forehead. The immortal sorceress didn't even try to dodge, knowing better than to fight a chief god's judgment. If she'd tried to resist, I had a feeling I'd see a clash far greater than the one a few minutes ago. The power of a chief god. I was glad that wasn't what happened. I'd enjoyed enough climatic fight for a day. Your power remains, Quetzalcoatl pronounced as the sigil faded from sight, though I had a feeling it was still there on some level. But try to breach the veil between life and death again, and you'll find yourself on the wrong side permanently. And trust me, Selene, you won't enjoy what waits for those who break divine law. Finally, she approached me. I instinctively started to move closer, but she held up a hand. Let's keep some distance, boy. That watch has no business being near me. Her smile took the sting out of the rejection, as she gave me a familiar look. What was that look about? And was she scared I'd skin her DNA or something? Regardless, you've done well in stopping this situation. I can now go brag to those stubborn death gods. And I have a feeling you'll be more involved with the divine in the coming age. Perhaps then we'll get to sit down and talk properly next time we meet. I'd love to hear about your adventures. Sure thing. Excuse me. We all turned to see Charmcaster, looking more nervous than I'd ever seen her. She was practically vibrating with anxiety, but determination won out. Lady Quetzalcoatl, I came here seeking answers. About death. About bringing someone back. My father, he. The goddess's expression softened to something almost maternal. Oh, child. I know why you're here. I know what you've lost. She moved closer to Charmcaster, who looked like she might cry. But death is the natural cycle. Without it, life has no meaning. Your father understood this. He wouldn't want you walking this dark path. But I miss him, Charmcaster whispered, and for once, all her walls were down. Of course you do. That's love. That's human. Quetzalcoatl reached out and gently touched Charmcaster's cheek. Hope, was it? That is your name. It means something. Your father, the spellbinder, was someone wise. He must have granted you that name for a reason. Honor him by living, not by trying to undo what cannot be undone. There are other ways to connect with those we've lost. Healthier ways. Perhaps the Ancient One can teach you, if you're willing to learn. Did her father name her knowing such a thing would happen? That reminded me of a quote. Hope. Hope is a flower that only blooms in the depths of despair. So those who can grasp hope must always be surrounded by despair. Charmcaster nodded, tears streaming down her face. I stepped closer, putting a comforting hand on the young sorceress's shoulder. She placed her face on my chest to muffle her sniffles. Well then. Quetzalcoatl straightened, moving back to where the avatar writhed in its chains. This cycle is concluded, but the game continues. The sword comes with me, as does our prisoner here. And Celine. The immortal sorceress, who had been edging to flee, stopped. I hope next time I won't see you meddling in divine affairs. You're clever enough to find power without breaking cosmic law. Use that cleverness. Celine clicked her tongue in annoyance but said nothing. Her gaze swept over us one last time, lingering on Grandpa Max's sleeping form. Something flickered in her eyes, regret. Frustration. Then her gaze found the Omnitrix symbol on my chest, and she stared for a long moment. This isn't over, she said finally, though it sounded more like a statement of fact than a threat. The game continues, as the goddess said. And next time, I'll be better prepared for anomalies. With that, she vanished into a portal of shadow, leaving only the scent of burnt forest and expensive perfume. Quetzalcoatl sighed. That one never learns. Ah well, some people need multiple lessons. She hefted the sword and gestured at the avatar. Golden chains replaced the failing ones, and the creature seemed to shrink into itself. Time for me to go as well. This prison needs rebuilding, and I have a death god to have words with about keeping his toys properly locked up. Wait, I called out as she began to glow. What happens now? What do we do with this knowledge? I didn't know what I meant by that question. Honestly, when I'd awakened these memories, I was just happy to be Ben Tennyson with the Omnitrix. But, this world was much bigger than Ben 10. Million-year-old gods roamed the world, and behind the curtains of everyday reality, fate and divine chess played their games for their own agenda. She paused, considering. Whatever you think is right, Benjamin Tennyson. That's the beauty of free will. Just remember, every choice creates ripples. Some become waves. Some become tsunamis. Choose wisely. The light intensified, and when it faded, she was gone. The sword was gone. The avatar was gone. Even the oppressive atmosphere of death magic had lifted. We were left standing in a ruined pyramid in the middle of the Mexican jungle, with 2 unconscious family members and more questions than answers. So, I said, finally letting the transformation end. The electricity faded, leaving me just regular Ben Tennyson again. Exhausted, confused, but somehow still standing. Anyone else feel like we just got a peek behind the cosmic curtain and really wish we hadn't? Speak for yourself, Charmcaster said, wiping her eyes as she pushed back from me. I finally got an answer. Even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. The Ancient One nodded approvingly. Wisdom often comes in forms we don't expect. Come, we should leave before the ley lines under the pyramid become unstable. Your grandfather and cousin need proper rest. As we gathered our wounded and made our way out, I couldn't shake Quetzalcoatl's words. Every choice creates ripples. The Omnitrix hummed on my wrist, quiet now but always present and always ready. I'd started this summer thinking I was just a kid with a cool watch. Now I understood I was a variable in an equation that spanned millennia. A wild card in a cosmic game I'd never asked to play. but if I was being honest, part of me couldn't wait to see what happened next. Chapter 62, Debrief and Divergence. Chapter 62, Debrief and Divergence. The crater looked like God's own fist had punched the earth. Plumber operatives swarmed over the devastation with the efficiency of ants cleaning up after a picnic, their black tactical gear making them look like shadows against the scorched ground. I was back to my human form now and watched from a chunk of fallen masonry as Commander Patelade barked orders through his suit speaker, his fish-like features somehow managing to look both professional and deeply confused. He was a Pisxisvalan, Ripjaw's species. They were such a species that couldn't live without water for long, they'd literally die. So being a plumber was a dangerous job for this man, and so it was respectable that he bothered to do it, and even reached the rank of Magister through it. Perimeter secure, one of the operatives reported. The tigress woman from earlier, now sporting a few new scratches but otherwise unharmed. She seemed to be from Wrath species. Forever Knights have been detained. 17 in custody, 3 requiring medical attention. Good work, Sergeant T, Patelade acknowledged, then turned to survey the massive clearing where dense jungle used to be. His webbed fingers tapped against his thigh in what I was starting to recognize as his thinking gesture. Now someone explained to me how a simple artifact retrieval turned into this. The Ancient One glided forward, still looking fresh as a daisy despite having just gone toe-to-toe with an immortal vampire. Her yellow robes didn't even have dust on them, which seemed deeply unfair considering I felt like I'd been put through a cosmic blender. Allow me, Commander, she inclined her head slightly. After a few minutes of talk, the situation was clear to Patelade. Then, she proposed something. I believe our organizations need to establish better communication protocols for situations involving divine intervention. Patelade's gills flapped, which might have been his version of a sigh. With all due respect, Sorcerer Supreme, the plumbers have protocols for alien invasions, space-time anomalies, and even dimensional breaches. We don't have a forum for Aztec goddess showing up and lecturing everyone about cosmic philosophy. Perhaps we should create one, the Ancient One suggested with the barest hint of a smile. This won't be the last time our paths cross. They moved away, voices dropping to that professional murmur that meant serious grown-up talk was happening. I caught fragments such as, containment procedures, media blackout, official story involving gas leak explosions. You know, the usual bureaucratic dance that happened after the world almost ended. Seeing an opportunity, I hopped off the ruined stone and jogged over to the Tigress Sergeant, who was busy calibrating her ridiculously large minigun. That was some impressive work back there, Sergeant, I said, trying for a charming grin. She glanced up, her feline eyes assessing me with a practiced neutrality. Just doing my job, Mr. Tennyson. No, I'm for real. It was amazing to see. Most people's jobs don't involve using 2 armored guys as clubs, I pointed out. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. They were conveniently shaped. Conveniently shaped and you're conveniently beautiful. It's a dangerous combination. I pushed, leaning against a crate. All right, just to be clear, I wasn't quite attracted to tigers, no, but it was undeniable that her hourglass shape would be considered beautiful. She looked quite similar to Tigress from Kung Fu Panda, if Tigress had 2 massive claws coming from above her wrists. Anyhow, believe me or not, I wasn't here to hit on her, I was attempting to soften the ground first. She finally laughed, a low, rumbling sound. If I were a full-blooded apoplexian, that line would have earned you a dislocated shoulder. At minimum. My grin faltered. You're not. My mother's a human, she said, turning back to her weapon. Grew up on Earth, thankfully. Otherwise, I'd be just another aggressive, brain-dead meathead who screams, "Let me tell you something," before every sentence. I got the best of both worlds, I guess. All the strength, none of the uncontrollable rage. Speaking of strength, I said, pivoting smoothly. I've got a little science experiment I'd like to try, if you're game. I held up my wrist, tapping the face of the Omnitrix. I'm trying to add more alien DNA to my watch's roster. Mind if I get a sample? Sergeant T raised a skeptical eyebrow. Is this some weird human pickup line? No, since you want me to touch your watch, is it a kink? I couldn't help but laugh. Neither. I'm just trying to see if I can skin you. For science. She shrugged, a gesture that looked surprisingly casual on her powerful frame, and extended a hand. Be my guest. Can't say I've ever had my DNA requested on a first date before. Her hand, covered in soft orange fur, rested on the Omnitrix. I held my breath, waiting for the familiar yellow light, the satisfying chirp of a successful scan. Nothing happened. The watch remained dark and silent. I tapped it a couple of times, feeling like an idiot. Huh, she said, a definite note of amusement in her voice. Guess your watch isn't interested. She pulled her hand back and gave my shoulder a light, powerful pat. Better luck next time, Mr. Tennyson. She turned and walked away, her laughter echoing softly as she went back to her duties. I sighed, staring down at the unresponsive device. Way to impress a girl. Jokes aside, I wondered why it didn't work. Was it because she was a hybrid, a half-blood? Or since the Omnitrix already had a pure apoplexian DNA sample, making hers redundant? In either case, it was a bust. Young Tennyson. I looked up to find Patelladay standing over me, his shark-like teeth visible even through the helmet. Commander. Walk with me. It wasn't a request. I pushed myself up, muscles protesting after the feedback transformation. That form had been incredible, but the energy hangover was real. We moved away from the main cleanup area, stopping near what had been the pyramid's entrance. That new transformation, he began without preamble. The one that absorbed and redirected energy, it must be a new one. But the species is not in our database. Do you know anything about it? Yeah, first time using it, but Omnitrix tells me it's a conductoid. I tried to keep my voice casual, but inside my mind was racing. Of course, the plumbers kept tabs on the Omnitrix transformations. They probably had a whole file on me by now. That might be one reason why S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury weren't after me already, because this other organization had marked me before he could notice. I unlocked it today. Had zero idea it could do things like that. That being absorbing the magical output of 2 Omega-level threats and using it to level several square miles of jungle. His tone was carefully neutral, but I could hear the concern underneath. Benjamin, I need you to understand something. You're not just Max's grandson anymore. That device on your wrist makes you a strategic asset on a galactic scale. Strategic asset. Great. Nothing like being reduced to military terminology to make a guy feel special. The plumbers will need a full debrief, he continued. New transformation capabilities, energy absorption limits, potential applications. Commander, I interrupted, spotting movement near where we'd left Grandpa and Gwen. I get it. Reports, documentation, the whole 9 yards. I have a feeling that my grandpa has already discussed this with you beforehand. So I'd leave it to him if this is truly necessary. He sighed dramatically, shaking his head. Oh well, worth a try. I was hoping you'd join the plumbers, but you're not easily swayed. I could guess that was his agenda. It wasn't evil to want the wielder of Omnitrix to be a plumber, but I couldn't be bothered. For now, at least. I was about to speak, but my eyes suddenly caught movement. Ah. Commander, my cousin's waking up, looks like I have to go. Considering she almost turned into a being of pure energy trying to avenge her grandfather, maybe the paperwork can wait. Patelladay followed my gaze to where Gwen was stirring, the Ancient One already moving toward her. Something in his expression softened, as much as a fishman in combat armor could look soft. Go, he said. I thanked him, already jogging away. Behind me, I heard him mutter something about Tennyson's stubbornness being a genetic trait. Probably wasn't wrong. Chapter 63, Shocking Realization. Chapter 63, Shocking Realization. Note, we've met the goal once again. Enjoy the 2 chapters, and vote for more. Gwen's eyes snapped open like someone had jabbed her with a cattle prod. For a second, she just stared at the sky, processing. Then her gaze found Grandpa Max's unconscious but definitely breathing form, and her whole body sagged with relief. Ben. Her voice came out scratchy, like she'd been gargling gravel. Hey there, Sparkplug. I dropped to my knees beside her, trying for a reassuring smile. The Ancient One stopped beside me, looking down. How you feeling? She started to answer, then froze. I watched the exact moment the memories hit, her eyes going wide, face draining of color. Her hand flew to her chest, fingers splaying like she was checking if she was still solid. Oh God, she whispered. Oh God, I almost. Calm down, Gwen, I caught her hand, squeezing gently. You didn't do anything wrong. You were protecting family. I almost turned into. She couldn't even finish the sentence. Ben, I felt it. All that power, all that. I wanted to unmake her. Not just kill her. I wanted her to never have existed. And I have a feeling I might have succeeded. The raw fear in her voice made my chest tight. Today, the brilliant, controlled, always has a plan. Gwen looked absolutely terrified of herself. But you didn't, I said firmly. I stopped you. Something flickered across her face at that. Gratitude, definitely, but underneath, something else. Her fingers twitched in mine. You drained me, she said quietly. Not an accusation, just a statement. I felt you pulling the energy out, taking what I'd become and just taking it. Honestly, I hated it, at that moment, at least. It felt like I was losing part of myself. I had to. You were going to. I know. She pulled her hand back, wrapping her arms around herself. I know you saved me. Saved everyone. It's just. She trailed off, but I got it. That transformation hadn't just been power, it had been pure Gwen, distilled down to her most fundamental self. And I'd literally sucked it out of her. Even if it was to save her life, her current life anyway, that had to feel violating on a level I couldn't fully understand. Before either of us could say more, the Ancient One cleared her throat. She'd been standing beside me for a while now, but she only got noticed now with that spooky silence all magic users seem to master. "Gwendolyn," she said gently. "How are you feeling?" Gwen straightened, and I watched her shift gears from traumatized teenager to eager student so fast it gave me whiplash. "I have questions. About what happened and about what I am." "I thought you might." The Ancient One settled gracefully onto a piece of rubble, somehow making it look like a throne. From nearby, Charmcaster perked her ears. "Ask. What are anodites?" Gwen started immediately. "Grandpa mentioned them once, but he never explained." "They're energy beings, right? Made of mana." "In the simplest terms, yes. Anodites are consciousness given form through pure life energy. They exist in a state between physical and metaphysical, capable of manipulating the fundamental forces that underpin reality. And I'm part that. Your grandmother was an anodite. The potential has always existed within you, though it typically remains dormant in hybrid offspring. Benjamin, for example. He didn't inherit the spark." The Ancient One's gaze sharpened. "Your emotional state triggered a partial transformation. Grief and rage are powerful catalysts. But I could feel myself disappearing." Gwen's voice got smaller. "Like Ben Tennyson was just a mask I was wearing, and underneath was just power." "That is the danger," the Ancient One confirmed. "Anodites often take the form of other mortal species to experience life. But when they ever fully transform back to their true form, they often struggle to remember why they ever chose to be human. I can imagine the effect must be much stronger for a half-blood who's never fully transformed before. The power is seductive. Absolute." I noticed Charmcaster hanging back, purple eyes fixed on Gwen with an expression I couldn't quite read. Envy? Fear? Maybe both. Here was Gwen, naturally gifted with power that most sorcerers would kill for, terrified of what she might become. Meanwhile, Charmcaster had spent years clawing for every scrap of magical knowledge, only to be told by a goddess that her life's goal was impossible. Life really wasn't fair sometimes. "Is there a way to control it?" Gwen asked. "To access the power without losing myself. There are techniques. Meditation practices, emotional regulation exercises, ways to anchor your human consciousness even during transformation." The Ancient One paused, studying Gwen with those ageless eyes. "In the coming days, you'll begin to notice changes. Enhanced perception, involuntary mana manipulation, possibly even partial transformations during emotional spikes. When you return from Mexico, speak with your grandfather. He has experience with this." I don't know if Grandpa will." A groan from behind us cut her off. We all turned to see Grandpa Max sitting up, one hand pressed to his chest. "Grandpa." Gwen practically flew to his side, and I wasn't far behind. "Easy there, pumpkin." He caught her hug with a laugh that sounded way too healthy for a guy who'd taken a death blast to the chest. "I'm okay. Actually." He flexed his fingers, looking puzzled. "I feel better than okay. Like I just had the world's best nap." "Quetzalcoatl healed you," I explained. "Said something about making you feel a decade younger. Divine healthcare, apparently." "Quetzalcoatl. A god. Healed me." He shook his head, still processing. Then his expression sobered as he looked between Gwen and me. "Kids, I'm sorry. I should never have brought you into something this dangerous. This was supposed to be a summer vacation, not—" "Oh, shut up," Gwen interrupted, surprising all of us. "What were we supposed to do, let you handle this alone? You think we'd just sit in the RV playing cards while you fought immortal vampires? Besides," I added, tapping the Omnitrix. "Pretty sure this thing comes with responsibilities. Can't exactly use it just for joyrides and pranks." Grandpa looked at us for a long moment, and I saw about 6 different emotions cross his face. Pride, worry, love, and something that might have been grief for the normal childhood we'd never get back. "Well, we're already adults. When did you two grow up on me?" he asked softly. "Probably somewhere between the giant tick and the death god," I said, which got a wet laugh from Gwen. The Ancient One cleared her throat gently. "I hate to interrupt, but there are matters we should discuss. The full scope of what occurred today, and what it means going forward." So we gave him the rundown. The fight with Celine, my feedback transformation, Gwen's near ascension to energy being, and of course, the divine intervention. Grandpa took it all in with the calm of a man who'd seen too much to be truly surprised anymore. "Quetzalcoatl himself," he mused when we finished. "That's significant. I knew gods existed, but I'd never seen one intervene like this. Such a major god, too. She's a lady, it turns out, and she seemed quite interested in young Benjamin, the Ancient One noted, and something in her tone made me tense. In fact, she seemed almost familiar with him. As if they'd met before. Huh. I blinked. Sure, I knew her from a mobile game in my past life, but that hardly counted. Plus, that was from my side, not hers. Did you get that type of vibe from her? I'm not sure. Well, she said she'd been watching us, so maybe that's why. The Ancient One tilted her head slightly. Perhaps. Gods often take mortal forms to walk among us during events like this. Especially this one, where she was one of the judges behind the curtains. Tell me, in the last few days, did you encounter a snake or something similar? Perhaps a woman who resembled her. Nah, I paused. It took me a moment, but the realization hit me like a lightning bolt. My brain short-circuited for a solid 3 seconds as I processed the implications. No fucking way, I said, turning to Grandpa and Gwen with what probably looked like a poleaxed expression. Joan. The farm wife. She was. Quetzalcoatl was Joan. The facial features, the impossible curves, even the way she'd moved with that supernatural grace. How had I not seen it? The literal Aztec goddess of love and fertility had been, and I had. I looked up at the sky, where Venus hung like a bright jewel in the darkening heavens. As if responding to my realization, the planet seemed to pulse once, a cosmic wink that confirmed my suspicions. Ben. Gwen's voice sounded strange. What about Joan? How did you explain to your cousin and grandfather that you'd unknowingly had a one-night stand with a deity? Even if it was some mortal form. We should probably get going. Long drive back to Texas. Grandpa's eyes narrowed slightly, and I knew that look. You think that Lady Joan was Quetzalcoatl? Not impossible. After all, these 5 guardian families tasked with protecting the magical tablets are heavily connected to this event. Since this event had been a play for the gods, the families being gods themselves playing mortals won't be too surprising. Indeed, the Ancient One said, and was that amusement in her voice. Before you go, however. She turned to Charmcaster, who'd been silent through the entire exchange. Hope. I agree with Lady Quetzalcoatl's offer to you. Camartage has resources that could help you find a new path. Charmcaster straightened, and I guessed she might accept. After all, she seemed to have accepted Quetzalcoatl's words about respecting the dead, so she might abandon this dark path. I was wrong. Her chin lifted in that defiant way I was starting to recognize. Thanks, but no thanks. Her voice was steady, but I caught the uncertainty underneath. I've never been much for rules and structure. I'll find my own way. I expected as much. The door remains open, the Ancient One said simply. Should you change your mind? As we started gathering ourselves to leave, I couldn't help but marvel at how much had changed in just a few hours. We'd come here to stop a weapon from falling into the wrong hands. Instead, we'd glimpsed the machinery of the universe, fought beings of unimaginable power, and apparently, I'd retroactively hooked up with a goddess. Hey, Ben. Gwen's voice was quiet as she helped Grandpa to his feet. Thanks. For stopping me. For saving me from myself. I always would, I said, and meant it. That's what family does. She smiled, and for a moment, things felt normal again. Then I remembered I'd have to explain the Joan situation eventually, someday, one day, and the moment passed. I thought I'd never meet that woman, that she was just a fling, but turns out I was the goddess's fling instead, and we ended up meeting in no time. She should have at least told me Joan was her. If not for the Ancient One's keen eyes, I'd have never known. This summer vacation was definitely one for the books. The very weird, very complicated, probably need therapy after this books. But as we exchanged goodbyes with plumbers still cataloging the impossible, and the Ancient One opened a portal directly to the RV, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. I also had to figure out what to do with Charmcaster, who decided to come into the RV with us for now. Chapter 64, Uncomfortable Quarters. Chapter 64, Uncomfortable Quarters. The Ancient One's portal tore through reality like a knife, spilling golden light onto the dusty Texas parking lot where we'd left the rust bucket. I stumbled through, my stomach lurching from the dimensional shift. My legs betrayed me for a second, but I caught myself before eating dirt. Real heroic. Border crossing without the hassle, Grandpa Max said, stretching his back with an audible pop. No paperwork, no questions, just magical immigration. That's not funny, Grandpa, Gwen muttered, though the corner of her mouth twitched upward slightly. She must be glad to see him joke again. Charmcaster lingered at the portal's edge, charm bag clutched tight against her chest. When the golden light finally collapsed behind her, Something in her posture changed, a barely perceptible tensing, like a wild animal suddenly realizing the cage door had shut. Inside, Grandpa said, eyeing the empty parking lot. Before someone starts asking questions we can't answer. The familiar creak of the rust bucket's door hit differently now, less like coming home and more like the sound of a space that was about to get way too small. The RV's interior, with its worn upholstery and lingering smell of Grandpa's cooking experiments, suddenly felt like contested territory. Charmcaster paused at the threshold, her eyes cataloging every inch of the space. Not admiring but calculating. It's not much, Grandpa said, but it's shelter. She stepped inside as if she were entering enemy territory, which, I suppose, she was. Gwen had already reclaimed her spot, books spread across the dinette table in a pattern too deliberate to be accidental. When Charmcaster set her charm bag on the counter, Gwen casually shifted her laptop, knocking the bag to the floor. "Oh," Gwen said flatly. "My bad." Charmcaster said nothing, just picked up her bag and placed it on the shelf near my pull-out couch. The moment Gwen turned away, I caught the subtle finger movement, the whispered word. The bag vanished and reappeared exactly where Gwen had knocked it from. I bit back a groan. This was going to be a long night. So, I started, desperate to break the growing tension, food. I'm starving after all that crazy. Where exactly am I supposed to sleep? Charmcaster's question sliced through my attempt at normalcy. The RV suddenly felt even smaller. 3 beds. 4 people. Even without Gwen's math skills, I could spot the problem. "We'll figure something," Grandpa began. "Not with me," Gwen cut in. "My bunk barely fits one." Charmcaster's laugh was sharp and brittle. "Relax, princess. Sharing your precious space is the last thing I want." Something in Gwen's expression shifted, a flash of what looked almost like insecurity. Before I could process it, she'd retreated behind her usual wall of sarcasm. "Then where exactly do you plan to sleep?" "The roof." "I'll take the floor," I said, immediately regretting opening my mouth. "Charmcaster can have the couch." Both girls turned to me with nearly identical expressions, half surprise, half suspicion. Gwen's eyes narrowed, darting between me and Charmcaster with a calculation I recognized from when she was solving particularly difficult puzzles. "No," she said flatly. "You're not sleeping on the floor." "Playing hero again, Tennyson." Charmcaster raised an eyebrow. "How predictable." "I was just being considerate. You can take the floor if you don't like it." "Enough," Grandpa's voice carried the weight of decades of command. The Ancient One had personally asked him to take care of Charmcaster for a while, that was why he was letting her stay here. And he wasn't going to go back on his words. Ben, grab the canvas from the external compartment. We're making a hammock. 20 minutes of creative engineering later, we had a hammock strung across the RV's main living area. It looked precarious at best, but it would hold. Probably. "Temporary solution," Grandpa said, voice carefully neutral. "It'd be unsightly to make a lady sleep here. Ben can sleep on this. Until we figure out next steps." Charmcaster nodded, one finger trailing along my new makeshift bedding. I didn't miss how she positioned herself to keep all of us in view, or how her charm bag never left her reach. "Great," Gwen muttered, shoving books into her backpack. "Magical refugee crisis." "Gwen," I warned, but too late. Charmcaster's face went carefully blank, the kind of non-expression that somehow felt more dangerous than anger. "Don't worry," she said, voice flat. "I'll be out of your hair soon enough." "The sooner the better," Gwen shot back. "We've got enough problems without." "Without what?" The temperature in the RV seemed to drop several degrees. "Without someone like me. Someone who doesn't fit into your perfect little family vacation." The words filled the air like smoke. Grandpa cleared his throat, a tactical interruption if I'd ever heard one. "Everyone out," he said, already grabbing his wallet. "We're getting food. Real food. In a place where 2 little kids can't destroy my home with their magic." The diner looked like it had been serving the same greasy burgers since the 1950s. We slid into a booth, Grandpa and me on one side, the girls across from us, separated by approximately 3 feet and several centuries worth of grudges. Our waitress took our orders with the efficiency of someone who'd seen too much to be surprised by anything, not even a family that included a kid with a weird watch, a girl with pink glowing jewelry, and a silver-haired teen in clothes that screamed, "Evil sorceress." Charmcaster ordered enough food for 3 people, something Gwen immediately noticed. "Hungry?" she asked, the question edged with judgment. "When you live on the run, you eat when you can." Charmcaster didn't bother looking up from the menu. Something a pampered little witch wouldn't understand. I watched her unconsciously position her arm around her plate when the food arrived, a subtle, protective gesture that told me more about her past than any sob story could have. She ate quickly and efficiently, as if someone were expecting her meal to be taken away at any moment. It made me a little sad. I was wondering how her backstory fit in the Marvel Universe. We make our own choices. That matters. I won't say I understand what it feels like to lose your father, or what it feels like to hear you can't bring him back, but that's not the end of life. Gwen fell quiet, surprise evident in her face. Right, she didn't see Charmcaster ask Quetzalcoatl a question about her father. If she had, she might not have been this harsh toward the poor girl. Charmcaster shifted to me, her expression unreadable. Says the boy carrying the most powerful weapon in the galaxy. Must be nice to believe your choices are your own. I had no answer for that. This was really difficult. How do you help a person who's unsure about her life, who might have already lost the will to live? I hope she'd let us help. Chapter 65, Moonlit Night. Chapter 65, Moonlit Night. Dinner was another problem. Back at the campsite, the tension morphed from Cold War to magical arms race. Grandpa asked for help setting up, and suddenly the girls were competing to outmagic each other. Gwen used telekinesis to efficiently arrange the camp chairs and table. Charmcaster responded with a lazy flick of her wrist that conjured purple flames around the fire pit, flames that burned without fuel and gave off no heat. Not to be outdone, Gwen created a barrier against insects. Charmcaster summoned tiny, glowing familiars that ate mosquitoes and looked like fireflies. The one-upmanship escalated until dinner prep became a disaster zone. Gwen's telekinetically controlled cooking utensils collided with Charmcaster's magically animated ones, sending spaghetti sauce across the campsite like modern art. That's it, I muttered, slapping the Omnitrix. I'm getting coffee. Anyone want anything? The transformation hit, time slowed, and I was gone before either of them could answer. I did not care. Hopefully, that annoyed them a little. I ran through forests and fields, past sleeping towns and empty highways. XLR8 speed was exactly what I needed, movement without thought, action without consequence. Just the rush of wind and the blur of the world going by. When I finally returned, 2 cups of steaming coffee in hand, I found Grandpa alone by the fire. The flames painted his weathered face in shades of orange and gold, highlighting just how tired he looked. They're in the RV, he said before I could ask. Opposite corners. Détente achieved, for now. I handed him one of the coffees and dropped onto the log beside him. For a few minutes, we just sat in companionable silence, watching the sparks rise toward the stars. I underestimated how difficult this would be, he admitted finally. I've negotiated peace between warring alien factions, but little girls with magic powers and trauma. That's specialist work. You're doing fine, Grandpa. Am I? He took a long sip of coffee. I should have told Gwen about her heritage years ago. Prepared her. Maybe then she wouldn't have lost control when she thought you died. I finished for him. That wasn't about her powers, Grandpa. That was about her loving you. The smile he gave me was sad but genuine. When did you get so perceptive? Must be all the alien DNA, I joked, and got a small chuckle in return. The silence stretched between us, comfortable this time. When Grandpa spoke again, his voice was quieter, more serious. The Ancient One asked me to watch over Charmcaster. Not indefinitely, just make sure she doesn't fall further into darkness. She has no one, Ben. No family, no home, no purpose. That's a dangerous combination. Is that why you're being so patient with her? Partly, he admitted. And partly because I look at her and see what could have happened to either of you without support. Power without guidance rarely ends well. The thought hit harder than I expected. Me with the Omnitrix but no Grandpa or Gwen. No anchor, no compass. It wasn't even a hypothetical question. I'd seen the results of it in Ben 10 Omniverse. Evil Bens who grew up without Grandpa Max. No, even this me. I was not a good person in my previous life. I don't want to go too much into detail, but did I feel any remorse when I killed Kilgrave? Yes, sure he wasn't a saint, but that was a human life. I just wasn't bothered by killing. After I got the Omnitrix, if not for Grandpa's presence, among other factors such as the innocent memories of this life, I might have done some drastically different things. I made a decision. Grandpa, leave the girls to me. I'll check on them, I said, standing. Make sure they haven't hexed each other into oblivion. Ben. Grandpa's voice stopped me at the RV door. Tread carefully. They're both raw right now. In different ways. If you try to talk to Gwen in particular, she'd be quite mad and blame you for taking the new girl's side. I nodded and stepped inside. The RV was dark except for a small reading light in Gwen's bunk. I could hear her breathing, not quite asleep but pretending to be. The pull-out couch was empty. I found Charmcaster outside, on the opposite side of the RV from where Grandpa was sitting on a boulder about 50 feet from the campsite. Moonlight reflected on her silver hair as she had her knees drawn up to her chest, arms wrapped around them, looking smaller than I'd ever seen her. I walked up to her. "Hey." Charmcaster heard the footsteps before he spoke. She'd known he would come, the hero type always did. Predictable. Useful. "Hey. Come to check on the charity case." She kept her eyes fixed on the sky, refusing to give him the satisfaction of seeing her face. The night air was cool against her skin, a welcome relief after the stifling atmosphere of the RV. "Come to check on a friend," he corrected, settling onto the rock beside her. So earnest. So naive. "We're not friends, Tennyson." She let the words fall flat, emotionless. Better that way. "I'm just someone with nowhere else to go." "Maybe. But that doesn't mean we're not friends. We fought side by side. Remember how you helped me against Uphook's avatar? If we hadn't worked together, we might have died there. My father taught me about the stars," she interrupted, not wanting to hear whatever comforting platitude he was about to offer. The memory surfaced unexpectedly, a rare clear moment in the fog of grief and rage she'd lived in for years. There are no stars in the ledger domain. Yet, he knew every constellation. Used to say magic lived in the spaces between stars. That even darkness had patterns if you knew how to look. I always wanted to see the stars. But I hated them the first time I saw them. Because then, my father wasn't by my side. She felt Ben shift beside her, the warmth of his body radiating in the cool night air. Too close. Not close enough. Charmcaster brushed away the unwelcome thought. You probably don't even know what the ledger domain is, though. It's a pocket. Some people call it the limbo, but the name doesn't matter. It's a hellish place. She didn't have any hope that he'd understand. She and he were fundamentally different, after all. While she was a sorceress, he was a tech-reliant superhero. This wasn't about connection, it was about survival. These people were a resource, nothing more. The boy was a means to an end. Yet when she finally turned to face him, something cracked inside her. Why did he look so understanding? Yeah. Doesn't sound like a fun place. I can't remember his face anymore, she admitted, the confession dragging itself from somewhere deep and wounded. I've forgotten what his laugh sounded like. I spent so long trying to bring him back that I lost what I had left of him. Her voice broke, and she hated herself for it. Hated the tears that came unbidden, hated that they were real. This wasn't part of the plan. Ugh. She wasn't supposed to actually feel these things, just use them. Ben's arms came around her awkwardly, and for a moment, she allowed herself to collapse into him. It was to bait him into liking her, but it backfired on her. The comfort of human contact was a shock to her system after years of isolation. Her cold-hearted uncle never bothered to give her a hug, after all. So when she finally got a hug, her body betrayed her, trembling with sobs she couldn't contain. I have nothing, she whispered, and for once, she wasn't acting. No family, no home. I threw everything away for revenge, and now I don't even have that. She felt his hand on her back, hesitant and gentle. Pathetic how much it affected her. How desperately she wanted to believe someone could care. Stop it, she told herself. Focus. Use this. You have your magic, he said. You have your knowledge. You have. You. She looked up, calculating the exact expression needed, vulnerability mixed with hope. Not too much. Just enough to hook him. Hope. His voice carried a warning, but also concern. Perfect. Come with me, she said, the urgency in her voice only half manufactured. I'm leaving soon. There's someone I need to find. Something I need to finish. She reached for his hand, hating how her fingers trembled. Was it part of the act or something more? Even she couldn't tell anymore. I can't do it alone. He was strong. Unbelievably so. Unless she set a trap, she had a feeling even 10 of her might not be able to bring him down. Wasn't someone like him perfect to use as a tool? With him, revenge against that old turtle bastard was feasible. But, his face fell, and she knew she'd miscalculated. You're going after whoever killed your father. The accuracy of his guess startled her. I know, how did you? It's what I'd want to do, he admitted, and for a moment, she glimpsed something darker in him. Something that recognized the rage in her. Then it was gone, replaced by that infuriating compassion. But revenge won't bring him back. Don't. She pulled away, anger flaring hot and clean. This she understood. This was safer than gratitude or need. Spare me your hero's lecture. You have no idea what it's like to lose everything. Oh, she felt pathetic. Lashing out at him for rejecting her, she felt her face burn. She hid it under the mark of anger. You're right, he said simply. I don't. But I know wherever you're going, whatever you're planning, it'll just create more pain. Maybe the world deserves more pain, she shot back, the words tasting like ash on her tongue. Maybe. But you don't. Come on, Hope. Don't be this hard on yourself. If you truly want revenge, we can find the culprit together someday. It doesn't have to be today. Breathe. Relax. Enjoy life. Something about his certainty, the quiet conviction in his voice, made her falter. For a heartbeat, she imagined a different path. One where she stayed. Where she let go of the past. It terrified her more than any monster ever had. Come back to the RV, he said. Get some sleep. If you still want to leave tomorrow, I won't stop you. But don't disappear in the night. She considered running right then, her heart burning with embarrassment. She wanted to disappear into the darkness before she said or felt anything else real. Before these people with their concern and their kindness could weaken her further. Instead, her shoulders sagged, the fight draining out of her. I despise you, she muttered, but couldn't summon any venom. I know. She laughed despite herself, the sound raw from crying. No, you don't. I despise that you're making me question everything. That you treat me like I'm worth saving when I've given you every reason not to. Seems like a you problem, he said lightly. The unexpected response drew a reluctant smile from her. Clever boy. Using humor to defuse tension, to build connection. She should be taking notes. They walked back toward the RV, and she found herself reaching for his hand in the darkness. A tactical choice, she told herself. Maintaining the illusion of vulnerability. Nothing more. At the door, she paused, knowing the moment needed a final touch. Something to ensure his continued investment in her well-being. Something to plant a seed of conflict between him and his perfect little cousin who was lucky with everything. She rose on her tiptoes and pressed her lips to his cheek, letting them linger just a fraction too long. He held her waist, and she smiled. Careful, Tennyson, she whispered, close enough that her breath would warm his skin. Keep holding me like that, and I might forget I'm supposed to be the villain in this story. She slipped inside before he could respond, privately satisfied with the stunned expression she'd left on his face. But as she settled onto the pull-out couch, her fingertips traced the curve of her lips, and she wondered why the deception felt hollow. Through half-closed eyes, she watched him enter, saw his gaze flick toward Gwen's bunk where green eyes gleamed in the darkness. Good. The cousin had been watching. Another complication to keep these Tennysons distracted while she figured out her next move. Charmcaster turned her face into the pillow, manufacturing soft crying sounds until she heard Ben climb into his hammock. Only then did she allow herself a small, satisfied smile. Tomorrow, she would continue this performance of redemption. She would gain their trust. Learn their weaknesses. Take what she needed. And if some small, traitorous part of her wished the performance could be real, well, that was just another weakness to overcome. Chapter 66, Sudden Turns. Chapter 66, Sudden Turns. Morning came too soon and not soon enough. I'd spent half the night listening to Charmcaster's restless movements on the couch below, the other half aware of Gwen's wakeful tension above. The hammock had been about as comfortable as sleeping on a net made of dental floss. In those awake hours, my mind remained busy. I thought about everything going on. Somehow, girl problems were harder to solve compared to Avenger-class threats. Charmcaster. Gwen. I didn't know how much of Charmcaster's behavior was real and how much of an act, but at least there was some truth in it. I could tell that much. Because of that, I decided not to call her out on her attempt at seduction. When I finally gave up on sleep and rolled out of my torture device, I found Gwen already up, sitting at the dinette table with a cup of coffee and a look that could strip paint. Look who's up. We need to talk, she said without preamble. Good morning to you too, I muttered, stumbling toward the coffee pot. Can this wait until I'm caffeinated? No. The steel in her voice made me pause. This wasn't cranky morning Gwen. This was something else. I poured my coffee and sat across from her, trying not to wince at how the bench aggravated my hammock-induced back pain. Okay. Talk. She glanced toward the couch where Charmcaster was still bundled under blankets, then leaned forward, voice dropping. I saw you last night. With her. Well, Gwen. I'm not done. Her green eyes flashed. I'm not stupid, Ben. I see how you look at her. How she looks at you. And I get it, okay. She's beautiful, she's powerful, she's mysterious and damaged and all the things guys find irresistible. You want to fix her so bad, right? That's not it. I said I'm not done. She took a breath, visibly collecting herself. I'm going to talk to her. Today. Set some ground rules. Because whether we like it or not, she's here, and this, whatever this is, needs to stop before someone gets hurt. Someone like you. The words slipped out before I could stop them. Gwen's face went very still. What's that supposed to mean, you bastard? Me and my annoying mouth. Nothing. No, please, explained Benjamin. Her voice had gone dangerously quiet. What exactly do you think you know about how I feel? Both of us knew, both of us had already confronted that, so my rage-baiting question was a stupid smack to the face. The couch creaked, and we both froze. Charmcaster sat up, hair mussed, looking between us with those two knowing violet eyes. Don't stop on my account, she said dryly, yawning. Nothing like waking up to people discussing you like you're not there. Gwen's jaw clenched, but she turned to face Charmcaster directly. Fine. You want direct? Let's be direct. We need to talk. All of us. Before coffee. Charmcaster stretched like a cat. That's just cruel. Now. Something in Gwen's tone must have gotten through because Charmcaster's smirk faded. She nodded slowly, pulling her knees up to her chest in that defensive gesture I was starting to recognize. Here's the situation, Gwen began, and I had to admire her courage. We're stuck together, at least for now. I don't like it. You probably don't either. But it is what it is. So we need rules. Rules. Charmcaster's eyebrow arched. Let me guess, stay away from your boyfriend. He's my cousin, Gwen glared at her. Ben's not a prize to be won. He's a person. And using him as a pawn in whatever game you're playing stops now. Game. Charmcaster's voice hardened. You think I'm playing games? That I'm what, trying to seduce him to get at you? God, you really do think everything's about you, don't you? Isn't it? Gwen shot back. The mysterious sorceress, batting her eyelashes, playing the damaged bird with the broken wing. I've seen this movie. Okay, that's enough, I started, but Charmcaster was already standing. You want to know what I think? She moved closer to Gwen, energy crackling around her fingers. I think you're terrified. Not of me. Of yourself. Of that power inside you that you can't control, that nearly destroyed the entire forest in a magical nuke to not only kill the birds and trees, but the plumbers nearby too, as well as Ben and me. The Ancient One and the Black Priestess would have been fine. But instead of dealing with it, you're projecting all your insecurities onto me. At least I don't manipulate people's emotions to get what I want, Gwen snapped. Ben's an idiot, but he's a nice guy. I am not going to let you manipulate him. Suddenly, I felt really awkward. No, you just pretend those emotions don't exist until they inconvenience you. Charmcaster's smile was sharp. Did you know, spoiled princess, Ben has a cute girlfriend. He was on call with her last evening, I saw. Did he tell you about her? The temperature in the RV dropped about 20 degrees. Gwen's charms started glowing, and I saw Charmcaster's fingers twitch toward her bag. Stop, I said, standing between them. Both of you. This isn't helping anyone. She started it, Charmcaster muttered, and for a second she sounded like the teenager she wasn't. She was 24 years old, fighting with Gwen. I don't care who started it, I said, channeling my inner Grandpa Max, we're ending it now. Gwen, say what you need to say. Hope, listen. Then we're going to figure out how to coexist without killing each other. Gwen took a deep breath, visibly forcing herself to calm down. When she spoke again, her voice was steadier. Fine. Ground rules. No using magic against each other. No manipulation, emotional or otherwise. And. She hesitated, then forged ahead, no using Ben as ammunition in our issues with each other. Charmcaster studied her for a long moment. Counterproposal. I'll agree to all that if you acknowledge two things. 1. I have more magical training and experience. Fighting me doesn't help either of us. Let me teach you. And 2. Gwen asked warily. Those items you borrowed from my uncle. The charms, the book. They're family heirlooms. They belong to me. Not a chance, Gwen said immediately. I need them. They're the only thing keeping my power under control. Plus, can you lie a little less? I saw when your uncle stole the magic book. The charms must be stolen stuff, too. Keep believing what you want. At least let me teach you to control it without them, Charmcaster offered. That's what you need, isn't it? Control. I can help with that. I watched Gwen wrestle with the offer. Pride versus pragmatism. Fear versus need. And in exchange, she asked finally. Shared custody, Charmcaster said. The items stay with you for now, but I get access. At least to the book, yeah. Don't reject this. Please stop pretending your anodite heritage doesn't give you an unfair advantage in this. You're not some poor human girl struggling with borrowed power. You're a walking nuclear reactor pretending to be a matchstick. They stared at each other for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, Gwen nodded. Deal, she said. But if you try to steal them. I won't, Charmcaster interrupted. Despite what you think, I do have some honor. The door opened, and Grandpa Max climbed in, arms full of grocery bags. He took one look at our faces and sighed. Do I want to know? The girls are bonding, I said with false cheer. It's beautiful. Right. He set the bags down, pulling out eggs and bacon. Well, bond over breakfast. We've got a situation. That got everyone's attention. What kind of situation? I asked. Got an alert from the plumber network. Some kind of fungal creature terrorizing campers about 50 miles north. Local authorities are calling it a bear attack, but... He pulled out his tablet, showing us a blurry photo that definitely wasn't a bear. It looked like someone had crossed a mushroom with a linebacker and given it anger issues. Definitely alien. So we're going after it? Gwen asked, already reaching for her laptop. That's the question. Grandpa looked troubled. Normally, yes. But with everything that's happened, and with... He glanced at Charmcaster, additional complications, I'm wondering if we should call in backup. Let another plumber unit handle it. You're benching us? I couldn't keep the disbelief out of my voice. Grandpa, we just fought an immortal vampire and won. I think we can handle an angry mushroom. It's not about capability, he said carefully. It's about dynamics. Team cohesion. You mean me, Charmcaster said flatly. You think I'm a liability. I think you're a wild card, Grandpa corrected gently. And wild cards can be assets or problems, depending on how they're played. Then let's find out which one I am, she challenged. Give me a chance to prove I can be part of this. I caught Gwen's eye and saw my own thoughts reflected there. This was a test. For all of us. I vote we go, I said. Having two magic users could be an advantage. Plus, if Charmcaster's going to stick around, we need to learn to work together sometime. I agree, Gwen added, surprising everyone, including herself. Better to figure this out on a relatively simple mission than when the world's ending. Again. Grandpa looked between the three of us, and I saw the moment he decided to trust us. All right. We'll check it out tomorrow morning. But if things go sideways, we call for backup, I finished. We know, Grandpa. We're not completely reckless. He snorted. Could have fooled me. The rest of the day passed in relative peace. Charmcaster and Gwen actually managed to work together on what Charmcaster called emotional grounding exercises. It mostly looked like meditation to me, but Gwen seemed to be getting something out of it. I watched from the dinette, transformed into feedback, pretending to read a comic book while actually studying their interaction. The hostility was still there, but muted. Channeled into something almost productive. Feel the energy, Charmcaster instructed, her voice unusually patient. Don't try to control it. Just observe. It's like a river, you can't stop it, but you can guide it. Easy to say, but what if it wants to explode? Gwen said through gritted teeth. It wants to consume everything. Because you're fighting it. Stop pushing. Start flowing. Purple and pink energy swirled between them, meeting in the middle like a mystical handshake. For a moment, just a moment, they were in perfect sync. Isn't this basically dual cultivation? Crazy. I noted, missing those cultivation novels that hadn't yet become common on this old internet. Then Gwen's control slipped, and the energy burst outward. Charmcaster absorbed it smoothly, dispersing it into harmless sparkles. I made sure to watch that carefully. There was a reason I was transformed into feedback. I wanted to make sure Charmcaster wasn't hurting Gwen or taking advantage of her. Worrying was needless. Charmcaster wasn't actually absorbing Gwen's powers for herself, but rather just releasing them into the atmosphere. She really was just trying to help Gwen. Better, she said. You're learning. I still don't trust you, Gwen said bluntly. Good. Trust is earned, not given. Charmcaster's smile was almost approving. But you're trying. That's more than most would do. As night fell, I noticed small changes. Gwen had reorganized her bunk, making space for some of Charmcaster's spellbooks. Charmcaster had stopped hoarding food at dinner, actually passing the salt when asked. Baby steps, but steps nonetheless. This might actually work, I told Grandpa as we secured the RV for the night. Don't jinx it, he warned, but he was smiling. I should have listened. I woke to sunlight streaming through the windows and the sound of Gwen's voice, high and furious. That bitch. I tumbled out of my hammock, instantly alert. What? What happened? That bitch. That bitch. That bitch. Gwen stood in the middle of the RV, still in her pajamas, practically vibrating with rage. Her charm necklace was gone. The spot where she'd carefully placed the Arcamata book of spells was empty. She took them, Gwen snarled. She took everything and ran. My stomach dropped. I looked to the couch, already knowing what I'd find. Empty. No charm caster, no charm bag, and no sign she'd ever been there except for the absence of everything that mattered. When? I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew. Must have been right after we went to sleep. Grandpa emerged from his bed, looking every one of his years. I should have posted a watch. Should have known. She played us, Gwen said, and the hurt in her voice was worse than the anger. All that talk about honor, about learning to work together. It was all just to get us to lower our guard. I remembered Charmcaster's words from the night before. The something dangerous she needed to do. The someone she needed to find. She's going after her father's killer, I said quietly. What? Gwen turned on me. You knew she was planning something. She mentioned. I told her not to. I thought I'd talked her out of it. Well, congratulations, Gwen said bitterly. You thought wrong. And now she has an incredibly powerful spellbook and my only way to control my powers. I wanted to remind her that Charmcaster had at least taught her meditation that'd help her control her powers, but I had a feeling she'd destroy me if I defended that girl any longer. We'll find her, Grandpa said firmly. She can't have gotten far. But I wasn't so sure. Charmcaster was resourceful, desperate, and now armed with even more magical power. She could be anywhere. Ben. Gwen's voice was smaller now, the anger fading into something more vulnerable. What if I lose control again? Without the charms. You won't, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. We won't let that happen. You still have me, Gwen. She didn't manage to steal me, did she? Relax. It wasn't your charms that helped you last time but feedback. But as I looked at the empty space where Charmcaster had slept, I wondered if I'd just made the biggest mistake of my life. I'd vouched for her. Defended her. Maybe even started to care about her. And she played us like a fiddle. I'm going to find her, I said, already reaching for the Omnitrix. And when I do, we'll find her, Gwen corrected. Together. Because that's what family does. Grandpa nodded, already pulling out his plumber scanner. She made her choice. Now we deal with the consequences. But first, we'd better stop her before she does something that can't be undone. If she's after a killer who managed to kill her father, she stands no chance. As I watched them spring into action, I couldn't shake the memory of Charmcaster crying in my arms. I knew it was at least half real. Either way, even if all of it had been an act, we had a rogue sorceress to track down. And something told me she wasn't going to come quietly. The betrayal stung, but underneath it was something worse. Worry. Because I knew where she was going, and I knew what happened to people who let revenge consume them. They became the very monsters they sought to destroy. Thankfully, she'd told me her destination. Ledger Domain. Limbo. And I knew someone who could take us there. Grandpa, please leave the mushroom issue to some other plumber team. We're going to the X-Men. Chapter 67, Crossed Wires. Chapter 67, Crossed Wires. The afternoon sun slanted through the tall windows of Xavier's office, casting long shadows across what had once been a place of quiet contemplation. Now, holographic displays flickered in the air, showing sentinel sightings across the eastern seaboard, technical schematics that made Jean Grey's stomach turn. The formal meeting room had transformed into a war room, and she hated every second of it. Jean stood near the window, arms crossed, watching the driveway. She sensed Emma Frost's approach before the woman's white Bentley even crested the hill. After all, that particular psychic signature, all diamond edges and calculated coldness, was impossible to mistake. She's here, Jean announced, not bothering to hide her distaste. Professor Xavier's mental touch brushed against her shields, gentle but firm. Jean, please. We need her resources. Yes, I know, she replied, but couldn't quite keep the bitterness from her mental voice. Emma Frost had been many things over the years. Enemy, rival, and now, supposedly, ally. Jean trusted her about as far as Logan could throw a sentinel. The office door opened with theatrical precision. Emma Frost didn't just enter rooms, she conquered them. Her hair was cut short in a bob, and her white suit probably cost more than most people's cars, tailored to perfection and designed to intimidate. Those massive diamonds must have been real, too. In recent years, she'd cultivated her body into a weapon. She was built like a tank, her thighs were massive, and Jean knew they'd become pillars of power during her diamond form. Image here. Behind her, 3 bodyguards followed. Monet St. Croix moved with the fluid grace of someone who knew exactly how dangerous she was. The woman's dark skin gleamed in the afternoon light, muscles coiled beneath her white bodysuit. But it was the twins that made Jean's skin crawl. The step-forward cuckoos, 2 of them anyway, flanked Emma like matching bookends. Emma's clones, her children. Blonde hair, blue eyes, identical down to the way they blinked in perfect synchronization. They couldn't have been older than 18, but their eyes held that particular emptiness that came from having your thoughts tangled with your siblings since birth. Charles, Emma purred, settling into the offered chair like a queen taking her throne. How delightful to see your school still standing. I'd heard the most dreadful rumors about funding cuts. Xavier's smile remained fixed, though Jean caught the slight tightening around his eyes. Emma. Thank you for coming. As I mentioned in my message, the situation has become urgent. Urgent enough to call me away from Massachusetts. Emma's laugh tinkled like breaking glass. It must be serious indeed. Hank McCoy cleared his throat, for bristling slightly as he gestured to the largest hologram. Perhaps we should focus on the matter at hand. The new Sentinel design. Nimrod Beta, Emma interrupted, examining her manicured nails. Yes, we're quite aware. My girls have been tracking their development for months. The cuckoo spoke in unison, their voices creating an eerie harmony in the room. 17 manufacturing sites. 3 command centers. Estimated production capacity of 12 units per week. Jean suppressed a shudder. Telepathic gestalts always made her uncomfortable, and the cuckoos took it to an extreme that bordered on the inhuman. The question, Emma continued, is what you intend to do about it, dear X-Men. More peaceful protests. Another impassioned speech at the UN. Scott stepped forward, jaw clenched. We're exploring all options. You're stalling, Emma cut him off. These machines are designed to hunt us, to adapt to our powers, to exterminate us. And you want to explore options. We are not killers, Emma. Aurora said quietly, but her eyes flashed with barely contained lightning. No. Emma's smile turned predatory. Tell that to the children in my care who wake up screaming because they've seen their friends cut down by purple robots. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Jean felt the psychic pressure building as emotions ran high. Even Logan, usually content to lurk in corners during these meetings, had straightened up, claws itching beneath his skin. Perhaps, a new voice cut through the tension, this might sound crazy, but maybe we can simply find where they make these machines and destroy its creator. Everyone turned to look at Ileana Rasputina. She'd been so quiet Jean had almost forgotten she was there. The young woman, barely 26 although physically 19 due to her special circumstances, sat perched on the arm of her brother's chair, looking for all the world like she'd suggested they order pizza instead of discussing domestic terrorism. Ileana, Pyotr rumbled, his massive hand gently touching his sister's knee. It is not so simple, you should understand. Why not? She tilted her head, blonde hair falling across one eye. Her Russian accent was subtle but present, adding an exotic lilt to her words. They build machines to kill us. We destroy machines. Simple. Jean studied the girl who joined them only 6 months ago. Ileana's file was mostly redacted, full of gaps that Xavier refused to explain. All Jean knew was that she'd appeared one day with abilities that defied classification. Not quite mutant, not quite magic, but something that made even Jean's cosmic-touched senses recoil. Your new recruit has the right idea, Emma said, clearly delighted by the division in Xavier's ranks. Direct action. It's refreshing to see someone in this room with a spine. We don't murder humans, Scott said firmly. That's not who we are. No. Emma leaned forward. Then what are you, exactly? Because from where I sit, you look like sheep discussing how best to negotiate with wolves. Logan snorted. Lady's got a point, Slim. Sometimes you gotta show your claws. Logan, Xavier started, but Emma's voice suddenly sliced into Jean's mind like a scalpel. Your team lacks discipline, Jean. Perhaps they need a firmer hand. You know what I mean, right? Emma's voice was like the devil's whisper. Jean's psychic shield slammed up hard enough to make Emma blink. Stay out of my head, Frost. Touchy. Emma's mental voice dripped with amusement. I'm simply observing. Your little family is fracturing, and you know it. Before Jean could respond, the mansion trembled slightly. Everyone looked around. Then, the world exploded. The first impact shook the mansion to its foundations. Books tumbled from shelves, and the holographic displays flickered and died. The second blast was closer, shattering the office windows in a spray of glass. Sentinels, someone shouted, maybe Scott, maybe Logan. Jean couldn't tell over the sudden cacophony of alarms. Through the broken windows, she saw them. A massive purple and gray monstrosity, 30 feet tall and built like a walking tank. Smaller drones buzzed around it like mechanical wasps, their sensors sweeping the grounds. How did they find us? Hank demanded, already moving toward the door. Emma stood with infuriating calm, brushing imaginary dust from her suit. Really? Your school's location is public knowledge. But does it matter? They're here now. The cuckoo spoke again, their synchronized voices cutting through the chaos. 12 drones. One primary unit. Adapting to defensive systems in real time. Then we give them something they can't adapt to, Logan growled, claws sliding out with a familiar snikt. Xavier's voice echoed in all their minds. X-Men, defend the school. Protect the students. As they rushed from the office, Jean caught Ileana's expression. Where everyone else showed fear or determination, the Russian woman looked excited. Her hand had already manifested that strange silver sword she carried, its blade seeming to cut through more than just air. Finally, Ileana murmured, and Jean wasn't sure if the word was meant for anyone else to hear. Something interesting happens. The mansion shook again, and Jean pushed her unease aside. They had bigger problems than one mysterious Russian with a sword fetish. They had a school to defend. The rust bucket's engine coughed and wheezed as we pulled up to the gates of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. I'd expected a lot of things, maybe some security, definitely some weird looks at our beat-up RV. What I hadn't expected was a full-scale robot apocalypse in progress. Holy shit, I said, watching a 30-foot purple giant stomp through what had probably been a really nice garden about 5 minutes ago. Grandpa slammed on the brakes, throwing us all forward. Sentinels. I thought the program was shut down years ago. Apparently someone forgot to tell them, Gwen said, her face pressed against the window. Tell us the story about this, Sentinels, when you have the time, yes, Grandpa. The scene outside was pure chaos. Laser beams crisscrossed the air like a deadly light show. Smaller drones, maybe a dozen of them, buzzed around the main Sentinel like angry mechanical bees. And caught in the middle of it all were the X-Men, looking significantly less composed than when we'd last seen them. Understandable. I suppose fighting against these Sentinels was quite similar to Ben fighting against the natural predator aliens of the Omnitrix. I really hope that bullshit device did not exist in this universe. Chapter 68, how about you adapt to Cannon Bolt? Chapter 68, how about you adapt to Cannon Bolt? Note, as usual, we've met the goal. Here are the promised 2 chapters, enjoy. Despite my history with them, it was quite something to see the famous X-Men showing off their powers in a fight. Cyclops' optic blasts carved through the air, but the Sentinels seemed to shimmer and adapt, their armor shifting to deflect the energy. The mutant goddess Storm had called up a localized thunderstorm, but the machines just deployed some kind of electromagnetic shielding. Even Wolverine, trying to get close enough to use those claws, kept getting batted away like an annoying fly. The X-Men are fighting well, but the robots are adapting, I said, recognizing the pattern. In the cartoons, Sentinels had been tough but predictable. These things were learning in real time, countering each mutant's specific abilities. Like that damned movie, Days of the Future Past. As if they're built to fight mutants specifically. Good thing we're not mutants, Grandpa said, already reaching for something under his seat. Probably another one of those plumber weapons he thought we didn't know about. Movement on a balcony caught my eye. My jaw nearly dropped at the sight of her muscles and curves. A woman in white, looking exactly like Emma Frost from that Gunnar game Marvel Rivals people had gotten addicted to, stood there like she was watching a tennis match instead of a life-or-death battle. The casual way she gestured, occasionally pointing at something, made my skin crawl. Behind her, 2 blonde girls moved in perfect sync, their heads turning at exactly the same angle. Creepy telepaths. Great. But it was the fighter below them that really caught my attention. A blonde woman, maybe early 20s, moving through the battlefield like she was dancing. She held a silver sword that seemed to cut through more than just metal. When it connected with a drone, the machine didn't just break. It dissolved, pulled apart at some fundamental level. Image here. Is that magic? Gwen asked, and I heard the hunger in her voice. Girl was still smarting from Charmcaster's betrayal. I looked into the internet earlier, I lied. I think that's Ileana Rasputina. Colossus's sister. Also known as Magic. With a K. Magic. She was exactly who we needed to find if we wanted to chase Charmcaster into Legerdemain, Limbo. Because my life wasn't complicated enough already. The main Sentinel turned, its sensors locking onto a group of younger students trying to evacuate. Its hand transformed into some kind of energy cannon, charging up with an ominous whine. Screw this, I muttered, already reaching for the Omnitrix. We're not sitting this out. Ben, they might misunderstand if we get involved with a warning. Grandpa started, but I was already out the door. I'll be careful. I shouted back, which was a complete lie and we both knew it. The watch face popped up, showing the familiar array of silhouettes. I guess Upgrade will do a quick work of them. But I don't know if I want to show the X-Men that I have the perfect counter for their arch-nemesis. Not yet, anyway. Time to play bowling with robots. The transformation washed over me in that familiar green flash. My body condensed and expanded, limbs retracting as I became a living wrecking ball. The armored shell formed around me, yellow and white plates that could take a beating and give one right back. Cannon Bolt. I announced, still not quite over the dramatic entrances. I tucked and rolled, building momentum as I careened toward the main sentinel. Look out, look out. The machine sensors swiveled toward me, probably trying to figure out what the hell I was. Not mutant, not human, just pure alien weirdness wrapped in an armored shell. The impact was satisfying as hell. I slammed into the sentinel's leg at roughly the speed of a freight train, sending the giant robot stumbling. Armor plating crumpled under the force, and I heard the beautiful sound of machinery crying in protest. Holy crap, it's Cannonbolt. A girl's voice shrieked from somewhere to my left. That's the guy from that giant snail monster I told you about, Ben Tennyson. I uncurled just long enough to spot Jubilee, her hands crackling with fireworks, staring at me with literal stars in her eyes. Hey. Little busy here. The sentinel had recovered, its damaged leg already running self-repair protocols. But I'd bought the X-Men time, and they weren't wasting it. Cyclops' blast carved through a cluster of drones while Storm's lightning fried their circuits. I rolled again, this time aiming for a group of drones harassing what looked like a big silver guy, had to be Colossus. The machines scattered, but not fast enough. I plowed through them like they were bowling pins, sending sparks and twisted metal flying. Spasibo. Colossus called out in what I assumed was Russian for thanks. But the sentinels were already adapting. The remaining drones spread out, maintaining distance. The big one's armor was visibly thickening, adding layers specifically designed to absorb blunt impact. Great. They'd figured out my whole, living cannonball, thing in under a minute. Time for Plan B. I uncurled and slapped the Omnitrix symbol on what passed for my chest in this form. I was human for 1 second, and then I clicked down on the watch face again. The transformation rippled through me again, trading organic armor for living crystal. Diamond had stood where Cannonbolt had been, already forming projectiles from my arms. Okay, let's see you adapt to this. I fired a barrage of crystal shards, designed to explode on impact. The Sentinel's armor might stop blunt force, but crystalline shrapnel was a whole different problem. The drones tried to dodge, but I could control the projectile's trajectory, curving them through the air like guided missiles. Impressive, a voice said beside me, and I nearly jumped out of my crystalline skin. Magic stood there, silver sword resting on her shoulder, looking at me with an expression somewhere between amusement and evaluation. Up close, she was even more striking, sharp features, eyes that seemed to shift between blue and something else entirely, and an aura that screamed danger in languages I didn't even know. Thanks, I managed, firing another volley at an approaching drone. You're not bad yourself. That sword's pretty. She moved faster than I could track, her blade sweeping up to bisect a drone that had tried to flank us. The machine fell in 2 pieces, edges dissolving into nothing. Pretty, she asked, raising an eyebrow. And effective, I finished. Really, really effective. Her laugh was surprisingly warm for someone who looked like she could kill me 6 ways before breakfast. You don't seem like a mutant. What are you? Complicated, I said, which was both true and wildly understated. But right now, I'm the guy saving a mutant school. Our school, she corrected, then paused. Though I suppose it is more theirs than mine. I am new. She leapt forward to fight the thing on her own. I didn't let her, I followed her. Since I would need her help afterward, I wanted to leave a lasting impression. We fought side by side for the next few minutes, falling into an unexpected rhythm. She'd sweep in close with that reality-cutting sword, and I'd provide cover with explosive crystal projectiles. When drones tried to swarm her, I'd create crystal walls. When they adapted to my barriers, she'd portal behind them and introduce them to Mr. Stabby. The main sentinel was struggling now, caught between Cyclops and Wolverine's coordinated assault. Emma Frost had finally deigned to join the fight, her telepathy somehow interfering with the machine's coordination. Even the creepy twin girls were helping, their synchronized attacks hitting with surprising force. The control unit. Emma's voice rang out, both audible and telepathic. In the sentinel's chest cavity. Destroy it and the drones fall. Cyclops and Wolverine moved like they'd practiced this 1,000 times. Scott's optic blast carved through the weakened chest armor while Logan dove through the opening, claws extended. Sparks flew, the sentinel spasmed, and then... silence. The drones dropped from the sky like puppet strings had been cut. The main sentinel toppled backward with a ground-shaking crash, Logan riding it down with a whoop of triumph. Show off, Scott muttered, but there was fondness in it. I let the transformation fade, returning to boring old human form. My legs felt a bit shaky. Back-to-back transformations always took it out of me, but I stayed upright. Well, Emma Frost said, sauntering over with the kind of timing that suggested she'd been waiting for the exact right moment to make an entrance. That was bracing. And who might our unexpected savior be? Before I could answer, Jean Grey landed nearby, having flown over from wherever she'd been fighting. Her face lit up with genuine relief when she saw us. Ben. Mr. Tennyson. Gwen. She looked around, taking in the destruction. Your timing is incredible. We were struggling to counter their adaptation protocols. Yeah, well, I shrugged, trying to play it cool despite the fact that I was surrounded by some of the most powerful beings on Earth. My alien forms doesn't play by the same rules as mutant powers. They can't adapt to something they've never seen before. Fascinating, Emma purred, and I immediately didn't like the way she was looking at me. Like I was a particularly interesting specimen she wanted to dissect. Charles, you didn't mention your young friend was so versatile. The Black Queen did though. Benjamin Tennyson, is it? Oh. Oh right, shit. Celine Gallio was the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club. Emma Frost was the White Queen, her counterpart. That witch must have had a talk about me to this troublesome telepathic queen. Professor Xavier rolled out from the mansion, somehow managing to look dignified despite the fact that his school's front lawn looked like a war zone. Grandpa Max walked beside him, the two old men already deep in conversation. Magister Tennyson. What a surprise to see you here. Xavier said carefully. First, please allow me to apologize. I've heard about the uncomfortable experience that my team put you through during that bug incident. You and your grandchildren have my apology, as well as thanks. Your group, especially Ben Tennyson, has been invaluable in several recent situations. Yeah, about that, I said, deciding to just rip the band-aid off. You two old men can talk politics later, but I didn't stumble here out of luck. I'm here to see someone. We need to talk to magic. Every eye in the vicinity turned to Ileana, who'd been in the process of making her sword disappear into thin air. She paused, looking at me with those shifting eyes. Me. Her accent made it sound like me. What does alien boy want with me? From the way Colossus quickly stood over her in a defensive way, frowning and looking at me with suspicion, I had a feeling this was going to be a little difficult. Chapter 69, The Queen of Limbo. Chapter 69, The Queen of Limbo. Me. What does alien boy want with me? I exchanged glances with Grandpa and Gwen. There was no way to approach this in a less subtle manner, so I made my decision. It's about Limbo, I said, and watched her entire demeanor change. The casual amusement vanished, replaced by something sharp and dangerous. What do you know of Limbo? Magic's hand twitched, like she was considering resummoning that sword. Colossus put a hand on her shoulder while frowning. Not much. I know we're coming to you out of the blue, but we had no choice but to come to you fast. I said, meeting her gaze steadily. You're probably the only person capable of taking us there, aren't you? The silence stretched out, heavy with implications. Emma's eyes narrowed with interest. Jean looked concerned. Even Wolverine had stopped pretending he wasn't listening. I'd have to cook up excuses on how I knew about Ileana's time in Limbo among other things, but I was prepared. Perhaps, Xavier said finally, we should continue this discussion inside. It seems we all have much to talk about. Grandpa put a hand on my shoulders and nodded. Things were never as easy as running to someone's door and asking them to help, after all. Even if in these few minutes, Charmcaster might be involved in a fight that'd claim her life. As we trooped toward the mansion, I caught Ileana studying me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Ah, yes. Another dangerous woman with trust issues and magical powers was looking at me with curiosity. Because that had worked out so well with Charmcaster. But we needed her. Gwen needed her charms back, and more importantly, we needed to stop Charmcaster before she did something that couldn't be undone. The irony was, doing that meant making a deal with someone who might be even more dangerous than the girl we were chasing. After all, if this followed the comics, Ileana Rasputin was the Queen of Limbo. A demon queen. The X-Mansion didn't skimp on interior decorating. We were led through hallways lined with what looked like genuine antiques and original artwork. After the Sentinel attack, you'd never know this place had been a battlefield 30 minutes ago. The cleanup crew was efficient. Professor Xavier guided us to a private meeting room in the East Wing. I'd expected something utilitarian, maybe a conference table with uncomfortable chairs. Instead, we entered what looked like a Victorian gentleman's study. Rich mahogany bookshelves lined the walls, and a massive oak table dominated the center, surrounded by leather chairs that probably cost more than Grandpa's RV. Wait, no, never mind. But I wasn't fooled by the old money aesthetics. The windows were subtly reinforced, and I spotted at least 3 security cameras disguised as decorative moldings. This place was a fortress pretending to be a prep school. Please, make yourselves comfortable, Xavier said, gesturing to the chairs. Our little war council consisted of me, Gwen, and Grandpa Max on one side. On the other sat Xavier, Ileana, and her overprotective brother Pyotr in his human form, though given how massive he was even without the metal skin, human form was relative. Jean Grey stood near the door, arms crossed. And of course, Emma Frost had invited herself, taking the chair at the far end like it was a throne. No sign of Cyclops, which was probably Xavier's call given our last encounter. Xavier was really trying to impress Grandpa Max, which made sense I guess. The Plumbers weren't a small organization, and Grandpa had been the former head of the Earth branch. Since mutants insisted on being different species than humans so badly, they were practically aliens, which fell under Plumber jurisdiction. The introductions were formal and stiff. I could feel the weight of multiple psychics in the room and wondered how much privacy my thoughts would have had if the Omnitrix didn't provide me with some natural shielding. An uncomfortable silence settled over the room. Grandpa Max and Xavier began talking quietly about something, old acquaintances they knew, policy matters, the usual boring adult stuff. I tuned it out when Emma Frost leaned forward in her chair, fixing me with a gaze that made me feel like an interesting bug under a microscope. So tell me, Benjamin, she said, her voice honey-smooth but somehow still cold, when you transform, is it your DNA that changes or merely your physical form? I stared at her, finding it slightly difficult to not look lower than her eyes. Ah, both. The Omnitrix rewrites my genetic code temporarily. Fascinating. She tilted her head. And do you retain full consciousness in all your forms, or do some of the more primitive specimens affect your cognitive functions? I'm always me, I said, shifting uncomfortably. Just, shaped differently. How does it feel? She pressed, her questions becoming increasingly personal. The transformation process itself. Is there pain? Pleasure? Do you experience sensory disorientation? The way she emphasized certain words made me feel like I needed a shower. But given her eye-candy-esque appearance, it wasn't too bad. I stumbled over my answer, not used to someone being this direct about the physical experience. It was like being medically examined and hit on at the same time. After a few more probing questions, I found my footing. It wasn't like me to be nervous around women, even if she was a walking bombshell. In my defense, this woman read thousands of men's thoughts and dressed up in a way that would rile up all of them. She was a woman who knew her beauty and used it like a weapon. When she asked if the transformations were painful, I couldn't help myself. About as uncomfortable as those shoes look, I nodded toward her stiletto heels. Impressive that you fight in them, though. And when she started asking about my personal life, I fired back, I'm flattered by the interest, Miss Frost, but don't psychics usually buy a guy dinner first before getting this deep into his head? That broke the tension. Even Jean cracked a smile, and Gwen looked like she was torn between being horrified and impressed. Rather than being offended, Emma looked delighted by my pushback. Charming. The files didn't mention a sense of humor. She leaned over, her cleavage threatening to spill out of her impractical white top. And I wonder what else the files failed to mention. Perhaps we can discuss that in private, my boy. Throughout this exchange, Gwen had been growing increasingly agitated. Her fingers drummed against the table, and I could practically feel her frustration radiating off her in waves. Finally, she'd had enough. I hate to break up whatever this is between you and this auntie, Ben, she snapped, but my magical items are currently in the hands of a dangerous sorceress who's probably halfway to unleashing something terrible by now. The mood shifted instantly. Emma looked comically insulted, while Xavier cleared his throat, looking apologetic. You're quite right, Miss Tennyson. Please forgive the digression. He turned to me. Perhaps you could explain exactly why you need to access Limbo. I laid it out as simply as I could, Charmcaster's betrayal, the theft of Gwen's magical items, and our suspicion that she was heading to Limbo or Legerdemain to confront whoever killed her father. We need to get there, I said, looking directly at Ileana, and we're told you're the only one who can open a door safely. Ileana's expression grew distant, calculating. For a moment, she reminded me of a cat deciding whether to pounce or nap. First of all, I don't know from whom you heard of me, but... she said, her accent making each word sound clear and slightly musical, Limbo and Legerdemain are not the same. Well, they used to be the same, but it's a little complicated. There used to be a single land, dimension, called the Dark Dimensions, but it was shattered into many smaller pieces a long time ago. They're together called the Archipelago of Anguish and Redemption. She traced an invisible map with her finger on the table. Limbo and Legerdemain are very close, practically touching one another, so often people mistake that they're one and the same, since one can simply walk into the other. But they're not. They have different rulers. I rule Limbo. Some weird old turtle rules Legerdemain. That's, well, whatever, I said, trying to hide my surprise at the dimensional geography lesson. We can just walk into Legerdemain from your Limbo. Can you please take us there? Nah. She shrugged. What makes you think I would open my realm to strangers? Gwen leaned forward urgently. Because our emotionally fragile friend has stolen magical artifacts of immense power and is about to challenge the killer of her father. She's walking into a death trap. What? I shot Gwen a look. Friend. 10 minutes ago you were cursing her existence. Well, she's still going to die if we don't stop her. Gwen snapped back. Even if she's a backstabbing thief. I was really surprised to hear that. So Gwen had a soft spot, after all. Something in our exchange made Ileana sit up straighter. A tiny flash of concern crossed her face before she masked it with indifference. She sighed dramatically. All right, fine. I'll take you. The reaction was immediate. Pyotr stood up so fast his chair nearly toppled. Snowflake, you cannot be serious, he protested, first in rapid Russian, then switching to English. After what happened last time. Xavier leaned forward, his expression grave. Ileana, I must caution against this too. The last time you opened a portal to Limbo in the mansion, we lost 3 students for a week. They're still traumatized. We're lucky they didn't receive any physical injury. Come on, you guys gotta stop treating me like I'm a child, Ileana cut through their objections with cold authority. I am the queen of that place. I have to return someday regardless. Better with people who have reason to watch my back. Your control over the demonic forces there is still inconsistent, Xavier pressed. And the risk of the Dark Child emerging. Ileana flinched slightly at the mention of the Dark Child, which reminded me of something important. From context, it sounded like some kind of dark persona or alternate form. It was exactly that. Great, another Jekyll and Hyde situation. I can maintain control, she insisted, but there was a hint of uncertainty that wasn't there before. I watched the dynamic with growing frustration. Despite her obvious power, the woman had been slicing through robots like butter an hour ago. Everyone was treating Ileana like she needed protection. From what I knew about her and Limbo from my meta-knowledge, she was literally its ruler. A demon queen. Yet here she was, being lectured like a teenager wanting to borrow the car. The argument reached a stalemate. Xavier and Pyotr remained firmly against the idea. Ileana was technically willing but constrained by Xavier's authority at the mansion. And Emma sat back watching it all unfold, occasionally tossing in a pointed question that only intensified the disagreement. Her smile said she really enjoyed her role. What a woman. Grandpa Max, ever the diplomat, saw the tensions rising and stepped in. Perhaps we should all take some time to consider our options, he suggested. This isn't a decision to be made hastily. Xavier seized the opportunity. The Tennysons are welcome to stay the night. Perhaps after rest and further discussion, we can find a solution that addresses everyone's concerns. Plus, I'd be glad to show you how we raise these children. A night in real beds instead of the RV might help clear our heads, Grandpa agreed, though I could tell from his expression he was just buying time. Ileana looked frustrated but resigned. As the meeting broke up, she paused beside me. My realm doesn't wait for committee approval, Tennyson, she murmured, low enough that only I could hear. Remember that. Before I could respond, she was gone, gliding out of the room with Colossus trailing after her like an anxious bodyguard. Jean offered to show us to the guest quarters. As we walked through the mansion, I noticed the X-Men had significantly ramped up security. Extra patrols, students being kept to certain areas, tech being deployed in defensive positions. They were preparing for another attack. Emma Frost managed to catch me alone for a moment in the hallway, materializing from a side corridor like a white ghost. That watch of yours, she said without preamble, it could change everything in the current climate. Be careful who you trust near it. Even those who wear an X. And what about you? I asked. She gave me a knowing smile that revealed nothing and sashayed away, hips swaying like she was on a runway instead of in a school hallway. Once we were settled in our guest room, Gwen wasted no time confronting me. By the way, that Emma Frost is manipulating you, you know that right? She folded her arms across her chest. Yeah, I'm not hypnotized by her jiggling thighs, I replied, moving to the window. From here, I could see the wing where Ileana's quarters were located, marked by the distinctive balcony with metal reinforcements. We don't have time for this bureaucratic nonsense, Gwen continued. Every minute we waste here, Charmcaster gets further away with my stuff. And, well, putting her own life in danger too. By the way, how did you know about this Ileana girl and her Limbo? I was looking into any information about dark dimensions I could find on the net with gray matter, and some other things just happened to connect Ileana with it, I said, checking the Omnitrix as I made my decision. Get some sleep, Gwen. I think our stay might be shorter than Grandpa expects. I had a plan forming. It wasn't particularly complicated, but then again, sometimes the simplest plans work best. And, well, when you have a watch that can turn you into 14 different aliens, you tend to have options that most committees don't account for. Chapter 70, The Queen's Domain. Chapter 70, The Queen's Domain. Note, as said, we'd meet the goal and we did. Here's 2 chapters, enjoy. The glow of arcane symbols pulsed faintly along the edges of Ileana Rasputina's doorframe. To most Xavier Institute students, the strange markings looked like harmless decorative trim. To anyone with even a hint of magical sensitivity, they screamed keep out with the metaphysical equivalent of barbed wire and guard dogs. Inside, Ileana's room defied expectations that her background might suggest. For the all-powerful Queen of Limbo, ruler of a hellish dimension, her personal space was startlingly normal. At least at first glance. A regular twin bed with rumpled blue sheets occupied one corner. Posters of metal bands, Metallica, Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath, covered one wall, while another held a detailed map of Russia. A bookshelf overflowed with texts in multiple languages, magical grimoires shelved casually next to dog-eared paperback romances. Only on closer inspection did the oddities reveal themselves. The strange skull on her nightstand that occasionally blinked, the sharp dagger hanging above her bed that sometimes dripped a substance that wasn't blood, and the mirror that reflected things that weren't in the room. Among other things. Ileana herself sat cross-legged on her bed, blonde hair loose around her shoulders. She wore a plain white t-shirt and, most incongruously, Hello Kitty pajama pants in soft pink. If anyone saw her wearing silly stuff like this, they might pass out from shock. Her laptop balanced on her knees as she video chatted, her normally guarded expression softened into something almost carefree. There was a certain woman in Russia long ago. Oh, stop it, Luna. Ileana couldn't help but laugh at her dearest friend's antics. She really took advantage of her beautiful voice anytime she could. No, but this is so funny. Did you really threaten to send that politician to limbo? Luna Snow's voice was incredulous but tinged with amusement. The K-pop star and part-time superhero's face filled the screen, her perfectly styled two-toned hair and flawless makeup contrasting Ileana's casual appearance. Come on, he deserved worse, and you better agree. Ileana shrugged, her Russian accent more pronounced in private. His security team nearly shot a mutant child for approaching him. Besides, I only suggested it. Scott pulled me away before I could open a stepping disc. Luna laughed, the sound bright even through the laptop speakers. Your lucky shield doesn't monitor your threats. They take my social media posts more seriously than actual villain monologues. This is why I don't have Instagram. Ileana reached for a bag of chips beside her bed. Too many rules. My brother already follows me everywhere like I am made of glass. Speaking of overprotective behavior, Luna leaned closer to her camera. I heard about the Sentinel attack. It's disgusting how anyone can have the heart to attack a school so brutally. Are you okay? Ileana waved dismissively. Just robots. Boring. She paused, then added more quietly, but thank you for asking. Well, then again, today was a little interesting. Someone saved us today. Saved is a big word. We could have managed without him, but it's nice that he helped anyway. He's not a mutant but a boy with weird powers. Luna's expression shifted to something sly. Huh? You talking about a boy? Just some hero boy with a fancy gadget, Ileana replied, but something flickered across her face. Interest, perhaps. He changes shape. Nothing special. Just like Mystique and Morph. I saw a short clip in the news earlier, Luna persisted. He's the diamond dude, yes. I don't know, Ileana, you two looked pretty in sync out there. Taking down those drones together. Chemistry much. Ileana rolled her eyes. Pure coincidence. And you know who's the only person I'm interested in, she smirked, biting her lips and eyeing Luna's curves on the screen, making her blush and look away. Ileana burst out laughing. I'm joking, relax. I know you're not into girls. Anyway, the alien boy only wants to use me as a dimensional taxi service. She popped a chip into her mouth. Something about chasing a witch through limbo. Ooh, dimensional drama. Better than my last tour schedule. Luna tried to regain her composure by waggling her eyebrows. Is he cute, though? Before Ileana could answer, she stiffened. Her eyes narrowed, focusing on something behind her laptop. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Luna noticed immediately. What's wrong? You've got that someone's about to lose a limb look. There's someone interesting in my room, Ileana replied calmly, not bothering to turn around. Her hand drifted casually toward the space where her soul's word could materialize. The wards should have fried anyone trying that trick. A flash of green light illuminated the room, casting eerie shadows across Ileana's face. Where empty space had been moments before, Ben Tennyson now stood, looking somewhat sheepish. Sorry for the dramatic entrance, but if I tried to knock, people would have seen me, he said, running a hand through his hair. Ghost Freak has his uses. Oh. Luna's excited voice came through the laptop speakers. Is that him? You have a boy in your room. At night. Ileana shot her friend a withering look. I'll call you back. Details later or I'll. Luna's voice cut off as Ileana closed the laptop with a decisive snap. Her soul sword manifested in her hand. She turned to face her uninvited guest, expression hardening into the cold mask most people at Xavier's knew. Breaking into a sorceress's bedroom. How brave. I'd faced many dangerous situations since finding the Omnitrix. Fought alien warlords, taken on the Hulk, even exchanged pleasantries with actual gods. But standing in Ilyana Rasputina's bedroom after essentially breaking in, that was a new level of risky. Especially when I realized what she was wearing. The fearsome magic, Queen of Limbo, who'd been slicing through sentinels like they were made of paper just hours ago, was wearing Hello Kitty pajama pants. Pink ones. With a little bow on her neck. It was both the most contradictory and adorable thing I'd ever seen. Combined with her loose blonde hair and the t-shirt that revealed more of her athletic build than her usual outfits, she looked normal. Cute. Hot, even. Image here. I chose to live by not commenting on her attire. Never mess with Hello Kitty girls. Breaking into a sorceress's bedroom, she said with a scary smirk, holding her blazing sword, her accent thicker in private. How brave. Allow me to apologize once again, I admitted. But we're running out of time. Ilyana crossed her arms, studying me like I was a puzzle with missing pieces. So you decided to bypass all security and multiple telepaths to, what? Ask again more dramatically. Charmcaster is heading into something she can't handle, I said, cutting straight to the point. She stole powerful magical artifacts from my cousin and is likely going after whoever killed her father. Meaning that turtle mage you mentioned earlier. And this concerns me because you already agreed to take us there. Everyone downstairs is discussing your kingdom like they have a vote, but I don't see why it stops you. Last I checked, queens don't need permission. Plus, why are you acting like you didn't invite me yourself? He asked. My realm doesn't wait for committee approval, Tennyson. Hello. Something flickered in her eyes, approval, maybe. I couldn't quite tell. She released her grip and her sword vanished. She moved to her window, looking out over the mansion grounds. I did say that, but after thinking for a bit more, I know that it's not that simple, she said after a moment. My brother will tear this mansion apart looking for me. Xavier will assume I've been influenced again. She turned back to me. The last time I took someone to Limbo without permission, I was confined to the mansion for a month. So we leave a note, I countered. We go, find Charmcaster, get Gwen's stuff back, and return before breakfast. Problem solved. Ilyana's laugh was sharp. You think retrieving your friend from Legerdemain is a quick errand? Time works differently there. And your which friend? Charmcaster, I interjected. Sure, your more than friend, she continued smoothly, is walking into territory controlled by Adwaita and trying to kill him. The rulers of the dark dimensions become unbeatable while in their realm. You think you can help her beat him? Nah. Adwaita. The name of that alien turtle mage. He was bad news in any universe. In the original Ben 10 series, he was an immortal tyrant who ruled Legerdemain with an iron fist. If he existed here and was anything like that version. Magic was right. All the more reason to hurry, I pressed. Look, I understand caution. But right now, Charmcaster is running headlong into danger with items that amplify her already substantial power. If she gets herself killed, Adwaita will gain access to those items, and if she somehow succeeds, well, who knows what she'll do. The consequences could be massive. Ilyana paced, her bare feet silent on the hardwood floor. You realize this isn't just about opening a door. Limbo responds to me in unpredictable ways. Now that was just an excuse. Before I could respond, a head suddenly phased through the wall beside us. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Sorry for eavesdropping, Kitty Pryde said, materializing halfway into the room. But these walls are literally paper to me. Ilyana didn't look surprised. How long have you been there, Katya? Long enough, Kitty replied, fully stepping into the room. And I think he's right. That seemed to genuinely surprise Ilyana. You're taking his side. Kitty shrugged. I can go with you, and when we return, I can cover for you. Tell Pyotr and the professor you're helping with something important. You'd lie to Xavier. For this. Ilyana's tone was skeptical. Kitty glanced at me, then back to her friend. Consider it repayment for the save from Rogue back then, and the Sentinel save today. Besides, I've seen what happens when we wait too long to act because we're busy debating ethics. A loaded silence filled the room. There was clearly history there, something painful that passed between the two women in that look. Ilyana considered for a long moment, then sighed. Fine. But we do this my way. She moved to her closet and pulled out a worn leather jacket, slipping it on over her t-shirt. I expected her to change out of the Hello Kitty pants, but she caught my glance and raised an eyebrow. What? You think demons care about fashion? Fair point, I conceded. With a fluid gesture, she extended her hand, and the soul's word materialized in her grip once again. The mystical weapon gleamed with inner light, illuminating her face from below. Another gesture, and silver armor began forming over her upper body, crawling across her skin like liquid metal solidifying into intricate, demonic-looking plates. The contrast between the magical armor and the pink Hello Kitty pants was something. One rule, she stated firmly, pointing the sword at me. When we're there, you do exactly as I say. Limbo isn't just dangerous, it's alive, and it knows your fears. Got it. You're the boss, I agreed quickly. Ileana drew a circle in the air with her sword. The space within the circle began to shimmer, then split open into what looked like a hole in reality itself. Through it, I could see a hellish landscape. Red skies, twisted rock formations, what might have been fire in the distance. Looks a little scary. The magnitude of what I was doing submerged. I was about to step into an actual hell dimension with a half-demon sorceress I barely knew, without telling Gwen or Grandpa Max, alright. Shouldn't you get your cousin, she asked, raising an eyebrow. I considered that for a moment. But when I recalled what Charmcaster had done to Gwen in the Alien Force show, sucking all her mana dry to revive her father in the Ledger Domain, I shook my head. No. Just me alone will be alright. She shrugged. Too late for second thoughts. The portal won't hold forever. She stepped through without looking back. Kitty gave me an encouraging nod. Well, good luck to us, she mouthed silently, stepping close to me. Taking a deep breath, Kitty and I followed Ileana into the portal. The transition felt like being pulled through ice water, then suddenly dropped into an oven. Heat slammed into me as my feet touched solid ground. We stood on a barren plain of cracked red earth. The sky burned crimson above us, no sun visible but light somehow permeating everything with an unnatural glow. In the distance, impossible geography stretched to the horizon, floating islands, rivers that seemed to flow upward, mountains that twisted in on themselves like optical illusions made solid. Dominating it all was a massive dark castle perched atop what looked disturbingly like a mountain of skulls. The structure seemed to shift subtly when viewed from different angles, towers appearing and disappearing as if the architecture itself couldn't decide what form to take. The air felt dense, heavy with magical energy that made the hair on my arms stand up. The scent of brimstone hung in every breath, and something else. A metallic tang that reminded me uncomfortably of blood. So this is Limbo, I said, trying to sound casual. Looks cozy. Really? Kitty poked me with her elbow. As for magic? No response. I turned to find Ileana standing rigid, her back to me. Her breathing had become ragged, her shoulders rising and falling rapidly. Ileana. What's? A strangled cry escaped her, cutting me off. Kitty gasped in shock, jumping back. Ileana doubled over, the soul's word clattering to the ground beside her. Something was very wrong. I clicked down on the Omnitrix, cycling quickly to 4 arms. The transformation washed over me in a flash of green, and I braced myself, for massive arms ready for whatever threat had affected Ileana. But the threat was Ileana herself. Her scream tore through the air, a sound of agony and transformation that raised the hair on the back of my neck. Her body convulsed, and before my eyes, she began to change. Kitty suddenly looked like she regretted every decision in her life. Ileana's skin darkened to a deep purple-red hue. Horns sprouted from her forehead, curving elegantly upward. Her legs transformed, bones cracking and reshaping into digitigrade limbs ending in cloven hooves. When she finally straightened, her eyes glowed with eldritch power, pools of pure golden light without pupils or whites. This was the Dark Child. Ileana's demonic form, ruler of Limbo. Image here. I stood over Kitty protectively and took a defensive stance, unsure if she was still an ally or if I was now facing an enemy in a dimension where I had zero home field advantage. Ileana slowly met eyes with me. To my surprise, she laughed. It was a sound both musical and deeply unsettling, vibrating, like wind chimes made of bone. Don't look so worried, handsome, she purred, her voice resonating with strange harmonics. I'm still me, just more. I wasn't confident if I'd be able to control myself quite well. She approached with predatory grace, trailing a finger across my muscled chest. 4 arms was nearly twice her size, but somehow she made me feel small. I like your human form better. It looks cute. Can you go back? I shook my head, unwilling to put myself in the face of danger. Ooh, rebellious. You are lucky I'm in a good mood. I feel perfect, she said, stretching like a cat waking from a nap. Always do, here. This is where I belong. Her entire demeanor had transformed along with her body. The reserved, cold Ileana was gone, replaced by something primal and uninhibited. She was still recognizably herself, but with all restraint stripped away. Kitty relaxed seeing her friend still in there. Now, Ileana the Dark Child flashed a fanged smile that was equal parts alluring and terrifying. Let's go hunting for your little witch. As her laughter echoed across the hellish landscape, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd made a serious miscalculation. This wasn't just a trip to another dimension. I'd walked straight into the lion's den, and the lion seemed very, very happy to have company. The castle in the distance seemed to pulse, as if responding to its queen's pleasure. Chapter 71, The Court of the Darkchild. Chapter 71, The Court of the Darkchild. The landscape of Limbo sprawled before us, a hellish canvas painted in shades of crimson and shadow. I remained in my forearms form, not just for the extra muscle, but because something about this place made me want as many limbs for fighting as possible. Also because I wasn't sure if I could totally trust the magic in front of me. If she wanted me dead, I wasn't sure if I could stop her. Just to put it out there, this Ileana right now was comparable to beings like Hela and Mephisto. It's not an exaggeration, nor was it because she's in her Darkchild form. This was her domain and she was a goddess queen here. There was no catch. Stay close to me, Kitty whispered, her voice tight with tension. When she's like this, Ileana can be unpredictable. You don't say, I muttered back, watching as our demonic tour guide sauntered ahead of us, her hoofs for feet leaving smoking imprints in the scorched earth. Ileana, or the Darkchild version of her, moved with predatory grace across her domain. Every few steps, she'd glance back at us, those pupilless orange eyes flashing with amusement at our discomfort. The Hello Kitty pants somehow made the whole thing more unsettling, not less, like finding a pink bow on a tiger that's about to eat you. Don't be so hesitant, cuties, my kingdom awaits, she called back, sweeping her arm to encompass the twisted landscape. Don't worry. Most things here know better than to attack their queens, guests. Most things. Kitty echoed weakly. Ileana's answering laugh seemed to chill Kitty's blood. Where's the fun in complete safety? We descended into a ravine where the rock itself seemed to pulse like veins beneath skin. The air grew thicker, carrying scents I couldn't identify but instinctively knew were bad news. My four fists clenched automatically as movement caught my eye. From the shadows emerged a pack of what might generously be called hounds, if hounds had multiple heads, skeletal bodies, and teeth longer than my fingers. They approached with a mixture of aggression and deference, bowing their heads to Ileana while growling low in their throats at Kitty and me. Meet my pets, Ileana said fondly, running a clawed hand along the spine of the nearest beast. They're harmless. Usually. One of the creatures, bolder than the rest, snapped at my leg. Before I could react, Ileana made a dismissive gesture. The following sight was harrowing. The hound disintegrated into ash with a pathetic whimper. They can smell the human soul in you, she explained casually, as if she hadn't just obliterated a living creature without touching it. Some here find it appetizing. The remaining hounds slunk back, properly chastised. Remind me to pack soul deodorant next time, I said, earning a genuine laugh from our demonic guide. We continued our journey through Limbo's twisted geography. The terrain shifted without warning, one moment solid ground, the next liquid fire that somehow supported our weight. Kitty stayed close to my side, her hand occasionally brushing my arm as if to reassure herself I was still there. Our second encounter came at the edge of a cliff that hadn't been there a moment before. A massive winged demon with acid dripping from fangs the size of my forearm swooped down from nowhere, screeching a challenge. I didn't wait for an invitation, launching myself forward with all four arms swinging. The impact felt like punching concrete, and my blows seemed to have minimal effect. The creature backhanded me with enough force to send me skidding across the ground. Everything here has rules, Ileana said, almost bored. My rules. She stepped forward, soul's word gleaming, and touched not the demon itself but its shadow. The effect was immediate, the creature withered like time-lapse footage of decomposition, shrinking and desiccating until nothing remained but dust. You know, I said, picking myself up, a quick explanation of the rules might be helpful. Where's the fun in that? Ileana smirked. I prefer watching you learn. After what felt like hours but might have been minutes, it was hard to tell since time wasn't exactly consistent here, we reached what Ileana called the River of Memory. It was unlike any river I'd ever seen. A flowing stream of odd-colored darkness where faces occasionally surfaced, mouths open in silent screams. Souls, I realized with a chill. Those were souls swimming in that liquid darkness. We cross here, Ileana announced, striking her sword into the ground. A bridge of bone and sinew materialized, arching over the dark waters. As we crossed, whispers rose from the river, calling my name. Voices that sounded familiar yet wrong, trying to lure me closer to the edge. The scariest part? There were even voices from my previous life. I kept my eyes fixed on the far side, ignoring the increasingly desperate calls. Don't listen, Kitty warned. I heard they'll try anything to make you fall in. I'd never have guessed, I replied, my voice strained with the effort of blocking out the whispers. Our final challenge before reaching the castle was the most impressive yet. A massive volcanic golem, easily 100 feet tall, rose from a pool of magma, roaring a challenge that shook the very ground. Belasco's old guardian, Ileana explained, a note of distaste in her voice. He never did clean up after himself properly. The golem swung a fist the size of a bus toward us. I braced myself, ready to intercept, but Ileana stepped forward. Before my eyes, she grew to match the golem's size, her demonic features stretching to titanic proportions. She caught the massive fist in one hand, her claws sinking into the molten rock. "Bow," she commanded, her voice now a thunderous boom that shook my bones. The golem hesitated. That was its mistake. Ileana twisted, and the creature's arm came free with a sound like a mountain cracking in half. Magma blood sprayed in a scalding arc as the golem fell to its knees. Ileana placed her hoof on its chest and pushed, sending it crashing back into the lava pool from which it had emerged. Then, as if nothing had happened, she shrunk back to normal size and casually adjusted her Hello Kitty pants. "That was pretty impressive," I managed. "That was a warm-up," she replied with a fanged grin. The castle Limbo loomed before us, a structure that defied both physics and sanity. Towers spiraled inward at impossible angles, bridges connected to nowhere, and the entire building seemed to ripple and shift as if we were viewing it through heat waves. As we approached, the castle actively reshaped itself, staircases unfurling like tongues to welcome its queen home. I swore I saw faces occasionally forming in the stonework, watching us with hungry eyes before melting back into the architecture. "Home sweet home," Ileana said, leading us through a massive gateway that hadn't existed until she walked toward it. "Ah, I used to hate this place." The throne room was both exactly what I expected and nothing like I imagined. A cavernous space with a ceiling lost in shadows, walls that occasionally shifted to show different parts of Limbo, and a throne that appeared to be crafted from solidified moonlight. Various creatures, some demonic, some surprisingly human-looking, bowed as Ileana entered. She settled onto her throne with the casual ease of someone who had done this 1,000 times. The effect was somewhat diminished by the cartoon cat face on her pants, but nobody here seemed to find it odd. "My court will want to meet you," she said, striking the floor with her soul's word. The impact sent out a wave of energy that made my teeth ache. I decided this might be a good time to revert to human form, partly because 4 arms was getting odd looks, partly because I felt marginally safer now that we were in the castle. The transformation flash drew gasps and murmurs from the gathered demons. Ileana merely looked amused. "Aw, finally," she said. "I really do like this small cute you better." The throne room doors swung open with thunderous force. A massive figure ducked to enter, a demon that made even 4 arms look small by comparison. His body was covered in obsidian-like chitin, and 2 massive horns curled from his head, one broken and capped with metal. His eyes were molten gold, and embers drifted from his mouth when he spoke. "My queen," he rumbled, dropping to one knee with obvious reluctance. "You have returned." His gaze shifted to me, narrowing with suspicion. "With pets." "Warlord Draken," Ileana acknowledged. "This is Ben Tennyson and Kitty Pryde. They are my guests, not pets. Though that distinction can change at my whim." "The mortal realm stirs again," Draken growled. "And you bring its children here." "I do as I please, Draken." Ileana's tone hardened. "Or have you forgotten whose realm this is?" The massive demon lowered his head further. "Never, my queen." A shimmering in the air beside the throne coalesced into another figure, a feminine form with dusky purple skin and hair like liquid shadow. She moved with serpentine finesse, her eyes like polished amethyst scanning us with predatory interest. "Malice," Ileana introduced. "My mistress of whispers." Malice circled me slowly, inhaling as if sampling my scent. "Oh, this one has secrets." "Delicious ones." Her voice was like silk over broken glass. "Layers, within layers." "How fascinating." I took a step back, feeling uncomfortably exposed. Is personal space not a thing in hell dimensions? Malice laughed, the sound like tinkling bells. "Your wish is my transaction, my queen," she said to Ileana, ignoring my question entirely. A third figure materialized, this one appearing silently at Ileana's side. This one was a loyal servant, I could tell from how close it stood near her. A 7-foot-tall form encased in ornate, obsidian armor that seemed to drink the light around it. No flesh was visible beneath, instead, a swirling vortex of shadow and pale, ghostly light filled the gaps. Its face was a smooth, featureless helm, but emotions were conveyed through the intensity of the light that shone from within the visor, currently a soft, curious blue. "Kaelin, my shadow," Ileana said, her voice softening slightly. "Always punctual." Kaelin didn't speak but acknowledged me and Kitty with a slight nod. Finally, a robed figure formed from swirling parchment and floating letters, its skin covered in shifting, glowing runes. Where a face should be, there were only 2 pools of shimmering silver ink that served as eyes. "The Archivist," Ileana finished. "Keeper of all knowledge in Limbo." "The coordinates of probability suggest multiple outcomes," the Archivist intoned, its voice like pages turning in an ancient book. "Your journey through the Nexus barriers has created temporal ripples, my queen. Ileana waved dismissively. And? You think I'll stop using my powers just because of that? No. I did not summon you for portents, Archivist. I need information about breaches to ledger domain. The court's reaction to this request was immediate and varied. Draken's embers flared brighter, Melissa's eyes narrowed with interest, and Kaelin's visor shifted to a more alert amber. The Archivist simply tilted its parchment head. Why concern ourselves with Adwaitia's domain? Draken demanded. Let the turtle tyrant handle his own problems. Because, I cut in, drawing all eyes to me, someone important has gone there with powerful magical artifacts, and we need to find her before she gets herself killed. The silence that followed was deafening. I got the distinct impression outsiders didn't typically address the Court of Limbo so directly. To my surprise, Ileana laughed. This is why I like him. Such courage for such a small frame. I was getting a little tired of her calling me small and cute. I was 6'3", what was she on about? But when I recalled that her brother was none other than Colossus, I had a quick understanding of her views. She turned to her court. A sorceress named Charmcaster has entered Ledger Domain, likely seeking revenge against its ruler. She carries artifacts of considerable power. I want her found. To what end, my queen? Melissa asked, her tone carefully neutral. Do you desire these artifacts for yourself? I'm simply helping friends, Ileana replied, gesturing to me and Kitty. A concept I realize is foreign to most of you. Draken scoffed. Wasting resources on human matters. Are you questioning me, warlord? Ileana's voice dropped to a dangerous purr. The massive demon immediately backed down. No, my queen. I shall send aerial scouts along the borders immediately. Melissa, activate your spy network. The Archivist will research similar past incursions. Ileana's gaze shifted to the silent night. Kaelin, you will protect the castle and our guests in my absence. Each member of the court acknowledged their tasks, though with varying degrees of enthusiasm. As they dispersed, I couldn't help but feel like I'd just watched a bizarre fantasy court drama unfold. If the situation weren't so serious, it might almost be entertaining. Ileana rose from her throne, stretching like a satisfied cat. Come. While my court does its work, I'll show you my castle. The tour that followed was like walking through a fever dream designed by someone with a serious case of architectural ADHD. We passed through a room where gravity pulled toward all walls simultaneously, a garden where plants sang in the voices of the damned, and a library where books read themselves aloud in languages that made my ears hurt. Eventually, Ileana was called away to deal with some demonic issue, leaving me alone with Kitty in a relatively normal-looking sitting room, if you ignored the furniture made from materials I couldn't identify and definitely didn't want to ask about. So, I said, dropping onto a couch that felt disturbingly like it was breathing beneath me, is she always like this here? Kitty sank into a chair opposite me, looking exhausted. Well, I've been here once before, but I did see the Darkchild a few times. It isn't just a form, she explained, keeping her voice low. If I have to explain in simpler terms, it's who she truly is without Earth's restraints, I guess. Imagine spending years in a cage, then suddenly being released. The wildness isn't new, it's just finally free. And you trust her like this? Trust is complicated with Ileana, Kitty sighed. But yes, I do. Unlike most of the other X-Men, I met her when she was a child, when she was still normal. Ever since then, she has saved my life more times than I can count. She was kidnapped by the previous ruler of Limbo at an early age and spent years there. On Earth, only seconds passed. This is why she looks 19, while mentally she's 26. Or more, but she doesn't want to talk about it. She's been fighting her new nature ever since then because that's what Xavier and her brother expect. Here, she doesn't have to fight it. I nodded, processing this. Must be exhausting, constantly holding back who you really are. Speaking from experience. Kitty raised an eyebrow. Maybe a little. The Omnitrix gives me powers, but there are limits to what society accepts. Even heroes have to color within the lines. Deep thoughts from a guy who turns into aliens for a living, she teased. I contain multitudes, I replied with a grin. So, what's your story? How does a nice girl like you end up best friends with the Queen of Hell? Nice girl. I'm glad I've managed to change your opinion of me from last time, she said with a grin. And that's a long story involving kidnapping, resurrection, my very complicated relationship with her brother, and some dragons, Kitty said with a straight face. Maybe I'll tell you over drinks sometime. Ooh, you and Colossus. Crazy. That aside, was that an invitation just now? I asked, leaning forward with a smile. Because I happen to be free once we rescue our magical thief and get back to Earth. Kitty gave me a dry look. I didn't mean it like that. Do you have no shame? You flirt with everyone. I shrugged. Not everyone. I haven't flirted with Ileana or Darkchild yet. And I'd advise against it, she said, but I caught the hint of a smile. Demons take propositions very literally. Our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a procession of servants, some human-looking, some decidedly not, carrying platters of food. The feast that followed was simultaneously appetizing and unsettling. Fruits that pulsed like hearts, meats of unidentifiable origin, and drinks that changed color with each sip. Ileana rejoined us, clearly amused by our caution with the strange dishes. Relax. Nothing here will harm you without my permission, she assured us, biting into something that looked like a cross between an apple and a jellyfish. Not the most comforting guarantee I've ever heard, I said, cautiously sampling a purple bread that tasted surprisingly like cinnamon. The meal was interrupted by a commotion at the entrance to the dining hall. A bat-like creature with multiple eyes crashed through the doorway, its wings tattered and body bearing signs of recent combat. It landed hard on the table, scattering dishes. Mistress, found, the witch. It gasped before collapsing in a heap. Draken strode in moments later, his massive form filling the doorway. My queen, our scouts have located the human sorceress. Where? I demanded, already on my feet. The warlord's molten eyes fixed on me with obvious distaste before turning back to Ileana. Your human which has breached the eastern boundary of legerdemain. And your scout. Ileana gestured to the injured creature. What happened to it? Adwaitia's sentries are vigilant, Draken replied, his tone suggesting this was a severe understatement. Malice materialized from the shadows, her purple lips curved in an odd smile. I have additional intelligence, my queen. The witch seeks an audience with the turtle tyrant himself. She carries powerful artifacts as offering. It's all to lure him in and try to kill him, I said, remembering what Charmcaster had told me about avenging her father. She's using Gwen's stuff as bait. The archivist drifted into the hall, its parchment body rustling softly. If that is the case, the probability of her survival approaches zero. Outside their respective realms, even a battle between my queen and Adwaitia is uncertain. No, the way he said it, it was certain that magic would lose if she fought Adwaitia outside her realm. Especially in his realm. What chance did Charmcaster have? I moved to the nearest window, looking toward the shimmering boundary visible on the horizon. Somewhere beyond that dimensional barrier, Charmcaster was walking into a death trap of her own making. Whatever pain had driven her to this point, whatever grief she carried, it wasn't worth dying for. Hope, I murmured. Whatever game you're playing, it's not worth dying for. Behind me, I heard Ileana issue commands to her court, preparing for what came next. Her voice had taken on a harder edge, the playfulness replaced by something colder and more focused. The Queen of Limbo was mobilizing, and for the first time since we'd arrived, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe we weren't too late after all. Maybe. Chapter 72, The Alpha Rune. Chapter 72, The Alpha Rune. The throne room had transformed into a war room before I noticed. Maps floated and showed the realm boundary, casting eerie light across the gathered demonic faces. The huge Draken stood with his massive arms crossed, arguing vehemently with Ileana. Adwaitia will perceive any crossing as an act of war, the warlord growled, embers spitting from his mouth with each word. We have maintained an uneasy peace for centuries. Why risk it for one human witch? Do I care if the previous rulers maintained peace with that turtle? I'm not asking for your permission, Draken, Ileana replied coldly. I'm informing you of my decision. She looked different now, her dark child form enhanced by battle armor that seemed to grow directly from her skin. Plates of bone and metal covered her chest and limbs, while her horns had grown longer, curving backward like a crown. Only her Hello Kitty pajama pants remained unchanged, a jarring reminder of the girl beneath the Demon Queen. Kaelin approached me silently, offering a small amulet. The featureless knight placed it in my palm without a word, the visor of his helm glowing a soft blue that somehow conveyed concern. What's this for? I asked, studying the strange symbol etched into the metal. Protection, Ileana answered for him. A token of safe passage. Most creatures in Limbo will think twice before attacking someone under Kaelin's protection. And in Legerdemain? She shrugged. It might help. Or it might make you a priority target. With Adwaitia, it's hard to predict. Great. Ambiguous magical protection. Better than nothing, I supposed. Draken reluctantly provided Kitty with a weapon, a slender dagger that seemed to shift and change whenever I wasn't looking directly at it. The phase blade, he explained gruffly. It can cut through magical barriers. Try not to lose it, human. The archivist drifted forward, summoning a three-dimensional map that floated between us. These are the most likely locations for Adwaitia's citadel, it intoned, several points lighting up on the map. The structure moves according to arcane patterns, but these coordinates represent an 83.7% probability. Thanks, I said, studying the map carefully. Any idea which one Charmcaster would head for? The central chamber, the archivist replied without hesitation. It is where the Alpha rune would be kept. I committed the locations to memory as best I could. After the preparations were complete, we gathered at a spot Ileana claimed would provide the easiest crossing. I will create a tier directly to the boundary, she explained, her soul's word glowing with eldritch energy. From there, you must cross into Ledger Domain on your own. You're not coming with us? Kitty asked, sounding worried. Ileana's expression darkened. Well, no. The politics of the dark dimensions are complicated. Entering another lord's realm directly challenges their authority. If Adwaita defeats me there, he could claim Limbo as his own. That's a risk we can't take, I agreed, understanding the implications immediately. Even if it meant I had to go against a godlike entity, capable of matching Hela, Mephisto, and Hades, on my own. We'll handle it. Ileana slashed her sword through the air, creating a tear in reality that rippled like heat waves. Through it, I could see what looked like two soap bubbles pressing against each other, the boundary between Limbo and Ledger Domain. The air shimmered with clashing magical energies, and debris floated in the space between realms, caught in the dimensional equivalent of a riptide. Once you cross, I cannot help you, Ileana warned. Nor can I guarantee your safe return if Adwaita seals the boundary. I nodded, then glanced at Kitty. Sure you want to come? Last chance to back out. I'll be fine, she said with surprising confidence. I can phase through most threats. Take me with you. I smiled, appreciating her courage, then activated the Omnitrix. The familiar green light washed over me as I transformed into Cannonbolt. Let's roll, I said, my voice deeper in this form. I wrapped my arms around Kitty, curling into a protective ball around her, making her yelp. Hold tight. I launched myself toward the boundary, building momentum as I rolled. The tear in reality approached rapidly, and then we were through, hurtling through the strange between space, surrounded by conflicting magical energies. For a moment, I felt like we were suspended in syrup, every movement requiring tremendous effort. Then we broke through, crashing onto solid ground with enough force to leave a small crater. I uncurled, checking that Kitty was unharmed before scanning our surroundings. Ledger Domain couldn't have been more different from Limbo's chaotic landscape. Here, everything had a precise, mathematical structure. Magic flowed in visible currents through the air like river systems, and ancient stone structures floated in impossible configurations against a sky that seemed to be made of pure energy rather than atmosphere. The ground beneath us was crystalline, pulsing with power at regular intervals. Whoa, I muttered, reverting to human form. This is empty, Kitty finished, looking around at the eerily beautiful but deserted landscape. Where is everyone? A flash of light behind us made us both spin around, ready for attack. To my surprise, Ileana stood there, still in her dark child form but looking somehow diminished, her horns smaller, her presence less overwhelming. Why do you guys look so shocked? Well, you said. I said I couldn't help you as Queen of Limbo, she corrected. Here, I am merely a powerful sorceress, not a queen. There's a difference. And my mutant power, remember. I can teleport wherever I wish. If things get dangerous, we'll just flee. And that difference is enough to avoid challenging Adwaita's authority. I asked skeptically. She shrugged. Probably not. But it gives me plausible deniability if confronted. I'm just a wandering mutant, not an invading ruler. Politics in the magical realm seemed even more convoluted than on Earth. Still, I wasn't about to turn down the help of someone who could literally teleport us out of danger. So what's with the ghost town vibe? I asked, gesturing to the empty landscape. I figured a magical realm would have, magical creatures. Adwaita rules through control, not chaos, Ileana explained, her tone bitter. 1,000 years of paranoia has left this realm nearly empty. He destroys anything he cannot dominate completely. That explained a lot. Where Limbo had been teeming with life, albeit mostly demonic life, Ledger Domain felt like a beautiful but sterile museum. Even the architecture reflected this difference. Where Limbo's structures were organic and ever-changing, Ledger Domain's floating citadels were precise, geometric, almost mathematical in their perfection. We hadn't gone far when the first attack came. The crystalline ground beneath us suddenly shifted, pieces breaking free and assembling into humanoid guardians, geometric shapes forming bodies with glowing cores where hearts should be. I returned to human form and hit the Omnitrix without hesitation, transforming into Diamond Head. Let's see how you like fighting someone made of tougher stuff. I called out, forming crystal shards along my arms. The guardians fired energy beams from their cores. I raised my arms, the crystals reflecting the beams back at their sources. Several exploded on impact, but more rose to take their place. Kitty phased through attackers, her intangibility disrupting their magical cohesion. They fell apart as she passed through them, unable to maintain form after contact with her phasing ability. Ileana's spells, while impressive, were noticeably weaker than they had been in Limbo. She fought with gritted teeth, clearly straining against the limitations of being in another lord's domain. After dispatching the last guardian, we paused to catch our breath. That was just the welcoming committee, Ileana warned. It gets worse from here. She wasn't kidding. The journey to Adwaitia's citadel was like navigating a magical obstacle course designed by a sadist. Gravity shifted unpredictably, sending us floating upward one moment and crashing down the next. Time flowed differently in different areas. I spent what felt like hours crossing a single bridge while Kitty and Ileana waited mere seconds for me to join them. At one point, I transformed into XLR8 to navigate particularly difficult sections, my speed allowing me to bypass temporal anomalies and gravity shifts. Even so, progress was grueling. Kitty was the first to notice something strange about the realm itself. It feels wounded somehow, she said during a brief rest. Like something's draining it. Ileana nodded grimly. Adwaitia has been harvesting the realm's magic for centuries. The Alpha Rune allows him to channel and store that power. It's what makes him nearly invincible here. Our next challenge came in the form of a Palorfang Guardian. It was part turtle, part dragon, with a spell-inscribed shell that deflected my attacks. These creatures are the main guardians of Adwaitia, Magic explained. Meaning we're close. It breathed spells rather than fire, every other blast carrying different effects. One turned the ground to quicksand, another reversed gravity, and a third temporarily blinded me. Working together, we managed to defeat it. Using Diamond Head, I distracted the creature while Kitty phased through its shell to disrupt the spell matrix, and Ileana delivered the last attack with a well-placed spell that froze the creature's magical shell, turning it brittle enough for me to shatter with a final kick. That's one overgrown snapping turtle down, I panted, shaking crystal shards from my diamond-head fists. How many more to go? Too many, Ileana replied grimly, the glow of her magic fading from her clawed hands. Even in her weakened state, she moved with deadly precision. We're getting closer to the citadel. Adwaitia's defenses will only grow stronger. She wasn't kidding. As we continued our journey, the very environment turned against us. The sky, if you could call that swirling mass of energy a sky, darkened ominously. Storm clouds formed, but instead of rain, they poured down spells. I watched in disbelief as a purple lightning bolt struck the ground nearby and turned a boulder into a flock of butterflies. Heads up! Kitty shouted as winds began whispering around us. Literal whispers, carrying secrets and lies designed to disorient and confuse. You'll never save her in time, the wind hissed in my ear. She's already dead. Turn back while you still can. I gritted my teeth, pressing forward. Don't listen to the voices, I warned. It's just more magic tricks. The ground itself became treacherous, sections disappearing without warning, leaving gaping holes that revealed nothing but infinite blackness below. I nearly lost my footing twice before switching to Stinkfly, using my wings to hover safely above the unstable terrain. Fly low, Ileana advised, creating a small platform of magic for herself and Kitty. The winds get worse higher up. And the gravity is odd here. From my aerial vantage point, I spotted a massive structure in the distance. It was a geometric nightmare of floating platforms and twisted spires, all revolving around a central tower that pulsed with pink energy. That's it, I called down. Adwaitia's citadel. But something else caught my eye, flashes of purple and pink energy erupting from a platform at the citadel's base. A battle was already underway. Damn it. I was hoping we could find Charmcaster before she got into a battle. I flew closer, setting down on a stable outcropping where Ileana and Kitty joined me. From here, we had a clear view of the confrontation below. Charmcaster, I grumbled, recognizing the silver-haired figure immediately. She was fighting for her life, Gwen's stolen charms glowing around her neck as she hurled spell after spell. Toward what? Toward a massive turtle. He made the already strong Palorfang look like a pet store turtle, a massive, ancient-looking creature with a shell that could have housed a small car. Pink mana fire surrounded his head like a crown, and his eyes gleamed with malevolent intelligence and power accumulated over centuries. The alien from the Ultimate Alien show that Ben called Terraspin. Adwaitia was a member of that species, but he was a mutant. Geochelone Arios, if I recalled the name right. One fact about them was that they're able to learn magic more easily than other species. And they were also immune to it, working by reverting the magic to the original caster. Adwaitia took advantage of his bloodline to become one of the masters of magic. Adwaitia, Ileana confirmed, her voice tight. And he's toying with her. She was right. Despite Charmcaster's impressive magical arsenal, bolstered by her stolen items, she was clearly outmatched. The turtle tyrant barely moved as he deflected her attacks with contemptuous ease, occasionally returning fire with devastating blasts that left smoking craters in the platform. What's that thing around his neck? Kitty asked, noticing a stone tablet hanging from a chain. I already knew what it was. The Alpha Rune, Ileana explained, her expression grim. It's an ancient artifact of tremendous power, the focus for reality-shaping energy in this realm. Each domain has an anchor that gives its ruler ultimate authority. In Limbo, it's my soul's word and throne. Here, it's the Alpha rune. And with it, he's basically unbeatable on his home turf, I guessed. Precisely. In the show, Ben barely made a difference in the team's fight against this turtle, even with Ultimate Humanguser. Even that wasn't enough. Me. I had no form as strong as that. In the end, it was a Gregor who defeated Adwaita by stealing the Alpha rune from around his neck. Which was stupid. Why would a 1,000-year-old magician keep his ultimate treasure loosely hanging from his neck with a single thread? This universe's Adwaita was smarter. The rune didn't hang from some loose rope, it was embedded in a hard magical necklace that seemed attached to his skin. Stealing it was a fool's dream. In simpler words, that turtle was a mana god with it. Yes, sure, I had feedback, but... Suddenly, I didn't know how I could save Chamcaster. Chapter 73, The Rescue Attempt. Chapter 73, The Rescue Attempt. We fell quiet after that, processing the danger of this situation while watching Charmcaster attempt a particularly complex spell. The pages of Gwen's spellbook fluttered wildly as she chanted. For a short moment, it looked like she might have caught Adwaita off guard. A massive vortex of energy formed above the turtle tyrant, threatening to crush him. Then he laughed. The sound was like maddening thunder. With a casual gesture, he collapsed the vortex in on itself, sending the energy rebounding back at Charmcaster. She barely managed to raise a shield in time. "Child of my enemy, your attempts are amusing at best," Adwaita shouted, voice carrying across the entire realm. "Keep going, show me more. Show me how much I've inspired you by killing your pathetic father. Die, bastard." Charmcaster trembled in rage, throwing spells at his flying form. The situation didn't look good. Charmcaster had no chance of winning anyway, but now she was being overcome by rage. She'd be defeated, killed, the moment the turtle got bored. I, along with these two girls jumping in, wouldn't help either. The power gap was larger than that. This was not a fight we could win. "We should retreat," Kitty said quietly as if she could read my mind, swallowing hard. She was trembling in fear. "There's no way we can win this fight." I could understand why she was scared. Magic was one of the few weaknesses that Kitty Pryde had. While so far she'd been fine against mindless golems, it wouldn't be the same against a master of magic like Adwaita. Ileana nodded in agreement. Not even in Limbo would I want to face him with the rune in his possession. Well, I'd win in Limbo, but not without casualty. I looked at them both, then back to Charmcaster. Even from this distance, I could see the desperation in her movements, the reckless determination of someone who knew they were outmatched but wouldn't back down. "I'm not leaving without her," I said firmly. "What do you suggest then, hero boy?" "I'm sorry for dragging you guys in, but don't worry, my suggestions don't include you getting involved. I'll take care of this. She may be a backstabbing thief, but she cared about my family in her own way. If not, why did she bother teaching Gwen that meditation technique when she hated her so much? I'm not going to watch her die." Before they could argue, I began making my way down toward the battlefield. We were close enough now to hear the exchange between Charmcaster and her opponent. "You shall die today for killing my father." Charmcaster screamed, her voice raw with emotion as she unleashed another barrage of spells. Adwaita swatted them aside like flies. Now I could see him clearly, a 10-foot-tall turtle-like creature, his ancient shell covered in arcane symbols that glowed with each spell he cast. Unlike normal Geocellone Arios, he had arms ending in clawed hands rather than flippers, and his eyes burned with malevolent intelligence. "Your father was a fool who challenged powers beyond his understanding." "Meaning, me." Adwaita's voice rumbled like stones grinding together. "As are you, child. Though I must admit, your stolen trinkets have made this more amusing than I expected." I'd heard enough. My hand found the Omnitrix, cycling through my options. Against a being who could manipulate magical energy, one choice stood out. "How about you fight someone your own size?" I shouted as the transformation washed over me, the familiar surge of power reconfiguring my DNA. Feedback. I landed on the platform between them, my single eye locked on Adwaita as my antenna-like plugs extended, already beginning to absorb the ambient magical energy that saturated the air. Charmcaster looked at me in shock. Ben. What are you? How did you dash?" A multitude of emotions ran through her face which had already given up on this battle. In her eyes, I saw hope rekindle. "Less talking, more running," I suggested, not taking my eyes off the turtle tyrant. "I'll handle this." Adwaita regarded me with mild curiosity. Another insect to crush. How tiresome. He unleashed a blast of pink energy that could have leveled a building. I caught it with my fingertips, the magical power flowing into me, charging me up like a battery. The sensation was incredible. Pure magical potential that filled me with strength, and my cells hummed with electric potential. Thanks for the boost, Oogway, I grinned, redirecting the energy right back at him with interest. The blast struck his shell, actually pushing him back several feet. His expression shifted from boredom to mild surprise. Interesting, he mused. A conductoid. Rare in this part of the cosmos. I tried not to let my surprise show. He knew what species I was. But there was no time to dwell on it as he launched his counterattack. Not at me, but at the platform itself. The stone beneath my feet suddenly rippled, attempting to engulf me like quicksand. I leapt clear, only to find the air around me becoming solid, magical restraints forming around my limbs. This was not good. He already knew attacking me directly wouldn't work, so he was attacking the terrain. Did you really think I wouldn't adapt? Adwaitia's voice carried a note of genuine amusement now. In my domain, reality bends to my will. With a gesture, he performed a spell that sealed the plugs on my fingers and antenna, preventing me from absorbing any more power. The magic I'd already collected began to backfire, painful surges rippling through my body. Ileana appeared beside me in a flash of light, her soul's word slicing through my magical restraints. This isn't working, she hissed. We need to retreat, Ben. Even though she said that, she'd already come to help me. I was grateful for that. Adwaitia turned his attention to her, recognition dawning in his ancient eyes. The Dark Child. So far from your throne. With a casual wave, he summoned a massive stone golem that immediately engaged Ileana, keeping her occupied. I glanced around quickly and spotted Charmcaster. Rather than fleeing, she was preparing another spell, her face contorted with rage and determination. That annoying and stupid girl. You took everything from me, she screamed at Adwaitia. My father, my childhood, my home. Ha! And I'll take more still, he replied coldly, gathering energy for what looked like a finishing blow. I made my decision in an instant, slapping the Omnitrix symbol on my chest. The green flash momentarily blinded everyone as I returned into human and then XLR8 right away, my form becoming a blur of black and blue. Before Charmcaster could react, I had her in my arms, racing away from Adwaitia at speeds that distorted the very air around us. No. Let me go. Ben Tennyson, how dare you meddle in my matters? Let me go, she struggled against my grip, her voice breaking. I need to have my revenge. Shut the fuck up, Hope, I'm risking my life here. I shouted at her face, and her voice died like a broken bulb. Ugh. Just think about it. You'll never get revenge if you're dead, would you? Come back a few years later when you're stronger, I added, not slowing down. Charmcaster stared at me for a moment, her eyes wet at my scolding, before she put her face on my shoulder, hugging me tightly. I spotted Kitty and raced toward her, gesturing for her to grab hold. As soon as she had a grip on my arm, I called out to Ileana, who was still fighting the powerful golem. Time to go. The entire citadel began to shake violently as Adwaitia's rage manifested physically. Thieves. Trespassers. You dare? You think you can flee? His voice boomed across the realm, the alpha rune on his chest glowing like a miniature sun. The stone platforms around us began to crack and collapse, the very fabric of Legerdemain warping to block our escape. Ileana finally managed to dispatch the golem and teleported to our side, looking exhausted but determined. This way. She led us through a dizzying series of teleports, staying just ahead of the collapsing architecture and magical traps that sprang up in our wake. With each jump, I could see she was growing weaker, the strain of using her powers in a hostile realm taking its toll. We finally reached what should have been the boundary back to Limbo, only to find our path blocked by a churning sea of raw magic, powerful currents of pure energy that would tear us apart if we tried to cross. Behind us, the ground split open, and Adwaitia emerged in a form 3 times larger than before, his shell now a fortress, his eyes blazing suns of fury. There is no escape from Legerdemain without my permission, he thundered, the alpha rune pulsing with each word. Ileana staggered slightly, her demonic features flickering as her power waned. I can teleport us back to Limbo, she said, her voice strained. It will drain me completely. Be ready to run when we land. Before I could protest, she turned to face Adwaitia one last time. Despite her weakened state, she stood tall, her chin raised in defiance. Perhaps next time, Turtle, she called out, raising a middle finger at him. When you're not hiding behind your fancy necklace. With that final act of defiance, she opened a portal beneath our feet. The last thing I saw before we fell through was Adwaitia's face contorted with rage, the alpha rune blazing like a supernova as he lunged toward us. We crashed onto the crimson soil of Limbo in a heap of exhausted limbs. Charmcaster had finally lost consciousness, her body going limp in my arms. Kitty looked shaken but intact. Ileana, to my surprise, was already straightening up, strength visibly returning to her demonic form as she reconnected with her realm. Ah, never mind. We don't gotta fight no monsters, I'm back to feeling great again. Then a slow, satisfied smirk spread across her face as she looked at me. Not bad, Tennyson. You kept your promise when you said we'd be done before breakfast. I allowed myself to collapse onto my back, reverting to human form as I stared up at Limbo's burning sky. Let's never do that again, I groaned, though I knew this was just the beginning of our problems. After all, we still had an unconscious sorceress with stolen magical artifacts to deal with. And something told me Adwaita wasn't the type to forgive and forget. Goal is 2,500 stones for 1x bonus, plus usual chapter. Currently, we're at 1,700. It's not far. We might be able to cross it in a day if many of y'all vote, but if we don't, we'll definitely cross it by the next day. Start voting. Chapter 74, The Queen's Judgment. Chapter 74, The Queen's Judgment. The flight back to Castle Limbo was a blur. I held Charmcaster's unconscious form as XLR8, my three-fingered hands careful not to grip too tightly. She was lighter than I expected, fragile even. Or maybe that was just my perception after watching her get tossed around by a magical turtle god. Ileana and Kitty led the way, the Queen of Limbo creating shortcuts through her realm that bent space in ways that made my head hurt. The landscape warped around us, mountains folding like paper, rivers parting like curtains. Every so often, Ileana would glance back at me and Charmcaster, her expression unreadable behind those demonic features. Getting closer to the castle, the adrenaline drained from my system, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion that made even XLR8's enhanced muscles ache. We'd escaped by the skin of our teeth. Not just escaped, we'd pissed off one of the most powerful magical entities in the universe. Great job, Tennyson. Another day, another cosmic being added to your enemies list. The castle appeared suddenly on the horizon, as if it had decided to meet us halfway. Its twisted spires reached toward the crimson sky like accusing fingers. I noticed the activity as we approached the main gates. Demons of all shapes and sizes rushing about, armor being distributed, defenses being reinforced. They were preparing for war. They sensed my return, Ileana explained, noticing my confusion. And my compromised state. Are we in danger? I asked, tightening my grip on Charmcaster. Ileana's laugh was cold. In limbo. Always. But not from them. My court knows better than to challenge me directly. We passed through the massive gates into a courtyard teeming with activity. Demons halted mid-step as we entered, bowing or kneeling as Ileana passed. Their eyes lingered on me, or rather, on the silver-haired sorceress in my arms. Some expressions were curious, others openly hostile. The mood in the throne room was even worse. Draken loomed by the twisted throne, massive arms folded across his chitinous chest. Embers flared from his mouth when he saw us. Malice materialized from the shadows, her purple eyes alight with interest. The archivist hovered nearby, pages rustling with agitation. Only Kalen moved toward us, his armor glowing with a protective blue light. I released my transformation, returning to human form with Charmcaster still cradled in my arms. The shift in size made it harder to carry her, but I managed. You have returned, my queen. Draken's voice rumbled like an avalanche. And you bring another guest. The way he said guest made it sound like vermin. Duh, I shot back. You're very observant for a walking volcano with horns. Yeah, it was probably not the smartest move to antagonize a demon warlord. But I was tired, sore, and in no mood for his attitude. Draken took a threatening step forward, embers falling from his maw. Mere human with a fancy watch, you dare. Enough. Ileana's voice cracked like a whip. Despite her weakened state, power radiated from her in waves. Her soul's word materialized in her hand, the blade flickering with otherworldly energy. Draken, you forget yourself. The massive demon reluctantly backed down, though the embers burning in his eyes didn't diminish. Forgive me, my queen. I merely express concern for the safety of your realm. The witch, he pointed a clawed finger at Charmcaster, has provoked Adwaita. His wrath will not be contained to Legerdemain. The turtle can try, Ileana replied coldly. Limbo has withstood greater threats. With respect, Malice interjected, her silken voice somehow carrying across the entire chamber, perhaps we should consider the opportunity this presents. She glided closer, her eyes fixed not on Charmcaster but on the magical items she carried, Gwen's stolen charms and the spellbook. The artifacts the witch carries, Malice continued, they possess considerable power. Power that could be studied. For the benefit of Limbo, of course. They're not for your taking, Demonis, I warned, my voice harder than I intended. These don't belong to her, and they definitely don't belong to you. Malice's smile was all teeth. So protective, little shape changer. I wonder why. Step back, Malice. The boy speaks with wisdom beyond his years, the archivist interrupted, its parchment body rustling. These artifacts are entangled with the fate of his bloodline. Attempting to separate them would create complications. I had no idea what that meant, but I nodded like I did. Exactly. Complications. Bad ones. Draken wasn't satisfied. I still think this situation can be salvaged. The witch has committed crimes against 2 realms. She should be punished. His massive hands clenched. Cast into the river of memory, perhaps. Or offered to the maw of the deep ones as tribute. Perhaps then Adwaita will forget this ever happened. You will do no such thing if you fear your life, demon, I said, meeting his molten gaze without flinching. I might be just a human standing before a demon warlord, but I had stared down worse. She's under my protection. Your protection, little human. Draken laughed, a sound like rocks tumbling down a mountainside. And who are you to offer protection in the Queen's domain? Before I could respond, Kalen moved. The silent knight positioned himself between me and Draken, his featureless helm turned toward the warlord in clear warning. The blue light within his visor intensified. Enough. You fools are embarrassing me before my guests. Ileana's voice filled the throne room, echoing with supernatural force. Her dark child form seemed to grow, horns elongating, eyes blazing. I have heard your concerns, but the decision is mine alone. This is still my realm, is it not, Draken? The warlord immediately dropped to one knee, head bowed. Always, my queen. The sorceress and her artifacts are under my protection, Ileana declared, ascending to her throne. She is my guest, as are Tennyson and Pride. Any harm that comes to them will be answered tenfold. She fixed each member of her court with a penetrating stare. Keep your eyes and ears open. I don't think Adwaita is foolish enough to invade us, but the boundary with Ledger Domain shall be reinforced. Patrols doubled. Alert me of any incursion, but take no independent action. Is that understood? The court murmured their assent, though Draken's was noticeably reluctant. Good. Ileana turned to me. Kalen will show you to chambers where your friend can recover. I must consult with the archivist about strengthening our defenses. Kitty stepped forward. I should head back to the Institute, let them know what happened. Xavier and Piotr must be going crazy by now. Ileana nodded. Rest first. I'll open a portal for you in a few hours. She rose from her throne, suddenly looking tired beneath her demonic exterior. The castle will provide for your needs. Ask, and it will give. With that cryptic statement, she departed, leaving me alone with Kalen and the still unconscious Charmcaster. The silent knight gestured for me to follow, his armor making no sound as he led me through the twisting corridors of Castle Limbo. The architecture seemed to shift as we walked, rooms appearing and disappearing, stairways extending or contracting. It should have been disorienting, but somehow Kalen never lost his way. We finally reached a chamber that looked almost normal by Limbo standards. There was a large bed with sheets of some silk-like material, walls of polished obsidian that reflected the light of floating candles, and a balcony overlooking a vista of the realm that changed every few minutes. I laid Charmcaster gently on the bed, taking care not to jostle her. She looked peaceful in sleep, the harsh lines of anger and determination smoothed away. It was easy to forget how dangerous she was, how close she'd come to getting herself killed for revenge. Kalen lingered at the doorway, his featureless helm tilted as if in question. I'll stay with her, I said, guessing at his concern. She shouldn't wake up alone in a strange place. The knight nodded, the blue light of his visor dimming slightly in what I took for approval. Then he was gone, leaving me alone with the sleeping sorceress. I pulled a chair close to the bed and collapsed into it, the events of the day catching up with me in a wave of exhaustion. Yet sleep felt distant. My mind raced with everything we'd seen, everything we'd learned. Magic, demons, hell dimensions. I probably said this 10 times already, but it was a far cry from the summer road trip Grandpa had planned. And here I was, sitting in a castle in Limbo, watching over a girl who'd stolen from us and betrayed our trust. A girl who'd nearly gotten herself killed for a revenge she couldn't hope to achieve. It was hard not to worry about the other things I might face. The Omnitrix had given me power beyond anything I could have imagined. The ability to transform into aliens, to be a hero. But in another's wrist, they might not choose to be a hero. More and more villains were learning about it, and I was also realizing these aliens didn't turn me totally invincible. I had to flee to survive this time, and perhaps next time, I'd have to sacrifice someone else to survive. Not only that, this watch also painted a target on my back. So far, I haven't faced any real danger other than those weak drones Vilgax sent. But I doubt it'd stay like that for that long. How many powerful beings across the universe would love to get their hands on it? How many would kill me without a second thought? I glanced at the watch on my wrist. For all its power, I wasn't sure my current forms could have defeated Adwaita even if this wasn't a rescue mission with lives to save. The Turtle Tyrant had been in a league of his own, the Alpha Rune amplifying his already considerable powers to godlike levels. And I'd antagonized him. Great move. I have to master feedback. The turtle used a spell to seal my fingers, but feedback's whole gig is energy. Since the sealing was done by energy, if I had more experience with feedback maybe, or perhaps knew the magical pattern of the spell, I could have absorbed the spell itself. Well, theoretically. The thought of Gwen's reaction made me wince. She'd be furious when she found out what I'd done. Sneaking off in the middle of the night, diving into hell dimensions, risking my life for the girl who'd stolen her magical artifacts. And of course, Grandpa's scolding. I sighed, leaning back in the chair. What a mess. Hours passed in this fashion, my thoughts chasing each other in circles. Occasionally, servants would enter with food or drink, strange, otherworldly fare that I approached with caution. Some items squirmed on the plate while others glowed faintly. I stuck to what looked safest. It was during one of these contemplative moments that Charmcaster finally stirred. A soft moan escaped her lips, her head turning on the pillow. Her eyelids fluttered, then opened, revealing disoriented violet eyes. "You're awake," I said softly. The words seemed to silence the room, which somehow seemed to swallow sound. Charmcaster's gaze focused on me, but there was no fire in those violet depths. No magic. Just a vast, empty expanse that made me hold back a pitiful sigh. I'd seen that look before in my previous life. In the mirror, after my own failures, when the weight of responsibility felt too heavy to bear. She pushed herself up on the strange, silk-like sheets, her movements slow and pained. Her gaze fell to the stolen charms still around her neck, then to the spellbook I'd placed on a nearby table. They seemed to weigh on her now, monuments to her failure. "You shouldn't have interfered, Tennyson," she whispered, her voice a dry rasp. It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement of fact. I wasn't going to watch you die, Hope. A laugh, sharp and brittle as breaking glass, escaped her lips. Why not? What was left to save? She gestured around the demonic room. This? A prisoner in another hell. You didn't save me, Tennyson. You just prolonged the sentence. Her expression hardened. And stop using that name as if it means we're close. I didn't tell you that name myself, you don't get to call me that. The rebuke stung more than I wanted to admit, but I reminded myself that we weren't really that close outside that talk under the moon. This isn't a prison, I countered, moving closer to the bed. The Queen of Limbo is allowing us to recover here in case danger finds us back on Earth. We'll return soon. I met her gaze. And no, your life isn't a sentence. It's yours. Adwaita doesn't own it. Your past doesn't own it. My past is all I had. Her voice cracked, and the despair finally gave way to a sliver of her old fire. There were only two goals in my life, one to revive my father, and two to kill Adwaita with my father's help. My first goal failed. So I decided to follow my second goal by myself. It was the only thing that kept me going. The hate. The need to see him pay for what he did to my father. Her eyes narrowed. And you stole that from me too. He would have killed you, I said flatly. He was toying with you. Let him, she shrieked, tears finally tracing paths down her pale cheeks. Let him kill me. At least it would have been an ending. An answer. Her shoulders slumped. Now what am I? A failed sorceress. A thief. A girl who lost everything and couldn't even avenge it. I have nothing. Her words hit hard. Not because they were true, but because I recognized the desperation behind them. The need for a purpose, any purpose, even if it meant self-destruction. I stood before her, not offering pity, but a hard, undeniable truth. You have your magic. You have your life. And you have these. I pointed to the charms and the Arcamata Book of Magic. They belong to my cousin. I'm here to take them back. The demand, so blunt and practical in the face of her emotional collapse, seemed to stun her. A hurt expression crossed her face. She looked from my determined face to the book and charms. Then take them, she said, her voice hollow again. What difference does it make? But I didn't move. No. You're going to give them to Gwen with your own hands and apologize to her. I met her gaze steadily. When you're ready. Because that's the first choice you're going to make for yourself. Not for revenge, nor for your father. But for your own. Something shifted in her expression. Surprise, confusion, perhaps a flicker of something like hope. She lifted a hand to touch the charms at her neck, fingers tracing the intricate metalwork. What do I do now, Ben? The question was barely audible, vulnerable in a way I'd never heard from her before. Even that night. I sat on the edge of the bed. Get stronger, for starters. I ran a hand through my hair, choosing my words carefully. I won't tell you stuff like, revenge isn't the way. I think it is. If someone murdered Grandpa or Gwen, I'd kill them too. The admission came easily, surprising even me with its truth. I won't stop you from revenge, ho, Charmcaster. Just, be sure you're strong enough to achieve it. Because if you fail and die, there are still people on this earth who will miss you. Her eyes widened slightly at that. You can call me Hope, she said, gaze lowering. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. I should be more grateful to you for what you did. It's all right, Charmcaster. Don't be so dramatic, call me Hope. She looked up, locking eyes with me. Please. There was something different in her voice now. A vulnerability, yes, but also something else. Something that made my heart rate pick up. All right, Hope. Next time you act all stubborn though, I won't melt so easily, I said, trying to lighten the mood. She reached out, her fingers lightly brushing against mine before tentatively taking my hand. I won't, she said softly, as long as I have you. Warning bells went off in my head. This felt like dangerous territory. Hope, no. My voice was stern. I'm not sure if you're just acting or being serious, but I'm saying this because I know how hurt you are. I'm not the type of man you prefer, I said, trying to be gentle but clear. I'm not a loyal man. She looked hurt and offended. You think this is an act? Yes, I did attempt something similar before, but... Her fingers tightened around mine. Ugh, whatever, who the hell has any feelings for you? Girls like bad boys, not heroic idiots. But it's just... Her voice dropped to a whisper. For tonight, can you help me not feel lonely just this one time? The request hung in the air between us, fraught with meaning. I knew what she was asking. I also knew it was probably a bad idea. She was vulnerable, hurt, looking for comfort anywhere she could find it. I wasn't the answer to her problems. And yet. Maybe it was the otherworldly atmosphere of limbo. Maybe it was the day's brush with death. Maybe it was the simple human need for connection in a place that felt so alien and dangerous. Whatever the reason, I found myself leaning closer, drawn by the desperate loneliness in her eyes. She met me halfway, pulling me down until our lips met. The kiss was hesitant at first, then desperate, hungry. Her hands found my shoulders, fingers digging in as if afraid I might disappear. I tasted salt, tears, which made my heart skip. Poor girl. We fell back onto the bed, a tangle of limbs and shared breath. Clothes were tugged aside, barriers between us dissolving like morning mist. For a moment, I wondered if this was another of her manipulations, another play for power or advantage. Then I saw her eyes, wide and vulnerable and completely unguarded, and I knew this was real. This was Hope, not Charmcaster the sorceress, not the vengeful daughter, just Hope. A girl looking for something to hold onto in a universe that had taken everything else away. As the strange candles of Castle Limbo dimmed around us, I decided that maybe, just for tonight, I could be that something. Images here. Chapter 75, Feast of Magic. Chapter 75, Feast of Magic. Note, sorry for the delay guys, someone got me a little busy tonight. Disappointed face raised hand. Here are 2 chapters, enjoy. Charmcaster's heart hammered in her chest as Ben's lips met hers. The kiss started tentative, almost hesitant, like he was giving her every chance to pull away. But she didn't want to. Gods, she needed this, needed him, this warmth, this anchor in the storm that had been her life. Her mind raced, a whirlwind of doubt and desperation. This is stupid, Hope. You're just using him, right? To feel something, anything besides this empty ache. And he's only doing this because of pity, right? A girl like her couldn't be attractive. But another voice, softer and insistent, whispered back. Or maybe this is what you deserve. A moment of kindness. Let yourself have it. Be greedy for once. She deepened the kiss, her fingers tangling in his brown hair, pulling him closer. Ben responded instantly, his hands sliding up her back, strong and reassuring. Your lips taste so husky. You're beautiful, Hope, he murmured against her lips, his voice low and genuine. So damn beautiful. I've got you. The words melted something inside her, turning the doubt to liquid heat. It's not pity. She whimpered softly, needy and unashamed, pressing her body against his. Ben, please, don't stop. I need you. Make me feel wanted. Her voice cracked, cute and pleading, like a lost girl begging for salvation. She felt so embarrassed saying those words, but she couldn't stop herself. He didn't judge her, nor did he hesitate. His hands roamed, worshipping her curves as if she were a goddess enshrined in some forgotten temple. He kissed her neck, trailing hot, open mouth presses down to her collarbone, his breath sending shivers through her. You're everything, Hope. So strong, so fierce, you know that. Let me show you how much I want you. He spanked her as lightly, the sting pulling a gasp from her lips, followed by a giggle that surprised even her. It felt playful, loving, not punishing. Her thoughts swirled as his hand slipped under her top, lifting it off with ease. He's so gentle, so sure. Why does he care? I'm a mess, a thief, a failure. But that encouraging voice pushed back. Shut up and enjoy it. He sees you. Let him. She arched into his touch as he cupped her breasts, his thumbs teasing her nipples through the thin fabric of her bra. Gods, Ben, that feels so good. Kiss me there. Please. She sounded so needy, so adorable for him, her voice high and breathy, but she didn't care. He obliged, unhooking her bra and letting it fall away. His mouth closed over one nipple, sucking gently while his hand massaged the other. She moaned, running her fingers through his hair, holding him close. Yes, like that. You're amazing. Don't stop. He praised her between kisses, his voice husky. These are perfect, Hope. You're perfect. My beautiful sorceress. He switched sides, giving equal attention, and spanked her thigh playfully, making her yelp and laugh. The mix of pleasure and light pain drove her wild, her pussy growing wetter with every touch. The worst part. His words were like poisoned honey, pulling her into his surely evil clutches with every word. Her doubts faded further, replaced by a rising tide of desire. He's treating me like I'm precious. Like I'm his. She tugged at his shirt, desperate for more skin. Off. I want to see you too. Ben complied, pulling it over his head, revealing his toned chest. She traced his muscles with her fingers, marveling. You're so strong, so handsome. I don't deserve this. You deserve everything, he countered, kissing her deeply, his tongue dancing with hers. He laid her back on the bed, hovering over her, his hands working at her pants. She lifted her hips to help, kicking them off along with her panties. Exposed now, she felt vulnerable, but his gaze was pure adoration. Look at you, Hope. So wet for me already. My gorgeous girl. When she asked him to spend the night with her, she'd barely hoped to feel his hug. But he was going so far to melt her with his words. Which girl taught him these words? They were so corny, she loved it. She blushed, spreading her legs slightly, needy whimpers escaping her. Touch me, Ben. Please. I need your fingers. Her voice was cute, almost whiny, and he smiled, obliging. His hand slid between her thighs, fingers finding her slick pussy. He rubbed her clit in slow circles, making her gasp and buck against him. Oh gods, yes, right there. You're not bad at this. He's making me feel alive, she thought, her hips grinding against his hand. For the first time in forever, I feel wanted. Let yourself fall into this, Hope. It's okay to be greedy for him. He slipped a finger inside her, then two, pumping slowly while his thumb worked her clit. She moaned louder, her hands clutching the sheets. Ben, your finers, they feel incredible, Ben. He spanked her ass again, the sharp sting heightening her pleasure, and she cried out, her body arching. You're so tight, Hope. So perfect for me, he praised, kissing her neck, running his free hand through her silver hair. Let go, baby. Come for me. She did, her orgasm crashing over her in waves, her pussy clenching around his fingers. Ben. Yes, oh gods. She trembled, riding the high, her thoughts a blissful haze. He's worshipping me. Like I'm his queen. As she came down, panting, she reached for his pants, fumbling with the zipper. Your turn. I want to see you, all of you. He helped her, kicking off his clothes, his hard cock springing free. She stared, wide-eyed. He's huge. Will it fit? But the voice urged, you want this. Take it. She wrapped her hand around his dick, stroking tentatively. It's so big, so hard for me. Her voice was needy, lovely, as she pumped him. Ben groaned, praising her. Good girl, Hope. Just like that. But she wanted more. Ben. I want you inside me. Please? Be my first. He didn't reject her. She knew he wouldn't, but she had doubts that he might since this was her first. But he was kinder than he let on. Charmcaster's heart pounded like a war drum as Ben hovered over her, his muscular frame glistening with sweat, the scent of him, alien, masculine, and intoxicating, filling her senses. She loved that smell. Hope wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him closer, her body aching for more. His cock teased her entrance, rubbing against her slick folds, sending jolts of need through her core. Put it in, come on. She begged, her voice a breathless whine, desperate to end the torment. He smiled down at her, that cocky, caring grin that made her insides melt. Then, with one powerful thrust, he slammed inside her. The stretch was immediate and overwhelming. Gods, he was huge, thicker and longer than she'd imagined, filling her virgin pussy to the brim. Pain ripped through her like fire, a sharp burn as her body stretched around him, a trickle of blood mixing with her wetness. She gasped, her nails digging into his back, tears pricking her eyes. It hurts, but don't stop. Kiss me more. Ben's lips crashed against hers, deep and consuming, his tongue dancing with hers to distract from the ache. "You're doing so well, my brave girl," he whispered, kissing away the tears trailing down her cheeks. His hips moved slowly at first, gentle rolls that eased the pain, turning it into a delicious fullness. She felt every inch of him inside her, pressing against her walls, stretching her in ways that made her feel utterly claimed, completely his. The burn faded to a throbbing pleasure, her pussy clenching around his girth, soaking him as she adjusted. "Oh gods, Ben, you're so big, filling me up completely," she moaned, her voice high and needy, like a kitten in heat. "It feels incredible now." "Deeper, please." He groaned, thrusting harder, his pace building as he pounded into her wet cunt. Each slam sent shockwaves through her body, her tits bouncing with the force, the stolen charms around her neck jingling like tiny bells. "Fuck, Hope, you're so tight around me," he growled, spanking her hips sharply, the sting making her yelp and clench tighter. "Taking my cock like a good girl. You love this, don't you?" "Yes." "Harder, hubby, fuck me like your wife." The word slipped out before she could stop it, heat flooding her cheeks as he laughed, a deep, rumbling sound that vibrated through her. "Hubby. That's adorable," he teased, slowing his thrust to grind deep inside her, making her whimper. She blushed furiously, hiding her face in his neck. "Stop making fun of me. It's embarrassing." He turned her body around, making her lie on her stomach now, and tilted her chin up to place a tender kiss on her forehead. "I'm not making fun of you, my sweetling," he murmured, voice soft and sincere. "I love it. Call me whatever you want." Then he captured her lips again, resuming his powerful rhythm, pulling her hair just enough to arch her back, exposing her neck for his bites and kisses. The pleasure built like a storm, his cock hitting that perfect spot inside her over and over, making her see stars. "Husband. Hubby, yes, right there. Oh, phew, you're making me yours." She screamed his name, her pussy fluttering around him, the fullness overwhelming, every thrust pushing her closer to the edge. Suddenly, she shoved him onto his back, her femdom side surging as she straddled him. From this angle, she wondered if she looked good. She had no idea that to his eyes, she looked like a goddess, with her platinum hair cascading down her back, her full breasts heaving, nipples hard and begging for attention, her curvy hips grinding down on his thick cock. He held her waist firmly, his hands gripping her soft, sweat-slick skin, guiding her as she rode him hard. "Fuck, Hope, you look incredible like this," he groaned, his eyes devouring her bouncing tits, the way her ass slapped against his thighs with each drop. "Ride me, beautiful. Take what you need. Mine now, why you're mine, Ben Tennyson," she purred, spanking his thigh playfully, her nails raking down his chest as she ground her clit against him, feeling every ridge of his cock stretch her walls. The power thrilled her, controlling the pace, making him moan beneath her. She leaned forward, her breasts pressing against his chest, riding faster, her pussy clenching around him like a vice. He laughed, making her blush more. "It'll take more than this to make me yours, sweet girl. But sure. Ride me, beautiful. You're incredible." He thrust up to meet her, holding her hips tighter, pounding into her from below. "That's it, sweet girl. Come on my cock. You're incredible." The third orgasm in a row hit her like a tidal wave, her body shaking as she came hard, juices soaking him, waves of ecstasy ripping through her. He followed, filling her with hot spurts, and she collapsed on him, whispering breathlessly. "Gods," Charmcaster said against the bedsheet, her eyes rolled back, "at this rate. I'll really fall for him." If only she knew that she already had. Chapter 76, the morning after. Chapter 76, the morning after. Limbo's version of dawn cast a strange, reddish glow through the obsidian windows of the castle. The light played across the silken sheets that covered us, turning the fabric into rippling crimson waves. I'd never imagined waking up in a demonic dimension could feel so peaceful. Hope lay beside me, her silver hair spread across the pillow like moonlight. She was tracing lazy patterns on my chest with her finger, unusually quiet and contemplative. There was something different about her this morning. The hard edges of Charmcaster had softened, revealing more of the vulnerable woman beneath the sorceress facade. I watched her for a while, enjoying the comfortable silence between us. It was hard to reconcile this gentle, almost shy woman with the vengeful witch who'd nearly gotten herself killed confronting a magical turtle god yesterday. Both were real, I supposed. Both were Hope. "So," I finally said, my voice still rough with sleep, "what happens next for you? The Ancient One invited you to Camartage. You could train there, learn to control your powers better." Her finger paused its tracing, and a strange expression crossed her face, something between amusement and yearning. "Can't we just settle down and get married?" she replied with unexpected softness. "You definitely liked hearing me call you hubby, no? Or was that an act?" Her voice carried a mixture of teasing and something that sounded genuinely wistful. I couldn't help but laugh, squeezing her waist under the sheets. Well, I could make you my work wife. How's that sound? To my surprise, she laughed. A real laugh, not her usual bitter one. The sound made something warm unfurl in my chest. But nope, not camartage, she said, propping herself up on one elbow to look at me better. You fell for my evil charms. How can I give it up and become one of the good guys? I reached up, lifting her chin with my finger. One of the good girls. Aren't you? A blush spread across her cheeks, and she looked away. You're so corny, she muttered, even as she leaned down to press her lips against mine. When she pulled back, she added in a whisper, yes, I am. For you. The admission made me grin like an idiot. I tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ear, marveling at how much had changed between us in such a short time. From enemies to reluctant allies to whatever this was now. She cleared her throat. Kamarta's approach to magic is vastly different from mine, she explained, settling back against my chest. Their discipline is about harmony and balance. My magic. She hesitated. It comes from a darker place. It's fueled by emotion, by will. Trying to reshape that would be like asking a tiger to become a house cat. I nodded, thinking about the diversity of magical disciplines in this universe. From what I remembered from my past life's knowledge, there were countless magical traditions. Kamarta's mysticism, Asgardian rune magic, Wanda's chaos magic, Dr. Voodoo's practices. Oh right, do you know how to train chi? I asked, a thought occurring to me as I recalled the immortal Iron Fist. I'm interested in martial arts since my normal form isn't particularly strong. She looked up at me, surprised by the question. Chi? Like from kung fu movies? Yeah, it's a real thing. I mean, the Omnitrix gives me aliens with physical strength, but when I'm just human Ben. I shrugged. Don't call me greedy. It would be nice to have some skills that don't rely on the watch. Hope's expression softened with something like affection. I can teach you magic, baby. I fear I don't have the talent, I sighed. I think I know where all your magical talent went, she muttered as her hand slid down my abs, grabbing the hard mountain. I gave her a dry look, making her laugh. Oh, you're so cute. Ahem, anyways. I've heard of chi manipulation but never studied it myself. The principles are adjacent to certain magical practices, but not exactly the same. Damn. Worth a shot. But, she added quickly, tracing a finger down my chest again, I could research it for you during my journey. Bring you some materials. I raised an eyebrow. Just looking for an excuse to see me again. Maybe, she admitted with a small smile. Is it working? I pulled her closer, enjoying the warmth of her body against mine. Absolutely. She shifted, sliding on top of me under the sheets, her silver hair falling around us like a curtain. Her lips found mine, soft and eager, her body pressing against me in ways that sent heat racing through my veins all over again. Just as things were getting interesting. Ben, is Charmcaster a whack, followed by those words, a startled eek, broke the moment. We both jerked our heads toward the sound to find Kitty Pryde's head and shoulders phased halfway through the wall, her eyes wide with shock. Kitty's words died as she registered the scene before her. Hope was straddling me, the sheet barely preserving our modesty, clearly caught in the middle of something intimate. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Kitty's face turned bright red as she started to retreat back through the wall. Ileana sent me to tell you she's ready to create a portal back to the Institute. Whenever you're, finished. Her head disappeared with impressive speed. Hope buried her face against my neck, her shoulders shaking with embarrassed laughter. Well, she murmured against my skin, that's one way to make an impression on your friends. That girl is definitely sharing this with her friends. Ugh, they're never going to let me live this down, I groaned, though I couldn't help laughing too. The portal snapped shut behind us with a sound like tearing fabric. The transition from Limbo's perpetual crimson twilight to the bright morning sunlight streaming through Ileana's bedroom window was jarring. I blinked, trying to adjust to the sudden change in both light and atmosphere. My vision cleared to reveal that Ileana's room was unexpectedly crowded. Gwen and Grandpa Max stood near the door, their expressions tight with a mixture of worry and disapproval. Professor Xavier sat in his wheelchair, his face serious. Colossus loomed near his sister's bed, his massive frame practically vibrating with protective fury. Jean Grey and Emma Frost observed from opposite corners of the room, the former concerned, the latter looking very amused. The silence was thick enough to cut with a knife. Before anyone could speak, Ileana raised her hand. Despite having returned to her human form, she still radiated the authority of Limbo's queen. Everyone, she said, her accent thicker than usual, no shame in entering a girl's room unannounced. We will not have this discussion here. All of you out. Now. Even Xavier seemed taken aback by her tone. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, wheeling toward the door. The others followed suit, filing out into the hallway. The walk to Xavier's study felt like the longest walk of my life. Gwen refused to look at me, her back rigid with hurt and anger. I winced, knowing I owed her more than just an explanation. We'd been avoiding a certain conversation ever since the day in the woods, the talk about my many girl problems, as she would call them. This wasn't going to make things any easier. Once the heavy oak doors of Xavier's study closed behind us, Colossus moved with surprising speed for someone his size. Before I knew what was happening, he had used his imposing presence to back me against a bookshelf. "You endangered my sister and Kitty," he said, his voice dangerously low despite not transforming into his metal form. "After everything Ileana has endured in that place." "Pyotr, stop," Ileana said sharply, placing a hand on her brother's massive arm. I chose to go. "I am not a child. And I'm fine too, thanks for asking," Kitty added, crossing her arms. "Ben was trying to save someone who needed help. That's what we do here, right?" Colossus looked between the two women, then back at me. With a heavy sigh, he stepped back. Even he wasn't willing to continue confronting a teenager with two women defending him. I straightened my jacket, trying to regain some dignity. I didn't blame the men. If some random dude came and took Gwen to some demonic realm, I'd be mad too. "Look, I'm sorry for the worry we caused. But my friend Charmcaster here was caught in a situation she couldn't handle alone." At the mention of her name, all eyes turned to Hope, who stood near the door looking uncharacteristically uncomfortable. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward, approaching Gwen who stood rigid at the oak table. With visible effort, Hope removed the Arcamata book of spells and the charms from her neck, placing them in Gwen's hands. "They're yours," she said, her voice barely steady. "I apologize, Gwenny. For the theft and betrayal." She added with a hint of her old defiance, "Technically, as Hex's niece, these artifacts should rightfully pass to me, but, whatever, he stole them anyway. You owe this to your cousin. He was willing to tear apart dimensions for both of us." Gwen's expression shifted rapidly between relief, confusion, and suspicion as she clutched the returned items. She shot me a sharp look that made me wish I could transform into Ghost Freak and phase through the floor. After a long moment, she simply said, "Well. Thank you." Then Gwen began to check her charms and book, as if to make sure everything was all right. "What's done is done," Grandpa Max interjected, his voice gruff but steady. "The consequences of this unauthorized mission can be addressed later." The way he emphasized consequences made me wince. Xavier steepled his fingers, regarding Ileana with measured disapproval. "Miss Rasputina, while I understand your desire to help, the potential risks were substantial. Opening portals to Limbo without proper preparation." "Proper preparation?" Ileana repeated, raising an eyebrow. "What would that be, Professor?" "A committee meeting. A vote. While you all debated, Adwaita would have killed the sorceress and absorbed the power of her stolen artifacts." "She has a point, Charles," Emma Frost remarked from her position by the window. "Action often requires impulsiveness." Her eyes flickered to me with an unnerving intensity. Though young Tennyson seems to have quite the fate with brooding sorceresses. First Celine, then the witch, and now our own Demoness. One might detect a pattern. "It wasn't like that," I started, then stopped. What was I supposed to say? That while Ileana was just a guide and ally, while Hope was something more complicated. "I can't even read your mind, yet your thoughts betray you, darling," Emma said with a smirk. Though I must admit, I'm rather impressed. Few can claim to have bested Celine in a battle and captured the interest of Limbo's queen. Ileana rolled her eyes. "Don't make it weird, Frost. Has he truly defeated Celine?" That was the more important part of what she'd said, and Professor Xavier had noticed it. He turned me slowly, and an assessing expression crossed his face. "Well, the fight was interrupted, but the way she told me the story, it seemed like that," Emma admitted. "This boy is a lot bigger than he looks." I rubbed the back of my head, suddenly embarrassed to be the center of attention. Xavier cleared his throat. "Ileana, can you tell us everything that happened in Limbo and Legerdemain?" What followed was a quick but detailed report of the events that transpired there. Thankfully, it didn't include the incident of Hope and me ruining the castle's bedsheets. Charles hummed. "Perhaps we should focus on the more pressing issue. If Adwaita has been provoked, there could be repercussions beyond just Legerdemain." "He won't come after us," Hope said with surprising conviction. "He's too arrogant. In his mind, we're insects who got lucky, not worthy of pursuit. Plus, he's a scaredy cat. He won't risk coming here himself after having seen what Ben can do. Any minion he might send won't be that dangerous." "How reassuring," Gwen muttered, finally speaking up. "So we only pissed off an all-powerful magical tyrant who might not bother with revenge." I met her gaze across the room. "When have we ever played it safe, Gwen?" A ghost of a smile touched her lips before she forced it away. "That's not the point, Ben. You left without telling us. Without telling me. The hurt in her voice was unmistakable. Those were my items. Somehow, I wasn't present to retrieve them. I know, I said quietly. And I'm sorry for that. As touching as this family reunion is, Emma interrupted, I believe we've established that everyone is safe, the items are returned, and no immediate threat looms. Perhaps we can move on to more productive matters. Xavier nodded reluctantly. Emma's right. What's done is done. However, I would ask that in the future, any interdimensional excursions be discussed beforehand. No promises, Ileana muttered under her breath, though loud enough for everyone to hear. As the tension in the room gradually eased, I found myself wondering what would happen next. Hope stood awkwardly to the side, clearly unsure of her place now that her mission of revenge had failed and the stolen items were returned. What will you do now? Gwen asked her directly. All eyes turned to Charmcaster, who seemed to shrink slightly under the collective gaze. Then, with visible effort, she straightened her shoulders and lifted her chin. I don't know, she admitted, vulnerability and defiance warring in her voice. I've spent so long focused on fixing the past and vengeance that I never planned for after. The offer of Camartage remains open, Grandpa Max said gently. The Ancient One spoke highly of your potential. Last time, she really wanted to bring you with her. Hope's eyes found mine across the room, a silent question in them. I gave her the smallest nod of encouragement. She'd already told me she won't be going to Camartage, but it was probably harder to admit to everyone that she wanted to keep pursuing her own path, which meant more evil magic. I need time to think, she finally said. But thank you for the offer. And that, I realized, was progress. The old Charmcaster would have rejected the idea outright, scoffing at the suggestion of following anyone else's path. This Hope, who had shared my bed, who had returned Gwen's artifacts, who was considering a future beyond revenge, was someone new. Someone I wanted to know better. No worries, Charles said. Since things have come to this, I think you guys would like what I have to offer. Shall we discuss this over tea, in a less tension-filled place than this? Chapter 77, The Woman Who Fell to Earth. Chapter 77, The Woman Who Fell to Earth. The walk from Xavier's study to the garden felt like a parade, for some reason. Our mismatched group wound through the mansion's ornate hallways, and students gawked as we passed. I couldn't blame them. Between Grandpa's military bearing, Gwen's magical artifacts openly displayed at her belt, and Charmcaster's whole, gothic sorceress, aesthetic, we weren't exactly inconspicuous. Alright, runts, show's over. Wolverine appeared at an intersection, herding a group of slack-jawed teenage mutants back toward the main building. He didn't wear his yellow costume, just jeans and a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up to expose those ridiculous forearms. Storm's explaining atmospheric manipulation in the East Wing. Don't be late unless you want to explain why to her. The kids scattered at the mention of Storm's class, but not without backward glances. Logan's eyes met mine briefly, a silent assessment that I met without flinching. He turned around and continued his patrol. Don't mind Logan, Jean said, falling into step beside me. He's our resident grumpy cat. Secretly a softie. Like most cats, I replied, earning a laugh from her. Jean looked different today, more relaxed than during our previous encounters. Her red hair was tied back in a casual ponytail instead of the severe style she'd worn during the Sentinel attack. She seemed younger somehow, the weight of leadership temporarily set aside. So, she said, gesturing vaguely at Charmcaster who walked ahead of us, I hear you had quite the adventure in Limbo. You could say that. Though, adventure feels like calling a hurricane a light breeze. Her smile turned wry. Ileana's domain tends to have that effect. I've only been there once. Once was enough. Smart woman. I try to be. She paused, choosing her next words carefully. Your cousin's quite impressive, by the way. Those telekinetic abilities, they're remarkable for someone so young and without formal training. Gwen's a force of nature, I agreed, watching my cousin walking ahead with kitty pride. They seem to be discussing something technical, hands gesturing animatedly. And scarier than she looks. Runs in the family, I suspect. I raised an eyebrow at that. Was that a compliment, Dr. Gray? An observation, she corrected, but her eyes sparkled with amusement. Though I've been thinking about what you said at Yellowstone. About mutants and separation. Not many people would challenge Charles Xavier's philosophy and then come visit him a couple of days later. I'm not known for my tact. No, but perhaps for your insight. She looked thoughtful, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I've spent so many years viewing the world through the lens of mutant versus human that I never questioned whether the lens itself was flawed. All lenses distort somewhat, I said, surprising myself with the philosophical turn. The trick is recognizing the distortion. She gave me an appraising look. You're not what I expected, Ben Tennyson. I get that a lot. Usually right before something tries to eat me. Or with the world trying to end itself. Jean laughed again, the sound drawing Charmcaster's attention. Hope glanced back at us, waving at me with a smile before she turned away. We finally emerged into the garden, and I had to admit it was impressive. Not the manicured perfection you'd expect from a fancy private school, but a wilder, more natural space. Massive old oaks provided dappled shade over stone benches and winding paths. A koi pond shimmered near the center, surrounded by flowering bushes. More X-Men were gathered here, mingling casually. Jubilee sat on a stone wall, popping pink bubblegum while chatting with Cyclops, who looked stiff and uncomfortable even in civilian clothes. When she spotted me, her face lit up with a smile that spelled trouble. Cannonball Tennyson. She hopped off the wall and bounded over, her yellow jacket flapping behind her like a caution flag. About time you showed up. I was starting to think you skipped town without saying goodbye. Just had some interdimensional business to handle, I said, nodding toward Charmcaster. So I heard. Jubilee sized up Hope with undisguised curiosity. Pretty badass, diving into hell to save your girlfriend. She's not my girlfriend. I'm his wife. We both spoke at the same time, then stopped, which only made Jubilee grin wider. Yeah, super convincing, Ben. Wow, look at this atmosphere. Oh Ben, she wants you so bad, did you not notice? She turned her full attention to me, stepping close enough that I could smell her bubblegum. You know, we're having a pool party this weekend. You should totally come. Show off some of those alien forms. For science. Charmcaster's eye twitched. Don't you have homework? Or is bothering other people's men your only hobby? Other people's men. Jubilee's eyebrows shot up. Oh, Ben, I think she didn't hear when you said she's not your girlfriend. I think she has a crush on you. Totally. He's just shy, Anne. Before she could talk more, I reached over and gently pinched Charmcaster's cheek, cutting her off. Play nice, Hope. The look of absolute indignation on her face made Jubilee burst into laughter. Hope swatted my hand away, a flush creeping up her neck. You better sleep with one eye open, Tennyson, she muttered, but there wasn't much heat behind it. My attention shifted to Gwen, who stood apart from the group, examining a rosebush with suspicious intensity. Her shoulders were tense, and she hadn't spoken much since we'd returned from Limbo. Ugh, things keep getting complicated with her. All my fault, too. I made another mental note to check on her after this meeting. Ah, my friend Ben Tennyson. The man who learned to walk between worlds. A cheerful voice with a German accent drew my attention. Kurt Wagner approached with his distinctive three-fingered hands extended in greeting. Despite his demonic appearance, blue fur, pointed ears, yellow eyes, and a prehensile tail, his smile was entirely human and infectious. Nightcrawler, I said, shaking his hand. Good to see you recovered from that concussion at Yellowstone. Ah, it takes more than a little bump to keep the amazing Nightcrawler down. He tapped his skull. Hard head, jaw. Though not as hard as your cannonball form. Cannonbolt, I corrected with a grin. Yes, that one. Most impressive. His tail swished excitedly behind him. You must tell me, what is it like to transform? Does it hurt? Do you retain your thoughts completely, or do the alien instincts influence you? I laughed at his enthusiasm. Doesn't hurt at all. And it's still me, just, shaped differently. Though some forms do come with their own instincts. Fascinating. Kurt's eyes lit up. You know, I have always wondered what it would be like to change one's appearance at will. For obvious reasons. I looked at him thoughtfully. Here was someone who'd lived his entire life being visibly different, yet he carried himself with such confidence and joy. Some people would kill for the ability to teleport, you know. True. Though the sulfur smell is not so popular with the ladies. He wiggled his eyebrows comically. Perhaps we could trade sometime, Ja. You could be blue and fuzzy, and I could try being normal for a day. Normal's quite overrated, I said with conviction. Indeed it is, my friend. Indeed it is. A throat cleared, drawing our attention. Professor Xavier had wheeled himself to the center of the garden, fingers steepled as he surveyed the gathered group. The casual chatter died down immediately. I believe formal introductions are in order, Xavier began, his voice carrying that particular tone of authority that didn't need volume to command attention. For those who haven't had the pleasure, this is Maxwell Tennyson, former magistrate of Earth's Plumber Division. A ripple of murmur spread through the assembled X-Men. Even Cyclops hid his perpetually furrowed brow and nodded. Max was responsible for coordinating defenses against over 20 attempted alien invasions during his tenure, Xavier continued. Including the Chimera incident of '89, which most of you are too young to remember. Grandpa Max looked mildly embarrassed by the introduction. That was a team effort, Charles. And mostly classified. We are all friends here, Max. Xavier smiled thinly before addressing the group again. Max and I haven't personally met before, but by name, we've known each other for many years, and our different teams have occasionally overlapped. Today, we have practical matters to discuss that concern both our communities. Practical matters. Cyclops stepped forward, arms crossed. You mean Genosha? Xavier nodded. Indeed. Perhaps, Max, you'd like to share the updates. Grandpa straightened, shifting into briefing mode. For those not aware, which happened to be only me and Gwen, given how he looked at us. Genosha is an island nation in the Indian Ocean. It's currently being developed as a safe haven for mutants, under the leadership of Eric Lencher. Magneto, Cyclops clarified unnecessarily. Construction has been underway for months, Grandpa continued. And according to our intelligence, accommodations for several thousand mutants are already completed. The first wave of settlers is scheduled to arrive within weeks. And Magneto, well, he plans to one day have all the mutants settle in Genosha. I listened carefully, pretending this was all new information. In reality, my previous life's knowledge was filling in the blanks. Genosha was a huge, huge deal in X-Men lore, a mutant paradise that would eventually become a genocide site. The thought made my stomach clench. Charles, Jean spoke up, is this related to our conversation at Yellowstone? About integration versus separation. Xavier's gaze found mine, sharp and assessing. Indeed, Jean. In fact, I was hoping Ben might share his thoughts on the matter. All eyes turned to me. Great. Put on the spot again. Look, I began, trying to organize my thoughts, I'm just a guy with a fancy watch. My opinion probably doesn't count for much. On the contrary, Benjamin, Xavier's voice was mild but insistent. Your perspective as someone who experiences multiple forms of existence, human and non-human, yet retains your core identity is quite valuable. I took a deep breath and sighed. All right. I think Genosha represents both a solution and a problem. A safe haven where mutants can live without persecution. That's a beautiful idea. Who wouldn't want that? But if it becomes the only place mutants are welcome, that's just another form of segregation. Xavier nodded thoughtfully. Yet one could argue that having a homeland, a place where one's people can develop their own culture and identity, is important for any minority group. Sure, but there's a difference between having a homeland and being confined to it, I countered. Black Americans have formed strong communities in various cities, but that doesn't mean they should be limited to those areas. Think about neighborhoods like Little Italy or Chinatown in big cities. They started as safe havens, places where people could find support and preserve their culture in a new, often hostile, country. But they weren't meant to be prisons. They were springboards. From there, people moved out, started businesses, integrated, and became part of the city's lifeblood. Genosha sounds like you're building a Little Italy but sealing the borders. I think coexistence is more than that. An interesting analogy. Xavier leaned forward in his wheelchair. However, mutants face unique dangers. Their powers can manifest unexpectedly, sometimes catastrophically. Having a controlled environment where these manifestations can be managed safely benefits everyone. That's what schools are for, I said, gesturing to the mansion around us. But schools are transitional. You learn, you grow, you integrate into the wider world. If Xavier's school became a permanent home that no one ever left, what would be the point of education? Emma Frost, who had been observing silently, gave a slow, approving nod. The boy has a point, Charles. We're preparing them for what, exactly? A life of hiding in Westchester. Xavier's expression remained neutral, but I caught the flicker of irritation in his eyes. Integration has always been the goal, Emma. But we must acknowledge the world's readiness, or lack thereof, to accept those who are different. With respect, Professor, I pressed on, the world doesn't become ready through separation. Look at the Fantastic Four, the agents of Atlas. They're out there, visible, using their powers openly to help people. That's how acceptance happens. Those individuals weren't born with their abilities, Xavier countered. They weren't rejected by their parents as children, feared by their communities from birth. All the more reason not to self-segregate, I argued. If mutants retreat to Genosha, humans will forget they exist. Out of sight, out of mind. Then, when any mutant does anything bad or evil, people will blame all the mutants in Genosha. This isn't even a hypothetical situation, I'm sure you know it. This exact scenario has happened a few times across history before, hasn't it? The crime of one is apparently the crime of everybody, according to our stupid society. The loudest voices rattle the most. So how does that advance understanding? Jean interjected, but Ben, what about the mutants who simply want peace? Who are tired of fighting for acceptance? Don't they deserve a place where they can just be? Of course they do, I acknowledged. Everyone deserves that. But it should be a choice, not a necessity. And that choice becomes meaningless if the rest of the world becomes uninhabitable for mutants because we've stopped trying to change it. A thoughtful silence fell over the garden. Even Cyclops looked contemplative rather than defensive. If I may, Grandpa Max said, breaking the silence, this debate mirrors similar discussions within the plumbers about non-human residents on Earth. There's no perfect solution, but options are better than mandates. Xavier studied me with renewed interest. You argue your position well, Ben. It reminds me of conversations I've had with Eric over the years. With Magneto. I raised an eyebrow. Yes. Though our methods differ dramatically, our debates have always been philosophical rather than personal. A shadow crossed Xavier's face. Recently, Eric has become convinced that a separate mutant nation is the only path forward. He's channeling all his considerable resources into Genosha. Including Dr. Onimo. I asked, remembering the mutant animal creator we'd encountered. Xavier nodded. Yes. Onimo's abilities to alter and enhance animal physiology have accelerated construction efforts considerably. Creatures designed specifically for labor have built in months what would have taken years. So while you're trying to integrate mutants into human society, Magneto's building an alternative, I summarized. That tracks. And yet, Xavier said with surprising candor, today, I find myself understanding his position more than I once did. The world has grown increasingly hostile to mutants. Sentinel production has resumed despite government denials. You've seen it with your own eyes. A school, a place where children grow, was attacked ruthlessly. I think for some, Genosha represents their only chance at a peaceful life. I found myself nodding. I get that. And honestly, I'm not against Genosha existing. I'm against it becoming the only solution. Having a country of your own where you're safe. That's valuable. But forcing all mutants there, or making it the only place they can survive, which I'm sure is Magneto's goal. That's wrong. So perhaps, Xavier mused, the ideal is balance. A homeland for those who need it, and continued integration for those who choose it. Exactly. I felt a surge of vindication. Options, like Grandpa said. The problem comes when either side, human or mutant, tries to make that choice for others. Xavier smiled, genuinely this time. Well articulated. It seems we've found common ground, Benjamin. Impressive debate skills for a teenager, Emma commented, her tone suggesting she hadn't expected much from me. Perhaps there's more to you than the watch after all. I shrugged, uncomfortable with the scrutiny. I've had a lot of time to think about this stuff. I didn't act like that, I know, but that was just my nature. I didn't like to be all broody and serious. When you can turn into different species at will, you start to question what identity really means. Indeed. Xavier wheeled forward slightly. Which brings me to a proposition. Eric has extended an invitation to the opening ceremony of Genosha's first major settlement. As a gesture of goodwill, despite our philosophical differences. And you're going? Gwen asked, speaking up for the first time. I believe my presence would be meaningful, yes. Xavier turned to Grandpa Max, and I would like to extend that invitation to you and your family as well, Max. Having a representative of the plumbers, an organization that governs multiple species peacefully, would send a powerful message. Grandpa looked surprised but pleased. That's a generous offer, Charles. The invitation extends to your grandchildren as well, Xavier continued, his gaze including me, Gwen, and somewhat surprisingly, Charmcaster. If we are to mend the divide between humans and mutants, we must start somewhere. And it's easier to begin with those who already understand what it means to be different. I frowned slightly. Would Magneto even want me there? Last time we met, I was helping the X-Men fight against him and took his helmet off. Although I'm unsure if he's aware of that. I've already discussed this with Eric, Xavier assured me. He harbors no ill will. In fact, he expressed curiosity about the Omnitrix technology. That's not reassuring. Not at all. I don't want to go. I muttered. Rest assured, diplomatic protocols will be observed by all parties. If he is serious about his vision with Genosha, he'd never harm you. Xavier's tone suggested that he meant it. Your presence would be particularly valuable, Ben. A non-mutant who can transform into different species represents a bridge between worlds. I glanced at Grandpa, who gave me a subtle nod. Well, when you put it that way, how can I refuse? I wasn't too scared by Magneto's interest. No, it'd have been weirder if he didn't show interest in a device like this. And I don't think he'd try anything crazy to me in Genosha, given what it'd mean to the world if he did. So going there was the smarter choice, since later, he might come after the Omnitrix regardless, but if I go and meet him and share words, he might change his mind. A lot of mights. The atmosphere in the garden had just begun to relax when a desperate shout from the front gates cut through our conversation. Help. Arg. Please. Someone help. The voice was female, raw with panic and exhaustion. Every head turned toward the sound. Jean rose to her feet. "I'll get it," she said, moving toward the gate with swift grace. We all watched as she approached the wrought iron entrance, her red hair catching the afternoon sunlight. She reached for the latch, pulling it open with casual telekinesis. The figure that stood on the other side instantly silenced the entire garden. It was Jean Grey. Another Jean Grey, to be precise, thinner, with haunted eyes and disheveled hair. Her clothes were a hospital gown, torn and dirty, as if she'd traveled an impossible distance under harsh conditions. Blood and grime streaked her face, and her hands trembled visibly even from a distance. Image here. Scott Summers jumped to his feet, his face draining of color. Emma Frost's diamond form flickered into sight momentarily as her concentration wavered. Xavier's normally composed expression cracked, his eyes widening in disbelief. The Jean at the gate remained completely still, her mind clearly trying to process what she was seeing. Ah. The newcomer swayed slightly, her knees threatening to buckle. Her gaze swept across the garden, landing first on Xavier, then Scott, and finally on the Jean standing before her. Her lips parted, trembling with effort. "The X-Men. She managed, before her eyes rolled back and she collapsed forward. Scott lunged forward, shooting a beam at the ground to cover the distance with inhuman speed. He caught the woman's unconscious form before she hit the ground. He cradled her, his face a mask of confusion and alarm. "Professor." His voice cracked with strain. "What is happening?" Xavier didn't know. Emma didn't know. Only I did. Unlike the others, whose faces showed only shock and bewilderment, I felt a sinking recognition in my gut. I knew exactly what was happening. My meta-knowledge was crashing into present reality with all the subtlety of a freight train. I looked at the Jean who had been with us all along, the one who had talked in my head when I was Wild Mutt, who had apologized to me for the X-Men's actions, who fought Sentinels, and who had just discussed philosophy with me moments ago. A cold realization washed over me as pieces clicked into place. Beast rushed forward, medical training overriding his shock. "Get her to the infirmary," he ordered, already checking the unconscious woman's pulse. "Vitals are weak but stable." "Two Jeans," Emma said, her voice unusually serious as she shifted back to flesh. Things just got interesting. As they carried the newcomer away, Scott kept looking between the two identical women, his voice barely audible. "What is happening?" But I knew. Genosha. The Phoenix Force. The Goblin Queen. Mr. Sinister. The dominoes were falling. The Marvel X-Men storyline I knew was accelerating. And at this rate, we were all caught in its path. Perhaps even me. After all, here existed a Sentinel mutant hybrid who could control all tech. It's a Sunday again. As usual, the goal for the 2 chapters tomorrow is top 5. Let's go. Chapter 78, Identity Crisis. Chapter 78, Identity Crisis. Note, met the goal, here's 2 chapters. Enjoy. The medical bay's fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across Jean Grey's face as she stared down at her own unconscious form. The surreal nature of the situation had pushed her into a state of clinical detachment, which was the only way she could process what was happening without falling apart. "This is crazy." Her doppelganger lay pale and still on the examination table, connected to various monitors that beeped in a steady rhythm. The woman's face was identical to her own, down to the small scar near her hairline from a childhood fall, a detail so minor that no shapeshifter should have known to include it. The room was full of X-Men, although mostly the adults. The younger members didn't need to be here. Likewise, the Tennysons weren't here either. "Preliminary genetic analysis shows a 99.97% match," Hank announced, adjusting his glasses as he studied the readout from his equipment. His blue fur seemed more vibrant under the sterile lights, a splash of color in the otherwise clinical environment. "The deviation is within the standard margin of error for our equipment." "A shapeshifter, perhaps?" Storm suggested, her calm voice a counterpoint to the tension filling the room. Her dear teammate, sister in all but blood, had ended her class and run to see her the moment she heard about the second Jean's appearance. "We've encountered many beings capable of such deception." "Or a psychic projection made flesh," Scott added, his jaw tight beneath his ruby quartz glasses. He hadn't taken his eyes off the unconscious woman since they brought her in. "Our enemies have attempted similar tactics before." Alternate timeline. Emma Frost offered from her position near the door, arms crossed over her pristine white suit. "The multiverse has been particularly unstable lately. You guys should know that better than me. It hasn't been long since Bishop left." Xavier remained silent, his fingers steepled beneath his chin as he observed both Jeans with an unreadable expression. Jean tuned out their speculations, focusing instead on the woman who wore her face. "There's one way to get answers," she said, stepping forward. "I'll scan her mind." Jean, wait, Xavier began, but she had already placed her fingertips against the unconscious woman's temples. The psychic connection formed instantly. Too easily. As if their minds were already attuned to each other. Jean plunged into the woman's consciousness and found herself swimming through fragments of memory that felt achingly familiar. A young girl laughing as her powers manifested for the first time, floating her teddy bear above her bed. Xavier's gentle smile as he welcomed her to his school. Scott's face, lit by sunset, the moment before their first kiss. Flames consuming her, the Phoenix Force crying out in ecstasy and agony as stars died at her command. Jean pulled back with a gasp, sweat beading on her forehead. The memories were hers, yet not quite right. They were distorted, some pieces missing entirely, others emphasized strangely, as if someone had attempted to recreate a painting from verbal description rather than seeing the original. As if this body was born very recently, and these memories didn't have the time to settle themselves properly. She's a clone, Jean declared, her voice steadier than she felt. She has pieces of my memories, but they're incomplete, fragmented. Someone created her from my DNA and attempted to implant my experiences. Beast looked up from his equipment, his leonine features troubled. That's not consistent with my findings, Jean. What? Beast rubbed the back of his head. The cellular degradation patterns indicate this woman's body is biologically older than yours. Her cells show markers of stress and recent trauma, but also natural aging processes that exceed your current biological state. That's impossible, Jean said, a chill creeping up her spine. The implication of those words, it made her shudder. I'm me. I've always been me. Xavier wheeled forward, his expression grave. If I may, Jean. He didn't wait for permission, placing his hands near the unconscious woman's head without touching her. His eyes closed in concentration. The silence stretched painfully as Xavier conducted his own scan. When he finally opened his eyes, Jean could see the conflict in them. Well? Scott demanded, tension evident in every line of his body. Xavier sighed heavily. The mind patterns are extraordinarily complex. There are layers of memory, some accessible, others buried deep or fragmented. But there is something unmistakably familiar about the underlying consciousness. What are you saying, Charles? Emma asked, her cool composure slipping slightly. I'm saying that both telepathic signatures read as authentically Jean Grey. Xavier's gaze shifted between the standing Jean and the one on the bed. Though there are subtle differences in the patterns. And, if I have to choose which one I'm more familiar with. His eyes flickered to the woman sleeping. Xavier was saying the Jean on the bed was the one whose mind he was more familiar with, the student he'd raised for a decade. Scott took a step back, looking at Jean with new eyes. No. Professor, think about it. Now it makes sense. It makes sense why this Jean, was so easily persuaded by Ben Tennyson's arguments. Both questioning your mind-reading ethics and the mutant segregation philosophy. Jean recoiled as if struck. Are you serious, Scott? You think I'm not myself because I've been willing to consider new perspectives? Because I've grown? Or is this about that comment I made when I mentioned you weren't my boyfriend? Her voice rose with each word. I'm simply noting behavioral changes that seemed subtle at the time, but in this context. Scott began defensively. I think I know when you replaced the real Jean, it must be right before we broke up last time, right? Scott. Jean grumbled, her hands clenching at her sides. You've chosen to believe I'm some sort of imposter based on the fact that I've evolved as a person. Now, don't fight like that, you guys aren't a couple anymore. Emma's form shifted, her skin shimmering into diamond for just a moment as she approached the medical readouts. Fascinating. The genetic evidence seems rather clear, dear. Though I must say, clone or not, your fashion sense has certainly improved since you died. Emma, Xavier warned, though his tone lacked its usual authority. Jean felt the subtle shift in the telepathic shields around the room, shields she helped maintain on a daily basis. They were reorienting, no longer including her in their protection but rather protecting the others from her. The betrayal stung worse than any physical blow. So that's it. Years of friendship, of fighting side by side, and you all turn on me based on one test. Jean's voice cracked, her control slipping as objects around the room began to tremble. The medical equipment shuddered, displays flickering. Only Storm approached her, taking her hand despite the crackling energy that had begun to emanate from Jean's skin. Jean, sister, please. No one is turning on anyone. We need time to understand what's happening. Jean pulled away, tears streaming down her face. I know who I am. I know it. Everything I've felt, everything I've done, it's real. I'm real. A monitor exploded in a shower of sparks. Beast moved protectively toward the unconscious Jean, which only further enraged the standing one. I need air, she said through clenched teeth, moving toward the door. Before I do something we'll all regret. As she left, Jean caught Scott's whisper to Xavier. Professor, if she's not Jean, who is she? And more importantly, what does she want? The door slammed behind her with telekinetic force, the sound echoing like a gunshot through the suddenly silent medical bay. Around the same time, the afternoon sun hung low over Xavier's property, casting shadows across the immaculate lawns. I sat with Charmcaster on a stone bench beneath an old oak tree, far enough from the mansion to ensure privacy but close enough to see the comings and goings. The distant figures of students played a mutant version of basketball that involved occasional teleportation and force fields. It was a good distraction. Hope fidgeted beside me with a small crystal in her hands, turning it over and over as she avoided meeting my eyes. The purple stone caught the sunlight, sending tiny flecks of light dancing across her face. Look, she finally said, I appreciate the whole sanctuary at Mutant High offer, but I don't belong here. Plus right now, these people have enough drama without adding a questionably reformed sorceress to the mix. I'd been expecting this conversation since Xavier invited us, but it didn't help with my pang of regret. You could benefit from being around others with powers, I argued. Especially after what happened in Legerdemain. They've got teachers, resources, support. Yeah, exactly what I need. More people telling me how to use my magic correctly. People who don't even know the M of magic. She made air quotes with her fingers, but there wasn't much heat behind her sarcasm. Every time Gwen looks at me, I see both pity and suspicion. And your grandfather, he's kind, but he watches me like I might explode at any moment. She sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. I need space to figure out who I am without Adwaita looming over me. And I don't feel relaxed delaying it. The vulnerability in her admission caught me off guard. For all her bravado, Hope had been deeply shaken by our confrontation with the Turtle Tyrant. Not just by the near-death experience, but by the abrupt loss of the revenge mission that had defined her life for so long. You already rejected the Kamar Taj offer. Where will you go? I asked, trying to keep the worry from my voice. There's a witch community in New Orleans that might tolerate me, she said with a small shrug. And if not, well, I've always been good at landing on my feet. Her casual tone couldn't quite hide the uncertainty beneath. We both knew she was starting over from scratch, with few allies and plenty of enemies. I'll find those chi training texts for you, she added, her expression softening. It'll be the payment for saving my life, twice. Can't ignore it, can I? A small, genuine smile touched her lips, one-eyed rarely seen. Maybe I'll track down some ancient monks in Tibet. Learn some new tricks. And here I thought you were just trying to avoid my family drama, I teased, attempting to lighten the mood. She laughed, the sound freer than I'd ever heard from her. That too. But seriously. Her expression grew thoughtful as she glanced toward the mansion. Gwen will forgive you eventually, you know. For rushing off to save me. Just, maybe don't mention our night together. I winced. Yeah, that would probably complicate things. More than they already are. Hope raised an eyebrow. I wasn't sure what to expect from her question. Was she implying she was suspicious, or just worried? It's complicated, I muttered, the standard cop-out. Life usually is. She stood, brushing invisible dust from her clothes. And I might attend that Genosha thing. No promises, but it could be interesting to see what Magneto's building over there. Plus I want to be there since there's a chance old Magneto might try to harm you. She began tracing symbols in the air, the beginnings of a teleportation spell. Purple energy gathered around her fingertips, casting her face in an otherworldly glow. Hope, I said, standing up. Be careful out there. She paused, the magic swirling around her. You too, hero boy. Don't get yourself killed before I bring back those books. Before I could respond, the mansion door slammed open with enough force to echo across the grounds. Jean Grey stormed out, her red hair whipping around her face as if caught in a personal windstorm. Even from this distance, I could see the telekinetic energy crackling around her like heat lightning. Hope raised an eyebrow. And that would be my cue to exit stage left. Good luck with, whatever that is. Her hands completed the spell, and with a flash of purple light, she vanished, leaving behind only the faint scent of magic. I stood there for a moment, caught between calling after the rapidly disappearing Hope one last time and approaching the clearly distraught Jean. The decision was made for me when Jean's eyes locked onto mine across the lawn, their green depths filled with a storm of emotions. Jean. Hey, wait up. I called, jogging toward her. She turned toward me, her hands clenched at her sides, energy still rippling off her invisible waves. For a moment, I thought she might lash out, but then her shoulders slumped, the fight draining out of her. Not now, Ben, she said, her voice raw. Unless you've also decided I'm some sort of imposter. I slowed my approach, keeping my body language open and non-threatening. I have no idea what just happened in there, I lied, because of course I did know, at least the broad strokes from my meta-knowledge. The X-Men had found out that this Jean was a clone. The plot was a little different since she wasn't pregnant, I think, but the plotline had started regardless. But you look like you could use a friend. Jean studied my face, her telepathic powers likely brushing against my mind to search for deception. The Omnitrix provided its natural shielding, but I tried to project sincere concern regardless. I wasn't sure if she could feel it or not. They think I'm not real, she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. That I'm some kind of clone. The word broke in her throat, fragile and sharp-edged. I chose my next words carefully. I'm getting a general idea of what must have happened in there. I can't imagine how terrible it must feel. It's okay. But, if this helps. I hesitated. Look, I've only known you for a few weeks. If some clone shenanigans did happen, it couldn't have been within this short time frame. So I'm sure that the Jean Grey I've argued with, fought alongside, and occasionally annoyed with bad jokes, that's you. That's the only Jean I know, anyway. So if you want to talk, I'm here. An unsure laugh escaped her, small and surprised. That's a convenient way to make me trust you. You're good with your words. But yes, thank you. That makes me feel a little less crazy. I'm glad. I acknowledged with a shrug. Another thing I want to say is, identity isn't just DNA. I would know since all these aliens I transform, they had an original DNA donor. But I don't transform into them, and rather into my own version of that alien. Identity is choices, connections, and the way you change and grow. Clone or not, and I'm not saying you are, the Jean that's been helping me understand this world, who listened to my ideas even when they challenged yours, that person is real. So take a deep breath and try to relax, all right? The energy around her dimmed slightly, her expression softening from anger to something more vulnerable. I can't go back in there, she admitted. I feel so angry and betrayed at them. Then don't. I gestured to the path leading into the woods surrounding the property. I happen to be an expert at avoiding difficult conversations. Take a walk with me. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, falling into step beside me as we headed toward the tree line. I could feel the weight of what I was doing, forming a bond with someone who, in the original Marvel storyline, becomes one of the most dangerous entities in the universe. The Phoenix Force was no joke, and Jean Grey's connection to it had led to cosmic-level destruction in the comics. But the woman walking beside me now wasn't that Jean. Not yet, anyway. She was someone lost and hurting, questioning her very existence. And despite all my meta-knowledge, I couldn't bring myself to treat her like a ticking time bomb rather than a person. No, perhaps exactly because of that meta-knowledge, I felt pity for this poor woman. She didn't ask to be created, so why did she have to suffer? How could the X-Men throw her away immediately as if she'd chosen to trick them as an imposter? Sometimes being a hero meant seeing people as they are, not as what they might become. After all, wasn't that exactly what I'd just told her about identity? As we walked into the dappled shade of the forest, I made a silent promise to myself that, I guess this time around, I'd be her friend, her anchor in this storm. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough to change the story I knew. Chapter 79, The First Cracks. Chapter 79, The First Cracks. The forest surrounding Xavier's mutant school had been around longer than the mansion itself. Ancient oaks and maples loomed like titans, their leaves filtering the late afternoon sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds called overhead, a peaceful counterpoint to the tension that had driven us out here in the first place. Jean walked beside me with her arms crossed tightly across her chest as if physically holding herself together. The telekinetic energy that had been crackling around her earlier had subsided somewhat, but I could still feel it simmering beneath the surface, like static electricity before a storm. So, I ventured, aiming for casual. This isn't exactly how I expected the day to end. When I woke up this morning in a demon queen's castle in Limbo, I figured that would be the weirdest part of my day. Shows what I know. That earned me a small smile, which I counted as a win. Yeah. Limbo, clones, alternative dimensions, Jean sighed. When did our lives get so complicated? I remember when the biggest crisis at the Institute was Logan drinking all the beer before a barbecue. I'd pay good money to see the Wolverine throwing a tantrum over missing beer. Jean's laugh was brief but genuine. He nearly skewered Scott when he suggested switching to wine coolers. We continued deeper into the woods, following a well-worn path that probably served as a jogging trail for students. The physical distance from the mansion seemed to ease something in Jean. Her shoulders gradually lowered, her steps becoming less rigid. "What's your favorite alien?" she asked suddenly. Your transformations. Which one do you like best? I considered for a moment, grateful for the shift to safer territory. Tough call. 4 arms is solid for pure strength. XLR8 for speed. But recently. It's feedback. Which one is that? I don't think I've seen it before, have I? Jean brushed a low-hanging branch aside. Tell me about it. Why that one? Feedback is a new one I unlocked. He's a member of a species called conductoid. He can basically absorb any kind of energy, I think even your psychic energy. I used him to defeat Celine, actually. Well, defeat might be an exaggeration, but yes, I explained. He sounds strong, she muttered with a hum. Yep, he is. Absorbing energy and redirecting it. There's something satisfying about turning an enemy's attack back on them. His powers are one reason I like him, since they allowed me to save Gwen and Grandpa from danger. Other than that, he feels natural. Like slipping into perfectly worn jeans. No pun intended. Talking about jeans with Jean. What a day. That somehow made her burst out laughing. Oh, God, I can't believe you're so stupid. She let out a heavy breath of relief, her lips wide with a smile. Then she nodded slowly. I'll look forward to seeing that form in action, Ben. He's a curious one. Redirecting is a fundamental technique in telepathy. Taking someone's mental attack and channeling it away, you know. The conversation flowed more easily after that. We talked about her classes at the Institute, my experience with the Omnitrix, and even swapped a few stories about our most embarrassing moments with our powers. I told her about the time I accidentally transformed into Wild Mutt while trying to help a mother kraken instead of going Ripjaws as intended. She countered with a story from 10 years ago about accidentally broadcasting her thoughts about a cute substitute teacher to the entire cafeteria. It felt normal. Almost too normal, considering the situation. Eventually, we found a small clearing with a fallen log that made a decent bench. The sun had begun its descent toward the horizon, casting everything in a warm golden glow. Time to venture into deeper waters. So, I said, sitting beside her on the log. How are you really doing with all this? Jean's smile faded. She plucked a leaf from a nearby bush, turning it over in her fingers. Honestly. I feel like I'm losing my mind. One moment I was a trusted X-Man, the next I'm being treated like an infiltrator. Like everything I've done, everything I've been, is suddenly suspect. That's rough. Scott's reaction hurt the worst, you know, she continued, anger edging into her voice. We dated for years. He knows me better than anyone. Or I thought he did. But the moment there's another Jean in the picture, he's ready to believe I'm the fake. Did you guys break up recently? I asked, trying to sound casual while my mind raced with the implications. In the original storyline, Madeline Pryor had been programmed to fall for Scott Summers, to bear his child. A crucial deviation. About a year ago. Jean's fingers tightened, crumpling the leaf. We'd been growing apart for a while. I don't know. Well, it's mostly me who's changed. Different visions for the future, different priorities. She shot me a small smile. Even before I met you and heard your perspectives. And Scott didn't like that. Scott likes clear lines. Black and white. Humans and mutants. Us and them. She sighed. I started seeing more gray areas, and it unsettled him. That tracks with what I've seen of the guy, I said. So the breakup. Jean suddenly winced, her hand flying to her temple. A sharp gasp escaped her lips, her eyes squeezing shut in pain. Jean. What's wrong? I tensed, my hand hovering near the Omnitrix. It's nothing, she said through gritted teeth. Just a headache. I've been getting them lately. Stress, probably. All right. I nodded, not buying it for a second. I'd seen enough mind control in both this life and on the screen in my previous one to recognize the signs. Something, or someone, was trying to get into her head. Something else really bothered me, though. It doesn't make any sense. Why isn't she pregnant? The whole point behind her creation by Mr. Sinister was to act as Scott's living incubator. In other words, she was programmed to fall for him. But instead, she broke up with him even before I'd regained my memories. That was odd. I couldn't be the butterfly here, could I? I felt there was some kind of mystery behind this. No way this was some coincidence. Mr. Sinister wasn't so half-assed with his plans. Her hands trembled slightly as she lowered them. Sorry about that. You were saying. Maybe we should head back. Get you checked out? No. The force of her response startled us both. More calmly, she added, no, I'm fine. Really? The last place I want to go is the med bay right now. I nodded slowly. Fair enough. But if those headaches keep happening. They won't, she said with a certainty that didn't match the fear I'd glimpsed in her eyes. Tell me more about your arguments with Xavier. About integration versus separation. The change of subject wasn't subtle, but I went with it. Well, it's pretty simple, really. I can only repeat what I said earlier. Creating safe spaces for marginalized groups makes sense. But if those spaces become the only places they're allowed to exist, that's just segregation with better PR. Equally importantly, the blame game toward mutants won't decrease. When a single bad mutant stands out, they'd blame the entire Genosha for it. In return, Genosha's inhabitants will hate the entirety of humanity. I fully agree, Jean said, leaning forward eagerly. The Institute should be preparing students to live in the world, not hide from it. As Jean nodded thoughtfully to herself, I noticed something strange. The leaves and twigs around us had begun to levitate slightly, hovering a few inches off the ground. Jean seemed completely unaware, her focus entirely on our conversation. Her mind must be acting up right now. Damn, I really don't feel safe. I had the urge to transform. But that would really ruin her trust in me. She'd think I don't feel safe with her. I decided to stay alert so I could transform at any moment if things escalated. Maybe you're right, she said, oblivious to the floating debris. Maybe what mutants need isn't isolation, but positive visibility. Heroes who happen to be mutants, not just mutant heroes. That's the idea. Bridge building instead of wall building. Jean smiled, a genuine expression that reached her eyes. You know, for someone who claims to be just a guy with a fancy watch, you have some pretty developed philosophical positions. I shrugged. I contain multitudes. As we continued talking, the levitating objects gently settled back to the ground. Whatever telekinetic leak had occurred seemed to have stabilized. For now. By the time we headed back toward the mansion, the sun had nearly set, casting long shadows across the grounds. Jean looked more composed, her earlier panic replaced by a fragile calm. But the incident in the woods had left me deeply troubled. Something wrong had already started in Jean's head, or rather, Madeline. And if my meta-knowledge was any guide, this was just the beginning. Thanks for the walk, she said as we reached the edge of the tree line. And the talk. It helped more than you know. Anytime, I replied, meaning it despite my concerns. That's what friends are for. She smiled, a hint of vulnerability showing through her composed facade. I'm glad at least another person here still sees me as me. Among the X-Men, only Aurora trusts me now. As she turned to walk toward the mansion's east wing, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just witnessed the first cracks in a dam that would eventually break catastrophically. And I had no idea how to stop it. Jean Grey, no, she wouldn't call herself that anymore, not when it caused confusion, not when there was apparently another woman with her face lying in the medical bay, closed the door to her bedroom with a soft click. Madeline. Yes, if she wasn't Jean Grey, then she was Madeline Pryor. It was a name she'd seen in her dreams before. She should have no connection to that strange name, but it felt familiar. As if her parents had named her that. Perhaps it had always been her true name. No wait, what am I thinking? Who's Madeline? I am not Madeline. She closed her eyes and let out a breath. The walk with Ben had helped, marginally. There was something disarming about him, about his easy acceptance and lack of judgment. He hadn't looked at her like she was a ticking bomb or an imposter wearing a beloved friend's face. How could this total stranger be so much nicer and more understanding than her team who she'd known for so long? All because of that actual imposter. She avoided dinner, unable to face the awkward stares and whispered conversations that would inevitably follow her entrance into any room containing the other X-Men. Instead, she retreated to her quarters, a space that had felt like home until today. Now, it felt like borrowed territory. She stood before the mirror mounted on her closet door, studying her reflection in the dim evening light. Red hair falling in waves past her shoulders. Green eyes, perhaps a shade darker than she remembered. The small scar near her hairline from falling off a bike at age 8. It was the face she remembered. She was definitely herself. She wasn't some clone. Beast's stupid machine was acting up. It had to be. I am Jean Grey, she whispered to her reflection, trying to convince herself more than anyone else. Yes, I am. Without warning, a splitting headache erupted behind her eyes, so intense she nearly collapsed. She gripped the edge of her dresser, knuckles white, as pain lanced through her skull. Are you? When she looked up, her reflection was smiling back at her. She wasn't smiling. You should go and kill her, her reflection said, its lips moving independently of her own. That way, you'd be the only one. Doesn't matter if you're the clone. I'm not a clone, she shouted, stumbling backward. Get out of my head. The smile in the mirror widened into a grin. The reflection's features shifted subtly, becoming something not quite her. A voice, silky and masculine, whispered in her mind. Oh, look at you, so mad, my dear creation. My failure. She collapsed to her knees, hands pressed against her temples, fighting against the intrusion with every ounce of telepathic training she possessed. How could you be so useless, the voice continued, oozing disappointment. I created you to do one job. How could you fail to get impregnated by dear Scott Summers, even though he's ready to pull his pants down at any moment? Flashes of images bombarded her mind. A sterile laboratory bathed in cold blue light. Surgical equipment, arranged with meticulous precision. Tubes filled with red fluid, blood. Connected to machines she didn't recognize. And watching it all, a man with deathly pale skin and a blood-red diamond marking the center of his forehead, his eyes clinical and detached as they observed her. "No, you're not the real one," the voice insisted. "You're the fake. A clone. Jean's clone. You're my creation, my daughter. But, maybe you will become real if you steal everything from the real. Does that make sense? Starting with Scott Summers. How about you go to his room and seduce him? Get impregnated by him. I think, you'll be more valuable than the real Jean then." "No," she screamed, her telekinesis flaring wildly, sending objects flying across the room. "These aren't my memories. This isn't real." Drawing on years of psychic training, she began constructing mental shields, visualizing them as walls of flame, burning away the intrusive presence. The voice grew fainter, the images less distinct, as she fought back with everything she had. When the assault finally subsided, she found herself curled on the floor, gasping for breath. Something warm and wet dripped from her nose onto the carpet. Blood, bright red against the pale fibers. "I am Jean Grey," she whispered hoarsely, though the name felt hollow now. "I am real. I am me." But as she dragged herself to her feet, a small part of her wondered if even she believed that anymore. Was she really Jean Grey? Goal is top 3. If we make it by tomorrow this time, 24H, I'll once again post 2 chapters at once. Start throwing them power stones. Chapter 80, Midnight Confessions. Chapter 80, Midnight Confessions. Note, another 2 chapters. Enjoy. The guest room at Xavier's Institute was nicer than anything I'd ever stayed in before. Plush carpet beneath my feet, a bed that practically swallowed you whole, and enough space that you could do cartwheels without hitting furniture. Yet despite the luxurious surroundings, sleep evaded me completely. I stared at the ornate ceiling, watching shadows play across the surface as tree branches outside danced in the moonlight. My mind refused to quiet down, cycling through the day's events like a broken record. The second Jean, Madeline Pryor, was just the beginning of something much bigger and darker. Mr. Sinister was making his move. In the original timeline, his plans had nearly torn reality apart. And then there was Gwen. The hurt in her eyes when she realized I'd gone to rescue Charmcaster without her, the way she'd avoided me during dinner, choosing to sit with Kitty Pryde instead. We needed to talk, and postponing it would only make things worse. The digital clock on the nightstand read 1:17 a.m. Definitely not an appropriate time for a conversation. But then again, when had I ever done things the appropriate way? With a sigh, I pushed myself up and pulled on a t-shirt. The hallway was dimly lit with small recessed lights along the baseboards, probably for the benefit of students who might need to navigate at night. I padded quietly down the corridor, counting doors until I reached Gwen's room. I took a deep breath, raising my hand to knock, then hesitated. What exactly was I planning to say? "Sorry I slept with the sorceress who betrayed your trust and stole your magical artifacts." Real smooth. But Charmcaster's advice to hide this from her felt wrong. Gwen deserved honesty, even if it meant she'd hate me for it. Because one day or another, she'd find out by herself, and the results would be much worse. I gently rapped my knuckles against the door. No response. I knocked again, slightly louder. "Gwen. It's me. I know you're awake." I actually didn't know. But I could see the faintest sliver of light beneath her door. She usually turned her lights off before sleeping. "I know you can hear me," I continued, leaning my forehead against the cool wood. "And I get that you don't want to talk to me right now. But there are things I need to say. When else will we get this chance?" Silence stretched between us, punctuated only by the distant hoot of an owl outside. "Look, I messed up. Not just by going to limbo without you, but... Gwen, I was with Charmcaster. I slept with her." The words hung in the air like lead. Some might say it was a stupid move, but I had a feeling rage bait would work on her. I waited for any reaction. The door yanked open so suddenly I nearly fell forward. Gwen stood there in pajama shorts and an oversized t-shirt, her hair slightly disheveled, eyes blazing with fury. Her hand connected with my cheek in a slap that echoed down the hallway. I wasn't surprised. "Jessica. I understood why you had to go to her that day," she hissed, voice low but intense. "But you keep acting like this. What's the point in anything then?" I rubbed my stinging cheek, glancing nervously down the corridor. "Can we maybe have this conversation inside? This is literally a school full of telepaths and people with enhanced hearing." She glared at me for a long moment before stepping aside with a frustrated huff. I slipped into her room, closing the door behind me. Gwen immediately turned away, muttering weird words under her breath while making a complex gesture with her fingers. A faint purple glow rippled across the walls before fading. Concealment spell, she explained curtly. Now speak. Her room mirrored mine in layout but was already personalized with a few touches, her laptop on the desk, a notebook filled with what looked like magical notations, and a small framed photo of our family that I recognized from the rust bucket. I sat on the edge of her bed, trying to gather my thoughts. The best way to approach situations like this was by insulting myself. I'm an idiot, I began. A complete and total jerk who doesn't deserve your time or attention. Go on, she said, arms crossed as she leaned against the desk. This whole thing with the watch, with aliens, with suddenly being able to be a hero. I didn't expect any of it. And I definitely didn't expect the attention I'd get because of it. I ran a hand through my hair. But here's the thing. I care about Jessica, I genuinely do. She was the first person who saw me as more than just a kid with a watch, you remember. She's an adorable girl. Gwen's expression grew more stony. And Charmcaster, Hope, she's a broken girl. In ways I can't even begin to describe. She spent her entire life focused on revenge, with no one who cared about her. When she was at her lowest point, her most vulnerable. You decided to comfort her with your dick. Gwen supplied, voice dripping with sarcasm. I winced. That's not how I'd put it, but essentially, yes. And I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of any of this. Yeah. Sounds like you're making excuses for yourself. You don't have to lie, I know men are proud of juggling multiple women's interests. It's in their biology, I don't blame you for it. Right. It was a bait. Gwen, I'm trying to explain why I'm so messed up. I looked up at her, feeling completely lost. And also admitting that I can't keep doing this to you. What I keep doing? I keep wronging you. You deserve better than someone who can't seem to keep it in his pants. Someone who keeps hurting you. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. What are you saying? I'm saying that maybe we should stop. I braced myself for what was to come, taking a huge risk with my words. Whatever this is between us. You can find someone better, someone who won't. The second slap was even harder than the first. Even though I'd expected it. So now you're just throwing me away because you find me too troublesome. Gwen's voice rose despite the concealment spell. It hurt to hear her say that, but I didn't actually mean what I offered. I'd probably kill any dude she might talk to. I was making a very risky play here, but if it worked out in the end, then. So far, this talk was going exactly the way I wanted it to go. Everything was following the plan. That's not what I meant. I muttered. Any other girl, I'd never go this far for. But this was Gwen. My Gwen. I could reach around and build up wicked plans to have her. Are you stupid, you bastard? Men, you fucking men. How can guys be this slow? It's simple. Just give me more priority. She shouted, hands clenched into fists at her sides. When did I ever ask to date you, you rude bastard? Our families would kill us if we did that, you know that, I know that. We both know how complicated our situation is. But I still love you. Don't you understand? The admission hit me hard. Despite everything that had happened between us in the forest, hearing her say those words aloud made my heart stutter. Despite having planned this talk, I hadn't expected these words from her. But I know that we can't really be together in the normal way, she continued, her anger not diminishing. So I was long mentally prepared for you to run and see others as a front, namely Jessica. But that doesn't mean I don't get jealous, all right. How do you think I felt when you were hanging out with Charmcaster so much, when you went against Grandpa to get her into our team the first time? How do you think I felt when she clung to you and you just ignored me to give her all the attention? She stepped closer, jabbing a finger into my chest. I've known you for all your life, I don't care if you have a hero syndrome or therapist fetish and want to fix up all these weird girls, but you belong to me first of all. Don't you get it? I felt heat rush to my face at her possessive declaration. It didn't suit me to blush like some kid, but somehow that's exactly what happened. Something about the way she said all these, fierce, uncompromising, absolutely certain, made my heart race. Gwen noticed my blush and suddenly seemed to realize what she'd said. Her own face turned crimson. See what you made me say. Now I'm embarrassed. This is all your fault. I'm sorry, I said, reaching for her hand. I'm really, truly sorry. And I promise I'll make it up to you. Before she could respond, I pulled her closer, pressing my lips against hers. She made a small noise of surprise but didn't push me away. Instead, her hands came up to grip my shoulders as I gently backed her toward the bed. This is your way of making it up to me, smartass. Hey, it's a start, I said. I promise to always give you priority, too. Among other things. So stay quiet and part your lips again. No. No way, she protested when we broke apart, breathless. We can't do this here. We'll get found out. It's too risky, even with the sound block spell. I couldn't help but laugh. Where else if not here? I haven't gotten to properly touch you since the day because Grandpa's always been there, and then we got caught up with Celine and Charmcaster. I kissed her again, more insistent this time, one hand sliding beneath her t-shirt to trail up her side. Besides, I murmured against her lips, don't you want to collect what's yours? That was a cheap shot, using her own possessive words against her, but it worked. Her resistance crumbled as she melted into my embrace, pulling me down onto the bed with her. You're so reckless, she whispered, but there was no real anger left in her voice as her fingers tangled in my hair. As moonlight spilled through the window, casting silver patterns across her skin, I set about showing her exactly how much she meant to me, consequences be damned. When I returned to my room, riding the emotional high of reconciliation with Gwen and other stuff, I immediately noticed something was off. The door was slightly ajar, a thin strip of light spilling into the hallway. I definitely closed it when I left. Cautiously, I pushed the door open, half expecting to find Wolverine or Cyclops waiting to lecture me about sneaking around at night. Instead, I found Jean Grey, or rather, her doppelganger, sitting on the edge of my bed, her red hair falling like a curtain around her face as she stared at her clasped hands. She looked up when I entered, her green eyes rimmed with red from crying. I'm sorry for the late hour, she said softly. I didn't know who else to talk to. Storm's already sleeping, and even then, if she heard what I have to say. My good mood evaporated instantly. It's all right, I said, carefully closing the door behind me. Can't sleep. You could say that. She attempted a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Want some water? I offered, moving toward the small kitchenette in the corner of the room. Every guest suite at Xavier's was equipped with basic amenities, another indication of the school's hefty endowment. No, thank you. She watched me as I poured myself a glass, her gaze unsettlingly intense. Something happened tonight. Something scary. I took a seat in the armchair across from the bed, keeping some distance between us. Not out of fear, but caution. What kind of something? Jean, Madeline, took a shaky breath. I had a psychic attack. At least, I think that's what it was. There was a voice in my head, showing me images, telling me things. What kind of things? I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew. That I'm not real. That I'm a clone, created for a purpose. Her voice broke on the last word. There was a man with pale skin and a red mark on his forehead. Mr. Sinister. He called me his creation. His failure. Mr. Sinister. Nathaniel Essex. One of the most dangerous mutants in existence, a genetic manipulator obsessed with the Summers Grey bloodline. In the comics, he'd created Madeline Pryor as a clone of Jean Grey, designed to bear Scott Summers' child. I think I'm losing my mind, she continued, tears welling in her eyes. What if they're right? What if I'm not Jean Grey? What if I'm just a copy? The desperation in her voice was heartbreaking. I genuinely felt bad. And this wasn't one of those situations where I could go 4 arms and punch to fix her. This wasn't some comic book villain, this was a woman whose entire identity was unraveling, who was being psychologically tormented by one of the most twisted minds on the planet. She looked up at me, her tear-streaked face illuminated by the soft lamplight. If I'm not Jean Grey, then who am I? And there it was, the question I'd been dreading. The moral dilemma that had been building since the moment the second Jean appeared at the mansion gates. Do I tell her what I know? That she was indeed a clone, created by Mr. Sinister for his eugenic experiments. That in another timeline, she'd been driven to madness and nearly destroyed reality as the Goblin Queen. Or did I continue to pretend ignorance, let events unfold as they might, and only interfere when I think it matters? Unfortunately, there was no instruction manual for this kind of situation. Unfortunately, I had a feeling that neither option would matter in the end. Chapter 81, The Name of a Queen. Chapter 81, The Name of a Queen. If I'm not Jean Grey, then who am I? The question hung in the air between us, full of desperation. Her eyes searched mine for answers, for certainty, for anything to cling to in the storm that was swallowing her whole. Those green eyes, the exact shade as the Jean Grey lying in the medical bay downstairs, brimmed with tears that refused to fall. What could I possibly say? The truth would shatter her. Hell, it would shatter anyone. Hey, you're actually a genetic clone created by a psychotic Victorian-era mutant with a fetish for the Summers Grey bloodline, designed to bear Scott's child and then be discarded. Oh, and in the timeline I know, you become a demon queen who nearly destroys reality. Have a nice day. Yeah, that wouldn't go well. But I couldn't lie to her either. Not completely. She deserved better than that. I set my water glass down and leaned forward, meeting her gaze. I think identity isn't about where we come from. It's about who we choose to be. Her brow furrowed. That's a nice sentiment, but it doesn't answer my question. Doesn't it? I challenged gently. Look, I don't know what's happening with this other Jean. I don't know who she is to you or you to her. But I know who you are, at least to me. And who's that? She asked, voice barely above a whisper. You're the woman who stood up to Xavier when I challenged his philosophy. You're the one who fought beside me against those sentinels. You protected your students during the Great Tick incident. You listened to my ideas even when they went against everything you'd been taught. I leaned closer. DNA is just a blueprint. You're the one building the house. For a moment, hope flickered in her eyes. Then darkness swept back in. But if what I saw is true, if what Sinister showed me is real, then I'm just a copy. A failed experiment. So what if you are? I countered, surprising myself with my directness. The Omnitrix copies DNA too. When I transform, I'm not the original Pyronite or Tetramand. I'm Ben Tennyson in a new form. The origin doesn't define the person. She shook her head violently. It's not the same. You know who you are. Do I? I laughed, though there wasn't much humor in it. Ever since I got this watch, I've been questioning who I am. Am I just Ben? Am I part alien now? When I'm Heat Blast, am I still me, or am I something else entirely? I lied. Her fingers twisted together, knuckles white. At least you have a name that's yours. And there it was, the opening I needed. If the name Jean Grey is a cage, then stop using it, I suggested. Choose a new one. A name that's yours and yours alone. I hesitated, then pushed forward. When Sinister was in your head, did you hear another name? She froze, her entire body going rigid. The temperature in the room plummeted as if someone had cranked the AC to maximum. The water in my glass developed a thin layer of ice. Madeline, she whispered, the word falling from her lips like a confession. He called me Madeline Pryor. The name hovered in the space between us, taking shape, gaining power. Madeline, I repeated, keeping my voice steady. It's a good name. Strong. No, she surged to her feet, her hair flying around her face as if caught in a sudden wind. I'm not Madeline. I can't be. The furniture began to vibrate. Books flew off the shelves. The window cracked with a sound like a gunshot. You're lying to me, she shouted, eyes wild. You're just like the rest of them. You think I'm some kind of imposter. Well shit, this isn't good. I don't think that at all, I insisted, staying seated despite every instinct screaming at me to back away. I think you're a person. A real person with real feelings and real choices. But not Jean Grey. Not the real Jean Grey. Her voice broke on the last word, and with it, her control shattered. The telekinetic blast hit me like a freight train, lifting me clear off the chair and slamming me against the wall. The impact knocked the breath from my lungs, stars bursting behind my eyes. You're no different than them, she snarled, advancing on me as I slid to the floor. Her eyes had changed, twin pools of bottomless darkness with flames flickering in their depths. You want to erase me, replace me with her. That's not true, I wheezed, hand inching toward the Omnitrix. Her telekinetic force stopped my hand. Goddamn. I'm trying to help you. Help me. By telling me I'm not real. By giving me some other woman's name. The walls began to bleed, actual crimson liquid seeping from the cracks that were spreading across every surface. The floor undulated beneath us like something alive. The air thickened, becoming difficult to breathe. Looks like while the Omnitrix stopped me from getting mind-read and controlled, I could still be shown illusions. Madeline, please, I tried again, using the name deliberately. What she was doing right now wasn't by her own choice. You're being manipulated. Sinister is in your head. Don't call me that. Her scream was accompanied by another telekinetic wave that shattered every piece of glass in the room. I raised my arm to shield my face from the spray of fragments. This was going south fast. Time for Plan B, I'm sorry, I said, and I meant it. I wanted to help you without this. My right hand was still stuck in the air, so I slammed my left wrist against the floor, the Omnitrix style. I wasn't sure who I'd get, but anyone was better than my human form. The familiar green light enveloped me, my DNA rewriting itself in seconds. My skin turned pale and translucent, my body elongating into the ghostly, one-eyed form of an ectoneurite. Ghost freak, I hissed in that raspy, otherworldly voice. Nice. Normally, I avoided this transformation and remained fearful. The knowledge that ZS Scare, the lingering consciousness of the original ectoneurite, might still lurk within the Omnitrix's code even in this universe. But desperate times, desperate measures. Madeline's eyes widened in shock as I rushed at her. What are you doing? Something reckless, I admitted, and phased straight through her mental defenses, diving directly into her mind. The transition was jarring. One moment I was in the physical world, the next I was somewhere else entirely. A mindscape, a psychic plane, the borders of Madeline's consciousness. I'd never done anything like this before. It was different from possessing Rogue. This wasn't taking control of a body, but entering someone's inner reality. The landscape around me was a shattered mirror of the Xavier Institute. The architecture was the same, but everything was wrong. The walls oozed with dark matter. The floors were made of shifting, translucent crystal that revealed an endless void below. The ceiling opened to a blood-red sky where multiple suns burned black. Standing in the center of this twisted reality was Madeline, but not as I knew her. Gone was the casual outfit, replaced by a skin-tight black suit adorned with arcane symbols, revealing her cleavage. Her red hair had grown wild, cascading down her back like a river of blood. "How brave you are, Ben Tennyson," she purred, her voice layered with power. "Here I was scared for a moment that you were up to something dangerous. How idiotic of you to enter a telepath's mind. Well. Fuck. Image here." Outside, in the physical world, chaos had engulfed the Xavier Institute. Professor Charles Xavier jolted awake in his bed, a scream trapped in his throat. The psychic attack had hit him like a tsunami, overwhelming his formidable mental shields. He fell from his bed, his useless legs tangling in the sheets as he reached desperately for his wheelchair. "Jean," he gasped, recognizing the telepathic signature even as it twisted into something darker. "What have you done?" Throughout the mansion, students and teachers alike were ripped from sleep by their worst fears made manifest. In the girls' dormitory, Jubilee shrieked as her hands erupted in plasmoids she couldn't control, setting fire to her room. Down the hall, Bobby Drake found himself freezing solid from the inside out, ice crystals forming in his lungs. Scott Summers staggered into the corridor, one hand pressed to his visor as the world turned red. "Professor," he shouted, but the only answer was the wailing of those caught in their personal nightmares. In the guest wing, Gwen Tennyson sat bolt upright in bed, magical energy already crackling around her fingers. The room had changed, the walls crawling with what looked like enormous centipedes. But worse than that was the figure standing at the foot of her bed. Ben, or something wearing Ben's shape, its skin gray and rotting, eyes hollowed out. "You shouldn't have done that with me," the thing with Ben's face said, his voice a grotesque parody of her cousin's. Look what it caused, look at me." "You're not real," Gwen whispered, summoning a shield of magical energy. "This is some kind of illusion." The zombie Ben lunged, unnaturally fast. Gwen's shield held for a second before shattering like glass. She rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding those grasping hands, and hit the floor with a thud. "Magenta Illuminaris," she shouted, casting a detection spell. The room flooded with magenta light, revealing the true nature of the illusion, not physical manifestations, but psychic constructs given semi-solid form. "Ben," she realized. "I need to find Ben." In the West Wing, Emma Frost had shifted to diamond form the moment she felt the psychic assault begin. It should have protected her completely, for in her crystalline state, she had no mind to attack. But something was different this time. Cracks began to appear in her perfect diamond skin, each one revealing memories she'd buried deep. Her students in Massachusetts, dying one by one. Her daughters, their mental connection severed by death. And Sebastian Shaw, his hands around her throat. "No," she snarled, forcing the cracks closed through sheer will. "Not today, darling." Storm took to the air, her eyes glowing white as she summoned winds to clear the unnatural fog that had begun filling the hallways. The mist resisted her control, coalescing into shapes that lunged for her throat. Below her, Logan slashed wildly at enemies only he could see, his adamantium claws carving gouges in the walls. "Everyone, all you see is not real," Storm shouted to anyone who could hear. "It is a psychic attack. Focus your minds." But few could hear her through their own personal hells. Hank McCoy bounded through the mansion on all fours, his scientific mind analyzing even as he fled from shadow creatures that resembled his darkest self. He made his way to the medical bay, determined to check on the unconscious Jean Grey. If this attack was coming from her doppelganger, perhaps the original could help. He found the medical bay transformed into a nightmarish laboratory, the equipment twisted into torture devices. The Jean on the bed was gone. In her place was a dissection table stained with old blood. "Oh my stars and garters," Hank murmured. "This is most distressing." Throughout the chaos, Xavier dragged himself along the floor, inching toward Cerebro. If he could reach the amplifier, he might be able to counter whatever was happening. But the journey that normally took minutes stretched into an eternity as the mansion itself seemed to fight him, corridors lengthening impossibly, doors vanishing, floors becoming sticky with substances he refused to identify. At the heart of it all, Ben's room remained the eye of the hurricane. While reality warped and twisted around it, the room itself was frozen in a moment of perfect stillness. Inside, Madeline's physical body stood motionless, eyes open but unseeing, a small smile playing on her lips. Inside her, the spectral form of Ghost Freak somewhere deep within, connected to her by invisible psychic threads. The true battle had moved to another plane entirely. A realm where thoughts were weapons and identity itself was the prize. And in that realm, the Goblin Queen awaited, ready to claim her throne. Chapter 82, The Queen's Court. Chapter 82, The Queen's Court. The twisted mindscape shifted around me as Madeline's will reshaped reality. What had started as a warped version of Xavier's Institute transformed before my eyes. Walls melted like wax, floors rippled like water, and the ceiling stretched impossibly upward until it vanished into swirling darkness. I floated there in Ghost Freak spectral form, watching as a throne room materialized. Not the elegant, refined kind you'd find in a fairy tale castle. This was something ripped straight from a nightmare, full of jagged edges and impossible angles. The walls oozed with something that looked disturbingly like blood but moved against gravity. And at the center of it all stood a throne made of twisted metal and what appeared to be actual human bones. Atop it sat Madeline, transformed from the vulnerable woman who'd entered my room. She looked like Jean Grey's evil twin, which, technically, she was. Her hair floated around her head like flames, her eyes glowed with unnatural power, and her clothes had changed to a skin-tight black outfit adorned with strange symbols. The neckline plunged low enough that I had to force myself to maintain eye contact. "Welcome to my court, Ben Tennyson," she purred, her voice echoing strangely as if multiple people were speaking in perfect unison. "Do you like what I've done with the place?" "It's a bit much," I replied, my Ghost Freak voice coming out as a raspy whisper. "Honestly, the whole evil queen aesthetic is pretty overdone. Maybe try something more original." Her smile disappeared, replaced by a snarl. "Mock me all you want. Soon enough, the entire world will tremble before the Goblin Queen." "The Goblin Queen?" I couldn't help but ask. "Did you workshop other names first, or was that your first choice? Because I've got suggestions." The floor beneath me suddenly turned liquid, attempting to swallow me whole. I went intangible, rising above the trap. "Sorry, intangibility. Kind of Ghost Freak's whole thing." Madeline's eyes narrowed. "You think you're clever, don't you? Rushing into my mind like some gallant hero. But you have no idea what you've stumbled into." "Actually, I think I do. You found out you're a clone, and now you're having an identity crisis that's manifesting as delusions of grandeur," I said. "Yes, I have," she grinned, raising her hand as flames erupted from the ground. "I am beyond Jean Grey. Beyond the X-Men. I am scorn and fury, forged in righteous brimstone. I am the Goblin Queen." I floated closer to her throne, not quite impressed. All right. So what's the issue here? If you've accepted you're a clone, why are you doing this? A bit too edgy, don't you think?" Her expression darkened, and the entire room trembled with her rage. "Edgy. Edgy. I was created to be discarded. My entire existence was a lie, Ben. My memory stolen, my purpose to be nothing more than a vessel." The air around her crackled with psychic energy. "But if I can't be Jean Grey, then I'll become something greater. Something that will make them all pay for what was done to me." "Yes." Her logic didn't make any sense. If she was angry at being created as a clone, why target the X-Men? Why not go after her creator? There was something off about this whole situation, something that felt rehearsed, artificial. I knew the answer, of course. Madeline wasn't in control of her own narrative. Something else was pulling the strings. "It's time you met my court," Madeline said, waving her hand dramatically. "They're dying to meet you." She clapped her hands. From the shadows emerged nightmarish figures, each one a manifestation of her fractured psyche. The first was a towering figure wrapped in chains, its skin burned and scarred, eyes blazing with hatred. "Rage," Madeline introduced with a smile. Next came a small, cowering form that looked like a younger version of Jean, tears streaming constantly down her face. "Abandonment." A third figure materialized, this one draped in robes that seemed to be made of pure energy, crackling and shifting constantly. "Power." Others followed, vengeance, despair, ambition, and each one was more disturbing than the last. I frowned. That wasn't quite right. These didn't feel like just metaphors. I could feel the magic coming from them. But Jean Grey was no mage, and neither was her clone. These monsters were actual mana constructs. Where did they come from? I think in the comics, her minions were goblin monsters from Limbo. And so, her title of Goblin Queen. But I don't think these are from Limbo. I pondered with a frown. Impressive, I admitted. But kind of on the nose, don't you think? Might as well have labeled them. "Always with the jokes, little Ben," she sighed. "A defense mechanism, perhaps. Or just stupidity." I was about to reply when a new voice entered the conversation. It was smooth, cultured, and dripping with malice. The boy fancies himself a hero, my dear. How quaint. The shadows behind Madeline's throne deepened, coalescing into a vague humanoid shape. I couldn't make out details, but I caught a glimpse of pale skin and a red diamond marking on what might have been a forehead. Oh, look, a third wheel in our mind castle date. Who's this friend of yours, Maddie? I asked, though I already knew the answer. The architect of my awakening, Madeline replied, reaching back to caress the shadowy presence. My true father. I'm a nexus of power, the shadow introduced itself, though you may call me Mr. Sinister. And you, Ben Tennyson, have become quite the nuisance. I tried not to let my surprise show. You know who I am. Oh, I make it my business to know about unique genetic anomalies. A human boy who can transform into alien species. Fascinating. The shadow shifted, seeming to examine me more closely. You shouldn't have picked a fight with Adwaita. He reached out to me earlier. Now, let's see how well you fare against his monsters. Ah, no wonder. That old turtle fuck sent these monsters here. I realized as Sinister's voice dropped to something almost like hunger. And that device on you. Oh, it interests me. It interests me a lot. Great. Another villain after the Omnitrix. Just what I needed. My courtiers, Madeline commanded, tear him apart. The manifestation surged forward, their forms shifting and twisting as they attacked. Rage launched chains from its wrists, while power hurled crackling bolts of energy. Abandonment's tears became razor-sharp projectiles shooting toward me. I simply went intangible, watching as every attack passed harmlessly through my spectral form. Yeah, that's not going to work, I said, floating lazily through their barrage. What a pity, Maddie. I thought we had something going on between us, but here you are trying to kill my soul. Stay quiet, boy. I shrugged, which didn't quite translate well with Ghost Freak's body. I was quite invincible here as long as I didn't try to fight back. Because to fight back, I must stop being intangible, and therefore I'll be vulnerable to her attacks. Yeah, too risky. Look, Madeline, I don't want to fight you or your emotion mascots. You're being manipulated. Sinister is using you. Stop throwing a tantrum. Using me. You fool. She laughed, a sound that echoed unnaturally throughout the mindscape. I'm using him. He gave me knowledge, power, purpose. Jean Grey was weak, constrained by morality and doubt. I am the Goblin Queen, and I will rule worlds. That's the thing about puppet masters, I replied. They make you think the strings were your idea. Her face contorted with fury. You understand nothing. The entire mindscape warped around me. Suddenly I was floating in a hospital room, watching as doctors pulled a red-haired infant from a woman who wasn't Jean Grey. The scene shifted, the baby grew into a child, then a teen, living a life that was the real Jean's but to Madeline was as real as anything in this world. These are my memories, Madeline's voice echoed. Not hers. Mine. The scene shifted again. I saw Jean, or perhaps Madeline, meeting Scott Summers for the first time after the Dark Phoenix situation. The recognition in his eyes, followed by confusion, then interest. Their relationship blossoming, then deteriorating. I was always a replacement. A copy. Her voice broke slightly. But I was never enough. He abandoned me the moment the real one appeared. Hello, didn't you break up with him? I tried to escape these visions, to transform back or at least move freely within her mind. I slapped the Omnitrix symbol on my chest, but nothing happened. Can't leave so easily, Sinister's voice chuckled. You're in our domain now. I was stuck as Ghost Freak, trapped within her mindscape. I'd need her to let me out, or maybe some outside help, before I can return outside. The memories continued to flood around me. Most didn't make sense, fragmented, contradictory scenes that couldn't possibly fit together into a coherent life. Some scenes showed her with powers, others without. In some, she knew she was a clone, in others, she was oblivious. These weren't real memories. They were fabrications. Partly drawn from Jean's actual past, partly invented to create a coherent backstory. And they were still being written, even now. I couldn't transform back, but I didn't feel too bothered. Honestly, the memories weren't bothering me that much. It was like watching a bad movie. I simply waited, watching the parade of false history. Someone would come for me. Professor Charles, if he reaches Cerebro, or Emma Frost. I just needed to keep Madeline and Sinister occupied until then. Is this supposed to break me? I asked, my Ghost Freak voice dripping with boredom. Because I've seen scarier stuff on daytime television. The memory illusion shattered, and I found myself back in the twisted throne room. Madeline's face was contorted with rage. You think this is a game? She snarled. No, I think this is sad, I replied honestly. Remember our talk earlier as we walked? You might not be Jean Grey, but this is not you either. You're being used as a weapon against people who have done nothing to harm you. Your anger is being directed at the wrong targets. Silence, she screamed, and the mindscape trembled. But I noticed something interesting. When I mentioned her being used, the shadow of Sinister had flickered slightly, as if disturbed. Hit a nerve there, didn't I? I pressed. You know deep down that Sinister doesn't care about you. You're just another experiment to him. A tool. That's enough, Sinister's voice cut in, sharper now. Madeline, finish this. Yes, father, she replied, her voice suddenly monotone. The courtiers, her emotional manifestations, began to merge together, forming a swirling vortex of psychic energy. The throne room collapsed around us, replaced by an endless void filled with stars and fire. Madeline floated at the center, arms outstretched, as the power built around her. I braced myself for whatever was coming next, knowing that in her mind, her power was nearly limitless. If she hit me with everything she had, even Ghost Freak's intangibility might not be enough. Ghost Freak was something of a telepath himself, and he could also use telekinesis. Some might say he should be able to counter Jean Grey pretty well. But hey, clone or not, that's the host of the Phoenix Force. Although the entity likely wasn't inside her right now, that didn't mean she was a weakling. And I happened to be in her mental realm. What do I even do in this situation? Chapter 83, Plans in Shambles. Chapter 83, Plans in Shambles. Gwen ducked as a shadowy tendril whipped over her head, slamming into the wall behind her with enough force to crack the plaster. All around her, the mansion had descended into chaos. The hallway she was fighting through was barely recognizable. The elegant wood paneling had twisted into grotesque shapes, and the floor kept shifting beneath her feet as if it were alive. Worst of all were the creatures, demons, golems, and nightmarish constructs that seemed to be made of pure mana. Turbo, she shouted, casting a wind spell that blew back 3 attackers at once. But for every one she knocked down, 2 more appeared. She wasn't sure exactly what was happening, but she knew Ben was involved somehow. The mental image of him, lying helpless as that Jean lookalike did something terrible to him, drove her forward despite her exhaustion. A particularly massive golem made of what looked like solidified shadow blocked her path. Its hand swept toward her, fingers elongating into razor-sharp claws. Gwen threw up a mana shield, but the impact still drove her back several feet. Mercuta Verdi 'tis. Green energy shot from her hands, blasting a hole through the golem's chest. It roared but didn't fall. Just as she prepared to cast again, her entire body froze. Somehow, there was something even more disturbing than Zombie Ben. Zombie 4 arms rounded the corner, all gray and wrong. Its red skin was gray and rotting, its eyes hollow, its movements jerky like a puppet with half its strings cut. Oh fuck, Gwen muttered. You're kidding me. The 4 arms thing charged, all 4 arms extended to grab her. She sidestepped and blasted it with another spell, but it barely slowed. Your magic appears somewhat effective against these constructs, a cool voice observed from behind her. Gwen whirled to find Emma Frost standing there, her entire body transformed into a living diamond. She grabbed the zombie 4 arms by 2 of its wrists and hurled it through a wall with casual strength. Miss Frost. Gwen exclaimed. What's happening? Psychic attack, Emma replied tersely. Impressively powerful, but rather unrefined. I assume you're trying to reach the others. I need to find Ben, Gwen said urgently. I think he's in trouble. Where are you going? If you are able to move around like this, please go help the others. Emma gestured to the sounds of fighting echoing throughout the mansion. Some students are trapped in their nightmares. That's what I'm trying to do, Gwen insisted. If I can get to Ben, we can stop this at the source. I think he must be with that clone. Emma frowned. Ben Tennyson can handle himself. If that was so, he'd have already defeated this clone, Gwen shot back. Emma studied her for a moment, then nodded. A fair point. I haven't been able to locate the clone telepathically. Let's check your cousin's room. Together they fought their way through the chaos, Emma's diamond form providing perfect protection against both physical attacks and psychic influence. While Emma acted as a tank, Gwen threw her magic and destroyed the monsters. The mansion grew more destroyed over the minute. When they finally reached Ben's room, the door was closed but undamaged. It was suspiciously normal compared to the rest of the mansion. This feels like a trap, Emma noted. Everything about this place feels like a trap right now, Gwen replied, pushing the door open. Inside, they found a bizarre tableau. Madeline stood in the center of the room, perfectly still, eyes open but unseeing. Her hair floated around her head as if underwater, and faint tendrils of psychic energy emanated from her body. There was no sign of Ben. Well, she zoned out, Emma said as she curled her diamond fist and then punched straight at Madeline's face, only to have her knuckles stopped by an invisible barrier inches from impact. Psychic shield, Emma muttered. Strong one. Gwen studied the scene, noticing a faint, ghostly shimmer around Madeline's head. I think. Damn it, I think Ben went inside her mind. He must have transformed into Ghost Freak, one of his aliens. That's why she's just standing here. He's fighting her on the inside. And losing, apparently, Emma observed dryly, given the chaos outside. Gwen gathered her magic, feeling the mana crackle between her fingertips. If he's inside her mind, we need to get him out. And how do you propose to do that? I can't telepathically reach either of them through her shields. The old-fashioned way, Gwen replied, her hands glowing bright pink. Hit her hard enough that she can't focus on keeping him trapped. She released a massive burst of mana energy directly at Madeline. The psychic shield held strong, shimmering like heat over asphalt. Emma frowned and stepped forward, pulling her fist back. With a grunt, she began to hammer the shield like a bulldozer. Gwen kept shooting. The shield could only hold for so long under the two's assault, as it began to crack like glass. The energy slammed into Madeline, sending her flying across the room. As she hit the wall, something unexpected happened. The ghostly form of Ghost Freak was literally ejected from her body, tumbling through the air before stabilizing. Ugh, fuck, everything hurts, Ghost Freak's raspy voice commented, body torn at places, but regenerating. But that was certainly one way to make an exit. Ben. Are you all right? Gwen rushed to help him stand back up. The fight in her mental realm was stupid. I have no idea how I survived this long. Now, it was time to turn the tables around. While Gwen helped me, Madeline recovered quickly on the other side of the room, her eyes now blazing with fury. You, she hissed at Gwen. How dare you interrupt our conversation? Conversation. Emma scoffed, standing between us. Her diamond form gleamed under the moonlight coming from the windows, making her look quite reliable. You've turned the entire mansion into a nightmare dimension. I'd hardly call that a friendly chat. You don't understand, Emma, Madeline replied, her voice shifting between her own and something deeper, more masculine. What I'm becoming is necessary. The weak must fall for the strong to rise. That doesn't even sound like you, Maddie, I said in Ghost Freak's raspy voice, hitting the Omnitrix symbol on my chest. In a flash of green light, I returned to human form, then immediately began to play with my watch again. I didn't wait to hear a reply and transformed once again. Thank fuck, the watch didn't malfunction this time. Feedback. I announced, my tall, black body crackling with electrical energy. My single green eye focused on Madeline, antenna-like plugs extending from my fingertips and head. My lips widened. Remember what I said about this guy? You. Madeline glared at me, suddenly cautious. Gwen grinned alongside me. Do you need some energy? I'd love to, I replied, my smile oddly menacing on my alien face. Gwen conjured a deep ball of purple mana and hurled it toward me. I caught it with my fingertips, absorbing the energy. My body crackled more intensely, electricity arcing between my plugs. Ha! Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. I said, my voice distorted by power. Madeline's eyes widened slightly, but she recovered quickly. Impressive trick, she sneered. But ultimately futile. Die. She unleashed a telekinetic blast powerful enough to shatter what remained of the windows. I simply extended my plugs, absorbing the energy of her attack and growing stronger. See, that's the thing about energy manipulators, I said, stepping closer. We're really good at turning your strengths against you. Madeline switched tactics, levitating furniture and hurling it at me. I dodged with surprising agility, jumping over them as if I were doing parkour tricks, closing the distance between them. You annoying insect. Stay back, she warned, ripping metal pipes from the walls and bending them toward me like snakes. You have to try better than this, girl. I grabbed the pipes, absorbing the kinetic energy of their movement. Thanks for the boost. Then I was in front of her, face to face. She tried to slam me back with a psychic force, but I absorbed it from the golden parts around my waist. She grumbled. So what if you're close to me? Madeline asked, a hint of desperation creeping into her voice. What can you do to stop me? Go inside again. Something like that, I replied with a smirk. But this time, I'll poke you. I lunged forward, jamming my earplugs directly into her shoulders, while my tail slammed into her abdomen. Madeline screamed as I began to absorb not just her telekinetic energy, but the very psychic power that fueled her possession. No. Stop. The voice wasn't entirely hers anymore, Sinister's influence was becoming more apparent as I drained away her strength. Hey, bastard. Get out of her head, I demanded, continuing to absorb power. Unless you want to be absorbed too. There was a grunt of protest before it vanished. Madeline's body convulsed, her eyes rolling back as I drained her dry. She swayed and then collapsed to the floor, barely conscious. The psychic storm throughout the mansion began to dissipate, reality slowly reasserting itself. Where am I? Madeline murmured, looking at the wall in confusion. What happened? Ben, is that you? I nodded. Yep, all me. I also understood from this question just how much Sinister was controlling her. She didn't even remember anything. Before anything more could be said, the door burst open. Now that the mansion had returned to normal, people were rushing in. Professor Xavier wheeled in, followed closely by Scott, Logan, Storm, and Grandpa Max. What in God's name happened here? Xavier demanded, taking in the destruction. Scott's gaze landed on Madeline, his face hardening behind his visor. She's what happened, you already know, he spat. We should restrain her immediately. Collar her powers before she can attack again. No, I said firmly, still holding Madeline's nearly unconscious form. Mr. Sinister was controlling her up until a minute ago. She didn't do this of her own choice. And we're supposed to just take your word for it? Scott demanded. After she nearly destroyed the mansion. After she tortured everyone with their worst fears. Yes, I replied simply. I was in her mind. I saw Sinister pulling the strings. You expect us to trust the word of a teenager who's had that watch for what, a month? You're not even one of us, kid, Scott stepped forward aggressively. For all we know, you could be compromised too. Hey stupid, ask Emma Frost here, she watched everything unfold. I rose to my full height, electricity crackling ominously around me. I didn't wait for Emma to help me out, though. I glared at the fool. What's funny is, in this entire galaxy, I'm likely your worst match, Summers. A man full of a dimension's worth of energy and a man who can absorb it all. Don't provoke me. Scott's hand moved to his visor. Should we find out? All of you, stop, a new voice commanded. Everyone turned to see none other than Jean Grey walking through the doorway, still wearing a hospital gown from the medical bay. The original. She looked pale and unsteady but determined. Jean, you shouldn't be up, Xavier said immediately. I had to come, Jean replied, moving between Scott and me. This boy. Ben is right. I can sense it now that I'm awake. She, the clone, was being controlled. Sinister psychic fingerprints are all over her mind. How can you be sure? Storm asked gently. Because he tried the same techniques on me before, Jean explained. Years ago, when we first encountered him. I recognize his methods. Plus, it seems there's a mental connection between this woman and me. The tension in the room gradually eased, though Scott still looked unconvinced. Everyone, please, Xavier sighed, rubbing his temples. Let's focus on making sure the students are all right. This has been traumatic for all of them. He turned to Jean. Jean, would you please stay with your counterpart? Make sure she's stable. My name, the woman on the floor whispered weakly as I helped her sit up. Call me Madeline, please. A heavy silence fell over the room as everyone processed the implications of that simple request. An identity separate from Jean Grey, a person in her own right. All right, Madeline, Jean said softly, kneeling beside her. Let's get you somewhere to rest. As they helped Madeline to her feet, I caught her eye. For what it's worth, I said quietly, I think Madeline suits you better anyway. A ghost of a smile touched her lips before exhaustion claimed her once more. Chapter 84, Quick Escape. Chapter 84, Quick Escape. By the time my room cleared, the morning sunlight streamed through the large bay windows of Xavier's sitting room, bathing the antique furniture in a warm glow that completely failed to match the atmosphere. My body ached all over. Must be the consequences of having your consciousness get beaten up in some Omega-level telepath's mind, I supposed. No instruction manual for that particular experience. I slouched deeper into the overstuffed armchair, watching Gwen pace back and forth across the expensive carpet. There we go again. Her steps were sharp, and growing increasingly agitated with each pass. The room itself was the picture of old money, leather-bound books no one ever read, furniture too nice to actually use, and the faint smell of lemon polish that rich people seemed to think made everything better. 5, 4, 3, 2. I counted silently, waiting for the explosion I knew was coming. Gwen stopped abruptly, crossing her arms and fixing me with the kind of stare that made supervillains reconsider their life choices. So, you return from my room, and then the entire mansion goes to hell, she said, her voice deliberately casual in that way that meant I was in deep trouble. Are we going to talk about why the clone was in your room in the middle of the night? I sighed, rubbing my temples. The headache building behind my eyes wasn't just from psychic backlash, it was from knowing this conversation was inevitable. Well, that woman, Madeline, was. I said, emphasizing the name, she was really confused. So she came to talk. She was disoriented, scared, you know, the normal reaction to finding out you might be a clone. And naturally, your bedroom was the most appropriate place for this heart-to-heart. Gwen raised an eyebrow, her foot now tapping impatiently against the floor. The rhythm matched perfectly with the pounding in my head. Before I could craft a response that wouldn't dig my grave deeper, Grandpa Max entered carrying 3 steaming mugs of coffee. Despite everything that had happened, psychic attacks, demonic manifestations, the mansion being turned into a literal nightmare, he looked surprisingly refreshed. He'd even found time to change into a fresh Hawaiian shirt, this one adorned with cheerful yellow pineapples against a blue background that screamed of tourist traps. Here you go, kids. Thought you could use the caffeine, he said, handing us each a mug. The coffee smelled strong enough to strip paint. Exactly what I needed. Thanks, Grandpa, I mumbled, taking a grateful sip. Definitely not Xavier's fancy imported stuff, this was classic Max Tennyson brew, probably made with twice the recommended grounds. Gwen accepted her mug but clearly wasn't ready to drop the subject. Grandpa, don't you think it's inappropriate that Ben had that woman in his room last night? I nearly choked on my coffee, preparing for the inevitable lecture. Instead, Grandpa chuckled, clapping me on the shoulder with enough force to send the scalding liquid dangerously close to the rim of my mug. Now, Gwen, don't be so mad at him. I'm actually proud of the boy. Always rushing to protect these lost souls. His eyes twinkled with something like pride. That's exactly what a Tennyson should do. Reminds me of myself at your age, actually. I couldn't help but cough, both from surprise and coffee going down the wrong pipe. I don't think that's what Gwen meant. I certainly was not, Gwen said simultaneously. Grandpa waved us both off. No need to be modest, Ben. Standing up to that sinister fellow, defending a woman who needed help, good job. This is what heroes do. I shot Gwen a glance, watching her face contort with frustration. She was caught in the perfect trap, wanting to call me out while not wanting to imply I should have left Madeline to fend for herself against a psychic megalomaniac. That's not what I was talking about. Her cheeks flushed with annoyance. Then what were you talking about? Grandpa asked innocently, though I caught the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Oh no, does he know? Nah, no way. Gwen opened her mouth, then closed it again. Never mind, she finally muttered, taking an aggressive sip of her coffee. I couldn't help the triumphant smirk that spread across my face. Grandpa's misunderstanding had saved me from a lecture I definitely wasn't in the mood for. Gwen caught my expression and narrowed her eyes, promising retribution later. The tension was mercifully broken when Storm glided into the room, somehow looking elegant despite everything. Her white hair was perfectly styled, her posture regal, and not a single wrinkle marred her outfit. Some people just had a gift for making chaos look good. I apologize for intruding on your family time, dear friends. But the professor has called a meeting to discuss last night's events, she announced, her voice carrying that teacher tone as well as a softness when she looked at me. Her gaze was thankful. He'd like all of you to attend, if you're feeling up to it. I stood, stretching my arms above my head until my spine popped. Lead the way. Though I'm not sure how much help I'll be without sleep. You're an expert at functioning without sleep, Gwen muttered, but followed nonetheless. As we trailed after Storm through the mansion's elaborate hallways, I noticed the aftermath of last night's psychic storm. Claw marks gouged the wood paneling, water damage from burst pipes stained the ceiling, and several windows had been hastily covered with plastic sheeting. Students clustered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, falling silent as we passed. It was quite the sight, and I didn't mean that in a good way. I'd read about Jean Grey and the Phoenix Force, about Madeline Pryor and the Goblin Queen in the pages of comics. But reading about cosmic entities and genetic manipulation in comic books was vastly different from experiencing it firsthand. With the Omnitrix pulsing in my wrist, I always reminded myself that this was not some video game but reality. At least the coffee was good. The meeting dragged on for what felt like centuries. Xavier's study was packed with X-Men, all with opinions about security protocols, student safety, and what to do with Madeline. Scott Summers was particularly vocal about placing her in some kind of power-dampening containment, while Jean Grey, the original, advocated for rehabilitation. I'd tuned out somewhere around the 3rd hour, slouching in a chair outside the study where I'd been banished after telling Cyclops to pull the stick out of his ass and try some human compassion. Not my finest diplomatic moment, but that stupid bastard was seriously getting on my nerves with his black and white thinking. I realized Cyclops wasn't shown as a bad guy in the comics and movies, because ultimately, he does save lives. But if you really nitpick, especially his character as shown in comics that weren't X-Men, he'd always been a rash person. Imagine Captain America, but with anger issues. And worse. Morning light filtered through the mansion's windows, casting shadows across the polished floor as I yawned. My eyelids drooped, head nodding forward as exhaustion finally caught up with me. Just as I was about to surrender to sleep, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I fumbled for it, squinting at the bright screen. Jessica Jones' name appeared with a message. Jewel Gemstone, sorry for bothering you, Mr. Tennyson. I've been working on this one project right now and wondering if you could come help. Suddenly more awake, I replied immediately. Me, Mr. Tennyson. Her response came quickly. Jewel Gemstone, yes. What else do I call you? Since we aren't close enough to text each other for days, aren't we just work colleagues? I winced, feeling a pang of guilt. With everything that had happened, Charmcaster, Limbo, the Goblin Queen situation, I completely failed to check in with her. Me, You know how busy my life can get, right? Jewel Gemstone, yes of course. Same dude who ran 2,000 miles in 5 seconds but can't find 5 seconds to send me a text asking, hey, bro. Yes, I know. A smile tugged at my lips. Even when she was pissed, Jessica had a way of cutting through the bullshit that I appreciated. Me, I did all that for you, if you remember. There was a pause before Jessica responded with just ellipses. Jewel Gemstone. I quickly typed. Me, anyways, what are you working on? Actually never mind, you can tell me once I reach you. I'm in Westchester right now, it's a whole situation. I'll tell you why I was busy, it's really crazy, and you'll tell me about this job you've been working on. Wait for me for a bit, I'll be there soon. The coming response made me grin. Jewel Gemstone, moi, alright. I'm waiting. I pocketed my phone, feeling lighter than I had since arriving at the mansion. A day away from mind-controlling villains and identity crises sounded perfect. Plus, if I were being honest with myself, I'd miss Jessica. There was something refreshingly straightforward about her that I needed right now. First, though, I needed to inform Gwen and Grandpa Max about my plans. No way was I getting another lecture about disappearing without notice. I found them in the mansion's massive kitchen, where Gwen was helping several younger students clean up breakfast dishes while Grandpa Max regaled them with heavily edited plumber stories. From the kids' wide eyes and occasional gasps, he was making alien diplomatic incidents sound like action movies. And that's when I realized the ambassador wasn't trying to poison me, those were actually ceremonial greeting eggs. Grandpa was saying as I walked in. But by then I'd already locked him in the supply closet with a bag of fertilizer and a broken communicator. Grandpa, I interrupted, hate to break up story time, but Jessica just texted. She needs help with something in the city. Gwen's eyes narrowed suspiciously as she set down a stack of plates. And this sudden emergency has nothing to do with avoiding cleanup duty here. Pure coincidence, I insisted with an innocent shrug that fooled absolutely no one. Nothing serious like last time, just standard PI stuff. Grandpa Max studied me for a moment, his expression shifting from entertainer to seasoned plumber. Those eyes had stared down aliens with god complexes, they saw right through my half-truth. Be back by dinner, he finally said. And call if anything comes up. Always do, I replied, choosing to ignore Gwen's snort of disbelief. I gave her a nod in the end. After our talk last night, I could tell this bothered her a little, but as she'd admitted, she didn't really mind it. She'd accepted it. I planned to tell Jessica about Charmcaster, too. I didn't want to continue leading her on and betray her trust in me. With their reluctant blessing secured, there was one more person I needed to see before leaving. I asked several students before learning Madeline had been placed in one of the mansion's guest rooms, not in Jean's room as I might have expected. The news made me frown. The room was in the east wing, far from the main student areas. I knocked lightly before pushing the door open. Inside, the room was sparsely furnished but comfortable. Madeline lay on the bed, still wearing clothes from last night, staring at the ceiling with an expression so blank it hurt to see. Hey, I said softly, stepping inside. How are you feeling? Madeline turned her head slowly, recognition dawning in her eyes. Ben. I'm not sure. Everything feels foggy. She attempted a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. I pulled up a chair beside the bed, frowning as I took in her isolation. Why didn't they let you stay in Jean's room? It bothers me that they've got you tucked away here like some dirty secret. Hey, they didn't make me, Madeline replied, her voice stronger than I expected. I asked to be placed here. That room. Jean's room, it doesn't feel like mine anymore. Maybe it never was. I nodded, understanding her need for separation. What happens now? What do you want to do? She sat up slowly, tucking her knees under her chin in a protective gesture that made her look younger, more vulnerable. First, I want to thank you. For everything. Her voice dropped to almost a whisper. For seeing me as someone. Not just a copy. You don't need to thank me for basic decency, I said, meaning it. She took a deep breath. As for what's next? I want to leave. Start fresh somewhere new. Build a life that's mine, not Jean's hand-me-down existence. Nah, I said gently but firmly. Your mind is still weak to Sinister's control, you know that. You might be good now, but if left alone, he might get full control over you. Stay here for a bit, yeah. When Grandpa, Gwen, and I leave, we can figure something together. How does that sound? A soft look crossed Madeline's face. She reached out, gently grabbing my shirt and pulling me closer. I recognized the intent in her eyes immediately, the mixture of gratitude, confusion, and desperate need for connection that had nothing to do with genuine attraction. After all, she'd done this exact thing to poor Logan in the show. How cheap. But in her defense, her mind wasn't quite clear yet. I stopped her with gentle hands on her shoulders, looking directly into her eyes. I wouldn't mind kissing a top beauty, but I don't think you really want this kiss other than your confused emotions. Rest for now, all right. Then I leaned forward and placed a soft kiss on her cheek, my choice, my initiation, nothing that could be misinterpreted as taking advantage of her vulnerable state. I'll see you later. I gotta go meet a friend in Manhattan, I said, standing up. As I reached the door, Madeline called after me. Ben. Thank you for stopping me. You're right. A genuine smile finally reached her eyes. Maybe I do need to figure out who Madeline is before I start kissing random heroes. I grinned back. Random. You're hurting my feelings, after all we've been through together. Oh please, she smiled, and it wasn't forced. Yes. Anyhow, I'll be around when you figure it out. I closed the door behind me, already planning my route to Manhattan. Maybe I'll try Stinkfly. The flight would give me time to clear my head. Nah, the last thing I needed was more attention after what happened at the mansion. I didn't want to risk going XLR8 either. By now, police must have found Kilgrave's body, and if that report piqued S.H.I.E.L.D.'s interest, they probably checked all CCTVs to find the killer. It might be me overthinking, but it didn't hurt to be careful, even with the plumbers looking out for me. Everything in the Marvel universe seemed to be accelerating around me, and not all in the predictable way. Madeline Pryor was supposed to be pregnant with Scott's child by now, according to the comics I remembered. Instead, she'd broken up with him and was trying to forge her own identity. I wanted to avoid more problems. Right now, I had a private investigator waiting for me in Manhattan, and I was looking forward to whatever case she had, anything to take my mind off cosmic entities and genetic manipulation for a while. I went ghost freak, going invisible and pushing my speed to the limit. Yes, there was a chance that overusing ghost freak wasn't wise, but I recently decided on something. If ZS Scare was inside the Omnitrix somehow, even in this universe, it was better to bait him out fast and kick him out, rather than keeping him in there to learn more about everything. In short, I didn't care. I just loved the wind. It's a Sunday. There's a goal. As usual, it'll be top 5, should be easy enough. Start voting, guys. Chapter 85, The Phantom Thief. Chapter 85, The Phantom Thief. Note, met the goal with ease, here's 2 chapters. Enjoy. Fire. The afternoon sun beat down on Central Park as Jessica Jones scowled at her laptop screen. The footage from the jewelry store's security camera was grainy at best, practically useless at worst, just like her mood today. She'd been sitting on this bench for 2 hours now, squinting against the glare while trying to catch even a glimpse of the thief who'd managed to steal $500,000 in diamonds without triggering a single alarm. Come on, she muttered, rewinding the video for the 15th time. Nobody's that good. But apparently, someone was. The only evidence the theft had even occurred was a split-second shadow moving across a wall, too fast for normal human movement, too deliberate to be a coincidence. The store owner had hired her based on a recommendation from a previous client, someone who'd heard Jessica had connections with people who dealt with the unexplainable. She snorted. Connections. That's one way to put it. Her mind drifted to Ben, with his cocky smile and ridiculous watch. He was probably off fighting some interdimensional threat right now, while she sat here staring at shadows and drinking lukewarm coffee. A strange chill crawled up her spine, making the hair on her arms stand on end. The sensation was subtle but unmistakable. Like someone was watching her. No, not just watching. Hovering. If you're planning to scare me, she said without looking up, I should warn you I have excellent reflexes and terrible aim. Meaning I will absolutely punch you in the face by accident. Nothing. Just the distant sound of children playing in traffic beyond the park's boundaries. She frowned, glancing around. Had she imagined it? The paranoia of a PI who'd seen too many strange things these past few months. Boo. The whispered word came from nowhere and everywhere at once, sending Jessica lurching sideways off the bench with a startled yelp. Her laptop tumbled to the grass as she spun around, fists raised. There was nothing there. Just empty air and the mocking sound of a low, raspy chuckle. Show yourself. She demanded, ignoring the concerned looks from passers-by. Right now, or I swear to God. Or what? The disembodied voice floated around her, amused and familiar. You'll punch the air really hard. Jessica's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. Tennyson, you ass. A shimmer in the air, like heat waves rising from pavement, and suddenly Ghost Freak materialized before her, one-eyed, gray, spectral, and definitely laughing at her expense. The look on your face, the alien form rasped, its single green eye crinkling with amusement. Priceless. Ben Tennyson, you're dead, she growled, snatching her laptop from the grass and checking for damage. The moment you turn back into a human with actual bones to break, you're dead. Ghost Freak's form rippled with silent laughter. Worth it. The Omnitrix symbol on his chest flashed green, and Ben Tennyson stood where the ghostly alien had been, grinning like he'd just won a prize. He looked different from the first time she'd met him. She'd already seen his changes last time, but given the situation, she didn't have time to note them properly. He was much taller now, his shoulders broader, a new confidence in the way he carried himself. The watch on his wrist gleamed in the sunlight, reminding her of exactly how not normal her life had become. Surprise, he said, spreading his arms wide. Jessica crossed the distance between them in 2 quick strides and smacked his chest lightly with her free hand. You absolute jerk. I could have broken my laptop. But you didn't, he pointed out, catching her hand and pulling her closer. Besides, your reflexes are better than that. I've seen you dodge alien slugs and crazed stalkers. Despite her annoyance, Jessica felt a smile tugging at her lips. She'd missed him. Their text conversations over the past weeks had been sporadic at best, with Ben bouncing around the country on his summer road trip while she handled cases in Manhattan. The last real conversation they'd had was after the Simpson incident, and even that had been cut short. How did you find me? She asked, allowing herself to be drawn into a quick hug. I didn't tell you where I'd be. He tapped the side of his head. Ghost Freak has a sixth sense for pretty girls on park benches. That's possibly the creepiest thing you've ever said to me. I tracked your phone, he admitted with a shrug. Did you forget the gray matter hack I installed? Don't worry, I only use my powers for good. And occasional pranks. Jessica rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress her smile. Glad to see your ego's still intact. Like you haven't been waiting for me to show up, he teased, his eyes dropping to her lips. She hadn't realized how much she'd missed him until this moment, the easy banter, the way he looked at her like she was both dangerous and precious. Before she could formulate a suitably sarcastic response, Ben leaned in and kissed her. The kiss was gentle at first, a hello after too long apart, but quickly deepened as Jessica's free hand found its way to the back of his neck. His arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her flush against him as the world narrowed to just the two of them. Young people these days. No sense of public decency. The sharp comment broke through their moment. Jessica pulled back to see an elderly man glaring at them from the path, leaning heavily on his cane as he shook his head in disapproval. Sorry. Ben called, not sounding sorry at all. Just reuniting with my girlfriend after weeks apart. You understand, right? Girlfriend. The word sent an unexpected flutter through Jessica's chest. Bastard. He's playing with me. A few days ago, same bastard called me just friend. In my day, we saved such displays for private moments, the old man huffed, shuffling past them with an exaggerated eye roll. No respect for propriety. Ben watched him go with an amused expression. Pretty sure his day included making out at drive-in theaters, but okay. Jessica laughed, the tension broken. Come on, let's sit down before we scandalize any more senior citizens. They settled on the bench, Ben's arm draped casually around her shoulders as Jessica reopened her laptop. The familiarity of it struck her, how easily they fell back into each other's space, as if the time apart had been nothing. As if they'd known each other for years, and not a mere month. So, Ben said, peering at her screen, what are we looking at? New case. This, okay, don't laugh. It's not really some genocide of city destruction crime. It's just a jewelry heist, she explained, grateful for the shift to professional territory. $500,000 in diamonds gone without a trace. Security systems untouched, no signs of forced entry. The only evidence is this. She pointed to the shadow on the screen. Watch. Right, there. Ben leaned closer, his brow furrowing. That's not normal human movement. Too smooth and too fast. That's what I thought. Jessica nodded, pleased he'd noticed. My client thinks it might be some kind of enhanced thief. The papers are calling them a ghost thief, but my gut says it's more likely someone with powers or tech. Possibly both. The Black Cat, Ben said suddenly, looking thoughtful. Jessica blinked. What? There's a rumor going around about a thief called the Black Cat. I don't know much, but this might be her. He tapped the screen where the shadow moved. Professional thief. She has a thing for expensive shiny objects. This fits her M.O. And how do you dash? Jessica started, then shook her head. Right. You and your mysterious knowledge of things. She'd never quite gotten a straight answer about how Ben seemed to know so much about certain people and events. He was frustratingly vague about the details at times. Must be one of his aliens. Just another mystery in the Ben Tennyson puzzle box. Anyways. We can discuss the thief later. Tell me what you've been up to, she said, closing her laptop and setting it aside. Your texts were sparse on details. Ben's expression shifted, becoming more guarded. It's been a busy few weeks. The usual stuff. Monsters, magic, mayhem. Jessica raised an eyebrow. And the non-usual stuff. He hesitated, and Jessica felt a knot form in her stomach. That wasn't Ben's normal pause, that was the pause of someone deciding how much truth to tell. Did he not trust her? Well. I ran into some complications with this clone of Jean Grey. You know, the superheroine, Marvel girl, the telepath from Xavier's school. He asked. I heard of her. She's got a clone. He rubbed the back of his neck. She was being controlled by this guy called Mr. Sinister. Almost turned the mansion into a nightmare dimension. I see. Jessica struggled to keep her expression neutral. And how did you handle that? I went into her mind as Ghost Freak, then when that didn't work, used feedback to drain her powers. Feedback's this new alien I unlocked. I gotta show you how he works sometimes, he's really fun. He was so excited about this new alien, it made her smile. She really wanted to see. She's doing better now. Calls herself Madeline. Madeline. Jean. And before that, didn't he mention some magician girl? Jessica felt her chest tighten. She knew she had no claim on Ben, they hadn't exactly defined what they were to each other even if he just lied to the old man earlier, but hearing him talk about other women with such ease stung more than she wanted to admit. Sounds intense, she managed, hating how fake her voice sounded to her own ears. You've been busy saving the world again. Ben studied her face, too perceptive for her comfort. What about you? Besides the jewelry case. Jessica shrugged, trying for nonchalance. The usual. Followed a few cheating spouses, located a runaway teen, stopped a mugger who clearly didn't know who he was messing with. Not as fun as your days. And you texted me because. His tone was gentle, curious. The jewelry case doesn't sound that crazy. Because I missed you, you bastard. Because I was thinking about you. She wanted to say to his face. Because sometimes it feels like I'm just one of many women in your orbit. But she couldn't say any of that. Yeah, it's not. I'm sorry. I know you're busy so I didn't plan to call about this but I was missing. Anyways. I must be bothering you, right? The words tumbled out, revealing more vulnerability than she'd intended. He must think I'm annoying. Ben's expression softened into something she couldn't quite read. He reached out, taking her hand in his. Jess, look at me. She did, reluctantly. You're never bothering me, he said firmly. Ever. Did I delay coming when you called? Well, no. But you've got all these world-ending threats and magical supervillains to deal with, she argued. And I'm calling you about what, a jewelry thief? A jewelry thief that matters to you, he countered. Which means it matters to me. Jessica sighed. I shouldn't have texted. It was stupid. She trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Ben shifted closer, his arm sliding around her waist. You just what? I just wanted to see you, she admitted quietly. That's all. Something in Ben's eyes changed, a softening, a deepening. He pulled her into an embrace that felt more intimate than their earlier kiss, his chin resting on top of her head. Jessica Jones, he said, his voice muffled against her hair, when are you going to realize that you're special to me? She pulled back slightly to look at him. Am I? Because it sounds like you've been collecting quite the fan club lately. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. She had no right to be jealous, no claim to exclusivity. They'd never talked about being anything more than, whatever they were. Ugh, me and my blabbermouth. At the same time, she was curious what he'd say. What could he say? Image here. Chapter 86, Modern Problems. Chapter 86, Modern Problems. She pulled back slightly to look at him. Am I? Because it sounds like you've been collecting quite the fan club lately. To her surprise, Ben didn't look embarrassed or offended that she'd asked something like that. If anything, he looked guilty. I should have been more upfront with you, he said, running a hand through his hair. About everything. This isn't me confessing because I got caught, Jess. I've been thinking about this conversation for weeks. You deserve to know who I really am, not just the parts one think you want to see. I could have kept quiet, kept things simple, but that's not fair to you. And honestly, it's not fair to me either. Jessica felt her heart sink. Here it came, the gentle letdown, the "it's not you, it's me" speech. She might not have experience with romance, but she wasn't clueless. He'd just gloss over this and maybe even start avoiding her after this. She braced herself. Instead, Ben looked around at the family strolling by, the kids chasing each other, and the elderly couple now pointedly watching them from a nearby bench. We should probably talk somewhere more private. This isn't exactly a park conversation. Jessica nodded, relief flickering across her face. Even a few seconds of time relieved her. She wasn't ready to hear those words from him. Agreed. My place or some hotel? How about somewhere with a view? Ben suggested, a small smile playing on his lips. He tapped the Omnitrix. I think Stinkfly could get us there faster than a cab. Stinkfly? That's the disgusting bug one, right? You said it smells bad. Jessica wrinkled her nose. Hard pass. Ben laughed. What, you don't like being carried by a giant insect with 4 eyes and slime glands? Or, Jessica cut him off, a wicked glint in her eye, we could skip the light show and do it my way. Before Ben could fully process her words, she looped an arm securely around his waist, pulling him against her side. A startled grunt escaped him, not a yelp of fear, but the sound of surprise quickly followed by a low chuckle as she launched them into the air. You know I could have transformed, right? He called out over the rush of wind, his voice laced with amusement as he instinctively wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Could have saved you the effort. Where's the fun in that? She shot back, banking sharply between 2 skyscrapers. Besides, my way has a better view. His laugh was carried away by the wind. The city blurred beneath them, a show of lights and shadows. She didn't know that from his spot, he felt the solid strength in her grip, saw the fierce concentration on her face, and felt a surge of admiration. This was the Jessica Jones he knew. Powerful, decisive, and completely in control. So in his heart, he hoped she'd take this talk well. She landed them gracefully on the flat roof of an old Art Deco building, the landing barely making a sound. He found his footing instantly, not a hint of dizziness. The city spread out before them, bathed in the golden light of late afternoon, the Hudson River a ribbon of fire in the distance. Showing off your new flight, huh? He said, and in response, there was only an odd smile tugging at her lips. He walked to the edge of the roof, leaning against the low wall. Nice choice, though. I've always liked this view. She agreed. Same. Figured we could use some perspective for this conversation. The city spread out before them, bathed in the golden light of late afternoon, the Hudson River a ribbon of fire in the distance. Yeah. That's quite a short reply. He must be processing what to say. Jessica took a deep breath of the city air, feeling strangely calm despite what she knew was coming. All right, Tennyson. Let's hear it. He remained quiet for a moment longer. His eyes grew serious as he said, I like you, Jessica. A lot. That was nice to hear, but she heard a but coming. More than I probably should, given everything. But I'm not. He paused, searching for words. I'm not built for conventional relationships. That sounds crazy, I know. But it is what it is. He added, look, I've tried to figure this out since the watch came into my life. It's not normal, after all. But maybe it's because I've literally been multiple beings, multiple forms, experienced the world through so many different eyes. Or maybe I was always like this, a hateful man who could never be satisfied with a single girl, and the Omnitrix just made it impossible to ignore. But it's just how I am. So what does that mean? She asked, hating how small her voice sounded. It means that my feelings for you are real. Intense. But they don't negate what I might feel for someone else. He met her eyes, unflinching. I see. I didn't want to lie to you about this. But I've delayed this conversation for so long because, you know. He meant that, if the talk didn't go well, they'd probably stop talking. Forever. Jessica's heart hammered. No. Not him too. She didn't know how she'd deal with Ben leaving her too. Just like her parents, dying to leave her alone in this damned world. She absorbed this, turning it over in her mind. Part of her wanted to be angry, to walk away from the complication. But poor Jessica, how could she be angry at Ben? He'd run to save her when she thought everything was going to end. So her larger part, the part that had seen the world's strangeness firsthand, understood that he wasn't lying. He did like her, indeed. So you're non-monogamous, she said slowly. That care for multiple people at once. What a surprise from Ben Tennyson, capable of transforming into 10 different forms. Ben smiled at her joke, a hint of relief in his eyes that she understood enough to be joking. Jessica. I don't expect you to be okay with that. I wouldn't blame you if you walked away right now. That's, well, it's not what I'd prefer, but I'm ready to accept it. And if I don't? The question surprised even her. She knew she wasn't like normal girls, having lost her parents, becoming an orphan, and when she got adopted, her new mother turned out to be a bitch. Her desire to be loved was different. So maybe that was why she was already saying something so crazy. Then we figure it out. Day by day. He took her hand again. I care about you, Jess. That's not going to change because of anything else that happens. Even if you do leave. If you're ever in trouble. Click that SOS. I'll be here before you know it. Jessica felt something settle in her chest, not acceptance, no, that was difficult to do when she loved him so much. But she did understand. Ben wasn't a bad man. She knew that. But at the same time, maybe Ben Tennyson wasn't a good boyfriend. Not a conventional one, anyway. She'd always known Ben was different. From the moment he'd shown her his transformations, from the moment he'd risked everything to save her from Kilgrave, murdering him instantly. She'd known he operated on a different level than most people. Maybe it was the effect of having multiple forms, as he just said. That could be it. So why should his heart be any different? You know, I don't mind, she said finally, looking up at his eyes. I mean, I do, but I don't. If that makes any sense. Jessica surprised herself with the admission. It might make her look weak, but she knew he wouldn't judge her. But this wasn't her rolling over or settling. It was her acknowledging a simple truth. That her life had long ago left normal in the rearview mirror. She'd survived abandonment, abuse, Kilgrave's control, and countless battles. Conventional expectations. Those were for people who hadn't seen what she'd seen, hadn't lived what she'd lived. And the man standing before her, for all his faults, had run through hell to save her when no one else could. If the price of keeping him in her life was accepting his complicated heart, maybe that was a deal worth making. Plus, there was always the chance she'd seduce him just enough to make him forget about the others, so that she can run away with him and build a family in some distant third-world country. He didn't need to know that yet. He smiled. It makes sense. I'm glad you're so easy to talk to. Now that just makes you sound like you were manipulating me, she scoffed, but a smile formed on her lips. But listen, I can't promise I won't get jealous, she warned. I'm only human, after all. Only human. Ben asked, adoration in his eyes. Jessica Jones, you're strong. I hang out with people who can bench press buildings and yet you stand out among them. The compliment warmed her more than it should have. She leaned forward, giving into his arms as he held her waist. She rested her forehead against his chest. I thought I was a weirdo. Turns out you're more. We're both weird, yeah. Yes, I guess, she added with a wry smile. Normal is overrated. I've never been good at following the rules anyway. She reached up to touch his face, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. But I'm setting some ground rules. No lying. No hiding things. And when you're with me, you're with me. Deal. I want to make a silly joke, but you might throw me off the building. Ben caught her hand, kissing her palm. Deal. Jessica laughed loudly despite how fucked this situation was. Or was it? Maybe it wasn't a weird situation. Given the whole world was weird, why did she have to follow modern rules? Fuck that. She'd not let Herman go just because the normal rules said so. Because this bastard had already become one of the most important people in her life. The universe had a strange sense of humor. So, Ben said, his tone lightening, about this black cat. No. Later, Jessica decided, pulling him closer. Right now, I think we should give that old man something else to complain about. Ben's smile was everything she needed in that moment, warm and real and focused entirely on her. As their lips met again, Jessica felt the last of her doubts fade. She loved him, she wanted him, so she was going to have him. Simple problems, simple solutions. Jessica felt the city hum beneath her, alive with distant horns and the faint roar of traffic, but up here on the highest rooftop, it all faded to a dull pulse. Ben's smile lit something fierce inside her, that cocky grin pulling her in like gravity. She didn't wait. She grabbed his collar and yanked him close, crashing her mouth against his. His lips met hers with equal hunger, no hesitation, just raw need. She tasted coffee on his tongue, bitter and sharp, as it tangled with hers in a messy duel. Her hands roved up his back, nails digging into fabric, pulling him flush against her body. He growled low in his throat, the sound vibrating through her chest, and it sent heat pooling between her legs. Jess, he murmured against her mouth, voice rough as gravel. One hand cupped her jaw, tilting her head to deepen the kiss, while the other slid down her side, gripping her hip hard enough to bruise. She didn't mind and welcomed it, actually. Pushed back, nipping his bottom lip until he hissed. Shut up and just kiss me, she shot back, words muffled as she claimed his mouth again. Their tongues battled, slick and urgent, breaths mingling in hot gasps. She felt his heart hammering against her chest, matching her own frantic rhythm. His free hand tangled in her hair, yanking just enough to sting, exposing her neck. He dove in, teeth grazing her pulse point, sucking hard. This bastard couldn't be satisfied with one woman, now look at him acting so hungry for her. It made her wet. It turned her on. A moan escaped her, unbidden and needy. The sting shot straight to her core, making her thighs clench. She arched into him, grinding against the growing hardness pressing into her stomach. Harder, she demanded, voice breathy. He obliged, biting down, marking her skin as his hands roamed lower, squeezing her ass through her jeans. The world narrowed to sensation, his mouth on her neck, hot and insistent. His fingers digging into her flesh, the rough scrape of stubble against her skin. She shoved him back against the low wall, hands fumbling with his shirt buttons. Fabric tore as she ripped it open, exposing toned muscle that flexed under her touch. She raked her nails down his chest, leaving red trails, and he groaned, eyes darkening with lust. "Fuck, Jess," he rasped, spinning them so her back hit the wall. He pinned her wrists above her head with one hand, the other diving under her shirt, shoving her bra aside to palm her breast. His thumb circled her nipple, pinching until she gasped, pleasure spiking sharp and electric. She broke free, shoving him down onto the sun-warmed concrete. Straddling his hips, she ground against him, feeling his cock strain through denim. "You like that?" she taunted, rolling her hips slow and deliberate. He bucked up, meeting her rhythm, hands gripping her thighs hard enough to leave fingerprints. "Don't you know the answer already?" he growled, sitting up to capture her mouth again. The kiss turned feral. Teeth clashing, lips bruising. She bit his shoulder, tasting salt and skin, while he yanked her shirt over her head, tossing it aside. Cool air hit her bare skin, but his hands were fire, roaming everywhere, possessive and rough. He flipped them suddenly, pinning her beneath him. Jeans came off in a frenzy of zippers and tugs, discarded like afterthoughts. His mouth trailed fire down her body, nipping her collarbone, sucking her breasts until she arched off the ground, then lower, teasing her inner thighs with scrapes of teeth. "Ben," she panted, fingers twisting in his hair. "I'm ready." He rose over her, eyes locked on hers, dark with want. She felt him at her entrance, thick and insistent, pressing just enough to tease. Then, with a single, powerful thrust, he buried himself inside her. Her world exploded, with pleasure so intense her vision blurred, eyes rolling back as he filled her completely, stretching her in the best way. She cried out, nails scoring his back, lost in the overwhelming rush as everything else faded to black. Yeah, no. She couldn't give up on that Tennyson cock. Chapter 87, The Detective and Her Alien Partner. Chapter 87, The Detective and Her Alien Partner. The elevator to Trish's apartment building moved at a pace that could generously be called leisurely. With every floor, it groaned like it was reconsidering its life choices. "Nah, I think the stairs would have been faster," I said as I leaned against the back wall, still feeling the lingering warmth from our rooftop encounter, both physically and emotionally. "Just stay put." "Jessica, your elevator needs therapy," I replied, watching the numbers crawl upward. "It's clearly depressed." She snorted, keys already in hand. "No shit. Buildings from the 1940s. We're lucky it moves at all. I could fix it as upgrade. One merge and this thing would shoot up like a rocket." "Please don't." "Mrs. Kowalski in 4B would have a heart attack," she said, but the soft giggle that left her lips told me that she'd considered it. The doors finally parted with a reluctant sigh, and Jessica led the way down a narrow hallway to the apartment. Thinking back, had I ever been inside during daylight hours? I think once, but things were so messy we didn't notice when the night fell. "Trish is away at some radio conference in Boston for the weekend," she explained, unlocking the door. "Don't judge the mess. That's all me." The apartment that greeted us was a study in contrasts. There were Trish's carefully curated designer furniture and art pieces provided the backdrop, while Jessica's influence was evident in the functional chaos scattered throughout. Case files were spread across an expensive coffee table. A worn leather jacket hung off a kitchen chair. The walls featured Trish's tasteful art collection, except for one corner that held a single framed photo of Jessica and Trish from years ago. "My corner of the kingdom," Jessica said, gesturing to the living room area that had clearly become her makeshift office. "Trish keeps threatening to hire an organizer." I might agree with her. "Make yourself comfortable," she said, tossing her keys into a bowl by the door. "Want a drink?" "I've got beer and whiskey. Maybe some expired orange juice. You should keep some tea, at least." "But water's fine," I replied, wandering toward her desk where more files were stacked beside a laptop that had seen better days. "So this is where the magic happens, huh?" "Detective Jones' headquarters." "Hardly magic," she said, returning with 2 glasses of water. "More like where I waste hours sorting through cheating spouses and insurance fraud." "Ugh, it's so boring, Ben." Her reaction made me laugh. She cleared a space on the couch, shoving aside what looked like case notes and a well-worn copy of Basic Private Investigation Techniques. The domesticity of the moment struck me. Jessica Jones in her natural habitat, letting this bothersome me see the mundane side of her extraordinary life. I had half expected her to walk out on me during that rooftop talk, not going to lie. I'd begun the conversation with that in mind. So, she said, all business despite all the sweaty businesses that just happened between us earlier. Professional time now. Let's go. This black cat you mentioned, if that's really who we're dealing with. She pulled out a manila folder from a desk drawer and spread its contents across the coffee table. Police reports, insurance claims, and grainy security footage formed a mosaic of evidence. Jessica pointed to the first photo, showing a shattered display case. This was the Peterson Gallery on 5th. $500,000 in diamonds gone in under 2 minutes. No alarms were triggered, nor any fingerprints left. Nothing on camera except. She slid another photo forward. A single frame from security footage showing that same shadow I'd spotted in the park. I leaned closer, studying the blurred shape. Whoa. She sure can move. We're not sure it's a she, yet. Stop staring at their ass. I shrugged. Anyways. The movement is too fluid and too perfect. Either this is someone with enhanced abilities or someone with years of professional training. Maybe both. My thoughts exactly. Jessica flipped through more photos. What's interesting is, despite having these skills, this person doesn't do bank robbery or stuff of greater monetary value. It's mostly jewelers they're after. 4 hits in the last month. All high-end jewelry, all pristine jobs. It's like they're not just stealing but performing. I nodded, examining the evidence while my mind worked through what I remembered about Black Cat. I knew her from the wiki, from word of mouth, the Spider-Man PS4 game, and from many internet forums, but I hadn't really gone deep into comics to read about her. However, I think I know enough. Felicia Hardy, cat burglar extraordinaire, sometimes Spider-Man's ally, sometimes enemy, but always complicated. In the comics, she had probability manipulation powers that gave her bad luck abilities. It wasn't an active power, it was just there. But did this universe's version have those powers, or was she just extremely skilled? Better not to make assumptions. Any patterns to the targets? Besides expensive shiny things. Jessica pulled up her laptop, showing a map with the robbery locations marked. All within a 10-block radius of Central Park. All with state-of-the-art security that somehow failed at the exact moment of the theft. Aha. Which means either our thief has inside knowledge of each system. Or tech that can disable them, Jessica finished. Either way, they know exactly what they're doing. Or power. Probability manipulation. This exact power worked in the sense that bad luck would strike her enemies in a way that was improbable but not impossible. So when she fled, it could just happen to be the exact time when the cameras weren't spinning, or the exact angle the camera couldn't see, or the exact minute when the camera was malfunctioning. I frowned and picked up one of the police reports, scanning it quickly. Something caught my eye. Wait, the system logs at the Cartier store showed a power fluctuation exactly 3.2 seconds before the theft. And the same thing happened at the Peterson Gallery, too. Didn't you notice? It says 3.2 seconds. I grabbed another report. And here too, at Tiffany's. Huh. That's not coincidence. That's a signature. Jessica's eyes lit up with that detective fire I was coming to admire. A calling card. Or maybe a technical limitation, I said, my mind racing. What if their tech needs exactly 3.2 seconds to override the security systems? That's the kind of detail most thieves would vary to avoid detection, but this one either can't or won't. So we have a thief with a pattern and a potential technical constraint. Jessica was already typing notes. Not bad, Ben. That gives us something to work with. I watched her work, enjoying how Jessica worked so differently from my usual approach to problems. Typically, I'd just transform and tackle issues head-on. But Jessica's methodical detective work was opening up new possibilities. Maybe I could learn something here. Since this wasn't some crazy murder scene where we were running out of time, I decided not to transform into gray matter. Sometimes using my own brain was needed. Maybe we should check out one of the crime scenes, I suggested. I've got an idea that might help. Jessica glanced up from her laptop. Funny you say that, actually. I was thinking the same thing. The owner of Esposito Jewelers gave me access for tonight. They were hit 3 days ago. Perfect. I tapped the Omnitrix. Let me introduce Upgrade to their security system, and we might get some answers they missed. Upgrade. You mentioned him earlier too. Help me remember, that's the liquid metal one, right? The one that merges with technology. I nodded, pleased she remembered. Galvanic mechamorph. He can interface with any tech and enhance it. Or in this case, maybe extract data that seems lost. Jessica closed her laptop with a decisive click. Then we have a plan. Jewelers at 8, after they close. She hesitated, then added with a slight smile, not exactly how I imagined spending the evening after our talk, but... Hey, come on, didn't I come here because you asked for help with this case? I don't mind a crime-hunting date night. Solving mysteries with a beautiful detective is just my stuff. I grinned. There are worse ways to spend a night. The smile she gave me was worth more than any stolen diamonds. Esposito Jewelers occupied a narrow storefront wedged between a high-end boutique and an artisanal coffee shop that probably charged more for a cup of coffee than I spent on food in a day. The store's facade was modest compared to its neighbors. Still, the subtle security measures, including reinforced glass, hidden cameras, and a door thick enough to stop a truck, told a different story. Mr. Esposito. Jessica called as we entered through the employee entrance, her PI credentials having gotten us past the initial security. An older Italian man emerged from the back room, his weathered face creasing into a frown. Ms. Jones. And this is my associate, Jessica said smoothly. Technology specialist. I offered my hand. Ben Tennyson. Thanks for letting us look around after hours. Esposito's handshake was firm, his eyes measuring. For 3 generations my family has run this store. Never a robbery. Then this happened, Ghost comes in and takes my grandmother's diamond collection like it was nothing. His accent thickened with emotion. The police, they do nothing. An insurance company asks too many questions. You can rest assured. We'll do what we can, Jessica assured him. Could you walk us through what happened? As Esposito led us through the store, I noted the security setup. High-quality cameras covered every angle, motion sensors, pressure plates under display cases. State-of-the-art stuff, not the kind of system amateur thieves messed with. Everything normal that day, Esposito explained, gesturing to a now empty display case. I close shop at 6, set alarm, go home to my wife. At 2 a.m., police call. Say alarm goes off, but when they arrive there is nothing. Door still locked and windows intact. But this. He tapped the glass case, empty. Jessica crouched, examining the case. No signs of forced entry. None. Is like, Ghost. Or someone who knew exactly how to get in and out, I murmured. Jessica nodded toward the security panel. That's our starting point. Mr. Esposito, would you mind giving us about 20 minutes alone? We need to run some specialized equipment. I was unsure if such a request would be followed, given a thievery had just happened. But Jessica's reputation was cleaner than I realized. Once the owner retreated to his office, Jessica turned to me. All right, show me what upgrade can do. I grinned, feeling that familiar excitement build. One alien tech expert, coming up. The Omnitrix's familiar weight shifted under my fingers as I turned the dial, cycling through silhouettes until I found what I needed. The green flash enveloped me, and my body melted into something new, a liquid metal form with circuitry patterns and a single green eye. Upgrade. My voice had a mechanical quality now, echoing slightly. Jessica took a step back, eyes widening despite having seen my transformations before. Wow. That never gets old. Just wait till you see what I can do. I moved toward the security panel, my body flowing like living mercury. Let me into their systems, and I'll find what our cat burglar didn't want us to see. As I merged with the security console, the world changed. It didn't take much effort, if any, to take full control over this 2010 Earth tech. Digital information flooded my consciousness, ones and zeros transforming into coherent data streams. I could feel every connection, every circuit, and every hidden pathway within the system. I'm in, I announced, my voice now coming from the speakers. This is interesting. What do you see? Jessica's voice sounded distant through my digital awareness. The camera footage was compromised, just like the reports said. But not hacked in the traditional sense. I followed the data trail, my consciousness moving through the system like water through pipes. Someone physically accessed each camera. That's impossible, Jessica countered. There are 12 cameras in this store. No one could access all of them without being seen by at least one. Unless they were fast enough to get to each one between frame captures. I focused deeper, finding something odd. Wait a minute, there's a pattern to the disruption. Every camera experienced a precise 3.2-second loop, but they didn't all go offline simultaneously. What does that mean? In simpler words, it means our thief accessed each camera individually, in a specific sequence. Starting with the rear exit camera, then moving clockwise around the store, ending with the display case camera. Oh, they're good. I pulled my consciousness back slightly, processing what I'd found. The timing is too perfect. Almost like they were dancing through the blind spots. As I continued probing, something else caught my attention. And there's more. The alarm system logs show it was disarmed for exactly 47 seconds during the theft, then rearmed. But here's the weird part, the disarm code used was legitimate. Legitimate. Jessica's voice sharpened. As in, someone had the actual code. Not some hack. Yup. But according to the logs, it was entered from the main keypad by the front door. Which means they had to be inside the store already. I separated from the security panel, my liquid form reassembling into Upgrade's odd humanoid shape. Someone got in before closing, hid inside, then executed the perfect theft. But how did they leave without triggering the motion sensors? Jessica was already moving toward the display case, examining it with new purpose. If they came in legitimately and had the alarm codes, they must have had inside information. An employee, maybe. Or someone who can extract information somehow. I followed her, my single eye scanning the room. I'm thinking technology. Some kind of device that can read electronic signals, maybe even clone security cards or extract keypad entries. Jessica's fingers froze on the edge of the display case. Ben, look at this. I knelt beside her, focusing where she pointed. There, almost invisible on the glass, was a tiny scratch. Intentional, precise, forming what looked like a stylized cat's paw. A calling card, I breathed. She's not just stealing, Jessica said, something like professional admiration in her voice. She's signing her work. Classic cat burglar, I agreed with a scoff. See? I told you it's the black cat. What I don't understand is why leave evidence at all. Why risk a signature? Have you encountered similar situations before in your career, Jess? Yep. They do it for the same reason people climb mountains, she replied. Because they can. She pulled out her phone, searching something quickly. Given the thief seems to be doing this for passion rather than pure monetary value, I have a guess what their next target might be. Damn. There's a major exhibition opening tomorrow night at the Metropolitan Museum. The centerpiece is the Twilight Star diamond, supposedly worth $8 million. Let me guess. High security, prestigious venue, valuable target. The trifecta. Jessica showed me the screen. It was an invitation to a charity gala coinciding with the exhibition opening. Based on the pattern we've uncovered, it's practically gift wrapped for our thief. I raised an eyebrow. Looks like we need to crash a party. Black tie, Jessica pointed out, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Not exactly your specialty, is it? Don't worry. I grinned, tapping the Omnitrix. Breaking and entering is mine. As we left the jewelry store, the city lights reflected off the glass storefronts like stars fallen to earth. My mind raced with possibilities for tomorrow night. Whoever Black Cat was in this universe, she was about to discover that some creatures in the night were even more unusual than her. And unlike her previous targets, this one would be ready. Chapter 88, The Cat and the Diamond. Chapter 88, The Cat and the Diamond. The Metropolitan Museum of Art transformed at night. By day, it was a monument to human achievement. By night, a playground for the elite. Chandeliers cast honeyed light over marble floors where New York's wealthiest mingled like exotic birds, their plumage consisting of designer gowns and custom tuxedos that cost more than most people's monthly rent. I tugged at my bow tie for the 5th time in as many minutes. The rented tuxedo pinched across my shoulders whenever I moved my arms, as if a constant reminder that I was an imposter in this world. The fabric felt quite stiff and unnatural compared to my usual baggy pants and t-shirt, but at least the black sleeves mostly concealed the Omnitrix. Some still noticed, and tell you what, rich people were watch freaks. I'd explained it away as a custom smartwatch to the few curious glances it had drawn. Stop fidgeting, Jessica murmured, appearing at my side with 2 flutes of champagne. You look like you're planning a heist. Well, if. The words died in my throat when I fully took her in. Jessica Jones had traded her usual leather jacket and jeans for a sleek black dress that hugged every curve before falling gracefully to the floor. A subtle slit revealed just enough leg to be dangerous. Her dark hair was swept up, exposing the elegant column of her neck and the simple diamond pendant I'd never seen before. Image here. That good, huh? She smirked, handing me a champagne flute. I smiled, regaining my composure. You clean up nice, Ms. Jones. You don't look half bad yourself, Mr. Tennyson. Her eyes traveled appreciatively down my frame. Though that rental is fighting a losing battle with your shoulders. I suddenly felt a little poor. Damn it, I need to earn some money. It's embarrassing to come to a gala date with a beautiful girl wearing a rented tuxedo. What way could I make big, fast money? With my aliens, it shouldn't be too difficult. I'd considered selling Diamond Head's crystals, but Grandpa let me know that they are worthless. 1. Occupational hazard. I cleared my mind and took a sip of champagne, grimacing slightly at the taste. I told you right. That werewolf transformation changed my baseline. My body's different, the muscles are too tight. Jessica's eyes glistened momentarily. It's alright, the girls love it. And it's useful. Stronger. Faster. I shrugged. But all the attention I'm getting from married 40-year-old aunties with busy husbands is insane. Don't you notice them looking? Poor baby, she teased, stepping closer. Now I feel guilty that we're here to catch a thief instead of actually enjoying this. You could have at least gone with gray matter and adjusted this thing. I laughed, the tension in my shoulders easing slightly. And miss the chance to see you pretend you're not checking out the security instead of the art. Someone with superhuman senses will be really suspicious of you. Jessica glanced guiltily away from the CCTV cameras she'd been assessing. Professional hazard. We circulated through the crowd, maintaining our cover as just another wealthy couple attending the gala. Jessica slipped seamlessly into the role despite her obvious discomfort with the setting. I admired her adaptability, the way she could transform from streetwise PI to sophisticated socialite with nothing but a change of clothes and posture. You're staring a lot, Mr. Tennyson, she whispered after catching me watching her charm information out of a museum board member. Just appreciating the view, Mrs. Tennyson, I guided her toward a quieter corner by the champagne table. The dress is Trish's. How'd you guess, dear husband? Because my wife would never willingly spend that much on fabric. She snorted, an endearingly inelegant sound amid the cultured murmurs around us. It was going to waste in her closet. She wore it once for some award show. As the crowd shifted around us, I caught a glimpse of the entrance to the Egyptian wing where the Twilight Star would be displayed. Security was tight. For visible guards, undoubtedly more concealed, plus the electronic systems I'd studied in preparation. Jessica followed my gaze. Think our cat burglar will show? The question isn't if, but when. I kept my voice low. Based on the pattern, she'll make her move during peak crowd hours. Maximum confusion. Jessica nodded, taking another sip of champagne. So we mingle, watch the diamond, and wait for her to show her claws. That's the plan. A lull fell between us, comfortable in its silence. Jessica fidgeted with her glass, clearly working up to something. So, she began casually. Earlier you mentioned something with Xavier and the mutant island of Genosha. Is that still happening? I raised an eyebrow, surprised she remembered that detail from our brief conversation after midnight cardio. Yeah. The invitation still stands. The opening ceremony is in 2 weeks. Her expression remained carefully neutral. Sounds interesting. It's a diplomatic mission to a potentially hostile mutant nation led by a man who can control magnetism on a planetary scale, I pointed out, whispering even lower now. Interesting is one word for it. I want to go with you. The directness of her statement caught me off guard. It sounds fun, Jessica, but I have a feeling it'll turn real dangerous. Will it? Before you say no, she cut in, remember I've handled all kinds of weird shit at this point. Aliens, mutants, interdimensional threats. I set my glass down, suddenly serious. As I recalled the destruction of Genosha from the comics and show, I imagined my mishap and seeing Jessica die. Gwen would be fine, she's an anodite, as would Charmcaster. I can protect Grandpa, plus he was capable himself. But if both my hands were occupied by bringing Jessica, that'd be troublesome. Just to be clear, I obviously planned to warn all the mutants about the coming attack rather than pretending to be some last-minute hero. I planned to report about the Sentinels to Xavier after finishing this jeweler job. Being with Jessica brought benefits. I can use the excuse that with Grey Matter's help in Jessica's investigation, I learned that Genosha might be attacked. But even so, I don't think Magneto would cancel the ceremony. So the danger remained. It's not about whether you can handle it. Magneto is unpredictable. Xavier thinks it'll be peaceful, but we don't know what game he's playing. And S.H.I.E.L.D. will be watching everything. Plus you've seen the news, Xavier's school was attacked by weird robots. Who's to say the same ones wouldn't attack Genosha? I trailed off, remembering the destruction from the Hulk and Abomination's battle. Jessica's expression shifted to something I recognized. Stubborn determination with a hint of hurt pride. So you're saying I'm a liability? I guess this must be what Trish was feeling that day. Jessica, I'm saying it's complicated. Or are you ashamed to bring me? Her eyes flashed. Is that it? It's not that, and you know it. I stepped closer, lowering my voice despite the privacy our corner afforded. This isn't even hard to understand, why are you being difficult? I just can't put you in danger's face when I know I can avoid it. Her features softened slightly. Yes, but you said that Charmcaster will come. She can come but I can't. Ben, I've handled worse than diplomatic tension. I'm not some fragile dash. She began and I held back a sigh. Ugh, blame my stupid ass for telling her about that. We were just in the moment after some warm-up time, and I ended up telling her more than necessary. Now she was jealous. Attention, distinguished guests. A resonant voice cut through the ambient chatter. The Egyptian Antiquities exhibition is officially opening in 5 minutes. Please make your way to the East Wing for the unveiling of our centerpiece, the legendary Twilight Star Diamond. The crowd began to shift, conversation bubbling with anticipation. Jessica's lips pressed into a thin line, clearly annoyed at the interruption. I knew this conversation wasn't over, just postponed. We'll finish this later, Jess, I promised, offering my arm. Right now, we've got a job to do. She took my arm with a sigh. Fine. But this isn't over, remember that. As we moved with the crowd toward the exhibition, something caught my eye. A flash of white near a service entrance. A woman with platinum blonde hair slipped through a door marked, staff only. Uh-oh. Something about her movement, too fluid and purposeful, triggered my instincts. I squeezed Jessica's hand, leaning close to her ear. I think I just saw someone. I'll check it out. Keep your eyes on the diamond. Her eyes narrowed. You sure? Trust me, I whispered. I've got this. Before she could protest further, I slipped away, moving against the flow of the crowd toward the service entrance. The black cat had arrived, right on schedule. As I slipped away, I caught Jessica's expression, concerned and sharp. I knew she'd keep her eyes on the diamond, but I couldn't shake a nagging worry. Black Cat's reputation preceded her. If this was indeed Felicia Hardy, her bad luck powers could create complications even for someone as capable as Jessica. What I didn't know yet was that the naughty cat had already planned for this. Multiple distractions were about to trigger across the museum, designed to pull security and even the most vigilant PI away from her true target. Regardless, this time around, she was the one being hunted. The service corridor stretched before me, sterile and silent compared to the opulence of the main hall. I loosened my bow tie, listening intently for any sound beyond the distant murmur of the crowd. A faint click echoed from around the corner. The sound of a door closing. I moved quietly, thankful for the plush carpet that muffled my footsteps. The corridor branched left toward what I assumed were offices. That's when I heard it, the delicate sound of glass being cut. My pace quickened, but caution kept me from rushing blindly forward. A crash from another wing of the museum shattered the silence. An alarm blared, followed by another, then another in rapid succession. My phone buzzed. A text from Jessica. Emergency in the North Wing. Multiple injuries. Nothing fatal, I think. Anyway, security pulled away from Diamond. Heading back now. Clever cat. She'd created a diversion serious enough that even Jessica couldn't ignore it, not when innocent people might be hurt. By the time anyone realized it was an elaborate false alarm, the diamond would be long gone. Distraction, I muttered. Classic tactic. Trigger alarms far from your actual target to draw security away. I slipped into an alcove, away from any potential cameras, and activated the Omnitrix. Let's go, ghost freak. The familiar green light washed over me as my DNA rewrote itself. Bones cracked and reformed. Muscles stretched and bulked. Gray fur erupted across my skin as my face elongated into a lupin snout. The transformation completed in seconds, leaving me in the towering form of a werewolf. Blitzwolfer. Oh man. I tried not to be too disappointed. With my enhanced wolf senses, tracking our thief was child's play. 1. Do you guys remember that one Alien Force episode where Kevin got forced into a mine generator, whole body covered in crystal? I always thought it was a piece of diamond head, turns out it's not. Crazy things. From Wiki, Tatanite is the rarest and most precious living gem in the Milky Way galaxy. It is also practically indestructible and used as currency commonly throughout the galaxy in the form of rectangular coins called Tatans. Despite them looking identical, Petrosapiens, diamond-head species, are not made of Tatanite and Tatanite does not come from Petropia. Furthermore, Petrosapien crystals have no real value. Anyways guys. A little sad announcement, the burnout caught up to me. I can't force myself to write as that'll compromise the quality. I'll vanish for this week tired face. I'll see you guys on Sunday, sorry guys. Chapter 89, The Wolf and the Diamond. Chapter 89, The Wolf and the Diamond. The tuxedo had form-fitted my new form after the transformation. It looked a little weird, but I wasn't here for a fashion show. I dropped to all fours, my claws clicking softly against the floor as I inhaled deeply. New scents flooded my consciousness. Perfumes, cleaning chemicals, more perfumes, the musty odor of ancient artifacts, and beneath it all, something distinctly female with notes of leather and pheromones. No way I can smell that. The cat was excited. I followed the scent through the winding corridors, passing through the Egyptian wing where massive statues of Anubis stood sentinel over sarcophagi and display cases. The irony wasn't lost on me. Great, even the decor is mocking me, I growled under my breath. Cousin rivalry between wolves and jackals goes back millennia. The scent grew stronger as I approached a darkened display room. Security guards shouted in the distance, responding to the cascade of false alarms. Through the confusion, I heard the faint sound of a display case being opened. I burst into the room to find her. The black cat, true to her name, crouched gracefully over the now empty display case that had held the Twilight Star. Musical notes, she was humming to herself with a relaxed look. She wore a skin-tight black outfit with white fur trim at the wrists and collar, a mask obscuring the upper half of her face. Platinum blonde hair cascaded down her back, catching the dim emergency lights. She wasn't wearing that earlier. She really was swift with her actions. She whirled at my entrance, green eyes widening behind her mask. For a split second, she froze, taking in my Lupin form with a mixture of shock and, was that interest? A werewolf. She recovered quickly, voice smooth as silk. Halloween came early this year. Says the woman in the cat costume, I retorted, my Blitzwolfer voice a rumbling growl. At least my transformation is authentic. She smirked seeing me talk, much of her shock subsiding, straightening to her full height. A brilliant blue stone the size of a golf ball twirled on her fingers. Then the diamond disappeared into a pouch at her hip. What can I say? I'm committed to my brand. And I'm committed to returning stolen property. That sounded much cooler in my head. I wasn't some police dog meant to stop every robbery. I was just here to help Jessica out. Tell you what, you look really scary for a hero. Is Spider-Man also a human spider under that mask? I stepped forward, blocking her path to the door. Hand over the diamond, and maybe we can discuss reducing your sentence. I was threatening her, but I didn't exactly want to put her in jail. It's not as if she's killing someone and... In her defense, she has kleptomania. It's a psychological thing. Can't really help it, you know. Okay, fine, I'm caught. She's hot. And she's the Black Cat. Call me out if you want to, but you wouldn't send Black Cat to jail either. Tempting, but no. I'll pass. She shifted her weight, muscles tensing for a fight or flight response. I've got plans for this little beauty. Still, I gotta take that jewelry back. I bared my teeth in what might have passed for a beastly smile. So do I. It's called Exhibit A. Her eyes narrowed, calculating. You know, you're not what I expected when they said someone was looking for me. Muscly werewolf in a tuxedo. Sorry to disappoint. I wondered who'd notified her. Oh, I didn't say I was disappointed, wolf boy. The flirtatious undertone wasn't lost on me, that was just her natural self. But before I could respond, the air split with the sound of gunfire. The display case beside me shattered as bullets tore through the glass. Men in tactical gear poured through the doorway opposite us. 6 of them, armed with military-grade weapons. Their faces were obscured by balaclavas, but their movements spoke of professional training. Now, what's this about? Ah, they're not with me. Black Cat shouted, diving behind a massive stone sarcophagus. I launched myself at the intruders, claws extended. Yeah, I figured that out. The first mercenary went down with a well-placed swipe that shredded his weapon and sent him sprawling. The second got off a burst of gunfire that I barely dodged, bullets whizzing past my ear. I grabbed him by the front of his tactical vest and hurled him into his companions, buying precious seconds. Hey, wait. This isn't right, I was supposed to capture Black Cat, not help her fight against authorities. Sure, they didn't look like good guys, but I shouldn't judge people based on their covered faces. Nah, they shot to kill. Killing a small thief was going too far. Who the hell are these guys? I growled, backing toward where Black Cat had taken cover. Oscorp security, she hissed, peering around the edge of the sarcophagus. Private contractors. Very bad news. Another spray of bullets chipped the ancient stone protecting us. I grimaced, my ears flattening against my skull. Friends of yours? I told you they're not with me. They're more like professional stalkers. She said, I've been trying to shake them for weeks. Yeah, that's why I asked if they're your friends or not. Why else would a tech corporation care about a jewel thief? I demanded, dodging another spray of bullets. She didn't answer, focusing instead on the fight. We moved in unexpected synchronicity, taking down the mercenaries with surprising efficiency. 4 remained, regrouping for another assault. I caught Black Cat's eye, a silent understanding passing between us. When the mercenaries rushed our position, we moved as one. She went low, I went high. Her agility was breathtaking. She slid beneath a mercenary's legs, slashing at his ankles with retractable claws hidden in her gloves. I launched over the sarcophagus, unleashing a sonic hull that sent 2 more flying back into display cases. We fought back to back, her fluid grace complementing my raw power. When a mercenary flanked her, I covered with a swipe of my claws. When another tried to blindside me, she incapacitated him with an acrobatic kick that defied physics. "We need to move," she shouted as more footsteps echoed down the corridor. "There's an exit through the restoration room." "Do we?" I wasn't really fighting with my all. I could have defeated the 6 of them with ease, I didn't need her help. But let's see where she went with this. I nodded, grabbing a fallen mercenary's weapon and crushing it in my claws. "All right, lead the way." We sprinted through the exhibits, alarms blaring around us. The naughty kitten moved with the confidence of someone who'd memorized the floor plan, leading us through a labyrinth of displays toward a service stairwell. "By the way, why are they after you?" I demanded as we climbed. She vaulted over the railing, cutting across to the next flight of stairs with inhuman grace. "The diamond. Or rather, what I plan to do with it. Which is..." Her pace didn't falter as she spoke. She was quite talkative for someone who was being chased. "Normally I wouldn't say, but it benefits me if more people know about this. Oscorp has medical research data I need. Data that could save some lives. The diamond is my bargaining chip." We burst onto the roof, the cool night air a welcome relief after the chaos below. Sirens wailed in the distance. The police responding to the museum's security alerts. Behind us, the door to the stairwell crashed open as the remaining mercenaries pursued. "Stay behind me," I said and stepped in front of Black Cat, chest swelling as I unleashed a sonic hull powerful enough to make the entire rooftop vibrate. The mercenaries clutched their ears, dropping to their knees as the sound overwhelmed them. "Whoa." That seemed to stun her. Since she looked a little more scared now, I turned around and cornered her, my claws extended. "Enough games. Why is Oscorp after you?" That's my business," she snapped, eyes darting for escape routes. I let out a warning growl, my patience wearing thin. "Not anymore. You've dragged me into this, as well as innocent people who've been hurt in your attempt at causing distractions. What if someone died?" She stood defiant, weighing her options. Could she win against this supernatural wolf who could release sonic blasts? Fortunately, she was a smart girl and soon let out a sigh. "Fine. The diamond is leverage. Oscorp has medical research data I need, experimental gene therapy. They wouldn't sell, so I offered a trade. For a sick relative." I guessed, noticing the subtle change in her posture. Her eyes narrowed. "My father. He's dying." The vulnerability in her voice seemed genuine, but I wasn't convinced. "So why send armed men instead of making the trade?" "Because they never intended to honor our deal," she said bitterly. "The research is illegal, human trials without consent. The diamond was just to get me in the door so they could silence me. I already had a feeling they'd do this, so I was prepared. That's why I left trails so that Jessica Jones could follow me. I was hoping she'd protect me during this battle. Turns out, a strange wolf took her place." "Oh." I was a little surprised. All of this, getting caught and leaving behind a trail, was part of her plan. Just how good was she really, then? I didn't have time to think. We both heard more footsteps coming. Time to go. I grabbed Black Cat around the waist and leaped to the neighboring building's roof, clearing the alley between them with ease. We landed safely, immediately taking cover behind a large air conditioning unit. The night sky stretched above us, stars barely visible through New York's light pollution. For a moment, we simply caught our breath, the adrenaline of the fight still coursing through our veins. That was something. "Phew, now I can finally relax," Black Cat admitted, a genuine smile playing on her lips. "You're full of surprises, Wolf Boy. Helping a criminal escape. Don't relax too much, I didn't help you escape. I just captured you instead of letting them," I said. "You're going to jail next." "No," she whined. "You really want to betray my feelings for you just because of a diamond?" She reached into her pouch, presumably to check on the diamond, when I noticed something else, a small flash drive partially hidden in her suit. "What's that?" I demanded, gesturing to the device. She tensed, both because her attempt at flirting hadn't worked and because I'd noticed that strange thing. Insurance. I managed to download partial data during my last infiltration at Oscorp. Enough to expose them, but not enough to help my father. So that's why they're hunting you, I realized. You're a loose end with evidence. And they'd rather kill a cat burglar than risk exposure, she admitted, pulling out the drive. See for yourself. I've been trying to understand it, but the data is complex. I took the drive, stepping away briefly to transform from Blitzwolfer to upgrade. I was away from her line of sight, but if she tried to escape, I could easily follow. As I interfaced with the device, what I found sent a chill through my liquid metal form. Cross-species genetics, I muttered, my voice mechanical and echoing. They're using recombinant DNA to create human-animal hybrids. Enhanced strength, agility, predatory instincts. But it's unstable. The mortality rate is over 90%. Her expression darkened. They promised my father a cure. Said his genetic condition made him a perfect candidate. They lied, I said bluntly. This wouldn't cure him, it would turn him into a lab experiment, if it didn't kill him outright. Her composure cracked for just a moment, revealing genuine fear beneath the bravado. She turned away, the diamond appearing in her hand as she prepared to flee. Before I could answer, she turned away, the diamond appearing in her hand as she prepared to flee. In a flash of green light, I transformed into my human form once again and then to a different alien. This time into XLR-8, my kinoceleran form built for speed. She was already 30 feet ahead, but I intercepted her effortlessly, circling her in a blur of motion before using a loose cable to bind her hands. How? She gasped, genuinely shocked by my speed. Calm down, thief. Stealing glittering gems is one thing, but doing this, now you're putting your life in danger, I said, my voice now raspy behind XLR-8's visor. Oscorp doesn't make fair trades. If they wanted the diamond, why send armed men instead of meeting you as arranged? She struggled briefly against her bonds, then slumped in defeat. Because they never intended to give me the data. They just wanted to clean up loose ends. I nodded, pulling out my phone to call Jessica. As it rang, I looked down at my captive, struck by the complex mixture of defiance and vulnerability in her eyes. I got her, I said when Jessica answered. But let's meet at the apartment first before you decide to throw her in jail. What? Why? Wait, so it is a her. Now I know why. Jessica's suspicion was clear even through the phone. Hey, no. I'm not that type of dude. There's more to this than a simple theft, just hear that for now. I'll explain everything when I see you. As I ended the call, Black Cat looked up at me curiously. Why the change of heart, wolf boy? I was about to cry, thinking I'd have to eat jail food. Do you even know how bad it is? Yuck, I transformed back to human form, my rental tuxedo still pristine. Black Cat looked stunned, blinking several times. In this huge world, the real criminals often aren't the ones stealing the diamonds. And shut your jaw, you're too surprised. Wait, no, she said rapidly, stunned and confused for some reason. You're Benjamin Tennyson. Why and how did she recognize me? Chapter 90, Crossed Paths. Chapter 90, Crossed Paths. Note, LMAOO I forgot to click post, I was in a call when I was setting up the chapter, that voice was too distracting. Wilted flower, sorry for the delay, enjoy the chapter guys. Met the goal. 2 chapters, enjoy. The night air caressed my face as I stood frozen on the rooftop, my mind grasping for answers. How did this jewel thief know my name? Not my hero name or some nickname for one of my alien forms but my real, legal name. Have we met before or something? Felicia's green eyes were wide with recognition, reflecting the city lights like a cat caught in headlights. For the first time since we'd met, her confident facade cracked. Oh my, Ben, she practically purred, recovering quickly. That's you, right? From your reaction, I'm sure it's you. Just what happened to you? You used to be so scrawny and short. The casual familiarity in her tone felt like ice water down my spine. I'd encountered many strange things since finding the Omnitrix among aliens, mutants, and few too many interdimensional threats, but having a notorious cat burglar recognize me while I was in civilian form. That was a new kind of unsettling. Have we met before? I kept my voice steady despite the alarm bells clanging in my head. Had I encountered her during a mission? Was my identity compromised enough that even thieves knew my civilian identity? Panic flashed across her face in a microsecond of genuine fear before she masked it with a casual smile. She only seemed to realize now, amid the rush of adrenaline, that she wasn't supposed to call me out like that. After all, if she knew me, I might know her too. The girl under the mask. A girl has her secrets. She shrugged, the movement deliberately drawing attention to the curves beneath her skin-tight suit. Let's just say I make it my business to know who the new players are in this city, ha-ha. I didn't know you were a werewolf. I studied her, noticing the subtle tells of deception. The way her pupils dilated slightly, the artificial casualness of her pose. She was good but not perfect. Enough games, Felicia Hardy. The name hit like a thunderbolt. If her fear was that I'd figure out her identity, I first had to destroy that delusion by showing I already knew. Her composure shattered completely this time, mouth opening and closing without sound. The night wind whistled between buildings, filling the silence as she struggled to respond. How do you? She stopped herself, eyes narrowing. I see the detective did her homework. Jessica's thorough, I agreed, though in truth, Jessica hadn't mentioned her name. I'd simply pulled it from my meta-knowledge, but Felicia didn't need to know that. Now, how about the truth this time? She scowled, her platinum hair catching the moonlight as she tossed it back. Well, we haven't met before, not really, you're Gwen's cousin, right? Gwen and I both attend Midtown High. I saw you a few times across the years. That was unexpected. I thought back to the times I'd picked Gwen up from school or dropped off homework she'd forgotten. Had I seen Felicia there? Maybe in passing, but certainly not enough to recognize me years later in the dark. Oh, you're Gwen's friend? I asked, skepticism evident in my tone. Felicia's expression turned enigmatic, neither confirming nor denying. You can say that. She offered a noncommittal shrug that somehow communicated volumes while revealing nothing. I searched my memory for connections. After Uncle Frank's job transfer from Bellwood to New York, Gwen did attend Midtown, one of New York's most prestigious science-focused high schools. My cousin's academic excellence had earned her a spot there while I attended a different school across town. Our families had relocated from Bellwood to New York years ago, and while I'd occasionally pick Gwen up or drop off forgotten homework, I'd never paid much attention to her classmates. And I definitely would have remembered someone like her. I searched my memory, trying to place her face in the context of Midtown's hallways rather than New York's rooftops. There was something vaguely familiar about her features. Had I passed her in the hallway during one of my visits? A flash of platinum blonde hair in the crowd, perhaps. But the poised, academic-focused student she was implying seemed worlds away from the cat burglar currently bound before me. Then again, I was hardly one to talk about double lives. Huh. Small world, I muttered, not fully believing her but acknowledging the potential connection. I'd definitely be asking Gwen about this later. Felicia must have sensed my skepticism because her entire demeanor shifted. She straightened her posture, chest forward, a deliberate softness entering her eyes. Classic. You know, she purred, we could work something out, just between us. I'd be very grateful if you'd let me go. Maybe we could get to know each other better. What do you mean? I asked, face blank. Her body language shifted further, becoming more deliberately seductive. Through the rope binding her, she leaned forward slightly, just enough to emphasize her figure. Oh come on, you know what I mean. Her voice dropped to a husky whisper. I could make it worth your while. The blatant attempt at manipulation was so transparent that I couldn't help it. I burst out laughing. Felicia blinked, clearly not expecting that reaction. What's so funny? Nice try, but that's not how this works, I said, still chuckling as I activated the Omnitrix. The familiar green light washed over me, transforming my body into Ghost Freak spectral form. Let's go meet Jessica, shall we? Felicia's eyes widened in alarm as my body turned translucent, then invisible. Wait, what are you? Her question ended in a startled yelp as I lifted her into the air, my invisible hands firmly gripping her arms. I wouldn't struggle too much, my disembodied voice warned. It's a long way down. We soared over the New York skyline, the city becoming a show of lights beneath us. Felicia's initial resistance gradually subsided as she realized struggling might result in a very unpleasant meeting with the pavement several hundred feet below. This is, actually kind of amazing, she admitted reluctantly, her body relaxing slightly in my grasp as we glided between skyscrapers. The view, I mean. Not being kidnapped by a weird ghost. What are you, anyway? Whatever I am, this form isn't a ghost, I corrected. An alien. And I'm not kidnapping you, I'm taking you to face consequences. Potato, patatu. First time flying? I asked, somehow making small talk despite our complications, the night air flowing through my spectral form creating an eerie whisper effect. First time without a grappling hook or parachute, she replied, with surprising candor. There was something ironically satisfying about it. The cat burglar who moved so confidently across rooftops was now completely at my mercy in the air. The hunter becomes the hunted. I silently wondered what Jessica would make of our unexpected guest, and more importantly, what we'd do with Felicia afterward. Big evil organization like Oscorp's wasn't a simple alien I could brawl with. The Black Cat might be more complicated than a simple thief for us. Jessica Jones stood outside her apartment door, arms crossed tightly over her chest, still wearing the elegant black dress from the gala. Her expression shifted from concern to suspicion as I materialized in the hallway, Felicia still bound and dangling from my spectral grip. Took you long enough, Jessica said, her eyes narrowing as she took in my captive. So this is our cat burglar. I returned to human form with a flash of green light, still holding Felicia's bound wrists. Yup. Meet the Black Cat. Real name Felicia Hardy. Hey. Come on, that was supposed to be our little secret. Felicia straightened, somehow managing to look poised despite being captured. Her eyes quickly assessed Jessica, lingering on the PI's athletic build and no-nonsense stance. Recognition dawned in her expression. The famous PI, Felicia said. Should have known from the beginning that you two are working together, I saw your superhero identity jewel in those Harlem clips. You've made quite a name for yourself, Ms. Jones. Unlike me, Jessica's identity and powers were somewhat public knowledge. People who hired her usually knew about it, and the local police station also knew. Funny, I was about to say the same about you, Jessica replied coolly, stepping aside to let us enter. Though I prefer my name in the papers, not police reports. Inside the apartment, I guided Felicia to the couch, positioning myself strategically between the two women. The tension crackled like static electricity, two powerful personalities sizing each other up across Trish's tastefully decorated living room. She's more than just a jewel thief, I explained, pulling out the flash drive. Show her what you found, Felicia. Jessica raised an eyebrow. First name basis already, Tennyson. I ignored the jab. This is bigger than stolen diamonds. Felicia leaned forward, the motion deliberately testing her bonds. Ugh. Oh well. It's beneficial for me if an investigator knows about this, anyhow. I'll keep it short. Oscorp is conducting illegal human experiments. Cross-species genetics. They promised my father a cure for his degenerative condition, but they're actually turning test subjects into lab rats. And why should I believe a word coming from a professional liar and thief? Jessica asked, though she was already reaching for her laptop. Nah, turns out she has proof, I answered, handing her the flash drive. I can vouch for her, somewhat. Oscorp just tried to kill us both at the museum. That's why we had to flee, and I had to protect her. Jessica's fingers froze over her keyboard. Kill you? Are you alright, Ben? Her worry made me smile. Come on, I'm stronger than some bullets, Jess. They were private security contractors, Felicia clarified. Very professional, very discreet, and very willing to eliminate problems. I'm lucky I had a hero saving me today. She winked at me. Jessica frowned, glaring at the girl for a short moment. Then she turned around. The apartment fell silent except for the clicking of keys as Jessica loaded the files. Her face grew increasingly grim as she scrolled through documents, test results, and grainy security footage showing what looked like human-animal hybrids strapped to laboratory tables. Holy shit, Jessica whispered. This is Nazi-level experimentation. I nodded grimly. Shocked me too when I checked with Upgrade. The mortality rate is over 90%. Those who survive the process are unstable, both physically and mentally. And they want to do this to your father. Jessica looked up at Felicia, her professional detachment giving way to genuine concern. Felicia nodded, her cocky facade slipping to reveal the vulnerability beneath. He's deteriorating rapidly. When conventional medicine failed, Oscorp approached with promises of a revolutionary treatment. By the time I discovered what they were really planning. She infiltrated their lab and stole partial data, I finished. That's why they're hunting her. Jessica sat back, running a hand through her hair. This is bigger than a diamond heist, she admitted reluctantly. Way bigger. Which means we need a plan, I said, moving to untie Felicia's bonds. At Jessica's questioning look, I added, I think we're past the point of treating her as a prisoner. Felicia rubbed her wrists dramatically. Such a gentleman. The next hour dissolved into a strategy session, each of us bringing different skills to the table. I also shared Jessica's doubt that Felicia might try something, but after being captured so easily, she didn't dare attempt it again. Plus, we were helping her. Jessica's investigative experience and legal knowledge provided structure. Felicia's insider information on Oscorp security revealed vulnerabilities. Ultimately, my aliens would be our ace in the hole, the unexpected element that could tip the scales. If we expose the research publicly, it forces Oscorp to back off, Jessica suggested, sketching a rough timeline on a legal pad. Not fast enough, Felicia countered. My father has weeks, not months. And Norman Osborn has enough influence to delay any investigation indefinitely. Then we go in directly, I proposed. Extract your father, secure the full research data as leverage, and use the threat of exposure to negotiate. Felicia's eyes lit up. Bold. I like it. It's also incredibly risky, Jessica pointed out. Oscorp Tower has better security than most military installations. Nothing I haven't handled before, Felicia insisted, a hint of professional pride in her voice. And nothing my aliens can't overcome, I added. Jessica looked between us, and it was clear that she recognized the dangerous chemistry forming. You two are way too excited about breaking into one of the most secure buildings in Manhattan. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed. Grandpa Max's name flashed on the screen. I need to take this, I said, stepping away from our impromptu war council. Grandpa's voice sounded tired but urgent. Ben, where are you? It's already been 2 days, boy. Madeline would benefit from your presence here. Otherwise, I think she might have another breakdown. Charles and Miss Frost have planned something to help clear her mind, and they could use your help. I winced, having completely forgotten about my scheduled return to Xavier's. I'm in Manhattan. There's been a complication. Is it life-threatening? I glanced back at Jessica and Felicia, deep in conversation over the laptop. Not immediately, no. Then wrap it up and get back here. You can return once we're done with Madeline, he proposed. The call ended, leaving me with the uncomfortable task of explaining to Jessica that I needed to leave right when things were getting interesting. Let me guess, Jessica said when I returned to the couch. Duty calls. Something about the Jean Grey clone, I explained apologetically. I need to head back to Xavier's. Disappointment flashed across her face, quickly masked with understanding. If she only trusts you there, yet it must be difficult for her to not see you for 2 days in a situation like this. All right, fine. You two can continue planning, okay? I'll be back as soon as I can, I promised. If something emergency comes, one SOS and I'll be here faster than you can blink. We'll manage, Jessica assured me, though her eyes said otherwise. Felicia watched our exchange with calculating interest, clearly filing away every detail of our interaction for future reference. As I prepared to leave, there was a short silence as Jessica pulled me by the shirt. When I turned to her, she pulled my face into a kiss that left little doubt about her feelings to the third party. It was deliberate, possessive, and unmistakably territorial. A clear message to both me and Felicia. When we separated, Felicia's eyebrow was raised in amusement, a small smile playing on her lips. Try not to steal anything else before I get back, I told Felicia. No promises, Wolf Boy, she replied with a wink. Jessica crossed her arms. Don't worry. She won't leave my sight. I activated the Omnitrix one final time, transforming into XLR8. With a rush of wind and the afterimage of movement, I was gone, racing back toward Xavier's mansion with thoughts of genetics research, cat burglars, and complicated women swirling in my mind. Behind me, in Jessica's apartment, I had left behind 2 formidable women with very different approaches to justice. As I sped through the hidden alleys of New York to avoid cameras, I couldn't help but wonder if I could manage this many situations on my plate. Chapter 91, Telepathic Anchor. Chapter 91, Telepathic Anchor. Xavier's Institute materialized before me as I skidded to a halt. The world around me decelerated from XLR8 speed blur back to normal. Dawn had barely broken, painting the mansion with soft gold light that belied the chaos it had recently endured. My legs ached slightly from the cross-state sprint. But it was worth it. Last time when I'd used Ghost Freak to go to New York, while it was fun through the sky, it'd taken quite a long time. XLR8 shortened that time by a long shot. The transformation timed out as I reached the kitchen door, the familiar green flash returning me to human form. Ah, fresh air. I rolled my shoulders, loosening stiff muscles. The mansion was eerily quiet at this hour. No students rushing to class, no teachers discussing lesson plans. Just the soft hum of the industrial refrigerator and the gentle clink of a spoon against ceramic. I found Gwen sitting alone at the island counter, orange hair still tousled from sleep, nursing a steaming cup of tea. She wore an oversized sweater that probably belonged to someone else in the mansion, legs tucked beneath her on the stool. The normalcy of the moment felt jarring after the night I'd had full of cat burglars, secret laboratories, and armed mercenaries. She looked up, those familiar green eyes instantly narrowing as she assessed me. You look like crap. Good morning to you too, sunshine, I replied, making a beeline for the coffee maker. My body screamed for caffeine after the night's adventures. Bastard Ben. You were supposed to be back yesterday, she said, watching me fumble with the expensive machine. Grandpa was worried. You weren't? I asked, earning a scowl from her as I focusing on the coffee preparation to avoid her scrutiny. I'm sorry. Got caught up in Manhattan. Jessica had a case. A case, you say? Her voice lifted with skepticism. Must have been some case to keep you occupied for 2 days. Crazy part is, I'm not even lying, I said. The coffee maker hissed to life, filling the kitchen with the rich aroma of freshly ground beans. I leaned against the counter, facing her. Jewel thief. Diamond heist at the Met. Human experiments. Evil billion-dollar company. The usual. Since when are those, the usual, for you? She sipped her tea, eyes never leaving my face. And since when do you help Jessica with PI work? I thought your thing was punching alien warlords and stopping the universe from imploding. I'm a man of many talents, sleepy girl, I replied, retrieving my coffee once it finished brewing. The first sip scalded my tongue but sent blessed caffeine racing through my system. Actually, ran into someone you might know. In Manhattan. Who? I kept my tone deliberately casual. Classmate of yours. Felicia Hardy. The reaction was immediate and everything I'd hoped for. Gwen's eyes widened, her teacup freezing halfway to her lips before she set it down with a clatter that sent tea sloshing over the rim. Felicia Hardy. Her voice jumped an octave. How on earth did you run into her? Huh. I thought she lied about knowing you, but your reaction speaks for itself. I shrugged, fighting to keep my expression neutral. Jessica's case led us to cross paths. Why? Is that weird? Weird doesn't begin to cover it. Gwen leaned forward, suddenly animated. Well. There's a lot I can say, but in short, Felicia Hardy is basically Midtown's unofficial queen bee. Star gymnast, straight-A student when she bothers to try, and has half the senior class wrapped around her finger. Huh. You two friends? I asked, knowing the answer but curious about her perspective. Gwen snorted. Hardly. We're more like mutual acknowledgers in the hallway. Her crowd and my crowd don't exactly overlap. That's surprising, I said. You look far better than her. Why don't you have a fan club? Ah, right, the attitude dash. I dodged her empty cup, barely making it. She used her magic to stop it from hitting the floor, bringing it back to her. You getting too comfortable, Benjamin. Just because we are closer than before doesn't mean I won't beat you. Watch that mouth. She warned, fingers drumming against her mug. There's something about her that always felt off, you know. Like she's wearing a mask even at school. That confirmed my suspicions. Even at Midtown, Felicia lived a double life. Off how? Like, suspiciously off. Just, different. Gwen's forehead creased in thought. She disappears sometimes. Like, vanishes for days, and none of the teachers ever question it. It's like she has everyone under some kind of spell. Or blackmail, maybe, I suggested, recalling how easily Felicia had moved through the museum's security systems. Maybe. Gwen's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Why are you so interested in her anyway? Did something happen? You've got that look. What look? That, I know something but I'm pretending I don't, look. It's the same one you had when you ate the last cookie and blamed it on Grandpa. She set her tea aside, fully focused on me now. Spill it. What's going on? I debated how much to reveal. Telling Gwen that Felicia was the infamous black cat would complicate things, especially since I'd technically let a criminal escape. But keeping her completely in the dark felt wrong too. Gwen was special to me. The closest thing to my partner. I won't lie. Remember the jewel thief? That's her. She has this supervillain-like identity on the side. Well, not really a villain, she just steals from the rich, I hedged. And now, she's involved in something dangerous. What the fuck, she's a thief. She always looked pretty rich rough, oh wait, no way. That's crazy. Her money must come from those stolen items. She laughed out loud. Oh, I can't wait to meet her once summer vacation ends. But what's the dangerous thing? Gwen pressed. Did she get herself in trouble? Is she working with someone shady? You mentioned human experiments earlier. Ben, is she safe? It's nothing like that, don't worry, she's safe, I lied smoothly. More like, family trouble that spilled over. Jessica's handling it. I forced a reassuring smile. You know how these rich Manhattan types are. Drama follows them everywhere. Gwen didn't look convinced. Her eyes bored into mine with the intensity that made her such a formidable partner in our adventures. There's something you're not telling me. First you vanish for days on a short notice, then you show up looking like you haven't slept, and now you're asking about one of the most mysterious girls at my school. What's really going on with you? The accusation stung, especially since she wasn't entirely wrong. Between Jessica, Charmcaster, our own complicated situation, and now the flirty Felicia complication, my life had become a tangled web that Spider-Man would envy. You're right, I admitted, setting my coffee down and crossing the kitchen to where she sat. There's a lot happening right now. More than I can explain over morning coffee. I wrapped my arms around her shoulders from behind, giving her a tight hug that made her stiffen momentarily before relaxing. I kissed her cheek, quick but affectionate, feeling the warmth rise to her skin. Don't you worry about it, Jessica and I will sort it out. I'll tell you the details once everything is resolved, all right? Well dash. The kitchen door swung open before she could respond, saving me from further interrogation. I'd already moved away from Gwen by then. Grandpa Max entered, already dressed in his typical Hawaiian shirt. This one featuring neon pink flamingos against a background that could only be described as aggressive teal. There you are, Ben. Gwen too, he said, clapping a hand on my shoulder hard enough to make me wince. Charles has been waiting. Conference room, 10 minutes. That old man. What's happening? Gwen asked, her earlier suspicion morphing into curiosity. They think they found a way to help Miss Madeline, Grandpa explained. Remove whatever control Sinister still has over her mind. And they need me because. I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew. She's asking for you specifically, Grandpa confirmed. You'll get more details there. I don't know how all this telepathy business works. Let's go. Gwen's expression darkened, her eyes flicking between Grandpa and me. Of course she does, she muttered. I'd better get going then, I said, draining the last of my coffee and setting the mug in the sink. I glanced back at Gwen, who was studiously avoiding my gaze. See you later, Gwenny. Grandpa blinked in surprise at the nickname. Then laughed. I knew this summer vacation was a good idea. You two seem much closer than before. Ha. Xavier's office embraced the aesthetic of a Victorian gentleman's study that had been gently updated for the modern era, like I remember from last time. Mahogany bookshelves lined the walls, crammed with leather-bound volumes whose spines bore titles in languages both human and decidedly not. The morning sun streamed through tall windows, catching dust motes that danced in the still air. Professor Xavier sat behind his massive desk, fingers steepled beneath his chin. Emma Frost occupied an armchair to his right, immaculate in white as always, legs crossed at the ankle in a posture of calculated casualness. Both turned as Grandpa and I entered, their expressions grave. Benjamin, Xavier greeted, gesturing to an empty chair. Thank you for joining us. I understand you've had a rather eventful couple of days. That's one way of putting it, they were quite busy, yes, I replied, settling into the offered seat. The chair was surprisingly uncomfortable for something that looked so plush, probably intentional, to keep visitors from lingering too long. Grandpa says you found a way to help Madeline. We believe so, yes. Xavier wheeled out from behind his desk, positioning himself where he could address all of us directly. Mr. Sinister has left what amounts to a psychic backdoor in Madeline's mind, a seed that could allow him to regain control at any time. Emma uncrossed her legs, leaning forward with clinical detachment in her voice. We need to excise it like a tumor. But Miss Pryor is resistant to our help. Can't really blame her, I pointed out. Last time someone was in her head, it didn't exactly go well. Precisely, Xavier agreed with a sigh. The mind sea is a very soft area. The violation she experienced has left her understandably wary of allowing any telepath access to her mind. Yet the danger remains. I ran a hand through my hair, trying to process the implications. What about non-telepathic options? Can't you? I don't know, build some kind of psychic shield for her. Or use technology instead of direct mental contact. Xavier shook his head sadly. This isn't something we can heal with conventional therapy or medication. The threat is too immediate, too severe. Sinister's influence runs deep, woven into the very foundation of her consciousness. That's where you come in, kiddo, Grandpa said, placing a hand on my shoulder. I frowned, confused. I'm not a telepath. How can I help? Plus, I'm unsure if she'd be fine even if it's me. A knowing smirk played on Emma's lips, her diamond-hard eyes glittering with amusement. Don't you have that ghost alien that went in her head last time? And relax, this isn't some dirty plan we old people brew. Madeline is specifically asking for you. Specifically. She said she would only allow the procedure if you were present during it. The implication in her tone was clear. A month ago, I'd have felt heat rise to my face, but now I only felt like raising my hands in defense. Before you guys misunderstand, things aren't like that between us. Even if she was in my room. Yes. Of course not, Emma agreed, not sounding convinced in the slightest. It seems you've made quite an impression on our little clone. She trusts you in a way she doesn't trust anyone else here. My logic to her that was, we only met a month ago, so the only gene I know is the gene that you are. Doesn't matter if you're a clone or not. Seemed to have gotten a bit too deep in her head. I shifted a little under her scrutiny. Emma Frost had a way of making you feel like she was reading your deepest secrets even when she wasn't using her telepathy. Xavier cleared his throat, shooting Emma a warning glance. What Miss Frost is failing to explain properly is that we need you to be Madeline's anchor, a familiar presence she can focus on while we work. You won't be performing the procedure, but your presence may be crucial to its success. That makes sense to me. Ben, think of it like emotional support, Grandpa added. You'll be there to reassure her, keep her calm while Charles and Emma do the heavy lifting. What do you say? I nodded slowly, processing what they were asking. It made sense, in a way. Despite our brief and somewhat chaotic interactions, Madeline and I had formed a connection. I'd seen her at her most vulnerable and still treated her as a person, not just Jean's clone or a potential threat. That kind of respect earned trust. And if I was honest with myself, I felt responsible for her. I'd recognized the danger when others hadn't, had fought to protect her from Sinister's influence. Leaving her to face this procedure alone felt wrong. I'll do it, I said firmly. When do we start? Fantastic. We can start immediately, Xavier replied. We've prepared a secure room in the lower levels, equipped with psionic dampeners in case things go awry. In case she goes full Goblin Queen, you mean, I said and they nodded. Emma added, unfortunately, yes, that's one of our concerns. If Sinister's influence fully manifests, it could trigger a transformation similar to what you witnessed. But potentially much worse this time. How much worse are we talking? I asked, though part of me already knew the answer from my memories of the comics. Reality-altering worse, Emma said bluntly. The kind of power that could reshape this corner of the eastern seaboard into a living nightmare if fully unleashed. Great. No pressure then. By the way, this might be a stupid question, but my own memories are all safe, right? I asked in a casual tone, but I wanted a favorable answer. The Omnitrix gave me natural protection, but I'm unsure if it had a limit if 3 super-powerful telepaths tried to prove my mind together. Emma's smile suddenly widened, cat-like and predatory. Why do you ask, young Ben? What secrets could you possibly have that you'd need to hide from us? My mind raced through all the things I absolutely didn't want powerful telepaths accessing. Everyone has private thoughts, Grandpa interjected firmly, giving Emma a look that could have melted steel. Ben's entitled to his. Of course, Xavier agreed smoothly. Emma and I will respect your privacy as much as possible during the procedure. Plus I think the Omnitrix provides you with natural psionic shielding already. Unless I'm wrong, we shouldn't be able to break through it. Means he'd already calculated that possibility for, worst-case scenario. Classic Charles Xavier's. Reminds me why I disliked him in the first place. At the same time, it makes sense. From an outside point of view, I look quite dangerous. All right, I conceded. There's one more thing, Xavier added, his voice gentle but firm. Madeline has asked to speak with you alone before we begin. I believe she has something important she wishes to discuss. My eyebrows rose. Any idea what? She wouldn't say, Xavier replied. Only that it concerned her identity and future plans. Emma gave me a sly look. By the way, how old are you this year? Already so popular with ladies. Much younger than you, Miss Frost. The blank look on her face was really satisfying. After learning where I could find Maddie, I turned to leave but Emma's voice stopped me at the door. One last thing, Mr. Tennyson. I glanced back, wary of whatever the White Queen might add. Yes. This time it wasn't a jab. When dealing with someone whose identity has been so fundamentally undermined, she said, her tone surprisingly sincere, the most valuable gift you can offer is the freedom to choose who they become next. Her eyes met mine, sharp with understanding. I nodded, strangely touched by her insight. For all her manipulative tendencies, Emma Frost understood what it meant to reinvent oneself. To shed an old identity and forge a new one. Chapter 92, The Architect of Self. Chapter 92, The Architect of Self. I descended into the lower levels of Xavier's mansion, my steps echoing against polished stone floors. The temperature dropped a few degrees with every floor I passed, as I entered the more secure areas of the Institute. After my talk with Xavier and Emma, I found myself wandering toward the library instead of Madeline's quarters. Emma mentioned Maddie there, buried in books since dawn. It seemed our meeting would happen on her terms, in her space. The library itself was something out of a fantasy novel. 2 stories of floor-to-ceiling shelves packed with everything from ancient tomes to digital archives. Late afternoon sunlight poured through tall windows, setting dust motes dancing in golden beams that crossed the room like spotlights. The air smelled of old paper, leather bindings, and that indefinable scent of accumulated knowledge. I spotted her immediately, tucked away in a corner alcove beside a stained glass window that cast multicolored patterns across her workspace. The table before her had disappeared beneath stacks of books, papers covered in neat handwriting, and a sleek laptop whose screen illuminated her face with a pale blue glow. She was so absorbed that she didn't notice my approach. I took the moment to observe her, this woman who looked exactly like Jean Grey but wasn't. Her hair was pulled back in a messy bun, strands of copper escaping to frame a face etched with concentration. There was something both familiar and alien in her features, the same genetic blueprint as Jean, but animated by a different consciousness. The titles of the books surrounding her told a story of their own. I noticed philosophy of identity, the paradox of Theseus's ship, twin studies and shared consciousness, nature versus nurture, and psychological development of autonomous identity. Heavy reading for someone whose entire existence had been upended just weeks ago. Light vacation reading? I asked. She startled violently, papers slipping from her fingers. When she looked up and registered my face, the tension visibly drained from her shoulders. Ah, Ben, she muttered, relief softening her features. You're back. Welcome back. I've been researching. I can see that. I pulled out the chair opposite her. Mind if I join? She nodded, hastily reorganizing some of her materials to make space. Up close, I could see her notes, meticulously organized, color-coded by source, with her own observations in neat, precise handwriting in the margins. The analytical mind of a scientist trying to solve the ultimate puzzle. Herself. I picked up a book on cloning ethics, flipping through pages dense with philosophical arguments about personhood and identity. How long have you been at this? Since 3 a.m., she admitted with a self-conscious smile. I couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about what happens after they remove his influence. Who will I be then? In the afternoon light, I could see the physical toll of her mental struggle. She looked totally human with those traits. Dark circles beneath her eyes, the slight tremble in her hands as she sorted papers, and the tension in her shoulders as if she was carrying an invisible weight. Find any answers? I asked. She ran a hand through her hair, dislodging more strands from her already loosening bun. Some. Mostly more questions, though. She tapped a notebook filled with densely packed notes. Did you know there's a philosophical thought experiment called the ship of Theseus? If you replace every plank and nail of a ship one by one, is it still the same ship at the end? And that's how you see yourself? A ship with replaced parts. Her green eyes met mine, startlingly vulnerable. That's the question, isn't it? Jean's memories in my head feel like borrowed parts. Sinister's programming, another replacement. When they remove his influence tomorrow, what's left that's authentically mine? The weight of her question was like the ship of Theseus itself crushing my shoulders. I understood her fear more than she knew. The Omnitrix had forced me to confront similar questions. When I transformed, was I still Ben Tennyson? Or something else entirely? I didn't think much of it in the beginning, but sometimes I had wondered. There's something I want to show you, she said suddenly, standing and gathering a few papers. Come with me. She led me to another table, more secluded, tucked behind a massive shelf of encyclopedias. On it lay a single sheet of paper with the heading, Declaration of Self, in bold letters. Below were numbered statements, some crossed out, others underlined or annotated. It sounds silly when I say it out loud, she said, embarrassment coloring her voice. But I needed something concrete, I guess. Something I could hold onto during the procedure. I scanned the document, reading statements like, I am not Jean Grey, and, my memories before waking in the medical bay belong to someone else, but my experiences since then are mine alone. It's not silly, I said firmly. This is survival. The most human thing ever. Relief flickered across her face. She handed me a pen. Would you help me? We sat side by side, shoulders almost touching as we bent over the paper. She explained her methodology, identifying traits, preferences, and memories that felt genuinely hers versus those she believed belonged to Jean. I prefer tea over coffee. Jean drinks coffee, she said, adding it to the list. That's crazy, I grinned. Coffee is clearly superior. See. Another difference between Jean and me, she replied with the first genuine smile I'd seen from her. You wouldn't tell Jean her taste in beverages is crazy. Fair point. I find comfort in classical music, she continued. Bach especially. And Jean? She's more into alternative rock, she replied, continuing her list. I want to travel. See places Jean has never been. As we worked, her pen moved more confidently, her voice growing stronger with each declaration. But underneath ran a current of fear I could sense in the tightness of her voice. What if, she said finally, after they remove Sinister's influence, I discover that what I thought was me was just his manipulation all along? I looked at my watch, the familiar green hourglass symbol glowing softly. The thing is, I never had as deep a thought experiment as she. Mostly thanks to having watched the Ben 10 cartoon in another lifetime. All this felt familiar to me. Regardless, the question was similar enough that I could fake an answer. The Omnitrix has forced me to question which parts of me are the real Ben, too, I exaggerated. When I'm Heat Blast or Diamond Head, I think differently, feel differently. There are moments I've wondered if I'm losing myself each time I transform. That last part was a lie. How do you handle it, she asked, hunger for understanding in her eyes. I've realized we're not fixed things, I said slowly, finding the words as I spoke. We're processes. Always becoming. The Ben who first found this watch isn't the same Ben sitting here now, and that would be true even without alien DNA rewriting my cells every few hours. She absorbed this, fingers absently tracing the words on her declaration. A process, not a fixed point, she repeated. I like that. The library had grown dimmer as we talked, the golden afternoon light fading to the cooler blue of early evening. Madeline didn't seem to notice, too absorbed in our conversation. There are memories I can't place, she confessed, her voice dropping to nearly a whisper. Scattered fragments that feel strange. Neither fully mine nor clearly Jean's. She demonstrated by describing falling from a tree as a child, analyzing it with clinical precision. The emotional resonance feels distant, like watching someone else's home movie. I think it's Jean's. In contrast, she described her first morning at Xavier's after the incident with vivid, sensory detail. The sunlight through the curtains, the texture of the sheets, the silence, that memory has an immediacy. I know it's mine. But, that can't be true since I've only been here for a year or so, right? I wasn't the Phoenix. There was a lot of confusion. Even so, I listened, struck by her approach. Where others might have broken under the existential weight of her situation, Madeline had turned it into a research project. Her analytical mind was becoming a life raft in a sea of uncertainty. What's it like, she asked suddenly. Having different forms, different minds in one body. I considered how to explain something I'd never fully articulated even to myself. It's like having access to different versions of yourself. Diamond Head thinks more rigidly, literally and figuratively. Ghost Freak is more intuitive, picks up on things human senses miss. Then there's Gray Matter, who might be able to outsmart Beast, I think. That one always feels weird once I return to human. All that knowledge, all that mental power, suddenly gone. But they're all still me, filtered through different biology. I see. And that's the difference between being a copy and being a unique entity with shared origins, she said, making the connection to her own situation. The blueprint may be the same, but the consciousness interpreting it is distinct. Her insight impressed me. In days, she'd grappled with questions that had taken me a month to process, and she was doing it with a grace and determination that was distinctly hers. Not Jean's. The light had shifted again, long shadows stretching across the library floor. Finally, Madeline gathered her papers with precise movements, organizing them into a folder. Do you know what I've concluded from all this research, she asked, gesturing to the books surrounding us. That identity isn't discovered. It's built. Conscious choice by conscious choice. There was something powerful in her declaration. A reclamation of agency that Sinister had tried to strip from her. After the procedure, she continued, I want to leave the mansion. They don't want me here, Ben, she added quickly at my expression. I need to experience the world on my own terms, collect experiences that are uniquely mine. I see. I need to be the architect of myself, she said with quiet determination. Not Jean's shadow. Not Sinister's creation. Just Madeline. The metaphor resonated. I could almost see her like a builder laying foundation stones for a structure that was entirely her own design. I might be able to help with that, I offered. I know people outside the X-Men who could help you get established. My PI friend Jessica Jones, 4-1. She's an independent superhero, forged her own path. She'd understand. Madeline considered this, her expression thoughtful. Your private investigator friend. The one who calls herself Jewel. That's her. She's got connections in New York, could help you find your footing. She nodded slowly. I'd like that. A pause, then, Ben, what do you think I should keep? What seems most authentically Madeline to you? The question caught me off guard. It was both vulnerable and pragmatic, exactly the balance that seemed to define her approach to this impossible situation. I think you're more unique on your own, Maddie, beyond my words. Sinister created you to marry Scott, but instead you broke up with him. That shows how unique you are. Maybe the original Jean wouldn't have broken up. I don't think so, given how close those two have been lately after reuniting. But if I do have to choose, it's your analytical mind, I said without hesitation. The way you've approached this whole mess like a research project. Your resilience. Your determination to choose your own path. I smiled. And your terrible taste in beverages. That earned a genuine laugh, a sound I realized I'd never heard from her before. It transformed her face, making her look younger, unburdened. As we prepared to leave the library, Madeline carefully packed her declaration and research notes into a shoulder bag. Just before we reached the door, she stopped me with a light touch on my arm. If something goes wrong in the procedure, she began, her voice steady despite the fear lurking beneath the words, if I lose myself, will you remind me of this conversation? Of the person I was trying to become. The weight of her request settled on my shoulders, somehow feeling heavier than any boulder or truck I'd carried as 4 arms. She was entrusting me with the safekeeping of her identity, the essence of who she hoped to be. I promise, I said, meeting her eyes. But it won't come to that. You're stronger than Sinister. Stronger than you realize. Relief softened her features. Without warning, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around me in a tight embrace. It wasn't romantic. No, it was something more fundamental. The touch of someone learning the boundaries of her own emotions, expressing gratitude in the most human way possible. I returned the hug, feeling her heartbeat against my chest, the warmth of her breath against my neck. When she pulled back, her eyes were bright with unshed tears. Thank you for seeing me, she said simply. Not Jean or Jean's clone. Just me. As she walked away, notes and declarations clutched to her chest, I watched her retreating figure, shoulders straight, steps purposeful. In just days, she'd faced questions and fought circumstances that would have destroyed most people. Whatever happened tomorrow, Madeline Pryor had already begun to build herself, brick by deliberate brick. And I couldn't help but feel that the foundation she'd laid was stronger than Sinister could have possibly anticipated. I just hoped it would be enough to withstand whatever tomorrow's procedure might unleash. Because no way Sinister would just let it happen. Chapter 93, Ominous. Chapter 93, Ominous. The secure bedroom in Xavier's mansion looked deceptively normal at first glance. Soft beige walls, a comfortable-looking queen-sized bed with crisp white sheets, and a large window offering a view of the estate's manicured grounds. Only the subtle hum of advanced technology betrayed its true purpose. I noticed the modifications: silver panels embedded in the walls, telepathic dampers designed by Forge, their red status lights blinking in synchronized patterns. Medical monitoring equipment stood sentinel beside the bed, screens displaying vital signs that hadn't yet been connected to a patient. The air smelled faintly of antiseptic and ozone, the latter from equipment that had recently been powered up. Madeline sat perched on the edge of the bed, her posture rigid, hands clutching her folder containing the declaration of self we'd worked on. She wore a simple gray t-shirt and sweatpants, her hair pulled back in a ponytail that emphasized the sharpness of her features under the harsh medical lighting. Emma Frost stood near the monitors, dressed in her customary white, examining readouts with clinical detachment. Xavier waited nearby in his wheelchair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, deep in thought. She wore white pants and a suit today, however. As per her usual design, the suit was split open at the front, showing her cleavage and navel. What a shameless woman. Image here. I ignored her shining, attractive visage and turned my attention to our main heroine for today. Are you sure about this? I asked Madeline quietly, leaning against the wall beside her. We can still postpone if you're not ready. She gave me a tight smile. As ready as I'll ever be. Besides, delaying won't make Sinister's influence any easier to remove. The door opened with a soft click, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Jean Grey stood in the doorway, hesitating before stepping inside. She wore her X-Men uniform, a practical choice for what might become a strenuous psychic battle, but it made her look like she was prepared for combat rather than a medical procedure. The effect on Madeline was immediate. Her shoulders hunched forward as if she were trying to make herself smaller, her knuckles whitening around her folder. For her part, Jean looked equally uncomfortable, her eyes darting around the room before finally settling on her genetic duplicate. Hello, Madeline, Jean said softly. Jean, Madeline acknowledged with a stiff nod. The silence stretched, taut as a wire. I resisted the urge to make a joke to break the tension. Some situations were too delicate for humor. My eyes met with Emma Frost, and surprisingly, I noticed that she also seemingly held herself back from joking. She smirked at me. I'm glad you're here, Jean, Xavier finally said, wheeling forward. We're almost ready to begin. Emma gestured for Madeline to lie down on the bed. The procedure should take approximately 2 hours, assuming no complications, she explained, her tone businesslike. You'll be in a telepathically induced sleep state throughout. Why is she here? Madeline asked, nodding toward Jean without looking at her directly. I thought you and Professor Xavier would be conducting the procedure. You already know the answer. Jean isn't just here as an observer, Emma replied, adjusting settings on one of the monitors. Your shared genetic template makes her uniquely qualified to help navigate certain aspects of your mind. There are neural pathways that will respond more readily to her than to anyone else. Xavier moved closer, his expression grave. Madeline, I must be completely honest with you about the risks involved. Sinister's influence is deeply woven into your neural pathways. Removing it could potentially destabilize certain memories or abilities. We need Jean's help to ensure we don't damage anything that's truly yours. Anything that's truly mine, Madeline repeated, a bitter edge to her voice. As opposed to what was copied from her. Jean stepped forward. I know this is uncomfortable for both of us. But I want to help. What Sinister did to you, creating you to be manipulated, it wasn't fair. Understatement of the century, I muttered. Madeline glanced at me, then back to Jean. Something shifted in her expression. Not quite acceptance, but resignation. Fine, she said, lying back on the bed. She still clutched her folder. But this stays with me. You do know that the document won't be able to accompany your consciousness, Emma pointed out. I know that, Madeline replied. But I want it here, with my physical body. An anchor to who I am now, who I'm choosing to be. Emma looked like she wanted to argue the point but instead nodded briskly. As you wish. It won't interfere with the procedure. Xavier moved to the head of the bed. Jean and Emma will enter your mind first to establish a stable connection. Ben will follow as your emotional anchor. By the way, I know I have Ghost Freak, but what's the exact way I can help her? I asked. Just your presence should be enough, Benjamin. Plus you mentioned that your Ghost Freak form can avoid taking damage from mental constructs. That can be a significant advantage. Xavier reminded me. While we could establish a psychic link for you, having an independent entity within Madeline's mindscape gives us an advantage. You'll be less affected by any defenses Sinister may have placed. I nodded, running my fingers over the Omnitrix. The plan made sense, but anxiety still churned in my gut. Ghost Freak's abilities were powerful but unpredictable. And there was always the risk of Scare's influence, even with all my reassurance. Ready whenever you are, I said, masking my concern with confidence. Xavier nodded to Emma and Jean, who positioned themselves on either side of Madeline's bed. Focus on something that feels unquestionably yours, Xavier instructed Madeline. A memory, a thought, an emotion that you know belongs solely to you. Madeline closed her eyes, her breathing slowing. I'm ready. Jean and Emma placed their fingers lightly on Madeline's temples. A subtle psychic pressure filled the room, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. The air seemed to thicken and shimmer. Xavier's eyes closed in concentration. They've established initial contact. Madeline is now entering the telepathic sleep state. Ben, it's time. I activated the Omnitrix, cycling through the alien silhouettes until I found the ghost. I hope it won't malfunction now. The familiar green light washed over me as my body transformed. Bones vanished, replaced by a ghostly, floating form with a single green eye and tattered skin covering an even more nightmarish form beneath. Ghost Freak, I hissed, my voice now an eerie whisper. The monitors beeped as Madeline's vitals shifted, indicating she was fully under. Jean and Emma were already in deep concentration, their faces slack as their minds operated elsewhere. Xavier monitored their mental signatures, a faint blue glow emanating from his temples. Her mental defenses are active but permitting access, Xavier reported. Proceed with caution, Ben. Remember, you're there to support Madeline, not to directly confront any of Sinister's safeguards. Got it, I replied, floating toward the bed. I'm going in. I phased through Madeline's physical form, allowing my consciousness to follow the psychic trail left by Jean and Emma. The sensation was disorienting, like falling through layers of reality, each one thinner than the last, until I emerged into Madeline's mindscape and immediately realized something was very wrong. I'd expected to find myself in a mental recreation of Xavier's mansion or perhaps some amalgamation of Jean's memories like last time. Instead, I floated in what could only be described as a cosmic vista. An endless expanse of star-flecked void with swirling nebulae in impossible colors. Floating islands of memory hung suspended in the space, some connected by bridges of light, others isolated and distant. Whoa, I whispered, my spectral form drifting among the stars. This is definitely not standard telepathy decor. The other wrong thing was, I felt really, really powerful suddenly. This made me recall that in darkness, ectonurites thrived. In outer space, this truth became more evident. If I take off this outer layer of skin, I might be even stronger. But that is a final nail type situation. If Scare does exist, that's prime time for him to take over. I was fine with this much. I spotted Jean and Emma on a nearby memory island, a recreation of the Xavier Institute library where Madeline and I had worked on her declaration of self. The memory seemed stable, the details sharp and clear. But beyond it, many of the islands flickered uncertainly, as if they weren't fully formed. I floated toward them, passing through the cosmic void with an ease that felt natural to Ghost Freak's form. This is unexpected, Emma was saying as I approached. Her mental projection appeared exactly as her physical form, pristine white clothing and all. I've never seen a mindscape manifest like this before. Jean nodded, her projection surrounded by a faint aura of energy. It's almost like a cosmic consciousness, right? I finished, joining them on the memory island. Not exactly what you'd expect from someone who's technically only been alive for a few years. They both turned toward me, Jean's expression troubled. Xavier is having difficulty maintaining his connection, Emma explained. Something about this environment is resistant to his particular psychic signature. As if summoned by her words, Xavier's projection appeared beside us. He was less solid than the others, flickering like a bad video call. This is most unusual, he said, his voice echoing strangely. Madeline's mind should not be structured this way. Where is she? I asked, scanning the cosmic landscape for any sign of Madeline herself. Jean pointed to a distant island that glowed more brightly than the others. I believe that's her core consciousness, where her sense of self resides. We moved toward it, passing through the strange mindscape. As we approached different memory islands, I began to notice a pattern. When Xavier neared certain memories, they flickered more violently, some erupting into flames that burned without consuming. I appear to be triggering something unexpected, Xavier said, stopping as another memory burst into fire. Perhaps a defense mechanism or something by her subconscious. I had a feeling what? It'd be crazy if true, but I had a feeling. Before he could finish, a psychic tremor shook the entire mindscape. Stars scattered like disturbed fireflies, and the memory islands trembled. Xavier's projection became even less substantial. I should withdraw, he decided. My presence is causing distress. I'll monitor from outside and maintain the link for your return. His projection faded entirely, leaving the three of us to continue alone. The mindscape seemed to stabilize slightly with his departure. That was weird and ominous. I said, floating ahead. Why would Madeline's mind reject Xavier specifically? As the only man here, maybe I was next. Or maybe I had a worse fate coming for me. It really was ominous. What was Sinister planning? Chapter 94, The Seed. Chapter 94, The Seed. Perhaps because Xavier represents authority over mutants, Emma suggested. Or because he's the most powerful telepath among us. Sinister may have programmed specific defenses against him. Another theory. We reached the glowing island that Jean had identified as Madeline's core consciousness. Unlike the others, this was not a memory but a strange, crystalline structure. It was a temple of sorts, with spiraling architecture that defied Euclidean geometry. Inside, we could see a humanoid figure seated in meditation. Madeline. Or at least, her mental representation of herself. We should approach carefully, Jean cautioned. This is the most personal part of her mindscape. I nodded, though something caught my attention. A faint, pulsing glow at the very center of the temple, behind where Madeline sat. We entered the crystalline structure, our projections casting long shadows across the translucent floor. Madeline looked up as we approached, her mental avatar dressed not in the casual clothes she wore in the real world, but in a simple white dress that seemed to flow like liquid. You came, she said, her voice echoing with layers of sound. All of you. We're here to help, as promised, Jean said gently. Madeline nodded, then looked directly at me. Ben, I knew you'd keep your word. Why is she talking like that? Always do, I replied, floating closer. Nice place you've got here. Very, cosmic. She smiled faintly, then turned toward the pulsing light behind her. You've noticed it, haven't you? The thing at my core that doesn't belong. As we all looked toward the light, I realized what we were seeing. At the very center of Madeline's consciousness floated a tiny ember of pure energy, a flame that burned with the intensity of a star despite its small size. It pulsed with a rhythm like a heartbeat, sending waves of energy throughout the mindscape with each beat. Well, shit. My theory was correct, then. Jean gasped, her projection taking an involuntary step backward. That can't be. The Phoenix Force, Emma whispered, her customary detachment momentarily shattered. The reason Xavier's got kicked out was that the Phoenix didn't like him. He was the one who'd suppressed it deep within the real Jean back in the day, after all. That might also be the reason why we hadn't encountered Sinister or any of his monsters yet. This deep in Madeline's mind, even Sinister's influence couldn't reach. This was insane. But just because he couldn't personally project his mind here, that didn't mean he had no tricks up his sleeve. The tiny ember flickered, as if in recognition of its name. Around it, I could now see dark tendrils of energy. Sinister's influence wrapped around the Phoenix seed like chains. Holy shit, I said, the implications hitting me all at once. Sinister didn't just create a clone. He was trying to create a vessel for the Phoenix Force. One he could control. Jean moved closer to the ember, her face a mask of fear and wonder. A fragment, a seed of the Phoenix Force. Placed deliberately within your mind matrix when you were created. This changes everything, damn it, Emma said, her analytical mind clearly racing. The procedure is far more complex than we anticipated. Sinister's influence is intricately connected to the Phoenix seed. They're almost symbiotic. Is that why my mindscape looks like this? Madeline asked, gesturing to the cosmic void beyond the temple. Jean nodded slowly. The Phoenix is a cosmic entity. Its presence, even as just a seed, would shape your consciousness in ways different from a normal human or mutant mind. Emma began examining the dark tendrils wrapped around the ember. I may be able to separate Sinister's influence from the Phoenix seed, but it will be delicate work. The connections run deep. As Emma worked, Jean faced Madeline with a troubled expression. We have an impossible choice to make. We could attempt to remove both Sinister's influence and the Phoenix seed, which might destabilize your mind completely. Or we could leave both, keeping Sinister's influence intact. Neither option is acceptable, Madeline said firmly. Jean looked helplessly at Emma, who continued her examination. I'm not sure there's a third option. The connections are too complex, too deeply integrated. I'd been watching silently, the pieces falling into place in my mind. This was why Sinister had created Madeline, not only as a replacement for Jean or to manipulate Scott Summers, but as his own personal Phoenix vessel. The perfect weapon under his control. But more importantly, I remembered Madeline's declaration of self, her determination to build her own identity brick by brick. This was her choice to make, not ours. There is another way, I said, moving between them. Madeline, do you remember what we talked about yesterday? About identity being built, not discovered. She nodded, her eyes never leaving the phoenix seed. To have the phoenix when the real Jean didn't anymore, that prospect must look so attractive to her right now. Jean, I continued, turning to her, you've hosted the Phoenix Force before. You understand it better than anyone. Instead of removing the seed, could you show Madeline how to contain it safely while rejecting Sinister's control? Jean's eyes widened. A psychic partitioning. It's possible, but incredibly difficult. I can help stabilize the process, Emma offered, apparently seeing merit in the idea. Create psychic buffers to prevent feedback loops. Most importantly, I added, it would be Madeline's choice. She'd be choosing which parts of herself to keep, which to discard. Madeline stood, determination hardening her features. That's what I want. To choose my own path, not have it chosen for me. Jean hesitated, then nodded. I can try. But Madeline, you need to understand, containing even a fragment of the Phoenix Force means you'll never be entirely normal. It will always be a part of you. I've never been normal, Madeline replied with a hint of a smile. Why start now? I agree, I said, making a decision. And I can do more than just watch. Before anyone could object, I reached up to my ghostly face and pulled. The spectral skin peeled away like a mask, revealing what lay beneath. A nightmarish visage with an exposed skull, a single glowing green eye, and a gaping hole in my chest cavity from which black and white striped tentacles now emerged, writhing with newfound freedom. Am I crazy? Perhaps so. But if there's any time to do this, it's now. Surrounded by 3 powerful telepaths, if ZS Scare showed himself, he'd get smashed around like garbage. And here's the thing. ZS Scare didn't appear. ZS Scare didn't exist in the Omnitrix. Confirmed. Emma's diamond form flickered with surprise. Well. That's unexpected. What are you doing? Jean asked, taking an instinctive step back. Ghost Freak's true form, I explained, my voice now deeper, more resonant in this cosmic void. In darkness, between worlds, this is where I'm strongest. I could feel it, a surge of power flowing through my ectoneurite form. The cosmic expanse of Madeline's mindscape resonated with Ghost Freak's extra-dimensional nature. Here, untethered from physical reality, I could access abilities normally beyond my reach. I can help with more than just moral support, I said, the tentacles from my chest cavity extending toward the phoenix seed and the dark tendrils wrapped around it. When Sinister's influence weakens, I can help pull it away. Jean looked uncertain, but Madeline nodded. I trust him. That was all Jean needed to hear. She turned to face Madeline, and they took positions on opposite sides of the phoenix seed. Their mental projections reached toward each other until their fingertips touched. Where they connected, energy flowed between them. Not the dark tendrils of Sinister's influence, but pure light. Their consciousnesses merged in a synchronicity that transcended words. Through this connection, Jean showed Madeline how to identify Sinister's influence, how to separate it from her true self, and most importantly, how to contain the phoenix seed without being consumed by it. Emma worked around them, creating psychic barriers and failsafes, her hands weaving complex patterns of energy. The dark tendrils began to weaken, their grip on the phoenix seed loosening as Madeline's consciousness pushed back against them. Now. Jean called out. I surged forward, my tentacles lashing out with precision. They wrapped around the weakened tendrils of Sinister's influence, gripping them tightly. The darkness writhed and fought against my grasp, but in this realm, my strength was magnified. How could a weakling human scientist's influence pass through my scrutiny? I've got it, I hissed through my exposed teeth. Pull it free. Jean and Madeline intensified their connection, the light between them burning brighter. Emma's diamond form glinted as she reinforced the psychic barriers. With a sound like tearing fabric, the dark tendrils ripped away from the phoenix seed. I dragged the squirming mass of Sinister's influence into the open space between us. It twisted and contorted, trying to reshape itself into Sinister's image, his pale face forming briefly before dissolving back into formless darkness. Together, Emma commanded. Before it can reattach. The 4 of us surrounded the darkness that had been extracted, letting out our willpower. Jean's telepathic force, Emma's diamond-hard psychic barriers, Madeline's newly awakened will, and Ghost Freak's own telepathic power, adding on the otherworldly tentacles, all converged on the writhing mass. Under our combined assault, Sinister's influence began to fracture, crumbling into ash that scattered across the mindscape. The phoenix seed pulsed brightly at its sudden freedom, but instead of expanding as I feared it might, it settled more firmly within Madeline's core, responding to her newfound control. The entire mindscape trembled, then began to transform. The cosmic void remained, but it was now interspersed with more Earth-like structures. Gardens, libraries, and open spaces that clearly represented Madeline's growing sense of self. The memory islands stabilized, no longer flickering uncertainly. I pulled my tentacles back, allowing my outer skin to reform over my true visage. Even Ghost Freak seemed to sense this moment was too important for nightmares. Jean slowly withdrew from the connection, her projection looking exhausted but satisfied. It's done. Sinister's influence is gone. It was true. Madeline was free. Somehow, I rejoiced with her. I was also free from the constant worry of Z's scare. Emma stepped back as well. The Phoenix seed is contained, though not entirely dormant. It will always be a part of you, Madeline, but it's your power now, not his. Madeline stood alone at the center of her consciousness, her mental avatar transformed. The simple white dress now shimmered with subtle energy, and her eyes glowed faintly with inner fire. I feel different, she said, wonder in her voice. Lighter. Clearer. Like I can finally see the world without looking through someone else's eyes. It worked better than we could have hoped, Jean said, genuine happiness in her voice. You're free, Madeline. Truly your own person. Instead of being uncomfortable around each other, I suggested, maybe you two should treat each other as twins starting from now on. Lost reunited twins. It'll do everyone good. The mindscape began to brighten around us, signaling the end of the procedure. Time to head back, Emma announced. The transition to consciousness should be smooth now. As we prepared to return to our bodies, Madeline approached me. Thank you, Ben. For everything, not just the tentacles. She smiled wryly. That's what friends are for, I replied. Building, not just discovering, remember. She smiled, and for the first time, it reached her eyes completely. I remember. And I won't forget. The return to physical reality was jarring after the cosmic expanse of Madeline's mindscape. I found myself back in Ghost Freak's form, floating beside the bed where Madeline lay. I quickly transformed back to human, the green flash momentarily blinding in the dimmed room. Emma and Jean were already stirring, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and amazement. What you did was remarkable, Xavier said to Jean. I monitored as best I could from outside. The synchronicity you achieved with Madeline was unprecedented. It wasn't just me, Jean replied, glancing at Emma and then at me. It was all of us. On the bed, Madeline's eyelids fluttered. She opened them slowly, blinking as she readjusted to physical reality. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, her eyes flashed with cosmic fire, orange and gold energy swirling in her irises, before settling back to their normal green. She sat up carefully, one hand still clutching her declaration of self. How do you feel? I asked, moving closer. She considered the question seriously. Like myself, she finally said. For the first time ever, like myself. Xavier wheeled closer, his expression both relieved and concerned. The Phoenix seed, we had no idea Sinister had placed it within you. How did he even get his hands on it? It's contained safely, she shouldn't lose control, Jean assured him. The barriers we created should hold indefinitely, as long as Madeline maintains them. And I will, Madeline said firmly. I doubted that. In this crazy world, there would come a situation where she'd have to use the Phoenix's powers more than she safely can. And therefore, the entity will connect with her properly. She slowly stood from the bed, stretching as if testing her body for changes. What happens now? Now you rest, Emma said practically. The procedure was mentally taxing, even if you feel fine at the moment. And after that? Madeline pressed. Xavier exchanged glances with Jean. That's entirely up to you, Madeline. You're welcome to stay at the Institute for as long as you wish. She looked at me, a small smile playing on her lips. Actually, I was thinking about taking Ben up on his offer. New York. A fresh start. I meant what I said about introducing you to Jessica, I confirmed. Though maybe we should give her a heads up about the whole, contains a fragment of a cosmic force of destruction, thing. That earned a genuine laugh from Madeline. Probably wise. As the others discussed practical matters of recovery and monitoring, I couldn't help but reflect on what we'd witnessed. Sinister had created Madeline as a weapon, a vessel, a tool. He'd never anticipated that she would become something far more dangerous to his plans. A person with her own will, her own identity, and now, her own cosmic power. The Phoenix seed within her wasn't just a source of power, it was what made her fundamentally different from Jean Grey. The current Jean, anyway, who had relinquished her connection to the Phoenix Force. Madeline caught my eye from across the room and smiled, a quiet confidence in her expression that hadn't been there before. For the first time, she stood tall without any hint of Jean's shadow falling over her. This was one hell of a day. Because of one important detail. That I was the closest person to her. It wouldn't be wrong to say I had a personal phoenix flying in the sky. Goal for tomorrow is top 5 as usual. If we reach it by tomorrow, I'll post 2 chapters at once. Get voting. Chapter 95, Mistaken Identity. Chapter 95, Mistaken Identity. Note, we met the goal still. That's nice. Here's 2 chapters, enjoy. The morning sun painted Xavier's mansion in warm golden light, casting shadows through the hallways as I strolled alongside Gwen. The two of us were discussing my departure plans, with Gwen occasionally brushing her hair behind her ear, that little gesture she did when trying to seem casual about something important. So you're really taking her with you? Gwen asked, her voice carefully neutral despite the slight furrow in her brow. To New York to meet Jessica. That's the plan, I replied, watching her reaction from the corner of my eye. Don't be so worried. Madeline needs space to figure out who she is without the X-Men hovering over her. Jessica can help with that. Gwen tugged at the sleeve of her blue sweater. And where exactly is she going to stay after that? The rust bucket is already cramped with the 3 of us. I grinned. Worried about sharing your beauty products with another redhead? I'm worried about you getting confused between us, she shot back, but there was no real heat in her words. She sighed, shoulders dropping slightly. Just, be careful, okay? I heard stories of what happened last time someone had the Phoenix inside them. Her concern touched me, even if she was masking it with irritation. Yeah, I heard those stories too. But the Phoenix seed is contained. Jean helped make sure of that. I nudged her shoulder gently. Besides, I've got the best magical backup in the universe right here if anything goes sideways. That earned me a reluctant smile. Damn right you do. We reached the intersection where the hallway split, one path leading to the library where Gwen was headed, the other toward the kitchen where the scent of coffee and something sweet beckoned. I'll catch you later, I said. Grandpa wanted me ready to leave by noon. Gwen nodded, hesitating for a moment before adding, just remember who's got your back, Ben. Always. The sincerity in her voice caught me off guard. I know, Gwen. Always do. As she disappeared down the hall, I headed toward the kitchen, drawn by the aroma of fresh baking. Rounding the corner, I spotted a figure at the stove. Familiar red hair cascaded down a slender back, paired with a curve-hugging gray sweater that accentuated every delicious line of her figure. Madeline. And damn, the girl knew how to rock a pair of jeans. My lips curled into a smile as I approached quietly. She hadn't noticed me yet, a bit too focused on whatever she was cooking, hips swaying slightly to music only she could hear. After yesterday's intense mental procedure, it was good to see her doing something so normal, so human. Without thinking twice, I slipped behind her, wrapping my arms around her waist and pressing against her back. I planted a soft kiss on the nape of her neck, just below her hairline. Morning, beautiful, I murmured against her skin. Something smells amazing. She froze instantly, spatula suspended mid-flip over what looked like French toast. That voice. Not quite right. My forehead went a little cold as she slowly turned her head, revealing not Madeline's face, but Jean Grey's wide-eyed stare. Okay, it's impossible to tell. Ben, she asked, voice pitched higher than normal. What are you doing? Oh shit. Instead of backing away like any sane person would. I stayed exactly where I was, arms still wrapped around her waist, body still pressed against hers. Jean. Hey. I thought you were Madeline. Her eyebrows climbed toward her hairline. Clearly. Sorry about that, I said, still not moving. Jean cleared her throat pointedly. This is typically where you'd step back. Right, I agreed, but remained in place, a ridiculous smile plastered on my face. So, what are you cooking? She gave me a look that could have melted steel, then turned back to her pan with a resigned sigh. French toast. And you're still hugging me. It's comfortable, I shrugged, finally easing my grip slightly but not fully releasing her, my chin resting on her shoulder. Plus, it would be awkward to back off now. Better to own it, right? To my surprise, a laugh escaped her. Your logic is fascinating, young man. I'm a fascinating guy, I countered, peeking over her shoulder at the perfectly golden toast in the pan. That looks incredible. It's just bread and eggs, she said, but I caught the hint of a smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Could you at least give me enough space to flip this properly? I loosened my hold just enough for her to move freely, but maintained contact. The whole situation was absurd, but somehow it had crossed into territory too ridiculous to be uncomfortable. Also, I wanted to thank you, Jean said suddenly, her voice turning serious as she transferred the French toast to a waiting plate. For yesterday. For what you did for Madeline. I didn't do much, I demurred. Just floated around as a creepy ghost alien while you and Emma Frost did the heavy psychic lifting. She shook her head, turning off the burner. No. You gave her something the rest of us couldn't. You saw her as her own person from the beginning. You advocated for her choices when the rest of us were making decisions about her life. The sincerity in her voice caught me off guard. Well, everyone deserves the chance to write their own story. That's exactly it, Jean said, turning in my arms to face me fully. Most people say the right things, but you actually believe them. I heard more about that Omnitrix of yours from Emma, really powerful device. But something tells me it didn't just randomly fall on your wrist. I think it's fate. You treat people, humans, mutants, aliens, like they matter. That's the thing. They do matter, I replied simply. Her green eyes studied me with uncomfortable intensity. You know, for someone who acts like a goofball half the time, you can be surprisingly wise. Only half the time. I'm slipping. That earned another laugh. I know you won't take advantage of this position too much, she said, gesturing to our still embracing stance. How can you be so sure? I asked, curious as I lowered my hands just a little, from her waist to her firm ass, squeezing it. Her eyes twinkled with danger for a moment, but at my stupid smile, she didn't say anything. Madeline and I, we have a connection now, she explained. Sometimes I catch glimpses of her memories. I saw how you refused her kiss that night, how you respected her vulnerability instead of exploiting it. Oh. Heat crept up my neck. That's invasive. Tell me about it, she agreed. It works both ways, unfortunately. Wait, so Madeline can see your memories too? The implications hit me suddenly. Like, right now. A new voice answered from the doorway, rich with amusement. I don't need memories when I can see the real thing right in front of me. I spun around, finally releasing Jean, to find Madeline leaning against the doorframe. But not the Madeline from yesterday. This woman had transformed herself totally. She wore black lipstick, smoky eye makeup, and dark-painted nails. Her red hair featured streaks of black, and she'd swapped Xavier's conservative attire for a tight black top, ripped jeans, and combat boots. Wow, I blurted. Is the Goblin Queen making a comeback? Instead of offense, Madeline's face split into a genuine laugh. Hardly. Just making sure people can tell us apart, she gestured between herself and Jean. Though it seems some still have trouble with that concept. In my defense, I said, raising my hands, I only saw her from behind. And what a behind it is, Madeline teased, sauntering into the kitchen. I'm flattered you thought it was mine. Jean rolled her eyes. You two cannot be acting like this. This is a school, for God's sake. That's why you didn't push me away, Miss Gray, I quipped, watching as Madeline stole a piece of French toast from Jean's plate. So, Madeline said between bites, when are we leaving to meet this famous Jessica Jones? I'm eager to see the brave woman who's apparently ready to take in a cosmic-powered clone. The video call with Jessica last night had gone surprisingly well. After the initial shock that was, you want me to what now? Jessica had taken the Phoenix revelation with impressive calm. She'd added, huh. Not the weirdest roommate request I've had, she'd said dryly. At least she doesn't have tentacles. Trish, however, had been visibly excited by the prospect of meeting Jean Grey's mysterious clone. We can leave whenever you're ready, I replied. We can either catch a train, or I can carry you in my arms as XLR8. Though I should warn you that'd be pretty damn fast, you might ruin your new fit. Nothing I can't handle, Madeline said with a smirk, the confidence in her voice worlds away from the uncertain woman I'd found in the library days ago. I've got a cosmic firebird seed inside me. A bumpy road trip is hardly going to rattle me. That's the spirit, I grinned. Though maybe ease Jessica into the whole Phoenix thing slowly. I love her, but she's a street-level superhero. I don't want to scare her with cosmic entities. Solid advice, she nodded solemnly. I'll save the universe-ending talk for the second day. As Madeline and Jean fell into conversation about what essentials to pack, I found myself watching them with a strange sense of wonder. Two women with identical DNA yet entirely different souls. Does she even have a soul? One born of natural processes, the other created in a lab, yet both radiating strength, intelligence, and complexity that no scientist could have engineered. The universe had dealt me a strange hand when that watch fell from the sky, but damn if I wasn't playing it for all it was worth. Azimuth was not a creep. He was, by any objective measure, the greatest intellect in 5 galaxies. The creator of technology so advanced it bordered on miraculous. A being who had unlocked secrets of reality that most species couldn't even comprehend. And yet here he was, monitoring a teenager's romantic entanglements with an intensity that would have been embarrassing if anyone knew. The diminutive Galvin frowned at the holographic display in his laboratory, showing Ben's interaction with the two red-headed women. His long fingers tapped against the console, his enormous eyes narrowing in contemplation. Young Tennyson seems to be collecting females at an alarming rate, he muttered to himself. In truth, Azimuth's interest wasn't prurient. The Omnitrix was his greatest creation, designed for purposes far beyond the adolescent adventures of its current bearer. Monitoring Ben's activities was simply responsible oversight. Or so he told himself. There was a lot more stuff here than this. display previous interactions with Xavier's group, he commanded Asperia, his lab's AI system. The hologram shifted, showing Ben in a heated discussion with Charles Xavier about mutant integration versus separation. The boy's passion was evident in his gestures, his arguments surprisingly nuanced as he challenged Xavier's isolationist tendencies. Separation has never worked in human history. Ben's recorded voice rang through the lab. Not once. It always leads to us versus them. Integration is messy and hard, but it's the only path that doesn't end in disaster. Asmith's mouth twitched in what might have been a smile. For all the boy's hormonal distractions, there were moments of genuine insight that suggested the Omnitrix hadn't fallen into completely unworthy hands. Huh. Well. The device was designed to foster understanding between species, Asmith reminded himself. Perhaps the boy's enthusiastic approach to interspecies relations is not entirely outside its parameters. After all, one of the Omnitrix's potential applications was preservation of endangered genetic material. In a manner of speaking, Ben's behavior was aligned with the device's purpose, if interpreted somewhat liberally. Still, he hoped the boy would demonstrate more restraint eventually. The power of the Omnitrix came with responsibilities that extended beyond impressing potential mates. Asperia, Asmith spoke, dismissing the current display, analyze current situation on Earth location designated Genosha. Calculate probable outcomes based on comparable historical scenarios throughout the galaxies. The AI hummed softly as it processed the request, sifting through countless planetary histories and sociopolitical movements. Genosha had caught Asmith's attention, a sovereign nation formed by and for mutants under Magneto's leadership. The parallels to certain galactic scenarios were concerning. Analysis complete, Asperia announced. Primary projection indicates 73.8% probability of stable establishment with minimal conflict. Earth's existing power structures, including enhanced individuals, extraterrestrial alliances, and mystical entities, create a sufficient counterbalance to prevent aggressive expansion. And the remaining probability? Asmith asked, already suspecting the answer. 26.2% probability of catastrophic intervention by external forces, the AI continued. If such intervention occurs, there is a 94.7% chance of total or near-total annihilation of Genosha's population. Asmith's eyes narrowed. Specify nature of possible intervention. Most probable, automated weapons systems designed specifically to target the mutant genome, the AI replied. Historical analogs suggest weaponry would be deployed without warning, likely via orbital platform or atmospheric dispersal. Perhaps through teleportation. The Galvan steepled his fingers, his massive brain calculating possibilities. Tennyson was planning to visit Genosha soon, a diplomatic mission that could place not just him but most mutants directly in harm's way if the worst-case scenario unfolded. As the one who'd one day be called protector of all species, it'd be a damn shame if a species were made extinct right under his nose in his debut year. Asperia, just in case. Upload the Section 007 data packet to Omnitrix Subsystem 14. Asmith's voice was quiet but firm. Are you certain, First Thinker? The AI rarely showed any sign of defiance, but Asmith's glance made it shut up. Understood, the AI cautioned. I'm counting on it, Asmith replied. Sometimes the best way to prevent a catastrophe is to prepare for one. Hopefully, it wouldn't need to be used. He turned away from the console, gazing out at the stars visible through his laboratory dome. Somewhere out there was a small blue planet spinning through space, carrying creatures who had barely mastered their own genome yet wielded powers that could devastate worlds. The universe has a terrible sense of humor, Asmith murmured, placing such a powerful device in the hands of a hormone-driven teenager. Yet as he watched the simulations run, displaying potential extinction events and countermeasures, a thought occurred to him despite all the worry and possible bad outcomes, the thought that was both unsettling and oddly comforting. Perhaps the universe knew exactly what it was doing. Chapter 96, New Variables. Chapter 96, New Variables. I stood outside Jessica's apartment door, Madeline hovering just behind my shoulder. The hallway's flickering light cast strange shadows across her newly transformed appearance. All black clothes, dyed hair, and that confident smile that still looked jarring on a face I'd known as Jean Grey's for weeks. Ready? I asked, giving her a reassuring grin. She nodded, adjusting the small duffel bag containing everything she owned in this world, a couple of outfits from Xavier's, her declaration of self, and a few books Jean had insisted she take. As I'll ever be, she replied, something like excitement dancing in her eyes. Though I'm still processing that I'm about to meet your girlfriend and the thief we're apparently helping. Not apparently, I corrected, raising my hand to knock. We are definitely helping Felicia save her father. And Jessica isn't my dash. The door swung open before my knuckles could make contact. Jessica stood there in worn jeans and a simple gray t-shirt, her dark hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. Those eyes I'd come to know so well traveled from my face to Madeline's, widening slightly at the gothic transformation. You didn't mention she went full Hot Topic, Jessica said by way of greeting, stepping aside to let us in. I laughed. Sorry about that. It's a recent development. She likes her makeup. It's so people can tell us apart, Madeline offered, extending her hand. Madeline Pryor. Thank you for agreeing to this bizarre arrangement. Jessica took her hand, grip firm as she assessed the newcomer. Jessica Jones. And trust me, this doesn't even crack my top 5 bizarre arrangements this year. The apartment looked different from my last visit. The coffee table had been cleared of case files and wine glasses, replaced by architectural blueprints and technical schematics. A laptop was open to what looked like security protocols. And perched on the arm of the couch, examining us with cat-like curiosity, was Felicia Hardy. Well, well, she purred, unfolding herself from her position with a grace that seemed effortless. Today she'd toned down her platinum blonde hair into a high ponytail, dressed in simple black leggings and an oversized sweater that somehow still managed to look fashionable. The mysterious Ben returns, and he's brought a friend. This is Madeline, I said, setting down the duffel bag. She's going to be staying with Jessica for a while. Felicia approached, her step silent on the hardwood floor. Felicia Hardy, she introduced herself, extending a slim hand to Madeline. Pleasure to meet another of Ben's companions. The slight emphasis on that last word made me roll my eyes. As they shook hands, I noticed Madeline's gaze traveling the apartment, noting the exits, the strategic positions, the defensive capabilities. Old habits from Xavier's training, no doubt. So, Jessica broke in, moving to the kitchen, drinks. We've got water, coffee, and whatever passes for juice in this place. Water's fine, Madeline replied, still taking in her surroundings. I moved toward Felicia as Jessica and Madeline headed for the kitchen. How's the planning going? Any progress on Dash? I felt it before I saw it, the subtle brush of fingers against my pocket. With reflexes honed by months of alien transformations, I caught Felicia's wrist just as her hand was withdrawing with my wallet. Really? I asked, raising an eyebrow. We're still doing this. Felicia's innocent expression never wavered. Hey, just checking your reaction time. It's impressive. I plucked my wallet from her fingers, tucking it securely into my front pocket. Next time just ask if you want to hold my hand. Madeline returned, carrying 2 glasses of water. Her eyes flicked between us, a soft smile tugging at her lips. She does that to everyone. Klepto habits die hard, Jessica explained, following behind. Don't leave anything valuable unattended. Noted, Madeline said, taking a seat at the edge of the couch. She glanced at the papers spread across the coffee table, then frowned slightly. You know this place has been under surveillance recently, right? A sudden stillness fell over the room. Jessica's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? The dust patterns on the windowsill, Madeline explained, pointing. Someone's opened that window from the outside within the last 48 hours. And there's a microabrasion on the lock that suggests it was picked rather than forced. I blinked in surprise. Since when was she Batman? Wow. How the hell did you spot that? Jessica demanded, moving to the window to examine it. Madeline shrugged. I lived with people who could walk through walls and read minds. You develop an eye for security breaches. Felicia let out a low whistle. I think I like her, she declared, casting an appraising glance at Madeline. She's right. That window's been tampered with. Great, I muttered. Oscorp's already watching us. I'm surprised they didn't kill you guys in your sleep. Maybe it was just a common thief instead. Jessica's jaw tightened. We need to move faster than planned. If they know we're involved, they might accelerate whatever they're planning for Felicia's father. The mood in the room shifted instantly from cautious introduction to urgent focus. I watched as 3 very different women transitioned into professional mode. It was a unique sight. Jessica's stance widened, her eyes hardened. Felicia's casual lounging transformed into predatory alertness. And Madeline's posture straightened with perhaps the cosmic awareness that came with the Phoenix Seed. Damn, it was impressive to watch. All right, let's get everyone up to speed, I suggested, moving to the blueprints. Felicia, why don't you start with the situation with your father? Felicia nodded, all traces of flirtation vanishing as she pulled up medical files on her phone. My father's condition has deteriorated rapidly in the past few weeks, she explained, her clinical tone barely masking the worry underneath. Degenerative neurological disease, supposedly incurable through conventional medicine. Oscorp approached with an experimental treatment. She handed the phone to Madeline, who scrolled through the medical data with practiced ease. But their treatment is actually cross-species genetics experimentation, I added, feeling anger rise just thinking about it. They're using desperate patients as guinea pigs for unstable animal-human hybridization. These protocols look familiar, Madeline murmured, still examining the files. My friend Dr. Hank McCoy was researching similar gene therapies at Xavier's, but this approach is dangerously unstable. The cellular degradation rate alone would make it fatal in most cases. Felicia looked up, surprise evident on her face. You have medical training? No. I have borrowed memories of scientific procedures, Madeline replied carefully. And many weeks of watching Beast work. A telepath is such a cheat character. They could clone memories from world-class doctors and scientists and suddenly be just as expert in that field. Borrowed memories or not, another perspective helps, Jessica said, spreading out the Oscorp Tower blueprints. Our objective is threefold: extract Felicia's father from the medical facility on the 35th floor, secure the complete research data as leverage, and get out without becoming lab rats ourselves. I leaned over the blueprints, studying the layout. Security looks tight. Multiple checkpoints, biometric scanners, armed guards. That's where we get creative, Felicia said with a smile that reminded me of her Black Cat persona. I've been mapping their patrol patterns for weeks. There's a maintenance shaft here, she pointed to a narrow passage on the blueprint, that bypasses the main security checkpoints between floors 30 and 40. What about the security systems? Madeline asked. Even with the patrol patterns mapped, we'd still trigger alarms. I tapped the Omnitrix. No need to worry about that part. I could go upgrade, take over their security system. Too risky, Jessica countered immediately. If they have isolation protocols, you could get trapped in their network. I don't think Earth technology is that advanced yet. I argued, making her frown. She could be right, of course. This was Marvel Earth, tech was higher here. Especially Oscorp. It wasn't some run-of-the-mill corporate target. They dealt in cutting-edge tech and likely had countermeasures for technological intrusions. In the worst-case scenario, being trapped in their systems as upgrade would be disastrous. What about creating a diversion? Madeline suggested. Draw security to one side of the building. Felicia's eyes lit up. That's easy. Nothing distracts security like a ghost sighting in the executive wing. She gave me a pointed look. Though having an actual ghost on our team might be even better. Ghost freak, I said automatically. Ah, right, Jessica interjected, he could be our ace. Intangibility would bypass most physical security measures. Anyways, Ben is our trump card here since he can potentially fill many roles. As they continued planning, I found myself watching the dynamic unfold with fascination. These three women were each powerful in their own right, and each had their own agendas and skills. Now they were forming a surprisingly effective strategy team. So many options. So which alien are you thinking for this? Jessica asked, leaning against the counter. Please say not the smelly bug one. I felt offended. Stinkfly has his uses. Wait, Felicia's head snapped up from the blueprints, interest suddenly piqued. There's a smelly bug option. What else can you turn into? Can you turn into a cat boy? I can turn into many things. I straightened, a hint of pride crossing my face as he began counting off on his fingers. Well, there's Heat Blast, who's basically living fire. 4 Arms has, well, 4 arms and super strength. XLR8 is my speed form dash. He's got one that's basically a walking diamond, Jessica interrupted, having heard this list before. Felicia's eyes widened instantly, her casual demeanor vanishing as she abandoned the blueprints and approached me. Diamond, you say? Her voice dropped to an almost reverent whisper. How big exactly? And just like that, we've lost the cat burglar, Madeline muttered, her expression deadpan as she watched Felicia's complete shift in attention. I laughed, shaking my head. Sorry to disappoint, but Diamond Head's crystals don't have much value. They're indestructible, but apparently worthless on the market. Such a waste, Felicia sighed dramatically, returning to the blueprints with noticeably less enthusiasm. Madeline, despite being the newcomer, offered insights that surprised even me. Your father's condition, if it has worsened by the time we arrive. Madeline said carefully to Felicia. The medical wing would keep specific enzymes for their gene therapy experiments. If we can identify which animal DNA they're planning to use, we might be able to synthesize a stabilizing agent. How would we even know that? Jessica asked. The research data would have test subject profiles, Madeline explained. Different genetic markers respond to different animal DNA. It wouldn't be random. Felicia hummed. Wait. You could create a stabilizing agent. Just like that. Madeline hesitated. Not just like that, no. But between what I know and what Ben's gray matter form might deduce, it's possible. I felt a surge of pride at her quick thinking. Not just for including me in the solution, but for her adaptive problem solving. The woman who'd been questioning her very identity days ago was now confidently planning a heist that could save a man's life. Gray matter? Felicia questioned. Tiny alien with a massive brain, looks like a frog, Jessica explained. Think the world's smallest super genius. Convenient, Felicia remarked. The planning continued well into the evening. We mapped entry points, established communication protocols, and assigned roles. Jessica would coordinate from outside, monitoring security channels. Felicia would use her Black Cat skills to navigate physical barriers. Madeline would help identify the research data and medical supplies we needed. And I would provide alien muscle and versatility as needed. It was almost midnight when Felicia's phone buzzed with an alert. Her expression darkened as she checked the screen. Guys. Security at Oscorp just doubled, she announced, showing us the feed from a camera she'd apparently planted somewhere in the building. They've brought in some kind of specialized team. They must be hunters, Jessica guessed, leaning closer to see the screen. Private military contractors with experience capturing enhanced individuals. How soon before they move your father? I asked Felicia. She checked another alert. The transport team is prepping for morning. If we're going to do this, it has to be tonight. A tense silence fell over the room. We'd planned for tomorrow night, with a full day of preparation ahead. Moving now meant going in with minimal prep and maximum risk. So much for sleep, Jessica muttered, already moving to a closet where she kept her jewel costume. You sure you want to wear the flashy white suit for this? I asked. I've operated on less, Felicia replied to Jessica, pulling a black duffel from under the couch. It likely contained her Black Cat outfit. I looked at Madeline, who seemed surprisingly calm despite the sudden acceleration. You sure you're up for this? It's okay if you want to sit this one out. She met my gaze steadily, and for just a second, I swore I saw a flicker of cosmic fire dance in her eyes. I didn't leave Xavier's just to hide in an apartment, Ben. I want to help. Something in her quiet determination reminded me why I'd been drawn to her story in the first place. For all her cosmic potential and complicated origins, Madeline Pryor wanted what anyone wanted, to make her own choices and use her abilities to make a difference. Jessica, I called, got anything Madeline can borrow? Something tactical. Jessica emerged from the bedroom with her jewel costume, a sleek, form-fitting outfit that always made my pulse quicken. The white was midnight purple now, somehow. That's why she was wearing it. Check the second drawer in my dresser. Should be some dark clothes that'll work. As the women prepared, I found myself standing by the window, staring out at the glittering lights of Oscorp Tower in the distance. My reflection showed a face more serious than usual, eyes narrowed in thought. This was unlike the big threats I'd faced, and because of exactly that, this had to be handled much more delicately too. Otherwise Felicia might become an orphan. The tower's light seemed to pulse faintly, like a heartbeat. Or maybe that was just my imagination, projecting my own tension onto the cityscape. Time to move, Jessica announced, checking her watch. The others gathered. Remember the plan. Stick to your roles. Communicate constantly. Talk about a cannon for a mosquito situation. Bringing an Omega-level mutant in an Oscorp rescue mission. Regardless, we'd have to be really careful. Chapter 97, Unexpected Allies. Chapter 97, Unexpected Allies. Night shrouded Oscorp Tower in a deceptive stillness. From across the street, the building's sleek glass exterior reflected the city lights like a massive obsidian monument to scientific progress. Or hubris, depending on the observer's perspective. My team watched from the shadows, four figures with very different motivations united by a common goal. Remember, Jessica whispered, her purple costume barely visible in the darkness, minimal contact, maximum efficiency. I nodded, glancing at Madeline and Felicia. Ladies first. Or should the ghost lead the way? Ghost definitely leads, duh, Felicia replied, adjusting her sleek black mask. The transformation from casual cat burglar to the Black Cat was pretty striking. Now confidence radiated from every curve of her leather-clad form. Less chance of triggering motion sensors. Hard to disagree. I activated the Omnitrix, the familiar green light washing over me as my DNA rewrote itself. My skin turned transparent, my body elongating into the ghostly, one-eyed form of an ectoneurite. Ghost freak, I rasped, my voice echoing from somewhere beyond physical space. Time to get spooky. Jessica rolled her eyes. Just don't get caught, Casper. I floated upward with my spectral form entirely invisible in the night sky. Ghost freak was truly a cheat. I could fly, and also do the stuff that were the main tricks of many superheroes. Such a kitty in her phasing power. The sensation of phasing through solid matter never got old, like moving through thick syrup that offered no resistance. The outer wall of Oscorp yielded to me as easily as air, my molecules passing between atoms of steel and glass. Inside, I found myself in a sterile corridor bathed in blue-white light. Dozen security cameras pivoted on silent motors, scanning empty hallways. Motion sensors created invisible webs of detection that would trigger for anything solid. Good thing I wasn't solid. I drifted through 3 more security checkpoints, marveling at Oscorp's paranoia. Laser grids. Pressure-sensitive floors. Even what appeared to be some kind of molecular scanner that might detect unauthorized DNA signatures. All useless against an intangible alien ghost. One particularly impressive setup used cross-referenced thermal imaging with heartbeat detection. Such technology would have stopped any normal intruder cold. I could almost appreciate Norman Osborn's thoroughness if he weren't a psychopath. The sheer amount of money poured into keeping people out made me wonder what else he was hiding besides illegal genetic experiments. This place had more security than some military installations I'd seen on the news, yet between my transformations, Madeline's subtle telepathic nudges, and Felicia's seemingly encyclopedic knowledge of blind spots, we might as well have been strolling through Central Park on a Sunday afternoon. Reaching the main security hub on the 30th floor, I spotted 2 guards monitoring banks of screens. Time for Phase 2. I turned visible just long enough to give them a proper scare, my eye widening dramatically as my body twisted unnaturally. "Boo," I whispered, my voice somehow coming from behind them. The effect was immediate and hilarious. One guard actually fell backward out of his chair, while the other reached for his weapon with trembling hands. What the hell is that?" the fallen guard stammered. I dove into their bodies and rendered them unconscious. Oh, this was so fun. Before either could wake up from their short-term coma, I returned to human form before transforming again. Green flashed and my body morphed into living technology. "Upgrade," I whispered, and my voice now had a mechanical resonance as my liquid metal form surged forward. "Sorry, Jessica," I thought, remembering her warning. "But sometimes you need the right tool for the job." I merged with the security console, my consciousness spreading through Oscorp's digital infrastructure like wildfire. Circuits, processors, and code became extensions of my being. Security cameras, motion detectors, heat sensors, what else? Everything fell under my control. "System compromised," I announced to my team through the comm unit, and my voice accidentally emanated from every bathroom in the building. "Oops, sorry about that." Creating a digital blind spot around our planned route was child's play. I installed a recursive loop in the surveillance system, a virus that would continue masking our presence even after I disconnected. For good measure, I then downloaded the building's complete schematics and security protocols. "Show off," Jessica's voice crackled through the comm. Disconnecting from the system, I returned to my human form and then transformed back to Ghost Freak and phased through the floor to rejoin my team at our entry point, a service entrance on the ground level that I'd unlocked remotely. They slipped inside as they moved with practiced stealth. Jessica led, her enhanced strength and durability making her our frontline fighter if needed. Felicia followed, her movement so fluid she barely seemed to touch the ground. Madeline brought up the rear, her gothic appearance replaced by practical black tactical gear borrowed from Jessica. 35th floor secure? Felicia asked as I materialized beside them. "Clear path all the way up," I confirmed. "But we still need to handle the human element." As if on cue, 2 security guards rounded the corner ahead, flashlights sweeping the corridor. Before anyone could move, Madeline stepped forward, her eyes narrowing in concentration. A subtle pulse of psychic energy left her. It should have been invisible, but somehow it was perceptible to me in my Ghost Freak form. The guards froze, expressions going blank for a moment before they casually turned and walked in the opposite direction. "Nothing on this floor," one said to the other, sounding bored. "Let's check the cafeteria." "Powers like that should be unfair," Jessica said with a dejected look. As a victim of mind control herself, she could speak in this matter. "Come on, it's not that bad," Madeline murmured, a small smile playing on her lips. "I'm barely touching their minds, just suggesting they look elsewhere." Yes. Less gloating, more moving," Jessica urged, though I caught the impressed look she shot Madeline. We ascended through the building. The architecture grew increasingly impressive with each floor. The lower levels had been mundane, offices, conference rooms, public research facilities. But as we climbed higher, Oscorp's true nature revealed itself. The 20th floor housed a botanical research lab where plants grew in unnatural patterns, some glowing with bioluminescence. The 25th contained what appeared to be mechanical exoskeletons in various stages of development. By the 30th, we were passing chambers filled with strange animals, genetically modified creatures that existed nowhere in nature. "Jesus," Jessica whispered as we passed a tank containing what looked like a cross between a scorpion and a gorilla. "What the hell are they doing here?" "Playing God," Felicia replied bitterly. "Creating monsters they can't control." The 33rd floor was particularly unsettling, a series of reinforced cells, most empty but some containing medical beds with restraints. The walls were scratched deeply from the inside. "This place makes Dr. Frankenstein look like an amateur," I commented, floating ahead to scout. And I thought Onimo would be bad news. All Onimo did in this world was get abducted by Magento. Was something similar going on in Genosha? We reached the 35th floor without incident. The laboratory level looked like something from a science fiction movie, white sterile surfaces, advanced equipment humming with power, holographic displays floating in midair. This was too easy, Jessica said quietly as we paused in an empty research bay. Way too easy. Felicia nodded, her cat-like eyes scanning the surroundings. Even with your ghost boyfriend disrupting security and Phoenix Girl mind tricking the guards, we shouldn't have gotten this far without at least one alarm. Maybe we're just that good. I suggested, though their concern was starting to infect me too. Or maybe they wanted us here, Jessica countered. Madeline touched a nearby console, her fingers hovering over the surface. There's something strange about this place. I can sense mines above and below us, but this floor feels muted. Like it's shielded. Jessica asked. Or empty, Felicia suggested. Perhaps evacuated in preparation for moving my father. I floated higher, surveying the lab. Let's not overthink it. Maybe cosmic-level telepathy and intangibility just make industrial espionage easier than expected. Felicia moved to a computer terminal, fingers flying over the keyboard. Patient records should be in this database. If I can just... Got it, she announced after a moment. Walter Hardy, patient 42B. Currently in isolation chamber 7, East Wing. Wait a minute. Your dad's name is Walter Hardy. Jessica asked, stunned. But isn't that Dash? Yes, the original cat burglar, Felicia cut her off. Family business, you know. Look, Ben isn't surprised. I shrugged. Jessica snorted. I can't believe this. Your father stole something from one of my relatives once. Like father, like daughter. Let's move before our luck runs out. Maddie and I exchanged glances. Then we navigated through a maze of laboratories, and somehow each one was more disturbing than the last. One contained rows of animal specimens floating in preservation tanks, creatures with unnatural mutations. Another held what appeared to be prototype weapons based on biological principles. Stingers, claws, and venom delivery systems scaled for human use. It's almost as if Norman Osborn is, I don't know, building an army. Jessica murmured as we passed a chamber filled with combat exoskeletons. Not just any army, if that's the case, Felicia added. A superhuman one. As we approached Isolation Chamber 7, I found myself reflecting on how surreal this mission felt. Infiltrating a high-security corporate fortress should have been one of the more dangerous things I'd done all summer. Instead, with Madeline's Omega-level telepathy clearing our path and my alien transformations handling security, it felt almost like a training exercise. You know what's weird? I said, floating creepily right behind Jessica's hair. I've fought intergalactic warlords and cosmic threats, but somehow breaking into a pharmaceutical company feels more morally ambiguous. Welcome to the gray area of heroism, Jessica replied. Where the villains wear suits and the monsters are made in labs. Felicia stopped abruptly at a junction, holding up her hand. Guys, I think something's wrong. What is it? Madeline asked, her eyes scanning the corridor. This floor feels too clean, don't you think? Felicia whispered. There are no guards, sure, but no researchers either. Not even night staff. A facility like this never sleeps. Jessica tensed beside me. Almost like they cleared the floor for something, I guessed. Madeline's eyes suddenly twinkled before they narrowed. Everyone, get ready for battle. Someone's coming. Not a guard, someone, different. Powerful. We pressed ourselves against the wall as footsteps approached. Not the heavy tread of security, but the light, agile movements of someone who didn't want to be heard. On 3, Jessica mouthed, preparing to ambush whoever was approaching. 1, 2. She lunged forward just as a figure rounded the corner, both of them freezing in mutual surprise. You, they exclaimed in perfect unison. Before us stood a lithe figure in a red and blue costume, white-eye lenses widening in shock. Jess, Jewel. Spider-Man's voice was pitched higher than usual in surprise. What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing, Spider. Jessica replied, lowering her fists slightly. Don't tell me you're working for Oscorp. They had met before during the Harlem incident, as well as a few other incidents that Jessica had told me about. They were somewhat familiar with each other's works. Hell no. Come on, do you think I'm that type of friendly neighborhood spider? Spider-Man's attention then shifted to the rest of us, Black Cat, Ghost Freak, and Madeline standing in Oscorp's restricted section like we were on a field trip. Whoa, 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 he held up his hands. Did I miss the memo about a superhero convention at Oscorp? And what's with the floating Casper Reject? That's Mr. Casper Reject to you, Spidey, I retorted, floating closer. I didn't know it, but it was pretty insane to think I was talking to Spider-Man right now. Oh wow, a talking ghost. Spider-Man's head tilted as he studied me. Wait, that symbol on your chest. I know you. You must be part of the same team as that four-armed hero from the Harlem incident. I didn't want to reveal my name or identity yet, even if I knew Spider-Man was one of the most trustworthy people in this entire hellish universe. Yes, that's right. You can call me Ghost Freak. And you're the amazing Spider-Man. Now that introductions are out of the way, why are you creeping around Oscorp at midnight? I could guess the reason. Green Goblin was a frequent villain of Spider-Man. It wasn't unusual for him to infiltrate the Oscorp building. Spidey rubbed the back of his head, and from the looks of it he'd already regained his composure. Same reason you're all here, I'm guessing. Investigating Oscorp's illegal cross-species genetics program. How did you know about that? Felicia demanded. Black Cat. It's crazy that a jewelry thief is here too. Anyways, I've been tracking their research for weeks, Spider-Man explained, moving to a nearby computer terminal. They've been kidnapping poor homeless people for test subjects. When that wasn't enough, they started offering experimental treatments to people with terminal illnesses. Jessica stepped forward, eyes narrowing behind her mask. Wait a minute. I think I just connected some dots. Were you the one who broke into my apartment 2 days ago? Spider-Man's body language suddenly screamed guilt. About that. You broke into my home. Jessica's fists clenched. Technically, I didn't break anything. The window was, surprisingly, easy to open. He backed up as Jessica advanced. Look, I needed information. I tracked Black Cat's movements to your place and thought you might be involved in the thefts. Sorry. I should have known better. I didn't realize until then that you were working together to stop Oscorp. So you violated my privacy instead of, I don't know, knocking on the door like a normal person. Says the woman currently breaking into a corporate lab, Spider-Man countered. And in my defense, most people don't react well when a guy in spandex shows up asking about illegal genetics experiments. He's got a point, I interjected, earning a glare from Jessica. Not helping, Tennyson. It's all in goodwill anyway, and this isn't any place to fight. I suggested. Madeline stepped forward, cutting through the tension. If you've been investigating this place, do you know where they're keeping the patients? Specifically patient 42B. Spider-Man's attention snapped to her. How do you know about 42B? That's the one I've been tracking. Something strange about his genetic markers made him particularly valuable to their research. He's someone we know, Felicia said quietly, unwilling to reveal too much. Fair enough. Yeah, Felicia pressed, where is he? They moved him this afternoon to the secure testing chamber on this floor, Spider-Man said, pulling up a building schematic on his wrist device. I was about to extract him when I ran into you all. They're planning to inject him with the final serum tonight. That's not good. We need to move now, I said, stepping forward. Spidey, you lead with Felicia. Jessica and Madeline, watch our backs. The plan was pretty good in my head. But all things never go according to plan. A deafening alarm suddenly blared throughout the facility, red emergency lights bathing the corridor in crimson. But the mechanical voice that followed wasn't announcing our intrusion. Warning, perimeter breach, level 40. Unidentified flying object. Automated defenses engaged. The building shuddered as something impacted several floors above us. The lights flickered, and the distant sound of shattering glass reached our ears. That's not because of us, Jessica said, looking up at the ceiling. Of course it wasn't, Upgrade's work wasn't cheap. A second impact, closer this time, followed by the sound of maniacal laughter echoing through the ventilation system. Oh no, Spider-Man whispered. Not him at a time like this. The wall beside us exploded inward in a shower of concrete and steel. Through the dust cloud, a figure streaked past on what looked like a high-tech glider, cackling with unhinged glee. Green armor glinted in the emergency lights, a grotesque mask leering at us as he circled back. Well. What have we here? The Green Goblin's mechanically distorted voice echoed through the destroyed lab. A spider, a cat, a ghost, and two lovely ladies all sneaking around where they don't belong. Ah yes, of course, I muttered, suddenly not surprised anymore. Invading Oscorp without a Green Goblin cameo? That's an impossibility. Who's directing this crap movie? Chapter 98, A Green Situation. Chapter 98, A Green Situation. The Green Goblin circled overhead, his glider humming with sinister energy as debris from the destroyed wall settled around us. His mask caught the emergency lights, transforming his already grotesque features into something truly nightmarish. Spider-Man himself is gracing us with his presence. He cackled, voice modulated to an inhuman pitch. Or should I say, sneaking around my property like common thieves. Who are these around you? TSK, Spider-Man. I expected better company from New York's favorite wall crawler. I floated sideways, my ghost freak form single-eye watching the goblin carefully. His attention seemed fixed on Spider-Man rather than our group. I knew that wasn't random. The two of them had history, antagonism that went beyond our current situation. We need to move, I whispered to the others. He's focused on Spider-Man. Spider-Man shot a quick glance our way before dodging a small pumpkin bomb that exploded against a nearby console, showering the room with sparks. Casper's right, go. Find the patient. Spidey called, flipping over the goblin's glider. I'll keep Halloweenman busy. I didn't argue, I knew Spider would be fine. The goblin's attention snapped in our direction. Leaving so soon? But the party's just started. He pulled something from his belt, more bombs, glinting metallic in the red emergency lights. Before he could throw them, Spider-Man launched a barrage of webbing, temporarily gumming up the goblin's arm. Your beef's with me, Gobby. Spider-Man taunted. Or are you suddenly interested in playing with ghosts? That's making me jealous. The goblin snarled, his glider banking sharply as he pursued Spider-Man toward the opposite end of the lab. Always the comedian, Spider-Man. Let's see if you're still laughing when I peel that mask from your corpse. Jessica grabbed Felicia's arm. We need to move already. Wait, Madeline stepped forward, her eyes narrowing as she watched the goblin. I could stop him. That was true, but... I hesitated. Something about the connection nagged at me. Green Goblin. Goblin Queen. I didn't read many comics, but didn't Norman have something pretty similar to the Joker toxin from DC? Goblin gas, I think. If so, it would be unwise to make Madeline fight him, even as an Omega-level mutant. Not worth the risk, I decided. We're not here to fight, Maddie. Spider-Man knows how to handle him. Our priority is Walter Hardy. A pumpkin bomb detonated against a support column, sending cracked spiderwebbing through the ceiling. Concrete dust rained down as the structure groaned ominously. Time for a wardrobe change, I muttered, hitting the Omnitrix symbol on my chest. I returned to my human form and then switched once again. The familiar green light enveloped me as my form shifted from ghostly to crystalline. Diamond Head. My body now stood tall and solid, composed entirely of impenetrable green crystal. Just in time, too. A massive section of the ceiling came loose, plummeting toward us. I raised my arms, forming a crystalline shield that expanded outward, catching the debris before it could crush us. Move. I shouted, straining under the weight. Jessica didn't need to be told twice. She positioned herself under a particularly unstable section, her superhuman strength allowing her to hold up what my shield couldn't catch. This way. Felicia called, having found an emergency exit route while we were playing Atlas. Madeline's eyes glowed faintly as she extended her hands. Smaller pieces of debris lifted away telekinetically, clearing our path. The sheer control she demonstrated was impressive. There was no wasted motion nor any unnecessary flourish. Very efficient. We pushed forward, leaving the sounds of battle behind us. The Green Goblin's maniacal laughter echoed through the corridors, punctuated by explosions and Spider-Man's occasional quips. The distractions working, Jessica observed as we navigated through the increasingly damaged facility. Security's focused on the Goblin. And they're evacuating non-essential personnel. Madeline nodded, her expression distant. I can sense their minds. Most researchers are congregating on floors 20 through 25. But there's a cluster still active 2 sections over. That's where my father will be, Felicia said with certainty, pulling up a security terminal. Her fingers flew over the keyboard. The emergency protocols have opened access to systems that were previously locked down. The screen flickered with rapidly changing code as Felicia bypassed security measure after security measure. Got it, she announced after a moment. There's a research wing not shown on any official blueprints. Access is through a hidden elevator shaft behind the main lab. Hidden illegal labs. How original, Jessica muttered. I turned back to human form, then quickly transformed into XLR8. Speed would be our friend now. Lead the way, Cat. I've got point. We moved swiftly through the labyrinthine corridors, our strange team functioning with surprising cohesion. Jessica and I took the lead, clearing obstacles. Felicia navigated, and Madeline guarded our rear, her telekinesis sealing doors behind us to slow any pursuers. The hidden elevator revealed itself as a maintenance closet with a false back wall. Felicia opened it using codes stolen from the security system, exposing a sleek elevator with no markings. No cameras inside, she noted as we entered. They didn't want any record of who comes and goes. The elevator descended smoothly, taking us deeper than the building's official blueprint suggested possible. When the doors opened, we found ourselves in a stark white corridor that branched in 3 directions. The sterility was quite oppressive. There were no windows or decorations, and merely harsh fluorescent lighting and sealed doors. This is serious Resident Evil vibes, I commented. Felicia moved to a nearby terminal, connecting a small device from her belt. They've got a separate security system down here. Give me a minute. Need help? I can go upgrade. I can handle this. While she worked, Madeline closed her eyes. There are mines here. Confused. In pain. Her brow furrowed. At least a dozen. More test subjects. Jessica's voice hardened with anger. Felicia's device beeped softly. I'm in. The screen before her changed to show multiple camera feeds. She cycled through them rapidly before freezing on one particular image. The blood drained from her face. On the screen, a man lay strapped to a medical bed. 4 lines ran into his arms, and monitoring equipment surrounded him. But it wasn't a normal man anymore. His skin had a strange, mottled appearance, patches of what looked like reptilian scales emerging in places. One arm was noticeably larger than the other, the fingers elongated into claw-like appendages. "D-Dad." Felicia whispered, her composed facade cracking for the first time since I'd met her. The man on the screen thrashed suddenly, his back arching in pain. The monitoring equipment showed spiking vital signs. "They're doing it," Felicia said, horror creeping into her voice. "They're injecting him with the final serum. We need to move now." The isolation wing looked like something from a sci-fi horror movie. It was hard to watch. Clear containment cells lined both sides of a central corridor, each one housing a person in various stages of mutation. Some were barely changed, with perhaps a patch of unusual skin or slightly altered limbs. Others were hardly recognizable as human anymore. I felt sick to my stomach. This wasn't just unethical science. It was torture disguised as medical research. "My God," Jessica murmured, taking in the nightmare around us. Felicia spotted her father immediately, rushing to the furthest cell. Walter Hardy's condition was even worse in person than on the surveillance feed. The mutation had progressed, spreading across his torso. Monitoring equipment beeped with increasing urgency, indicating his vitals were growing unstable. "Get him out," Felicia demanded, searching for controls to open the cell. Madeline stepped forward, extending a hand. The door to Walter's cell shuddered, then tore free from its frame entirely, clattering to the floor. "Jessica, help me with the others," Madeline said, already moving to the next cell. "We can't leave them here." Jessica nodded grimly, following Madeline's lead while Felicia and I focused on Walter Hardy. I couldn't help but frown. Up close, the horror of what had been done to him was even more apparent. The reptilian scales covered nearly half his body now, and his facial features were beginning to distort. His eyes, when they fluttered open briefly, showed vertical pupils like a snake's. "Dad. Dad, it's me," Felicia said, taking his less mutated hand in hers. The tough, confident cat burglar was gone, replaced by a frightened daughter. "We're getting you out of here." Walter made a guttural sound, words beyond him now as the mutation accelerated. The machines monitoring him began to alarm, indicating critical deterioration. "Ben, do something," Felicia pleaded, her usual composure completely shattered. "He's dying." I returned to human and activated the Omnitrix, cycling through alien forms. "I'll try upgrade first." The yellow energy pulsed brighter, surrounding Walter completely. Before our eyes, the reptilian scales began to recede. His distorted limb contracted, fingers returning to human proportions. His breathing steadied as the machines registered improving vital signs. Sweat poured down my face as the Omnitrix drew more and more of my energy. My vision blurred, darkness creeping at the edges, but I held on. This was what heroes did, they endured pain to save others. Finally, the yellow light began to fade. Walter Hardy lay before us, still unconscious but recognizably human again. The worst mutations had reversed, though faint scale patterns remained visible on his skin like unusual tattoos. The Omnitrix beeped weakly, then flashed red, entering a recharge mode I hadn't seen since I'd modified it to remove the timeout function. I staggered back, grinning despite my exhaustion. It worked. Felicia stared at her father, then at me, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you," she whispered, squeezing my hand with surprising gentleness. The moment of triumph was short-lived. The wall behind us exploded inward, and Spider-Man came crashing through, tumbling across the floor before coming to a stop against an empty containment cell. His costume was torn in places, revealing cuts and bruises beneath. He struggled to his feet as the Green Goblin followed on his glider, silhouetted in the dust and debris. "You can't save them all, Spider-Man." Goblin cackled, readying another pumpkin bomb. "Some monsters are already too far gone." Behind me, I heard Madeline sigh. She stepped forward, hand raised casually. "All right, this is getting a bit too dramatic for me." "Enough," she said quietly. She made a simple clenching gesture with her fingers. Instantly, the goblin's armor and glider crumpled like tin foil, circuits shorting out in a shower of sparks. Norman Osborn dropped from the air, landing hard on the ground, his precious technology crushed around him by invisible force. Oh. Oh, wow. It was that easy for her. All this time.